Chapter 1. Disdained by his aging wife. Chu Laoma, your time is running out, your life is but a flicker now. Henceforth, let us part ways, bridges will be bridges and paths will be paths. Let us divorce and never meet again in life or death. Atop a solitary mountain, a strikingly beautiful woman, filled with animosity, shouted loudly. Clad in white garments, she exuded a gentle elegance, her skin as pristine as fresh snow, and her exquisite visage was caressed by a gentle breeze that danced through her lustrous black hair. Her delicate and graceful figure resembled that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Opposite her stood an elderly man, frail and with a head of white hair, his skin parched and spotted, his grayish eyes dim and devoid of luster. Every indication suggested that his life was nearing its end. The man was named Chu Feng, one of the 5 venerable elders of the Tai Xian Dao sect. He was also a transmigrator, having arrived in this world just a month prior. He inherited the old man's entirety, his body, cultivation, and the life that was swiftly approaching its conclusion. As a cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, the elder's lifespan could extend up to 1,000 years. However, to his dismay, the original body had already lived for 999 years, leaving him with barely a year to spare. While most transmigrators either started anew as infants or thrived in their youthful prime, capable of proclaiming slogans like 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the young and poor, he found himself devoid of any advantageous circumstances. Others had various golden fingers, yet he had none. It is often said that there is great terror in the face of death, and Chu Feng was no exception. Before his transmigration, he had been an ordinary man, barely in his 30s, with at least another 50 years to live. Most importantly, he had been robust and strong, surrounded by beautiful women, effortlessly enjoying life with wealth and power. Now, however, unless he was willing to risk his life, even walking had become a challenge. The enchanting woman before him was named Lin Xie, his wife. A union of an aged husband and a youthful wife was commonplace in the realm of cultivation. They had been married for a century. Yet Chu Feng discovered, much to his chagrin, that in all his memories, they had never consummated their marriage, a truly tragic predicament indeed. How could such a stunning beauty only be admired from afar? 100 years ago, Lin Xie had just entered the sect, her talents unremarkable apart from her decent looks. She had little to offer, a mere presence among the many in the Tai Xian Dao sect. The usual fate for such individuals was to fade into obscurity, ultimately being eliminated from the sect. How could the ambitious Lin Xie accept such a fate? In her moment of desperation, she fortuitously learned of Chu Feng's existence. Thus, on a night shrouded in darkness and solitude, she ventured alone to Chu Feng's isolated mountain, slipped into his bed, and offered herself willingly. However, consumed by his own desire for cultivation and breakthroughs, Chu Feng did not take her. Yet, the very next day, he married her, and she moved into his solitary abode. From that moment on, Lin Xie devoted herself to his service for nearly a century. Chu Feng, in turn, did not neglect her, providing her with abundant resources and techniques, which allowed her to ascend to the late stage of the Golden Core realm in just a century, granting her a lifespan of 500 years. A year ago, Lin Xie suddenly went missing. Her reappearance was now marked by her desire to sever ties. Inwardly mocking, Chu Feng thought, "So, you wish for me to dissolve the slave mark I placed upon you." The enslavement could be considered the only correct decision the original body had made. Ironically, it was Lin Xie who had sacrificed her soul to ensure Chu Feng would imprint her. Once the mark of slavery was inscribed, one's life and death became subject to the will of the other. Indeed, it could be said, without a ruthless heart, one cannot stand firm. Should the one who cast the enslavement die, the inscribed individual would suffer severe harm to their soul. Otherwise, it seemed that Chu Feng would never see Lin Xie again until the end of his days. Chu Feng continued, "You vanished for a year and have suddenly returned. It appears you have found a new protector." Yes, Lin Xie did not attempt to conceal her intentions. "I am fortunate to have become a disciple of the esteemed Ling Long Xinzuan. I have come to sever our ties and dissolve the enslavement in her name." Chu Feng snorted coldly. "Ah, so it is Ling Long Shimmy. Are you threatening me? Or do you believe I would be afraid of her?" Lin Xie immediately grew flustered. As the saying goes, to risk everything to pull down the emperor. Chu Feng's lifespan was dwindling, and should he become enraged, he would fear no one. Let us part amicably. After all, we were once husband and wife. Husband and wife? Chu Feng scoffed. After a century of marriage, we have yet to engage in any marital relations. Do you truly believe you have fulfilled the duties of a wife? Lin Xie's face turned pale. Is it not because you cherish me that you never touched me? Bah! Chu Feng felt a surge of indignation. That may have been true for the original body, but it certainly did not apply to him now. The original had been foolish, having such a stunning beauty by his side for over a century without ever touching her. Were it not for his current inheritance of that body, he would still be questioning the state of his own manhood each morning. And cherished? If he truly cherished her, then upon seeing his protector's imminent downfall, she would not have sought out a new one so quickly. Realizing the chill in Chu Feng's gaze, Lin Xie hastily altered her approach. What must I do for you to spare me and lift the enslavement? Chu Feng chuckled. Why, of course, we must first act as true husband and wife. You rogue! Lin Xie blushed furiously, her face aflame with indignation. Enough of this insolence. Lin Xie, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Do not forget, we have yet to part ways. You are still my wife, and I still hold the slave mark over you. Should you wish for death, I can grant that wish right now. A wave of unbounded terror surged within Lin Xie. The aura of death nearly made her forget such feelings, and she trembled. I apologize, that was not my intention. I was merely concerned for your health. Engaging in such activities would undoubtedly deplete your vital energy. Logically, you should have at least a year left to live, but if we were to proceed with that, you might not survive 3 days. Chu Feng chuckled coldly. That is not your concern. Simply fulfill the duties expected of a wife. Of course, you may refuse, and I could just as easily shatter your slave mark, allowing us to part ways and never see each other again. If you were to forcibly shatter the mark of enslavement, Lin Xie would not die, but would be rendered utterly crippled. Fear seized her heart, leaving her breathless. Yet, as Lin Xie had pointed out, once Chu Feng and she engaged in true marital relations, her life would likely be forfeit. But what of it? To die under the peony is to be a spirited ghost. Better to enjoy life to the fullest before meeting death than to merely linger in agony. Moreover, to be with a being as ethereal as she would be worth it even in death. Come, assist me to the bed, Chu Feng commanded. Lin Xie dared not protest, hurrying to comply. Deep within her heart, a tumult of emotions surged had she not known that even with Chu Feng's life nearing its end, she was still no match for him. She might have already erupted in violence. For now, she could only support Chu Feng as they made their way to the bed. Chapter 2. A Fruitless Endeavor. Congratulations, host, for successfully courting death. The system is now activating for you. Damn it, Chu Feng could only curse inwardly. I have already begun to abandon all hope, actively courting death, and now you decide to show up? Are you sincere? Do you have any idea how I've spent this past month? Possessing the cultivation of a late-stage nascent soul elder, capable of soaring through the skies and altering landscapes, yet rendered impotent. The moment he attempted to wield his power, he would meet his demise. He couldn't even engage in intimate relations. Originally, he had thought that even in death, he would at least be a spirited ghost. The previous night's escapade had already left him exhausted. He could distinctly feel his mana dissipating, his life waning to its end. In half a day at most, his body would collapse, his soul would vanish, and he would be lost to the ether. And now, the system had arrived. What could it possibly do? Could it rejuvenate him, allowing him to relive his youth? Host, please be reasonable. I have already placed you in the body of a dying old man, while bestowing upon you the cultivation of the late-stage nascent soul. A mere flick of your hand or a breath of mana and your body would disintegrate. Your soul would collapse, activating this system, yet you cower in fear of death. To fear death is one thing, but to perish in the embrace of a woman? You are bringing shame to all transmigrators throughout history. It's my fault? Chu Feng retorted, enough of your meaningless chatter. Do you not see that I am on the brink of death? Hurry and tell me what capabilities you possess. Saving my life is of utmost importance. Congratulations, host. This system has been activated, and you may receive the following rewards. Reward 1. Restoration of the host's physical constitution to its peak state. Reward 2. Restoration of the host's cultivation to the level it was at the age of 30. A warm current coursed through his body. Chu Feng's once white hair gradually turned black. His parched skin regained its luster. Wrinkles vanished, and he appeared youthful, firm, and elastic, entirely restored to the visage of his 30-year-old self. Most importantly, his cultivation level. Chu Feng glanced down, and in an instant, he exploded with rage. System, get out here! What happened to my cultivation? Why am I only at the 10th level of Qi refinement? Does the host not realize he is already dead? Naturally, the cultivation is lost. Currently, your body is that of your previous life, and I have generously bestowed upon you the cultivation level of the original body at age 30. Do not worry, as long as you complete the system tasks, you can gradually restore your full cultivation, regain your peak, and have a substantial chance of breaking through to the late stage of nascent soul and becoming an immortal or a deity. Scoundrel! Chu Feng was furious that in other words, at this moment, he possesses the identity of a latest Yuan Ing ancestor, yet lacks the corresponding strength. Should a confrontation arise, would it not reveal his true capabilities? However, on the other hand, as an elderly man whose lifespan could end at any moment, who would dare to engage him in battle? Ultimately, he is merely awaiting his inevitable demise, able to exert only a fraction of his former prowess. Fortunately, he has regained his original body, albeit through a process of transference that merely altered his physical form without necessitating personal cultivation to attain his previous level of power. Chu Feng took a moment to calm his thoughts and said, System, enlighten me about your functions. This system is known as the ultimate suppression system of all realms. The host need only suppress the fated children, whether sons or daughters, compelling them to submit or to experience feelings of animosity and rage towards you, thereby acquiring their fortune. The harsher the suppression, the greater the fortune attained, until their fortune is utterly shattered. Furthermore, the host can utilize the fortune acquired from these fated children to access the fortune mall, where various wondrous items can be purchased. Chu Feng, somewhat exasperated, retorted, Please, spare me the excess verbiage. You might as well proclaim yourself a villain. System. Is it not merely to cast me as the antagonist? Consider it done. Have you not heard the saying? Good people seldom live long, while evildoers thrive for millennia. Being virtuous ensures that your entire family is virtuous. System, the crux of the matter now is, where can I locate these fated children? Rest assured, once this system detects any fated child, it will promptly inform the host. Only then did Chu Feng feel a sense of satisfaction. Thus, to subdue the fated daughters while suppressing the fated sons, I comprehend. On the other side, at Linglong Peak, within a courtyard, Lin Xie found herself engulfed in a sea of turmoil. Last night's fervor transformed her from a young girl into a matron. The delectable experiences, too intimate to share with outsiders, Chu Laoma had truly gone mad. He forcibly channeled his magical energy to engage with her, exhausting her throughout the night. The mere thought of the various positions he had compelled her to assume elicited waves of shame, rising uncontrollably from within her. Yet, fortunate was she that the efforts of the previous night had finally enabled her to dispel the slave mark within her. For her, this signified freedom. She could soar to the heavens at will. Now, by apprenticing under the esteemed Linglong Shinzuan, she need only devote herself to diligent training, striving for a swift breakthrough to become the 6th elder of the Taishan Dao sect, thereby seizing control of her own fate. As for Chu Feng, he was likely already beyond the veil of death. Indeed, his demise would be too lenient a fate for him. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Linglong Shinzhen entering the room. Lin Xie hastily rose to pay her respects. Master. Suddenly, Linglong Xianzhen's expression shifted, her brow furrowing as she inquired, You have lost your virtue. It was Chu Feng. Lin Xie's complexion turned pale as she silently nodded. An overwhelming aura surged from Linglong Shinzhen, her voice icy as she stated, He threatened you with a slave mark. Did you not inform him that you are now my disciple? Lin Xie replied, I did mention it, but he claimed that as a dying man, he posed no threat. Linglong Xianzhen's expression faltered, shaking her head in disappointment. What a pity. The Taishan secret realm is soon to open. My intention was to allow you entry, but now. Lin Xie grew frantic. Master, what shall we do now? Is it because the disciple has lost her virtue? The Taishan secret realm is the very foundation of the Taishan Dao sect, opening once every 500 years, housing the legacies and treasures of past Taishan ancestors. Entering it would significantly ease one's journey to the Yuaning realm. Only golden core cultivators under 200 years of age, with the approval of a Yuaning ancestor, are qualified to enter. Lin Xie perfectly meets one of the criteria, being a latest-stage golden core cultivator under 200. It must be noted that all this was made possible through Chu Feng's assistance, which was one of the reasons Linglong Xianzun took her as a disciple. Linglong Xianzun remarked, It seems the Taishan secret realm is not destined for you. No, master, please, I beg you, allow me to enter the Taishan secret realm. Lin Xie pleaded, her face ashen. Linglong Xianzun shook her head resolutely. The opportunity was presented to you, yet you failed to seize it. You should not plead with me, for the fault lies with you. With that, Linglong Xianzun turned and departed, leaving Lin Xie pale as death, her heart brimming with boundless resentment. Chu Laoma, it must be him. He knows I wish to enter the Taishan secret realm, and thus he sought to take my purity, ruining my chance to enter. Chu Laoma, you possess a heart as cruel as I loathe you. Chapter 3. The system is this madness. Sneezing down on the solitary mountain, the rejuvenated Chu Feng could not stop sneezing, filled with excitement. Could it be that some beautiful woman is thinking of me? After all, she must be a primordial infant ancestor. Surely, there must be many enchanting ladies yearning to share my bed. I am not the original self, powerless and despondent. I am open to all. Ahead, I must say, truly worthy of being a goddess. How delightful. The original self was nothing but a fool, having been accompanied by his wife for over a century, yet failing to win her over. Now, I must responsibly inform the original self that he has squandered 1,000 years of life. Chu Feng was entirely oblivious, mistaking the fact that it was not a beautiful woman longing for him, but rather Lin Xie cursing him, if it weren't for the belief that he might have perished. Losing the opportunity to enter the Taishan secret realm, Lin Xie would even dare to confront him. Gazing at his youthful visage in the mirror, a sudden thought struck him. The world knows that his lifespan is at its end. If he were to appear before everyone with such a youthful appearance, would that not imply that his lifespan has been extended? It is worth noting that the original self has offended many. If he were still at the late stage of the primordial infant realm, he would not be afraid. The crux of the matter is that he is currently only at the 10th level of qi refining. It seems he must disguise himself that I end the next moment. Chu Feng reverted to his previous, frail state, his hair completely white, looking decrepit with skin so dry it seemed he might topple over at any moment. However, that was not the primary concern for Chu Feng at this stage. The most pressing issue was the search for the child of destiny, be it a son or daughter, with his body on the brink of death. How could he venture out to seek the child of destiny? Wouldn't that expose him? At that moment, a delicate voice suddenly called from outside the courtyard. Immortal Lord Chu Feng, I have arrived at a young and beautiful outer sect disciple. Of ordinary aptitude yet possessing a charming appearance, not inferior to Lin Xie, approached. She had joined the Taichu immortal sect a year ago. Ever since Lin Xie departed, she frequently visited his solitary mountain. Her intentions clear, knowing his lifespan was nearing its end, she sought to seize his resources. Had it not been for Lin Xie's desire to lift the slave seal and enter the Taishan secret realm, she would likely not have chosen to divorce him. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, Chu Feng was well aware of her little schemes, yet he chose not to expose them, since Lin Xie's departure. He had indeed lost someone to care for his daily needs, so he allowed her to be, occasionally providing her with small benefits that would suffice for her enjoyment. That it was merely a matter of mutual willingness. Ding host run a transformation ancestor has been detected, and they harbor greedy intentions towards the host. Please escape immediately. A transformation ancestor. Are you referring to Shin Qianxue? Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. System. Have you lost your mind? Shin Qianxue could not possibly be a transformation ancestor. I am about to die. Were it not for his understanding of Shin Qianxue, he might have believed that if she were truly a transformation ancestor. Would she entertain thoughts of devouring a dying man? What could she gain by flattering him? After a year in the sect, under her occasional receipt of elixirs and guidance in cultivation, she had only reached the 4th level of qi refining. Cultivation is not a simple endeavor. Evidently, the system, hearing Chu Feng's obstinacy and slandering it, was quite indignant that a system panel promptly appeared before him. Ding, transformation ancestor detected. Shin Qianxue, child of destiny. Age, 1018 years, cultivation. Mid-stage transformation. Physique, holy body of beauty. This physique is innately captivating, capable of enchanting hearts with every movement, especially towards men, instinctively displaying affection and a willingness to die for them. Unactivated state. Identity. Taishian Dao Sect. Sect Master. Upon seeing the system's notification regarding her age and cultivation, Chu Feng was nearly convinced. However, when he noted the unactivated state of her physique and her identity, he discerned the inconsistency that as one of the 5 primordial infant elders of the Taishian Dao sect. He was well aware of who the sect master was. It could not possibly be Shun Qianxue. Damn it, this system is truly malfunctioning. Host, the transformation ancestor is approaching, harboring immense greed that will prevent her from developing murderous intent towards you. Please leave this place promptly. The system reiterated, be quiet. Are you instructing me on what to do? Chu Feng retorted. Why am I so unfortunate to have received a malfunctioning system? Upon hearing Chu Feng's reprimand, the system seemed to give up entirely. This system has repeatedly warned the host, yet the host persists in courting death. This system can only prepare to replace the host and must inform you that upon your next death, it will be permanent. Chu Feng was too apathetic to heed the system's warnings and instead turned his gaze towards Shun Qianxue. The holy body of beauty, though unactivated, explained why he had felt an affinity for her at first sight. If it were activated, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, she was indeed the child of destiny. For the so-called child of destiny, the system had provided 2 choices, suppression or submission, with a beauty of such caliber. Who would choose to suppress her? Naturally, submission was the preferred option, that I am currently around 30 years old in the prime of my life. With a beauty before me, why not seize the moment? As for the system's alerts regarding transformation and sect master, they were entirely disregarded by Chu Feng. Shin Qianxue approached Chu Feng, a joyful expression on her face, holding out a pastry she had made with her own hands. Immortal Lord, please try this. Her joy was not merely due to the pastry, but because she had learned that Immortal Lord Chu Feng was nearing death and had divorced his wife. Throughout her life, Shin Qianxue had noticed her uniqueness. Nearly all men treated her with utmost favor, that as she matured, this adoration transformed into affection, and her words became commands. Joining the Taishan Dao sect was a stroke of luck, albeit one hindered by her poor aptitude, as she lacked the qualifications for entry. Fortunately, her distinctiveness allowed her to be admitted despite her shortcomings. Now, she merely needed to apply some subtle tactics to remain in front of Chu Feng, especially since he was now a solitary figure, divorced and without disciples. Could she not wait for him to pass and then seize all his resources? When that time came, her ascension would be swift. In truth, the original self had not been blind to this calculation. However, as the saying goes, one cannot take possessions with them upon death. What significance do treasures hold if one is gone? They are left for whom? If not for others? Thus, he allowed it to unfold that it must be said that everything truly fell within Shun Qianxue's plans. Yet, the current Chu Feng was not the same as before. He was unaware of who was truly scheming against whom. Chu Feng did not consume the pastry, but instead smiled and said, Qianxue, come sit. Shin Qianxue glanced around, puzzled. Immortal Lord, it seems there is no place to sit here. Chu Feng replied, What do you mean there is none? Is my lap not empty? Chapter 4. A warm welcome. Shin Qianxue's face flushed instantly, and she shyly responded, Immortal Lord, how can we jest in such a manner? Chu Feng's expression turned cold. You took the bottle of spirit origin pills I left on the table. Did you not? Shun Qianxue stiffened, as if realizing something that wasn't that pill given to me by you. The spirit origin pill is a high-grade elixir that aids in qi refining cultivation. Every time Shin Qianxue visited, Chu Feng would offer her guidance or bestow some pills or treasures. Though none were the ones given in the past, they were merely left on the table for her to take. This time was no exception. Chu Feng coldly responded, Did I say it was a gift for you? To take without permission is akin to theft. What do you think would happen if someone dared to steal the treasures of a primordial infant elder within the Taishan Dao sect? What would happen? Shin Qianxue's face turned pale with fear. Death, Chu Feng stated, his killing intent instantly radiating towards Shin Qianxue. Having entered the sect for a year, despite Chu Feng's assistance, she had only reached the 4th level of qi refining. Although Chu Feng was currently at the 10th level, he could easily handle Shin Qianxue. The overwhelming killing intent left Shin Qianxue pale and trembling. Seeing that he had instilled enough fear, Chu Feng retracted his killing intent and spoke in a gentle tone. Of course, if you were my woman, it would be different. What is mine would naturally belong to you. I would not only overlook the theft of the pills, but would also grant you whatever treasures, elixirs, or techniques you desire, just like Lin Xie. The mere mention of Lin Xie's name seemed to cast a spell, evoking disdain from many, yet also envy from countless others that in just a century, she had transformed from an ordinary outer sect disciple with mediocre aptitude into a golden core elder, wielding both power and influence. Following her example, numerous female disciples sought to emulate her, yet only a scarce few succeeded. Shin Qianxue's appearance before Chu Feng was not without ulterior motives that if Lin Xie could achieve such heights, so could she, and with her unique abilities, she believed she could surpass Lin Xie. Elixirs, treasures, and sacred techniques. These were precisely what she sought. The price was merely her body, that a plan began to take shape in Shin Qianxue's mind as her eyes glistened with determination. She looked up at Chu Feng and said, I implore you, immortal lord, to show mercy. Ah! Chu Feng laughed heartily as he lifted Shin Qianxue into his embrace, exclaiming, Congratulations, you have made the most astute choice with that. He carried her towards the bedroom. Soon, a transaction worth billions was set in motion. Half a day later, within the confines of the bedroom, Shin Qianxue lay languidly on the bed, utterly devoid of strength. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. She could hardly fathom how he could possess such prowess. Was this truly the frail, elderly man nearing the end of his days? Surely, even a robust young man would pale in comparison. Or perhaps, beneath his decrepit exterior lay a hidden youthful form. Having reluctantly chosen to reveal herself, she had anticipated that upon seeing Chu Feng, he would be too old to be of any concern. And it appeared he had only a few years left to live. For the sake of resources, she had resolved to take the plunge, thinking it would only be for a few years. Yet just moments ago, she was embarrassed to discover that she had found a strange enjoyment in the experience. This realization startled Shin Qianxue. How could she harbor such perverse inclinations? In contrast, Chu Feng, after a round of conquest, felt invigorated with a beautiful woman in his arms, a veritable goddess in his presence that in his previous life, such thoughts were beyond his wildest dreams. Yet now, he could indulge at will. Chu Feng retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage ring and tossed it to her. This is a premium Ling Yuan pill, sufficient for your use over a period of time. Remember your position. You are my woman now. Stow away any petty thoughts of seeking other men, should I discover otherwise. What I can grant you, I can just as easily take back. And let me remind you, to receive more, you must learn to give. Leaving the bedroom and entering the training room, Chu Feng eagerly summoned the system. The system trembled with excitement. Host, you are extraordinary. You have actually managed to conquer a transformation deity. My admiration for you flows as endlessly as the Yellow River. Enough with the nonsense, Chu Feng replied curtly. Where's my reward? Yes, it's on its way. Congratulations, host, for forcibly conquering the fated woman Shin Qianxue. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, restoration of your cultivation to that of when you were 100 years old. Reward 2, a 10-minute experience card of your peak prowess. Reward 3, an immortal level cultivation method, the great grief of yin and yang. At 100 years old, if I am not mistaken, I had already reached the golden core stage. Moreover, I achieved it solely through my own efforts and talent, setting a record in the history of the Taishan Dao sect for the past 10 millennia. Even Lin Xie, under my guidance, was over a decade behind me. Finally, I have the means to protect myself that AS for the peak experience card. Although it lasts only 10 minutes, my full strength at that time would have been that of a late-stage nascent soul, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Taishan Dao sect. Lastly, regarding the great grief of yin and yang, Chu Feng's expression morphed into one of intrigue. This is evidently a dual cultivation method. Ha, I like it. If only it had come sooner. Otherwise, I could have practiced it on Shin Qianxue just now. Should I return now to cultivate? However, as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Shinshinshu had just been through quite an ordeal. Even moving a finger would be a challenge for her, resembling a lifeless corpse. What fun could there be in that? Better to let her rest and await the next opportunity. But that was not the end. The system chimed in once more. Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering a transformation deity, and as a bonus for being the first to conquer the fated woman. You are awarded the immortal level technique, Heavenly Seal, capable of turning the heavens and obliterating the earth. The path of cultivation is divided into 9 realms. Chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul transformation, integration, great ascension, tribulation, and ascension. The Taishin Dao sect could only be considered a second-rate sect, with its strongest member being a transformation ancestor. The entire sect was governed by the sect master and 5 great elders of the nascent soul stage, each corresponding to their respective cultivation techniques. The nascent soul ancestor, transformation deity, integration titan, great ascendant, tribulation lord, and ascended emperor are all immortal level beings, transcending the ascended emperor's realm. The cultivation of such techniques, like the great grief of yin and yang, serves merely as an auxiliary method. Each practice session enhances the purity of one's mana, soul, physique, and bloodline, albeit with minimal elevation of cultivation level. Despite the lack of direct improvement in cultivation, this method allows one to surpass others of the same level and even challenge those of higher realms due to the enhancements in soul, mana, bloodline, and physique. This is the remarkable essence of this immortal level technique. Chapter 5. You have 8 months left to live within the Taishin Dao sect. The most formidable technique is merely the transformation technique. In comparison to immortal level techniques, it is akin to a chasm between heaven and earth, let alone the Heavenly Seal immortal level technique. Feeling the combat power of the golden core stage within him, Chu Feng was elated. It had been a month since his arrival in this realm. Although he previously possessed the late-stage nascent soul level, he had been unable to utilize it. Doing so would lead to immediate demise. Akin to possessing gold while trapped in the mountains, utterly useless. Now, however, he had regained his peak state, restoring his cultivation to the golden core level. Finally, he could experience the sensation of being an immortal cultivator. Opening his attributes panel, he noted, Name, Chu Feng. Age, 999 years. Host, please note that your lifespan is limited to 1,000 years. Though your body has returned to its peak state, your lifespan has not increased. Thus, you have only 1 year left to live, unless you break through to the transformation stage. Cultivation. Late stage nascent soul false. Actual cultivation. Early stage golden core. Fortune value. 10,000 points, gained from forcibly subduing Shinshinshua. Shinshinshua age. 1,018 years. Cultivation. Mid-stage transformation. Special physique. Holy body of beauty inactive. Identity. Fated woman. Subjugation value. 10. So low. Chu Feng shook his head in disbelief. As for age and cultivation, he disregarded them. This system is absurd. How can it have so little truth? Little system, come out and explain why this subjugation value is so low. Host, you need to be more mindful. With your approach of coercion and intimidation, it's remarkable that the other party remains utterly devoted to you. Chu Feng nodded, feeling that the little system had a point, that it seemed he had to step up his game. How could his original self have failed to grasp this principle when dealing with women? One must be forceful and domineering, making her understand that he is her pillar of support, that if one attempt fails, then try again. If that fails, try a 3rd time. After being treated with such forcefulness, she will inevitably become devoted to you, that is, a time traveler. Having read countless novels and watched many shows in this world, how could he not understand this principle? Now that he comprehended it, he naturally had to set an example. Also, host, please refrain from calling the little system. I have a name, all right, little system, Chu Feng replied. Tell me, what is the meaning of this 1 year lifespan? Are you toying with me? Did you not restore me to my peak state previously? Host, please carefully examine my prompt that I merely restored your body to its peak state. Your cultivation remains at the nascent soul level. You have already lived for 999 years, leaving you with only 1 year to live. No, to be precise, you have only 8 months left, that if you cannot break through to the transformation stage, you will undoubtedly perish, and even this system cannot save you. Damn. Chu Feng's earlier joy evaporated instantly. What immortal level techniques. What golden core cultivation. What's sleeping with his goddess? Now, he found himself merely at the early stage golden core level. Even restored to his peak state at the late stage nascent soul level, he still had to reach the pinnacle to break through to the transformation stage. 8 months, the difficulty of cultivation was daunting. Having inherited the memories of his original self, Chu Feng was all too aware of the challenges involved. His original self had employed countless methods and expended tremendous effort to attempt the breakthrough, only to ultimately fail. Host, please do not be disheartened. Anything is possible. Get lost. Chu Feng, in this moment, could not be bothered to deal with this incompetent fool. Not only was he a fool, but a fool of the most egregious kind. You might be a fool, but the crux of the matter is that you are also utterly deranged. While the systems of others aid their hosts in transcending to divinity, his system relentlessly drives its host to the brink of death. Such a heartless system is unheard of in the realm that Liu Linglong, one of the 5 grand elders of the Tai Xiandao sect and the youngest among them, entered the nascent soul realm before the age of 300. Now, at over 400 years old, she has reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, possessing a naturally holy physique. Unlike Shen Qianxue, her holy body has already awakened, causing quite a stir at the time of its manifestation. The reason she took Lin Siye as her disciple was laden with schemes, all to gain access to the Tai Xian secret realm. The Tai Xian secret realm is the very foundation of the Tai Xiandao sect. An entry is forbidden to those who have not entered the golden core realm before the age of 200. IT opens once every 500 years. During the last opening, she hadn't even been born yet. And now, with the opening approaching, she has surpassed the golden core stage. Within this secret realm lies treasures and legacies from the ancestors of the Tai Xiandao sect, ensuring its enduring prosperity. Of course, her intentions were not solely for the treasures and legacies, but rather for a rare herb known as the scarlet pearl celestial grass, a top-tier celestial herb at the nascent soul level, which can be used to concoct the scarlet pearl elixir, aiding in her breakthrough to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. However, the scarlet pearl celestial grass is exceedingly delicate, accessible only to maidens, and requires one who is chaste. Lin Siye was a perfect candidate, yet Chu Feng's actions had compromised her. Crucially, now, the only eligible golden core cultivator was Lin Siye. Without the scarlet pearl celestial grass, she will have to expend tenfold, or even dozens of times more effort to reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The thought filled Linglong with an overwhelming hatred. Chu Feng, I shall see whether you still draw breath, that if you do not, I would not mind escorting you on your final journey. For those who are dying, living is merely a form of suffering. On the solitary mountain, gazing at the desolate peaks before her, Linglong found her heart heavy with sorrow. This lonely mountain bore no semblance to a grand Taoist sanctuary befitting a late-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Tai Xiandao sect. Were it not for the palpable aura of spiritual energy that still lingered, she might have mistaken it for a barren wasteland. Truly, it echoed the saying, when a person dies, their light extinguishes. Chu Feng, a distinguished late-stage nascent soul cultivator, had passed, leaving his sanctuary in such disarray. Linglong could not help but lament. Having finished her reflections, Linglong's expression shifted abruptly to one of fury. Chu Feng, you have obstructed my path to the late stage of the nascent soul. It is fortunate you have perished, for had you lived, I, Lu Linglong, would have ensured you paid dearly for your transgressions. Before her words could fully settle, it seemed she sensed something, her expression changing once more. How can this be? He is not dead, that I in the next instant. Linglong vanished from her location, reappearing in a courtyard. Meanwhile, upon learning that he had only 8 months to live, Chu Feng's mood soured dramatically. He reclined, gazing at the starry sky, when suddenly the system activated with a series of beeps. Ding, ding, ding. Host, flee. A powerful celestial being with murderous intent is approaching you. If you do not escape, you will surely perish. Just as the system finished its warning, its tone shifted to one of disdain. Forget it. Given your current cultivation, even if you run, you cannot escape. You might as well kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps you might survive. Chapter 6. Shall we cultivate together? Once again, drawing from his previous experience with Shen Qianxue, Chu Feng scoffed at the system's warning. This was the Tai Xiandao sect. How could a celestial being possibly be here? And more so, seeking him. However, despite the system's madness, its words were not entirely without merit. Who could it be? Soon, Chu Feng found his answer. It was Ling Long. Lin Xie had dared to seek him out to lift her slave seal because of her. As one of the 5 grand elders of the Tai Xiandao sect, she approached him with a chilling demeanor. Chu Shixiang, I underestimated you. You are still alive. That Ling Long's icy countenance bore a palpable intent to kill, sending shivers down his spine. Yet he could not help but admire her beauty. Dressed in a flowing purple robe, her tall figure exuded an air of nobility, coupled with an icy aura that created a unique allure. Especially those formidable eyes that captivated the beholder. If one were to die beneath those eyes, it would be worth it. Just as Chu Feng became entranced, the system chimed in once again. Detected, the daughter of destiny. Lu Linglong. Age, 1,486 years. Cultivation, late-stage celestial. Special constitution, 7 apertures. Linglong holy body, naturally possessing 7 apertures. Capable of circulating the cosmos. Her internal magical energy is 49 times that of her peers, rendering her virtually invincible at the same level. Holy body awakened 30. The constitution, bloodline, and achievements of an individual dictate their cultivation potential, categorized as mundane, royal, divine, and holy. To possess a holy body is to have the pinnacle of cultivation potential in the entire realm. It is said that above holy bodies exist celestial bodies. In all his 999 years of life, Chu Feng had never encountered a celestial body. Each holy body is a once-in-1,000 years occurrence. Yet unexpectedly, this small Tai Xiandao sect boasted 3 such beings, Shun Qianxue, Lu Linglong, and himself. By the way, why does my attribute panel not display my holy body attributes? Chu Feng inquired. Because the host body has been reset by the system. Your holy body remains in an unawakened state. Hence it does not display. The system reiterated. Once again, I advise the host that in facing a celestial being, your best course of action is to kneel and beg for mercy, seeking a slim chance of survival. Chu Feng could not help but roll his eyes at the system. This system has truly lost its mind. However, one point rang true. He currently was not a match for Ling Long. She was the daughter of destiny, either subdued or suppressed. Now Chu Feng understood why the system had provided him with a card for his peak period. In that era, he had been a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, similarly possessing a holy body, unmatched in combat prowess, and had established a formidable reputation. Yet he was loath to reveal his last resort unless absolutely necessary. With brute force ineffective, he had to resort to cunning. The crux was that he had only 8 months of life remaining. He had to conquer her to reap the system's rewards. What method would he employ? As he pondered his strategy, Linglong observed his expression, likening him to a debauched scion. The thought of him having sullied Lin Xie, thwarting her plans, ignited within her an uncontrollable fury. Chu Feng, do you not owe me an explanation? Chu Feng replied, bewildered. Linglong shimmy. I fail to comprehend your words. What explanation? Lu Linglong snorted disdainfully. Naturally, you feigned death. Chu Feng shook his head. Shimmy, my survival does not imply I feigned death. My lifespan is dwindling. I have but 8 months left. Lu Linglong retorted angrily. If you are to die, why then did you harm my disciple Lin Xie? Ha ha! Chu Feng erupted in laughter. Shimmy, have you perhaps forgotten? Lin Xie is my wife. I merely fulfilled my duties as a husband. How can this be deemed as harm? Yet you come here to question me, bearing murderous intent, simply because I shared a marital bond with Lin Xie. Could it be that you have harbored feelings for me all along? Linglong's expression shifted, her murderous intent surging forth as she scolded. Chu Feng, have you forgotten that you are now but a shadow of your former self, your powers waning? Indeed, there was an unusual charm to the furious Linglong, her anger revealing an unexpected allure. As Chu Feng contemplated how to win her over, his heart raced. Her alabaster skin, rising and falling with wrath, made him question whether a single strike from her would extinguish him entirely. Yet should that be his fate, it would be worth it. But he even considered embodying a basketball player to hone his skills in close quarters. The mere thought brought a smile to his face, and he could not help but swallow hard. Seeing this, Linglong, seething with rage, raised her hand and struck at Chu Feng. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, retreating to evade the blow. Linglong shimmy. Have you lost your mind? Why strike me? Lu Linglong retorted coldly. Not only shall I strike you, but I will also kill you. Chu Feng, do you realize the extent of the havoc you have wreaked upon my plans? As she spoke, she swung her hand towards him once more. Chu Feng quickly interjected. Wait, Ling Long shimmy. If you wish to kill me, you must at least provide a reason that I ask it merely because I engaged in marital relations with Lin Xie. Ling Long coldly replied, Very well, since you desire clarity. I shall ensure your demise is justified. The Taishian secret realm opens once every 500 years, housing the scarlet pearl celestial grass that I require. Lin Xie was the only one eligible. Yet you have ruined everything. Tell me, should I not kill you? Not at all. Chu Feng shook his head, for I was unaware. I must assert that the fault lies with you first, regardless of what Lin Xie may say. She is still my woman. Lu Ling Long spoke coldly. Very well. Even so, the glance you cast my way was rife with malevolence. Based solely on that, I could take your life. Chu Feng immediately retorted, Junior sister. While one may indulge in a haphazard meal, one must not speak carelessly that I merely admired your grace and beauty. An elegant lady deserves a gentleman's admiration. It's so wrong to hold you in esteem. The Jiangzhu immortal herb can be refined into the Jiangzhu immortal pill, aiding in the advancement to the later stages of the nascent soul realm that I in truth, if you wish to further your cultivation. I possess a method that will assuredly fulfill your desires. What method? Lu Linglong inquired, her brow furrowing. Chu Feng smiled as he presented the great compassionate song of heaven and earth, saying, Junior sister, take a look at this, and you shall understand. Naturally, Chu Feng would not divulge the entire content, but only a small portion. What is this? Lu Linglong's face flushed crimson as she glared at Chu Feng, exclaiming, This is a dual cultivation technique. Chu Feng nodded. You are correct, Junior sister. The great compassionate song of heaven and earth is an immortal-grade dual cultivation technique that can enhance one's soul, magical power, bloodline, and constitution. With such assistance, do you not think it is possible for you to break through to the later stages of the nascent soul realm, or even reach the pinnacle of the God transformation realm? If you are willing, I would be more than happy to lend you my aid. With that physique of yours, Lu Linglong scoffed disdainfully. Do you think you are capable? Incapable? Chu Feng felt a surge of frustration. How could a man be deemed incapable? Such words were the utmost insult to his masculinity that he yearned to challenge her, believing that a duel would suffice to prove his worth. However, he also felt a flicker of joy. Her words implied that Lu Linglong held no aversion in her heart. After all, the allure of an immortal-grade technique was indeed formidable. It was likely that Lu Linglong practiced merely the God transformation realm techniques, and her spells were likely only at the nascent soul level. Now, what about the subsequent techniques? Lu Linglong pressed. Chu Feng pointed to his own head. Right here, as long as you cultivate with me, I will naturally impart the subsequent techniques to you. Of course, Junior sister need not rush into a decision. She could take her time to contemplate. For in the Taishin Dao sect, there were only a handful of individuals qualified to cultivate alongside her. Did I ask for her concerns regarding my lifespan? Does she not find it peculiar? Logically, given the energy expended in my union with Lin Xie, I should have long since been depleted. Yet here I stand, thriving. This is precisely due to the great compassionate song of heaven and earth, which allows me to transcend the limitation of living only 1,000 years as a nascent soul ancestor, potentially granting us both the opportunity to ascend to the God transformation realm. I will consider it. Lu Linglong replied before departing. As Chu Feng watched her retreating figure, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered 3 women. Lin Xie, with her alluring charm, Shen Qinxue, exuding sensuality and grace, and Lu Linglong, embodying noble elegance, not to mention her status as a woman of fortune. While he could assert dominance over Shen Qinxue, with Lu Linglong, he could only resort to persuasion. Time flowed steadily, and a month slipped by swiftly to Chu Feng's dismay, since Lu Linglong's visit a month prior. She had not returned, leading him to doubt whether his proposal had indeed swayed her. Throughout this month, he remained vigilant, wandering the Tai Xian Dao sect in hopes of encountering the woman of fortune once more. Regrettably, fate was unkind, and he encountered none. In contrast, Shen Qinxue visited quite frequently. The potency of the great compassionate song of heaven and earth had evidently borne fruit, as each session of dual cultivation greatly benefited her. Additionally, Chu Feng was more than willing to provide her with rewards and guidance, resulting in her rapid advancement from the 4th to the 6th layer of qi refinement in merely a month's time. Beep, beep, beep. The system alerted the host, your lifespan has but 7 months remaining. Damn it, 7 months? Not only had he failed to locate the woman of fortune, but he also found himself bereft of 2 fortunate children. Was the system truly intent on bringing about his demise? On this day, after completing their dual cultivation, Chu Feng gently caressed Shin Qinshue's hair. Over the course of a month, her loyalty towards him had surged to 50, and he had accrued 50,000 fortune points. Upon reaching 100,000 fortune points, he could unlock the fortune shop and procure treasures to enhance his cultivation. After coming to terms with his dwindling lifespan, Chu Feng summoned the system in search of solutions. The system proposed 3 potential remedies. Firstly, achieve a breakthrough to the God transformation realm, which would extend his lifespan to 2,000 years. Secondly, conquer the woman of fortune and suppress the fortunate children to receive system rewards, though the specifics remained unknown. Thirdly, gather 100,000 fortune points to unlock the fortune shop, where he might acquire elixirs capable of transcending the limits of mortality. Each option was intrinsically linked to fortune. Presently, he found himself with only 2 women of fortune, Shin Qinshui and Lu Linglong. Shin Qinshui had already become his woman, and he was diligently working to secure her complete submission. However, that could not be rushed. As for Lu Linglong, that was a matter beyond his control. Once benefits were laid before her, it would be up to her to decide. Another day passed, and Shin Qinshui approached Chu Feng with an expression of unease, directly refusing his request for cultivation and instead presenting him with a letter. Immortal Sovereign, I may not be able to accompany you any longer. Chu Feng's expression chilled as he demanded, Speak. What is the meaning of this? Are you intending to leave me? Have you considered the consequences of such a choice? Shin Qinshui trembled and hastily shook her head. Immortal Sovereign, please allow me to explain. It is not as you think. This letter is from my father. It turned out that Shin Qinshui hailed from a minor family in a place known as Four Seasons City. Within Four Seasons City, there were 2 prominent families, the Shin family and the Zhao family. The Zhao family had produced a peerless prodigy named Zhao Yin, who had awakened an ancient bloodline. While the specifics of its rank were unknown, nearly everyone recognized that he was destined to join the ranks of the immortals. The Zhao family planned to have him enter the immortal sect upon turning 18, observing Zhao Yan's exceptional talent. The Shin family sought to forge a marital alliance, proposing that Shin Qinshui wed Zhao Yan. Initially, the Zhao family looked down upon Shin Qinshui due to her lack of an awakened bloodline. However, with Shin Qinshui's unawakened red-faced saint body, her mere smile could captivate any man. Zhao Yan, though still young, was no exception. He resolutely declared his intention to marry Shin Qinshui. The Zhao family had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit with the stipulation that Shin Qinshui must first join the Tai Xiandao sect. Remarkably, Shin Qinshui, leveraging her enchanting beauty, succeeded in her endeavor and agreed to return to Four Seasons City after a year to formalize their marriage. First, Shin Qinshui had not resisted, but everything changed a month ago when she became Chu Feng's woman. Now that she had ascended to the ranks of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, she felt no need for Zhao Yin. Even if Chu Feng were to perish, she believed that at least she would not suffer under his care. Moreover, should she wish to return for marriage, it was unlikely that the immortal sovereign would permit her to do so. During the past month, her family had sent 12 letters, each urging her to return for the wedding. Both Zhao Yin and the Shin family were anxious, and the letters warned that if she did not return soon, they would come personally to retrieve her, and they were already en route. Chu Feng's voice turned icy. What do you wish for me to do? Shin Qinshui replied, Naturally, I wish to ask you, immortal sovereign, to help me annul the engagement, for I belong solely to you. Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Indeed, congratulations on making a wise choice, but he was pleasantly surprised. Had this been earlier, he would have dismissed her words as mere flattery. Yet, this statement unexpectedly elevated her loyalty value to 70, exceeding the passing mark by 10. Since your father intends to come personally, have him meet me upon arrival, Chu Feng instructed. Shin Qinshui hurriedly responded, Thank you, immortal sovereign. Chu Feng smiled, No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then heed my words that I understand, she replied obediently. This time, Shin Qinshui was particularly compliant, following his every command without reservation. After a night together, her gait bore an unusual quality. Immortal sovereign, you are quite wicked, Shin Qinshui remarked, her face alight with happiness. Chu Feng smiled. Wicked? Am I? Very well, let us proceed. Since she is my woman, let us make this official, Chu Feng declared with solemnity. Shen Qianxue trembled slightly, inquiring, Master, what do you mean? Chu Feng replied earnestly. Naturally, we shall register our marriage in the Tai Dao sect. It is necessary to formalize such a union, akin to obtaining a marriage certificate on Blue Star. However, while Blue Star adheres to a monogamous system, the Tai Dao sect permits polygamy and polyandry, leaving the choice to you. Furthermore, once registered as Dao partners, we will receive the protection and commitment of the sect. For instance, should one perish in battle for the sect, their partner will receive compensation. Moreover, in the event of a partner's demise, their resources and wealth will be inherited by the surviving spouse. In essence, once united in marriage, should I pass away, all subsequent resources will belong to you. Tears welled in Shen Qianxue's eyes, moved by the gravity of his words. Master, she called, her tone shifting. Is it still appropriate to address me as master? Perhaps a new title is in order. He jested. Husband, Shen Qianxue corrected herself, a smile breaking through. Chu Feng erupted into laughter, his joy palpable. Conquest value. 90. His fortune also swelled to 90,000 points. The mere act of thoroughly winning Shen Qianxue's heart was enough to amass 100,000 fortune points, unlocking the fortune marketplace. Yet, Chu Feng harbored a nagging feeling that acquiring that final 10 would not be so easily achieved. The news of Chu Feng's remarriage, mere moments after his divorce from the Grand Elder of the Yuanning, spread like wildfire throughout the Tai Dao sect. For many, the prospect of sharing in the gossip surrounding such a prominent figure was unprecedented. Have you heard? Master Chu Feng has remarried. Who is the lucky one? I recall not long ago he divorced Elder Xie. Scarcely a month has passed. It is said that she left him due to his frailty. What could he possibly gain from this new union? Ah, but you fail to comprehend. Elder Xie has only practiced for a little over a century, yet has already reached the golden core stage that a century ago she entered the sect with mediocre talent. Merely an ordinary mortal body, devoid of any special bloodline, relegated to the outer sect. It was unthinkable that she would ascend to the golden core elder position after marrying Master Chu Feng. Alas, I was a step too late. Otherwise, I could have been the one to marry him. I wonder which vixen has ensnared his heart and soared to new heights as a result. Hush, speak softly. Now that she is wed to Master Chu Feng, her status has dramatically changed. Do you not recall what happened to Elder Xie? Ultimately, she was expelled from the Tai Dao sect. This new bride, what was her name again? Ah yes, Shen Qianxue, similarly ordinary in talent, yet stunning in appearance. She entered the sect and immediately attracted the attention of you men, leading to fierce competition among you. But then again, if she were not beautiful, would she have caught Master Chu Feng's eye? On Linglong Peak, Lin Xie lamented her lost opportunity to enter the Tai Xian secret realm. She could feel the palpable disdain from Linglong Xianzun, along with the mocking attitudes of her fellow disciples. Regret consumed her, but more potent was her hatred toward Chu Feng. It was he who had ruined her future. Had he not forcibly claimed her, she would not have forfeited her chance at the secret realm. Now, she found herself in a position where she was neither here nor there. Thus, she chose to retreat into seclusion. The news of Chu Feng's remarriage, however, did reach Linglong Xianzun's ears, for reasons unknown. A surge of anger filled her heart, prompting her to confront Chu Feng. Junior sister, I am delighted you wish to cultivate with me, Chu Feng said cheerfully. Yet you have married, Linglong Xianzun replied coldly. Chu Feng chuckled, having prepared his justification. Indeed, but what can I do? You are aware of my limited lifespan. To prolong my existence, I must cultivate the heaven and earth yin-yang great morning verse. You have yet to provide me with an answer. So I had no choice but to seek another. However, fear not. The more women involved in this cultivation, the better the results. Shameless. Linglong Xianzun retorted angrily. Do you intend to embrace multiple partners? Chu Feng sighed. Isn't everything for the sake of cultivation. Junior sister, how about we cultivate together to expedite your breakthrough to the later stage of Yuanning? Begone. Lu Linglong shouted, turning on her heel. He watched her depart. A glimmer of greed flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Her graceful figure, alabaster skin, and the air of elegance and nobility she exuded were indeed captivating. Alas, it seemed not quite enough. After bidding farewell to Lu Linglong, an unexpected guest arrived. Xiang Yutian, the current sect leader of the Tai Xian Dao sect, ASA sect leader. Xiang Yutian was also a Yuaning cultivator, albeit at the initial stage that he had assumed leadership a century ago, and, at over 500 years of age, bore the visage of a middle-aged man draped in a long green robe, exuding an air of authority tempered with an ethereal grace that if placed in the secular world, he would surely possess the potential to be a charlatan. Naturally, one does not become a sect leader without considerable prowess. Chu Feng was taken aback by Xiang Yutian's visit, and even more surprised that the leader inquired about his choice of Dao partner. Master Chu Feng, I hear you have married once again, Xiang Yutian stated. Chu Feng had no intention of hiding anything and nodded. Sect leader, you are busy with sect affairs. Surely you did not come all this way merely to inquire about my marriage. As a dignified elder at the late stage of Yuaning, I believe I am entitled to choose my own partner, unless you think I am so close to death that I can be trifled with. Xiang Yutian quickly interjected. Please do not misunderstand, Master Chu Feng. It is merely that this marriage may tarnish your reputation, and I wish to offer a friendly reminder that a chilling aura enveloped Chu Feng as he shot a frosty glare at Xiang Yutian. Reputation is but a fleeting shadow. In the cultivation world, strength speaks volumes that as long as one possesses the power, who dares to voice their opinion. Does the sect leader not see this? Xiang Yutian nodded vigorously. You make a valid point, Master Chu Feng, that I merely express my thoughts, and I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiang Yutian turned to depart. After Lu Linglong and Xiang Yutian, Shen Xinxue, sensing their opposition, feigned a delicate demeanor. Husband, it is my fault for being too greedy, desiring to become your Dao partner. Perhaps we should reconsider. Chu Feng, understanding her intentions, a classic White Lotus act, evoking sympathy to gain ground, remained unaffected. The system in his control shielding him from her influence. That do not worry. I am fully capable of finding a Dao partner for myself, he reassured her. Now, let us return to our cultivation of the heaven and earth yin-yang great morning verse. Shen Xinxue nodded earnestly. Ding. Shen Xinxue's conquest value has increased by 2. Conquest value. 92. Fortune value. 92,000. Indeed. Reaching a conquest value of 90 made further increases quite the challenge. As 10 days passed, Shen Xinxue's father, Shun Zhong, arrived at the Tai Xian Dao sect. However, unlike the threatening tone of his letter, he approached with trepidation. The Tai Xian Dao sect was no place for a small family like theirs to contend with. Even a single core disciple could obliterate their entire clan. Upon reaching the sect, Shun Zhong announced his name, urgently requesting to see his daughter. Shen Xinxue, a foundation establishment disciple at the gate, initially regarded Shun Zhong with indifference. But when he mentioned his daughter's name, the disciple's face paled in fright. You say your daughter is named Shen Xinxue. She just entered the sect a year ago, correct? Yes. Do you know my daughter? Shen Zhong asked, bemused. Know her? Of course. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lady Xinxue is your daughter. You must be from the Four Seasons City, right? You must be weary from your journey. Please take a seat and rest. I will go inform Lady Xinxue at once that I tea this moment. Shen Zhong was thoroughly bewildered, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles, and dared not sit. He stepped back respectfully. My lord. You mustn't jest. How could I sit in your presence? My lord, is something amiss with my daughter? If something were truly wrong, what would he do? He had come to fetch his daughter for an arranged marriage. She had been promised to a man of noble lineage since childhood. This prospective son-in-law had an ancient bloodline and extraordinary talent, destined to join the ranks of the immortal. That he would surely reach at least the foundation establishment stage. If not the golden core, that I in the face of unforeseen circumstances, how shall I convey this to my esteemed son-in-law? The foundation-building disciple was taken aback and quickly interjected. You must not speak carelessly. If you truly intend for Lord Xinxue to marry, would that not provoke the wrath of the ancestor? Shen Zhong, perplexed, inquired, what does this have to do with the ancestor? The foundation-building disciple replied, you will understand in due time. Just then, a beam of white light descended, and the foundation-building disciple caught it, exclaiming, the ancestor has summoned you. The ancestor. Shun Zhong trembled. May I ask who this ancestor is? Within the Tai Xian Dao sect, only one class of individuals is worthy of being called ancestor. That is the Yuaning ancestor, an existence perched atop the pinnacle of the sect, regarded with reverence by mere mortals like himself. The foundation-building disciple nodded. Indeed, as you surmised, You are indeed a fortunate individual. That moment. Xinzhong's heart swelled with trepidation. As the leader of a minor clan, how could he possibly be associated with an ancestor? Was this not a matter of life and death? He hastily asked, "Might I be informed as to why the ancestor wishes to see me?" The foundation-building disciple smiled. "You will know upon your arrival. Come, I shall escort you." With that, he grasped Xinzhong's garment and soared into the sky, heading toward the solitary mountain. Upon reaching the solitary mountain, Xinzhong's arrival was promptly reported. Over the past 10 days, Chu Feng had invested considerable effort, guiding various resources, and as a result, Shun Qinshua's cultivation had surged, successfully breaking through to the 7th level of Qi training. Yet her conquest value had not increased at all. Just then, a white light flew in, a message talisman from the Tai Xian Dao sect. Fierce and formidable, capable of transmitting across any corner of the sect in an instant. "Your father has arrived," Chu Feng stated. My husband." Shun Qinshu immediately panicked. "Husband, I am so sorry. I had no idea my father would truly come. I shall send him away at once." Chu Feng waved his hand. "No need. Let him see you. It is just right to accompany your father to cancel the engagement." News dispatched, and in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Xinzhong was brought to the solitary mountain. Outside the courtyard, as soon as the foundation-building disciple set Xinzhong down, he knelt down with a thud, exclaiming, "Disciple Li Qingshan pays respects to immortal master Chu Feng." Xinzhong was struck with fear, trembling all over, and hastily knelt down. I pay my respects to the ancestor." With a creak, the doors swung open, and a storage bag flew out, landing before the foundation-building disciple. A voice followed. "You have done well. This is your reward." "Thank you, immortal master," Li Qingshan exclaimed with elation, bowing deeply in gratitude. Disciple takes his leave. "You may enter," came the voice from within as Li Qingshan departed. Xinzhong's heart raced. Hearing the sounds from the courtyard, he trembled, several times attempting to rise, only to find his legs felt as though they were filled with lead, utterly immovable. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stood, albeit unsteadily, and crept into the courtyard, daring not to lift his head, bending low, fearful of offending the Yuanying ancestor within. Upon entering, he fell to his knees with a thud, his voice quivering. "Xinzhong, head of the Shin family from Four Seasons City, pays respects to the immortal master." "Rise." Chu Feng waved his hand. "That I dare not." Xinzhong responded. "What commands do you have, immortal master?" "I shall remain kneeling to listen." "Father, please rise." At that moment, Shun Qinshu hurried over to assist her father. Xinzhong initially hesitated, but upon looking up and seeing it was his daughter aiding him, he was momentarily taken aback. "Qinshu, why are you?" "Father, please stand and speak," Shun Qinshu urged. Very well, Qinshu, you are indeed the blessing of our Shin family. You must serve the ancestor well from now on. Do you understand?" Xinzhong felt as if he were in a dream. His daughter had become the Dao partner of a Yuanying late-stage immortal master. What talent from the Zhao family could even be compared to an immortal master? They would scarcely be worthy of carrying his shoes. "Rest assured, immortal master. Upon returning, I shall cancel the engagement with the Zhao family," Xinzhong declared resolutely. Establishing a connection with the immortal master would elevate the Shun family to unprecedented heights, while the Zhao family would be left in the dust. Soon, the entire Four Seasons city would belong solely to the Shin family. Nay, the whole Linen Prefecture, and even the great Qian dynasty would witness the Shun family ascend to the ranks of the foremost clans. Chu Feng waved his hand. "In 3 days, I shall personally accompany Qinshu to handle this." Xinzhong was instantly filled with excitement. The immortal master taking his daughter to cancel the engagement was a clear indication of the esteem in which he held her. However, cancellation was not the intention of Chu Feng. He merely planned to take Qinshu along, that he felt a sense of fate, pondering that this engagement cancellation might lead him to encounter some prodigious figure, perhaps someone of ancient bloodline seeking to propose. All he needed was a wise old man by his side to proclaim, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. With countless disciples in the Tai Xian Dao sect, as the Yuanying Grand Elder, it would not take much for word to spread. The entire Tai Xian Dao sect would be abuzz with excitement. "We must go. We simply must," the disciples clamored, eager to earn the immortal master's favor. Many expressed envy for Shun Xinshui, so favored by immortal master Chu Feng. Numerous individuals rushed to sign up, including outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and even golden core elders. One such elder, Xiang Zhuzhu, approached Chu Feng directly. Chu Feng, undeterred, assigned Xiang Zhuzhu the task of organizing the ranks. Anyone eager to join would be welcomed, though outer and inner disciples were not included unless they possess foundation-building cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Chu Feng, observing the throng of Taishan Dao sect disciples preparing to accompany him to cancel the engagement, was taken aback. There were over 100 individuals. This was an impressive assembly of disciples above foundation-building level. The Taishan Dao sect, as a premier sect, boasted 6 Yuanying and over 30 golden core cultivators. With more than 400 foundation-building disciples, the TOC, over 100 foundation-building cultivators, and 5 golden core disciples ready to embark, felt more akin to a clan extermination than a simple engagement cancellation. Immortal Master, upon Chu Feng's arrival, the crowd bowed in unison. "So many of you," Chu Feng remarked, astonished that I had expected merely 20 or 30. "Yet here we stand with over 100. We are honored to serve the Immortal Master." The crowd responded eagerly. "Since you are willing to accompany me, then let us set forth," Chu Feng declared. "Onward, yes," they replied in unison. Beside them, Shin Xinshui's heart brimmed with sweetness as she gazed at Chu Feng. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, his conquest value had risen again, now standing at 93, with luck points at 93,000 accompanying Xinzhong. He felt a mix of emotions. Over these 3 days, he had not only witnessed the might of the Taishan Dao sect, but also recognized the elevated status of his son-in-law. The only concern was that this son-in-law seemed unlikely to endure for long. Yet, it mattered little. After all, he was a Yuanying ancestor. With a single command, the assembly departed the Taishan Dao sect in grand procession. For a long time, Chu Feng, as a Yuanying immortal master, had refrained from taking disciples. Yet he had provided substantial assistance to the sect, often mentoring the younger generation by lecturing at the martial hall, imparting the ways of cultivation. His prestige within the Taishan Dao sect was formidable. Even the sect leader, Xiang Yutian, gazed upon this scene with a hint of envy. He felt less significant than a grand elder. On Linglong Peak, Linglong Xinzhen inquired curiously of her disciples, "What momentous event has transpired within the sect?" "Master," the disciple reported promptly, "Immortal Master Chu Feng has recently taken a Dao partner named Shin Xinshui from a minor clan. It seems there is an engagement back home, prompting him to take her to cancel it." Lu Linglong frowned. For the sake of canceling an engagement, he gathers such a multitude. He must think highly of this Shin Xinshui. Rather than merely canceling an engagement, it resembled a clan extermination. The Taishan Dao sect. Countless beams of sword light soared into the heavens, and the auras of numerous powerful beings radiated outward. Such a grand mobilization immediately stirred the surrounding factions. That it was, after all, the first occurrence of this magnitude in 500 years. Did this mean the Taishan Dao sect was preparing to strike against some power? The large-scale mobilization has sparked rumors of the Grand Elder of the Yuan personally leading the charge. Could it be that the Taishan Dao sect intends to take action against the other Dao sects? After all, the Taishan Dao sect stands as one of the 3 major sects of Jianzhou, meriting such a formidable display of force, unless it involves the other 2 Dao sections. Jianzhou, one of the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness, hosts 3 significant Dao sects: Taishan Dao sect, Qingyan Dao sect, and Xian Xan Dao sect, all possessing comparable strength. The movements of the Taishan Dao sect have immediately reached the ears of both the Qingyun Dao sect and the Xian Xan Dao sect. The leaders of these 2 sects hastily convened their powerful members to deliberate on a strategy and dispatch communication talismans to hold Xiang Yutian accountable. Are you implying that the Taishan Dao sect wishes to declare war upon us? If conflict is what you seek, are we, the 2 great Dao sects, to cower in fear before you? Xiang Yutian was taken aback. Should war truly ensue, a one-on-one confrontation might be manageable, but against 2. The Taishan Dao sect would not stand a chance. That he rushed to clarify that it was merely a matter of breaking off an engagement. However, the leaders of the 2 Dao sects, upon receiving this explanation, appeared incredulous. To withdraw from a marriage with such a large entourage, led by the esteemed Grand Elder of Yuanying, while taking away a fifth of the Taishan Dao sect's combat capabilities, was akin to treating them as fools. The two sects immediately sprang into action, prepared for combat at any moment. In an instant, the entire Jianzhou was engulfed in a tumultuous atmosphere, a strange aura spreading relentlessly. As the shadow of impending war loomed heavily on the hearts of all, that a conflict among the three great Dao sects could potentially engulf the entirety of Jianzhou in flames of war, leading to the demise of countless cultivators. While the disciples of the sects may not suffer greatly, it is the wandering cultivators who would bear the brunt of the casualties. Chu Feng, accompanying you to break off the engagement, remained blissfully unaware of this gravity, yet felt an overwhelming headache. You merely intended to annul an engagement, yet insisted on bringing so many people along, inadvertently straining relations among the three great Dao sects and igniting the flames of war. Chapter 11. The fate of the Son of Destiny. In the grudge of seizing a wife in the bustling CG city, the Zhao family was adorned with lanterns and vibrant festivities, the entire residence brimming with joy. This was due to the fact that just yesterday, Zhao Yan had successfully joined the Xian Xen Dao sect, bypassing the ranks of outer and inner disciples to become a core disciple. To achieve such a status, one must either become a Foundation Establishment disciple or be accepted as a disciple by a Golden Core Elder. Zhao Yan had successfully become the disciple of the Golden Core Elder Zhou Bu'er, and it was revealed that he possessed both the innate royal body and royal-level bloodline attributes. It is noteworthy that the combined benefits of these attributes rival those of any divine-level bloodline or qualification. According to Zhou Bu'er, there was potential for Golden Core advancement in the future, and even the possibility of ascending to the realm of Yuan Ying ancestors. The entire Zhao family seemed to envision a glorious future for themselves. Within the hall, Zhou Bu'er inquired, "Zhao family head, I have heard that my disciple Zhao Yan is engaged to someone, and he insists on completing the marriage before he will join me at the Xian Xen Dao sect." Zhao Zheng, Zhao Yan's father, smiled and replied, "The young lady's name is Shun Qian Shui, and she is extraordinarily beautiful. Currently, she is a disciple of the Tai Xian Dao sect, and I am certain the elder will take a liking to her. I am quite satisfied with this future daughter-in-law." Zhou Bu'er's curiosity was piqued. It seemed this young lady had captured his interest. Just then, several beams of white light descended from the heavens, revealing Shun Qian Shui, accompanied by her father and several Foundation Establishment disciples. Chu Feng chose not to demand an annulment immediately, but opted for a diplomatic approach first. Coming from a minor clan, take Shin Zhong, for instance, who was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Any casual Foundation Establishment disciple could obliterate the Shun family with ease, akin to squashing an ant, let alone the Zhao family, which was on par with the Shin family. Zhao family father and son, "Come forth and meet us," commanded the leading figure, Lu Dong, a pinnacle Foundation Establishment cultivator, while Chu Feng instructed him to take the lead regarding the engagement annulment. Zhou Bu'er's brow furrowed as he sensed the situation. Filled with puzzlement. 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators should have all originated from the Tai Xian Dao sect. As for the other two individuals, one was a female at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while the other was a mere 5th level. The woman was indeed beautiful, exuding a subtle allure that captivated him at first glance, eliciting a sense of recognition and trust in her. Considering Zhao Zheng's previous words, the woman's identity became apparent. Could she be my disciple's fiancée? It seems my disciple indeed possesses discerning taste. However, I wonder about her qualifications. That if her aptitude is merely passable, I would not hesitate to take her as a disciple. Of course, given that she could join the Tai Xian Dao sect, even as an outer disciple, that alone would merit consideration for apprenticeship. Yet, the expressions of the Foundation Establishment cultivators were uninviting, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Nonetheless, Zhou Bu'er refrained from intervening, allowing Zhao Zheng to rise and greet. "Shin brother, Qian Shui niece, you have returned. Excellent. My son has been longing for you, and your timely return is fortuitous that my son is about to depart, and it would be the perfect opportunity to formalize the marriage." Shin Zhong's heart raced, and he quickly countered, "Zhao family head, do not misunderstand that I have brought my daughter here not to arrange a wedding with Zhao Yan, but to annul the engagement." Annul the engagement? Zhao Zheng's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening as he fixed a piercing stare upon Shin Zhong, then turned to Shin Qian Shui. "Niece Qian Shui, is your father's wish to annul the engagement also your desire?" Shin Qian Shui nodded. "Indeed, I have come to annul the engagement." "What a bold annulment!" Zhao Zheng seethed with indignation. My son Zhao Yin possesses an innate royal body and royal-level bloodline, with an immeasurable future ahead. If it were not for his steadfast resolve to marry you, do you think you, Xin Qianshui, would have the qualifications to be with my son Zhao Yin? Previously, I might have consented to the annulment, but now I must refuse. However, do not rejoice too soon. Had you, Xin Qianshui, been wholeheartedly devoted to marrying my son, you would have been his legitimate wife. Now, you shall merely be his concubine. Impudence. Lu Dong could no longer contain himself, and rebuked. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to Lady Qianshui? You seek death. The overwhelming aura of his foundation establishment power surged forth, bearing down upon Zhao Zheng. Instantly, Zhao Zheng felt as if he were a solitary boat adrift in a stormy sea, and he was hurled violently to the ground. Just as Lu Dong prepared to take further action, a furious voice erupted, "Do not harm my father." A young man rushed forth, his face contorted with rage, and he moved to support Zhao Zheng. Turning to Xin Qianshui, he demanded, "Qianshui, are you truly intent on annulling our engagement?" The identity of the young man was unmistakable. Zhao Yan.as Zhao Yin appeared. Chu Feng, concealed in the shadows, received an alert from the system, indicating the discovery of a new son of destiny. Zhao Yin, age, 18 years, cultivation, second level of qi refinement, possessing an innate royal body and royal-level bloodline. With an astonishing fortune value of 500,000 points, which was a staggering 400,000 points higher than Xin Qianshui's. The origins of his fortune revealed that Zhao Yin was a reincarnated powerful being. And with the awakening of memories from his past life, the accumulation of fortunes from 2 lives had resulted in his remarkable prowess. His innate talents, bolstered by his bloodline and physique, were on par with those of a sacred body. And his cultivation speed was exceptional due to the memories of his previous life. Chu Feng was taken aback, realizing, so that is the case. He is indeed a son of destiny, that I am the presence of a son of destiny. 2 paths lay ahead, suppression or submission. However, due to Xin Qianshui's involvement, submission was not an option. Thus, the only course was to suppress him. With a fortune value of 500,000 points, not only could one unlock the fortune shop, but one could also procure essential treasures, such as pills for extending life. Before Chu Feng could revel in this revelation, another notification from the system echoed in his mind, detected the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being. A peak integration realm giant, who bears an irreconcilable grudge with the host over the matter of seizing a wife. This system advises the host to flee the area as swiftly as possible. Here we go again. The system must be going mad. Indeed, the system interface transformed, revealing new information. Zhao Yin, son of destiny. Age, 1,018 years, cultivation, peak integration realm, possessing an innate royal body and royal-level bloodline. His previous life was that of a heavenly sovereign reincarnated. The accumulation from 2 lives propelled him to reach the integration realm at just over 1,000 years old. Furthermore, he shares an intense grudge with the host over the matter of seizing a wife, which is a matter of life and death. The system urges the host to escape this place immediately. Chapter 12. The system rebirth, reincarnation, and rebirth, the grudge of seizing a wife. This cannot be my fault. Between us, it is a matter of life and death. The system, adhering to its responsibility towards the host, solemnly warns. Due to your unresolved grudge with the integration realm giant before you, even if you kneel and beg for forgiveness, he will not spare you. Therefore, run as far as you can. Additionally, regarding the host's persistently self-destructive behavior, I am at a loss for words. Perhaps this system should consider finding a new host at this moment. A thought suddenly emerged in Chu Feng's mind. Perhaps this system was not mad, but rather reborn. Whether it was Shun Qianshui, Lu Linglong, or the current Zhao Yin, they all represented information from a millennium hence. Shun Qianshui, after 1,000 years, would attain the realm of transformation. Lu Linglong, the realm of great ascension. And Zhao Yin, the realm of fusion. As for Xin Qianshui, Zhao Yin did not harbor any deep affection for her. The celestial monarch, possessing the power of tribulation, stood at the pinnacle of the entire Tianyuan world, a presence unmatched in the absence of the great emperor. Who could rival him? When he first laid eyes on Xin Qianshui, he discovered that she was, in fact, a naturally gifted beauty with a sacred physique, her innate qualities far exceeding his own royal physique and bloodline. Such an exceptionally talented woman was destined to be his wife. Others believed he was captivated by Sun Qianxue, unaware that everything was part of his grand scheme. Had it not been for his insufficient age, they would have already wed. Now, with his age finally suitable for marriage and a visit to the Xianin Dao sect on the horizon, the thought of marriage arose. Moreover, it was imperative to marry her, that in his eyes, given his demonstrated talent, Sun Qianxue, with her yet-to-awaken sacred physique, should willingly pledge herself to him. Yet, unexpectedly, what he encountered was not a marriage proposal, but a dissolution of their engagement. Faced with Zhao Yan's inquiry, Sun Qianxue maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Indeed, I have come to annul our engagement." Zhao Yan was instantly filled with rage, coldly retorting, "Sun Qianxue, think carefully. Are you truly determined to dissolve our engagement?" Lu Dong, growing impatient, interjected with a scoff, "Kid, have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair? Did you not hear that Lady Qianxue has come to annul the engagement? Why the hesitation? Furthermore, you must understand one thing. This notice of annulment is a courtesy extended to you. You ought to accept it that do not force us into a confrontation. Know this. Destroying your Zhao family would be as easy as squashing an ant. Understand? How dare you compete for a woman with a celestial monarch? This lad must be out of his mind, courting death." Lu Dong showed no regard for Zhao Yan, provoking him to tremors of fury. "Lady Qianxue, so it turns out you have climbed to greater heights. Relying on your beauty and innate gifts to marry some ancient, decrepit figure, I ask that why you dare to come here to annul our engagement." Zhao Yan spat. "Indeed," Sun Qianxue responded sweetly, "I believe you can now relinquish your hopes." Zhao Yan's heart, though filled with suspicion, darkened upon receiving Sun Qianxue's confirmation. He should have anticipated this. If he could recognize her exceptional nature, so could others. Rage consumed him. He regretted ever following his father's suggestion to join the Dao sect. Believing he should have married earlier. Most importantly, he lamented his own lack of strength. Had he possessed formidable power, Sun Qianxue would not have been taken from him, nor would anyone dare to seize his woman. With a sacred physique, she was destined for greatness. Undoubtedly, she would assist him on his path forward. Now, she was lost to him. Zhao Yan's eyes reddened with fury as he rasped, "Sun Qianxue, even if you are now with some significant figure from the Tai Xian Dao sect. What is that figure's cultivation? Foundation establishment? Golden core? At best, a mere nascent soul ancestor. What of it? Their cultivation will likely stagnate in this lifetime. As for me, though I have just stepped into the cultivation world with lowly prowess, I can assure you that in the future, not merely golden core or nascent soul, but even the realms of transformation and fusion will appear as insignificant as ants in my eyes. You will surely regret the decision you make today. Remember this. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth's poverty. Give me 30 years, and I will ensure you." Sun Qianxue, come to regret your choice to this moment. The stage was set for a dramatic spectacle. Hidden in the shadows, Chu Feng was exceedingly thrilled. Was this not the most classic trope of marriage annulment from a fantastical novel? An annulment is declared, followed by a fierce retort, and then a 3-year vow for revenge. Yet he merely said it for 30 years. Even if he were the reincarnation of a celestial monarch, achieving golden core in 3 years was impossible. Let alone nascent soul point 30 years to reach golden core. What would it rely upon? The reincarnation of a celestial monarch. Such arrogance. Moreover, Chu Feng suddenly noticed that at the moment Zhao Yan uttered those words, his fortune value surged from 500,000 to an astonishing 1,000,000. Beep, beep, beep. The system once again reminded the host, the child of fortune, Zhao Yan, has reached peak anger, initiating a life chapter, with fortune skyrocketing to 1,000,000. Once 30 years pass and revenge is exacted, his fortune will evolve into that of the destined child. Should the host eliminate the child of fortune, he would only gain fortune points. However, slaying the destined child would yield destiny points, enhancing his own talent and cultivation while granting tremendous rewards. Thus, the system recommends that the host eliminate the opponent upon their ascension to the status of the destined child for greater gains. Chu Feng dismissed the system with disdain. Such idle chatter. How dare it scheme against him now? The child of fortune could not simply be recklessly slain. The destined child must be suppressed first. and only after seizing their fortune could they be eliminated. Did he not understand how the great villains met their demise? It was through indecision that they fell. Once he became the destined child, should he give the other party any opportunity, it would be his own demise. Did he, Chu Feng, appear foolish at this moment? Lu Dong mocked. Kid, your strength is lacking, yet your bravado is immense. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. What can you achieve in 30 years? Stepping in a foundation establishment would be an accomplishment. Revenge is but a dream. With unwavering confidence, Zhao Yin asserted, in 30 years, what others deem impossible, I, Zhao Yin, will accomplish that. I vow here and now. In 30 years, I will step into the Golden Core realm. Lu Dong scoffed. In 30 years, do you think you are someone of significance? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a celestial monarch or a great emperor? Do you know what the record is for breaking through to the Golden Core in our Tai Xin Dao sect? 98 years, after cultivating for over 80 years. What are you, really? Little did Lu Dong know that his casual jibe would ring true. Zhao Yin was indeed the reincarnation of a celestial monarch. And in this age of great conflict, an ancient celestial monarch at that. Zhao Yin smiled, for he truly was the reincarnation of a celestial monarch. Chapter 13. If not for the annulment, then to death. Enough of your nonsense, that we have already notified you regarding the annulment. Your engagement to Lady Qinxue is hereby dissolved, that if you dare to entangle yourself with her again, you shall face death. Lu Dong declared coldly. The Tai Xin Dao sect truly has a domineering demeanor. Today I, Zhou Bu'er, shall witness it firsthand. That moment, Zhou Bu'er stepped forward, his icy voice resonating. Who dares to show themselves? Impudent, Lu Dong retorted. Zhou Bu'er, a distinguished Golden Core elder, was incensed by being berated by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. An immense pressure erupted from him, surging towards Lu Dong, intending to teach him a lesson. It was then that Xiang Zhizhu recognized the danger posed to Lu Dong. Chu Feng inquired, do you know him? Xiang Zhizhu nodded. This person's name is Zhou Bu'er, a Golden Core cultivator from the Xianin Dao sect and a direct disciple of the current Xianin Dao sect. He is known for his decisive killings and ruthless methods. Lu Dong, if he survives, would have prospects for Golden Core. He must not be allowed to be crippled by Zhou Bu'er. He spoke. Xiang Zhizhu bowed to Chu Feng and stepped out from the void. At this moment, Zhou Bu'er intended to teach Lu Dong a lesson and provide a stern warning to Xin Qinxue and the others. How could one humiliate his disciple? Profound mysteries of the Xianin Dao, boundless universe. A beam of white light shot towards Lu Dong. The Xianin Dao's sacred technique, the profound mysteries of the Xianin, was evidently the skill Zhou Bu'er had cultivated. Aside from being a Golden Core powerhouse, he was also one of the next two sect leaders of the Xianin Dao sect that a boundless sword materialized from the void, aimed to cleave Lu Dong in two. With this strike, Lu Dong would either perish or become a cripple as the sword descended. Xiang Zhizhu stepped forth from the void, forming hand seals to conjure a golden shield that abruptly blocked the sword's attack. Zhou Bu'er, if you wish to cripple a disciple of the Tai Xin Dao sect, did you consult me, Xiang Zhizhu? Upon seeing Xiang Zhizhu, Zhou Bu'er snorted disdainfully. I thought Xin Qinxue would dare to annul her engagement with my disciple. It turns out she has climbed to your heights, Xiang Zhizhu. Initially, I thought Xin Qinxue had no right to be my disciple's partner, that I would never agree. However, now that the Tai Xin Dao sect has intervened, I will state this. The marriage shall not be annulled. Xiang Zhizhu immediately chuckled. Zhou Bu'er, do you think you can take action against me? Zhou Bu'er scoffed. If a battle is what you seek, then let it be. Since Xin Qinxue has returned, she need not leave. She shall marry my disciple, but not as a partner, rather as a concubine. Xiang Zhizhu coldly laughed. Zhou Bu'er, do you truly believe that Lady Qinxue is someone I, Xiang Zhizhu, would permit you to touch? You must not know how to write the word death. Zhou Bu'er furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiang Zhizhu, what do you mean by that? Xiang Zhizhu replied, it is simply a matter of literal interpretation, that if you possess any sense, you would immediately withdraw. The affairs of the Zhao family have nothing to do with you, should you choose to court death. I shall not hinder you. Even your master would find it insufferable. Zhou Bu'er began to comprehend the implications of Xiang Zhizhu's words that if Xin Qinxue had truly forged a connection with him, or had indeed shared his bed, it was inconceivable that he would refer to her as Lady Qinxue. This could only imply that the backing behind Xin Qinxue was formidable enough to intimidate even Xiang Zhizhu. Although Xiang Jizhu was merely a Golden Core elder of the Tai Xian Dao sect, his cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, surpassing Zhou Bu'er. His status within the Tai Xian Dao sect was undoubtedly significant. The respect he accorded to Xiang Jizhu could only signify that Xin Qinshu's patron was of exceedingly high rank, likely a primordial infant ancestor, that if this were indeed the case, Zhou Bu'er would be unable to contend with such a figure. Contemplating this, Zhou Bu'er involuntarily inhaled sharply, his mind racing with deliberation. To involve himself or not? The crux lay in the fact that if he intervened, he might provoke a primordial infant ancestor. Yet if he did not, how would his disciples perceive him? Just as Zhou Bu'er hesitated, Zhao Yan grew increasingly agitated. Master, he is merely trying to intimidate you, employing the guise of power to frighten you into retreating. You must not allow them to succeed. Xin Qinshu must be my woman. Daring to revoke our engagement, I shall ensure he pays a heavy price. Zhao Yan's murderous intent surged. Any remnants of affection he had for Xin Qinshu had transformed into profound hatred. Once he married her, he vowed to torment her thoroughly. Zhou Bu'er, however, remained unmoved by Zhao Yan's fervent words and shook his head. Enough. Let this matter rest that I consent to the annulment of the engagement. No. Zhao Yan protested urgently. Master, this marriage cannot be annulled. Previously, he was beneath us, and we had to endure. Now that you have taken action, I will not let this go. This marriage must not be revoked. Zhou Bu'er frowned and declared, very well, it is settled and no further discussion is necessary. Zhao Yan insisted, Master, are you truly afraid of them? Moreover, to withdraw from this engagement would not only tarnish your reputation, but also that of the entire Xuanxin Dao sect. If word were to spread, people would not merely say Zhao Yan was jilted. They would say the disciples of the Xuanxin Dao sect are so weak they dare not even respond. Silence. Zhou Bu'er's expression changed dramatically as he gazed coldly at Xiang Jizhu. Xiang Jizhu, I will not annul this marriage, that if you desire a conflict, I, Zhou Bu'er, shall oblige, instead of displaying any fear. Xiang Jizhu erupted into laughter. Zhou Bu'er, I have long found you displeasing, that if you seek to engage, I shall indulge you. Brothers, let the fun begin. No sooner had he spoken than he launched an attack toward Zhou Bu'er like a bolt of lightning. The Tai Xian Dao sect could also be referred to as the Tai Xian Sword sect, renowned for its swordsmanship throughout the sword state. The very name sword state signifies its reputation in sword arts. As he drew his sword, a formidable sword intent enveloped Zhou Bu'er. With a cold snort, Zhou Bu'er showed no sign of fear. If it was combat they desired, he was unafraid of anyone. This was a rare opportunity to refine his own mysterious heart technique against a worthy opponent. However, the next moment he found himself unable to maintain his composure. Lu Dong and the others, without any regard for decorum, turned their aggression toward Zhao Yan. Startled, Zhao Yan exclaimed in fury, You of the Tai Xian Dao sect lack any sense of honor. Attacking me? Lu Dong scoffed. You think you're someone special? We let you off easy by suggesting you annul the engagement. Since you fail to appreciate our leniency, we shall aid you in your demise. After all, the dead require no engagement. Chapter 14. Zhao Yan's Demise. Bang. What if Zhao Yan were the reincarnation of an ancient celestial sovereign? What if he possessed a royal physique and royal bloodline? Ultimately, he was merely at the second level of qi training that in the eyes of Lu Dong and his companions, he was no more than an insignificant insect. With a single slap, he sent Zhao Yan sprawling like a scarecrow. Before Zhao Yan could rise, Lu Dong appeared before him, stepping upon his chest and pinning him to the ground, then seizing his neck and delivering several resounding slaps. Zhao Yan found himself spitting blood. His face swelling painfully, an overwhelming sense of humiliation flooded his heart, and a frenzy of murderous intent spiraled in his mind. His gaze fixated on Xin Qinshu and all present, vowing to imprint their faces in his memory. As long as he, Zhao Yan, survived, he would ensure they all paid dearly for this affront. He would see them all perish, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was filled with exhilaration. His fortune had indeed surged. The host successfully suppressed the fortune child Zhao Yan, gaining 50,000 fortune points. The host's fortune points reached 143,000, allowing access to the fortune mall. Should the host consume fortune points to unlock the fortune mall? Unlock. Chu Feng eagerly opened the fortune mall. After all, He had only 7 months left to live to extend his lifespan. He had two options. First, to break through to the transformation god realm, or second, to access the Fortune Mall, where he might purchase the necessary treasures to acquire fortune. He must either suppress the Fortune Child or conquer the Fortune Daughter. From Xin Xue, he had garnered over 93,000 fortune points. Clearly, her fortune paled in comparison to Zhao Yan's 500,000 points, while she possessed merely 100,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Fortune Mall. After consuming 100,000 fortune points, the host is left with 43,000 points. Wait, Chu Feng exclaimed. Explain to me why you didn't mention that unlocking the Fortune Mall costs 100,000 fortune points, and that once spent, they are gone. Such a deceitful merchant. Host, would you have opened the Fortune Mall had I informed you of the cost? I think not. Chu Feng felt utterly defeated. With only 43,000 fortune points remaining, he was uncertain what treasures he could acquire from the Fortune Mall. System. List the pills that can extend lifespan, Chu Feng urged. Instantly, over a dozen types of pills appeared before him. Minor longevity pill. Increases lifespan by 1 year. Requires 100,000 fortune points. Major longevity pill increases lifespan by 5 years. Requires 1 million fortune points. Human yuan fruit increases lifespan by 10 years. Requires 5 million fortune points. Earth yuan fruit increases lifespan by 50 years. Requires 20 million fortune points. Gulp. Chu Feng lost all desire to continue perusing. The prices were exorbitant. Even if he were to sell Zhao Yin out, he could only afford a few minor longevity pills, unable to purchase even a single major longevity pill. However, the major longevity pill, which granted 5 years, cost 1 million fortune points, while 5 minor longevity pills, each providing 1 year, would only amount to 500,000 fortune points. If possible. Yet just as Chu Feng contemplated this, the system seemed to anticipate his thoughts, issuing a reminder. Host, I wish to kindly remind you that each type of pill provided by the Fortune Mall can only be consumed once, thus nullifying your plans. Chu Feng was overwhelmed by the urge to curse. Not only was the system a deceitful merchant, but it was also particularly cunning. He couldn't even afford a single minor longevity pill, let alone consider other treasures. Chu Yin had no interest in browsing further. Instead, her gaze was fixed on Zhao Yin. Observing Zhao Yin being humiliated by Lu Dong, Zhou Buer had repeatedly struggled to evade Xiang Zhizhu's onslaught. Several times in his attempts to rescue Zhao Yin, he nearly fell victim to Xiang Zhizhu's strikes. Zhao Yin was a disciple he had painstakingly taken under his wing. Not only did he possess a royal physique and royal bloodline, but he was also an exceptionally rare 5-element royal physique with a corresponding bloodline, granting him a synergistic effect of greater than the sum of its parts. His innate talent surpassed even those of ordinary divine body qualifications. With his exceptional comprehension, he was destined to surpass his master, with prospects for golden core and even nascent soul realms. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to come to harm. Zhou Buer bellowed. Cease this at once, Xiang Zhizhu. Do you truly wish to incite a war between the Taixin Dao sect and my Xuanxin Dao sect? Xiang Zhizhu laughed derisively. Let me clarify. Even you, Zhou Buer, as the heir of the Xuanxin Dao sect, do not represent the entirety of the sect today. That I advise you to step aside. This disciple of yours is no longer wanted. Zhou Buer shook his head resolutely. To abandon my disciple would be to disgrace my role as a master. Xiang Zhizhu coldly snorted, stubborn and unyielding. If it were an ordinary encounter with Zhou Buer, I would indeed have to give him some leeway. However, today the advantage lies with me, especially considering that he has the esteemed Chu Feng Xianzun backing him. Should Chu Feng Xianzun intervene, even your Xuanxin Dao sect would have to think twice. Engage him. I shall hold Zhou Buer at bay. The ancestor has decreed that Zhao Yin, unrepentant, dares to covet the ancestor's woman. He must die. Lu Dong, in a fit of excitement, shouted loudly. This brash youth, speaking with such arrogance, even proclaimed the nonsensical phrase about the shifting fortunes of 30 years, dismissing the youth's plight. Who does he think he is? If I cannot eliminate him, I shall pursue him to the utmost this moment. Although Zhao Yin is the reincarnation of an ancient celestial lord, he is yet to mature, being merely at the second level of qi cultivation. His weakest state, that if he does not perish now, when will he? Chu Feng observed the entire scene unfold. This is the advantage conferred by status and identity. There is no need for personal involvement. With a single command, there are plenty willing to act. What if he is a reincarnated celestial lord? Crushing him is as effortless as squashing an ant. Lu Dong casually unleashed a surge of power. A beam of white light aimed at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yan's complexion turned pale as he cried out in desperation. No, you cannot kill me. I am the reincarnation of an ancient celestial lord. I cannot die here. Even Zhou Bu'er could not come to his aid, helplessly watching as Zhao Yin met his demise. Lu Dong, having swiftly dispatched Zhao Yin, paused momentarily, taken aback that this youth proclaimed himself a reincarnation of a celestial lord. Could it be true? If so, does that mean I, Lu Dong, have slain a celestial lord? What of a celestial lord's reincarnation? A celestial lord who has not matured is still nothing but refuse. However, I can certainly boast of having slain a celestial lord reincarnate. Who would believe it if I spoke of it? Chapter 15. Sect Master. Your vision is limited. Congratulations to the host for slaying the child of destiny, Zhao Yin, and receiving the following rewards. Reward 1. Awakening of the Wuji Sacred Body 1. Reward 2. Restoration to the cultivation level of 300 years. Reward 3. Reward of celestial level swordsmanship. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Acquired fortune value. For 50,000. If Chu Feng's memory serves him correctly. He stepped into the Yuaning realm at the age of 280. This means that he can now attain the initial stage of Yuan in cultivation, coupled with the Wuji Sacred Body. His strength surpasses that of his peers, comparable to the mid-stage of Yuaning. Let us not forget, he has also obtained celestial level swordsmanship. Unlike the great sadness of heaven and earth, which is a dual cultivation technique that aids in cultivation and enhances one's aptitude, soul, and bloodline strength. One sword opens the heavenly gate is a celestial level offensive divine ability. With a single strike, it can pierce through the heavens. It is the supreme swordsmanship. With 450,000 fortune points, it is no wonder that the reincarnation of an ancient celestial lord could boast such phrases as 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Chu Feng, but he could not die any more thoroughly than this, watching his recently accepted disciple perish before his eyes. Zhou Bu'er's eyes turned crimson, filled with murderous intent as he stated emphatically, "Your Xuanxin Dao sect is quite something. I, Zhou Bu'er, will remember today's humiliation." Boom. Yet, just as Zhou Bu'er made his threat, Chu Feng took action. Having received his rewards, Chu Feng readily accepted the awakening of his Wuji sacred body. Even if it was only a partial awakening, it was incomparable to before. With his cultivation restored to that of a 300-year-old, he now stood at the initial stage of Yuaning. Adding one sword opens the heavenly gate. It was time to turn his attention to Zhou Bu'er. While others might hesitate to kill him, he would not. Moreover, he possessed a 10-minute full-strength battle card. The formidable sword intent instantly cleaved through the void, striking down towards Zhou Bu'er. The aura of death enveloped the area. The overwhelming sword intent made Zhou Bu'er acutely aware of the assailant's strength, an ancestor of Yuaning. The person behind this was intent on killing him. If a Yuaning ancestor truly wished to take his life, and with justifiable reason, his death would indeed be in vain. That he quickly shouted, "I am an elder of the Xuanxin Dao sect, and my master is the sect leader. You cannot kill me." Chu Feng had no interest in entertaining Zhou Bu'er's pleas. Not only would he disregard Zhou Bu'er, but he would also not spare his master, the sect leader of Xuanxin Dao sect, if he wished to take Chu Feng's life. Thanks to the benefits of cultivating the great sadness of heaven and earth, the recently awakened Wuji sacred body, and the celestial level divine ability, one sword opens the heavenly gate. Chu Feng, while not daring to claim he could contend against a late-stage Yuaning, found it a trivial matter to deal with a mid-stage Yuaning. In the next instant, Zhou Bu'er was struck by the overwhelming sword intent, his entire being exploding like a balloon, leaving not a trace of his existence. His death was absolute. Congratulations to the host for slaying Zhou Bu'er, elder of the Xuanxin Dao sect, and receiving 10,000 fortune points. At that moment, the system chimed in. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Killing enemies actually grants fortune points. Is it not only the children of destiny who can acquire fortune? Host, this is a benefit of unlocking the fortune mall. Everyone possesses fortune, though the amount varies. However, fortune can only be obtained through killing enemies, while conquering or suppressing children of destiny will not only yield fortune, but also fortune rewards. When one's fortune value exceeds 100,000, one can be deemed a child of destiny, and exceeding 1 million earns the title of child of heaven's mandate. Zhou Heir, as a golden elixir elder and disciple of the sect leader of Xuanxing Dao sect, with 10,000 fortune points, is indeed not a significant amount. Thus, I now possess over 500,000 fortune points. The entire Zhao family was annihilated. Chu Feng's voice resonated as once again a sword intent descended from the heavens, descending upon the Zhao family. Under the might of this formidable sword intent, not even a chicken or a dog was spared. 186 fortune points. How utterly low, upon returning to the Tai Xian Dao sect. Chu Feng was immediately confronted by Xiang Yutian. Chu Shixiang, your recent action of withdrawing from the engagement has brought a tremendous amount of trouble to our Tai Xian Dao sect. Shouldn't you provide an explanation to the sect? Chu Feng replied coldly, I am unaware of what kind of explanation the sect leader wishes for me to provide. Xiang Yutian continued, this time, you have taken away a fifth of our Tai Xian Dao sect strength, leading the Qing Yun Dao sect and Xuanxing Dao sect to almost believe we are on the brink of war. Furthermore, you have killed 2 disciples of the Xuanxing Dao sect, one of whom was the heir to the next sect leader. Now, Xuanxing Dao sect has come to our Tai Xian Dao sect to seek retribution. Therefore, I suggest you personally visit the Xuanxing Dao sect and offer an apology. Chu Feng stared coldly at Xiang Yutian, fully aware of his intentions, while those disciples might be unaware of their circumstances. Xiang Yutian was well-informed that to him, Chu Feng was already an old man nearing the end of his lifespan. Why would a dying man stir up such trouble? A divorce, a marriage, and now the withdrawal from an engagement, all causing such a commotion. Most importantly, he had even killed a disciple of the Xuanxing Dao sect. If it were an ordinary disciple, it might have been acceptable, but he had killed the next sect leader's heir. Of course, if Chu Feng were still in his prime, Xiang Yutian would not have uttered a word. The crux of the matter was that Chu Feng was already in a state of withering lifespan. Xiang Yutian decided to teach this old man a lesson, to remind him that if he was nearing death, he should wait quietly for his demise rather than cause unnecessary trouble. Xiang Yutian inquired, what does Chu Shixiang think? Chu Feng coldly snorted, what if I refuse? Is the sect leader planning to force me to the Xuanxing Dao sect? Xiang Yutian shook his head. Naturally, that will not happen, but I fear that your resources may be halted from now on. Chu Feng retorted, Xiang Yutian, when your master chose you as the next sect leader of our Tai Xian Dao sect, I was never in agreement that in my view, you are ultimately too limited in your vision, and it appears I was correct that if you wish to cut off my resources, Xiang Yutian, feel free to try. Boom. In an instant, Chu Feng unleashed one sword opens the heavenly gate. Although he had just begun to grasp it, it was still a celestial-level supreme divine ability, and even in its infancy, the power it unleashed was enough to obliterate the heavens and earth. Instantly, Xiang Yutian, the sect leader of Tai Xian Dao sect, found himself akin to a lone boat in the vast sea, engulfed by endless waves and obliterated in an instant. How could this be possible? At that moment, Xiang Yutian felt the breath of death. This meant he could not withstand this sword intent, and he might even perish. Chapter 16. The great divine art of celestial immortals, Chu Feng coldly remarked. I fear I shall disappoint the sect leader. I am not perishing any time soon. Xiang Yutian's expression stilled, and with a hint of embarrassment, he said, It is a relief to hear that the Grand Elder is unharmed. Congratulations on the extension of your lifespan and the restoration of your cultivation. This is truly a monumental blessing for our Tai Xian Dao sect. Chu Feng scoffed, I wonder if the sect leader still intends to cut my resources. Xiang Yutian promptly asserted with righteous fervor, The Grand Elder must have misheard. What I intended to convey is that all your resources should be doubled. Oh, Chu Feng scoffed, I wonder if I still need to go to Zunzindiozong to offer apologies. Not necessary. Xiang Yutian quickly shook his head. Those who dare to vie for a Dao partner with you are the true culprits. Zunzindiozong should be the one apologizing to you. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has pressing matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave that as he departed from Gushin. Xiang Yutian was already drenched in cold sweat, though more so from shock. Logically, given that Chu Feng had little time left to live, his strength should have been insufficient to maintain himself at the Yuaning stage. Yet just moments ago, the intensity of that sword intent was something he could not withstand. It could have even cost him his life. Chu Feng gazed at Xiang Yutian's retreating figure, a flicker of anger and murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seeing himself aged, he felt as though anyone could bully him at that moment. He returned to his cultivation level of 300 years, at the early Yuaning stage that, if memory served correctly, he had broken through to the late Yuaning stage at 480 years. Reached his peak at 550, and then began to decline at 900 years due to old age that he nearly forgot that he was a member of the Fortune Mall, where enhancing his strength did not solely depend on his own recovery. The Fortune Mall could also elevate his cultivation, that is, a major practitioner at the late Yuaning stage. He possessed not only formidable cultivation, but also numerous treasures. What he lacked at this stage was likely a suitable cultivation method. Whether it was the Great Yin and Yang Grief Assignment or the Heavenly Sword Opening, both were celestial-level techniques. However, one was inclined towards assistance and was a dual cultivation method that could enhance his aptitude. Soul, mana, and bloodline, yet could not serve as a primary cultivation technique. The question remained whether there were suitable methods available in the Fortune Mall. The cultivation methods far outnumbered the treasures that extended lifespan. There were at least tens of thousands. Titles like the Supreme Clarity Canon, Grand Clarity Canon, and 9 Transformations Mystical Art were all present. Alas, Chu Feng sadly realized he could not afford any of them, as each cultivation method cost upwards of hundreds of millions of fortune values. While he barely possessed over 500,000. System, please select the cultivation methods I can afford, Chu Feng said. The available methods for over 500,000 fortune values were all at the God transformation and integration stages. System, can these methods be purchased in batches? An idea sparked in his mind, and he promptly inquired. Yes, the system responded readily. Feeling satisfied, Chu Feng declared, System, list the celestial level cultivation methods suitable for me. Host, this system proposes that these 3 methods are the most fitting for you. You may choose one to cultivate. The first, Great Zhou Tian Star Technique, is a celestial level method divided into 12 major realms. The first realm, Earthly Evil Realm, condenses the power of the earthly evil, drawing upon the strength of countless stars. With a mere gesture, one can invoke stellar power to combat foes. Once successfully cultivated, one's mana will vastly surpass others of the same tier. The first realm requires 100,000 fortune values. The host may purchase it with confidence. The second method, Great 5 Elements Technique, is a celestial level method that condenses the power of the 5 elements to forge a sacred body of the 5 elements. Allowing for the casting of 5-element spells, it is arguably the most versatile of all methods and one of the strongest foundational techniques among celestial-level methods. Transitioning to other techniques in the future will pose no discomfort. This method is also among the most suitable for the host, comprising 5 layers, with the first layer costing 500,000 fortune values. The third method, Great Pinnacle Celestial Technique, integrates the strengths of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, created by the Bodhi ancestor, who is likely the incarnation of the Taoist deity Kunyi. This method consists of 3,000 characters, with each 500 characters representing a stage that if the host wishes to purchase it. The first 500 characters can be acquired for 50,000 fortune values. Must be said, all 3 methods stirred Chu Feng's heart. However, he knew he could only purchase one. In the end, Chu Feng opted for the third method. Why? Because the illustrious Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, cultivated this very technique before switching to the 8-9 mystical art upon achieving celestial status. In the next moment, 50,000 fortune values vanished, and a 500-character scripture appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Profound and difficult to comprehend, yet not beyond his grasp. As he delved into the scripture, he first sensed a qualitative transformation in the mana within his body, its strength having increased at least tenfold. Next came the soul, physique, and bloodline. Opening his attributes panel, he saw, name, Chu Feng Cultivation, Late Yuaning False, Early Yuaning, Aptitude, Boundless Sacred Body, Awakened 10. Lifespan, 999. 1,000 years, with lifespan nearing its end, only 7 months remain. Cultivation Method, Great Pinnacle Celestial Technique. Incomplete, only 500 characters of Scripture. Divine Ability, Great Yin and Yang Grief Assignment Celestial Level Method. One Sword Opening the Heavens, Celestial Level Divine Ability. Previously, Chu Feng had been confident that with his early Yuaning cultivation, he could contend with those at the mid-Yuaning stage. Now, however, he felt capable of winning against them and even challenging those at the late Yuaning stage, possessing roughly 1/5 of his peak strength. Not to mention, he should at least be on par with Ling Long Xinzuan. After all, he might entice her and employ a bit of force to secure a victory. Linglong Xinzuan's fortune values were certainly higher than Shen Qinshue's, with her cultivation and status offering substantial boosts to her fortune. Shen Qinshu was merely a qi refinement cultivator from a small family. Before their union, she had only possessed 100,000 fortune values. Upon becoming his Dao partner, and after successfully withdrawing from the marriage, her fortune value skyrocketed to 300,000. Indeed, that was an increase of over 200,000 fortune values. Initially thought to be at rock bottom, his fortune values experienced another boost. With a great pinnacle celestial technique, Chu Feng was brimming with motivation, practicing diligently every day. Of course, he benefited immensely, and Shen Qinshu also made rapid advancements. 3 months flew by, and Shen Qinshu's cultivation reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. In merely 4 months, she had ascended from the 3rd to the 9th layer, creating history for the Tai Xindao sect. Initially, Lin Xie had spent 5 months with Chu Feng's assistance to elevate 6 layers of her cultivation. In truth, the greater contributor to this swift progress was the great yin and yang grief assignment. Although it could not be directly cultivated to enhance strength, each dual cultivation session significantly boosted mana intensity, aptitude, soul, and bloodline, propelling Shen Qinshu's cultivation speed tremendously. Chapter 17. Having a person of affection, the red-faced sacred body had progressed from an awakening degree of 10 to 11. Once fully awakened, it would trigger the manifestation of the sacred body, enabling a true leap into the heavens. To awaken a sacred body, one must navigate the complexities of heaven and earth and the balance of yin and yang. Achieving a complete awakening is no simple feat. Some individuals may never fully awaken in their lifetime. Take Chu Feng, for instance. He possessed the boundless sacred body, but had only awakened up to 50, without full awakening. Despite this, it had allowed him to effortlessly cultivate to the late Yuaning stage. The system noted that even a millennium later, Lu Linglong had only awakened 30 of the 7 aperture Linglong sacred body. One can only imagine the difficulty of awakening a sacred body. Lazy pig, rise and shine. Chu Feng gently teased, lightly brushing Shen Qinshu's nose. She shook her head in refusal. I want tea, my husband. Let me sleep a little longer. I was so tired last night. My husband. What should I do if I find myself increasingly reluctant to part with you? Chu Feng smiled. If you are reluctant, then let us not part. We are Dao partners now. United as one. However, Shen Qinshu's expression dimmed. Your lifespan. Chu Feng had been entirely honest about his remaining lifespan, which was only a few months, despite his reassurances that he had methods to extend his life. Shen Qinshu was still filled with profound concern deep within her heart. Initially, she had felt coerced, but Chu Feng's kindness, even leading to their union, had warmed her heart. After all, even a stone could radiate warmth. How much more so a human heart? Deep down, Shen Qinshu had already entwined her heart with Chu Feng's. Consequently, during this time, she had practically clung to him, seeking affection repeatedly, with demands soaring to tens of billions daily. She was determined to devote herself to Chu Feng in the limited time left. Chu Feng was well aware of Shen Qinshu's inner thoughts. Still, he understood that discussing it further was futile. They had to proceed according to the actual circumstances. With only 4 months left to live, it would be best if he could break through to the God transformation stage. If that proved impossible, he would need to purchase a small lifespan pill to extend his life by a year. All right, let's not dwell on it. I assure you, I will accompany you until eternity. Chu Feng reassured her. To soothe Shen Qinshu, Chu Feng resolved to pay a visit to Linglong Peak. It had been 4 months without a word. While she remained untroubled, he was in a state of urgency. After all, it was not every day one encountered a woman of destiny, whose presence not only signified immense fortune, but also promised substantial rewards. Moreover, Lu Linglong's beauty was unparalleled. She was renowned as the most exquisite maiden of the Tai Xindao sect. And her allure was not merely a superficial claim. With her mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, her status and identity were far beyond that of Shen Qinshu. Her beauty was both noble and elegant, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Upon arriving at Linglong Peak, Chu Feng made sure to disturb no one as he stealthily approached Lu Linglong's residence. He opened the door and slipped inside, immediately hearing the sound of splashing water and hushed whispers. Where do you think you're putting your hands? How dare you touch this place? Taste my claw. Witness my ultimate technique, Linglong. What is this? Are you longing for a man? Nonsense. I'm not thinking about any man. Oh, is that so? You seem flustered. Am I correct in guessing that there is someone who has caught your fancy? Do tell. Who is this man that has stirred our Linglong's heart for dual cultivation? Initially, upon hearing the water, Chu Feng assumed Lu Linglong was bathing and intended to leave. However, upon catching snippets of their conversation, his desire to depart vanished, and instead he strained to listen in. Through the veil, he caught a glimpse of a fair figure, which sent his blood racing and his nose tingling, nearly causing a nosebleed. How absurd! To think that in my 2 lifetimes, I have become such a beast, with beauty so close at hand. What harm is there in indulging for a moment? But who is the other woman? Her face remained obscured, yet as one of the 5 esteemed elders of the Tai Xiandao sect, Lu Linglong would only bathe with a fellow female cultivator of no ordinary standing. In the entirety of Jianzhou, among the 3 great Dao sects and countless powers, there were only 3 female nascent soul cultivators. One of them was the Grand Elder of the Xuanxin Dao sect, and another hailed from the Nangong family, a subsidiary force of the Tai Xiandao sect. This woman was named Nangong Yinran and shared a close relationship with Lu Linglong. Just as Chu Feng pondered over the identity of this woman, the system chimed in. Beep, beep, beep. Host, flee. There are 2 great ascension celestials bathing inside, that if your actions are discovered, it will surely incite their wrath, and you will face certain death. Your only chance of survival is to escape. 2 great ascension celestials. Chu Feng had long since discerned the system's patterns. Whenever it went haywire, it indicated that it had traversed through time and space to obtain information from a millennium later. To live a millennium longer, one must possess immense fortune, suggesting that Nangong Yinran was likely another woman of destiny. Indeed, at that moment, the system panel appeared. Detected Destiny Woman, Nangong Yinran. Age, 1,562 years. Cultivation, Early Stage Great Ascension Celestial. Qualification, Top-Tier Ice Spirit Body, exponentially enhances ice-based cultivation. Fortune Value, 350,000. Not a sacred body, but still a divine body. While sacred bodies do not necessarily cultivate faster than divine bodies, they do possess superior combat prowess. Truly, she is a woman of fortune, and this time the system was not mistaken. A woman of destiny has indeed presented herself on my doorstep at that moment. Lu Linglong spoke. Yinran, what do you think about me finding a dual cultivation partner? Nangong Yinran inquired. Pray tell, who is this person? Who could possibly make our Linglong so smitten after 4 centuries without a flicker of interest in any man? Lu Linglong's heart was in turmoil. Could she say she liked Chu Feng? It was more complicated than that. When she first entered the sect, Chu Feng was already a nascent soul elder, and she had even benefited greatly from his teachings. That as she progressed on her path, by the time she reached the nascent soul stage, Chu Feng's lifespan had reached its end. Deep within, she held a profound respect for him. Yet now, to consider dual cultivation with him, this was a thought she could not voice. Faced with Nangong Yinran's inquiry, Lu Linglong gritted her teeth and replied, Actually, you already know him. It's who is it? Chu Feng, engrossed in eavesdropping, felt his heart race. Though he had suspected it might be him, the revelation still stirred excitement within him, prompting him to edge closer. This movement, however, did not go unnoticed by Lu Linglong and Nangong Yinran, who were, after all, bathing in an instant. Fury erupted from both women as they turned their wrath upon Chu Feng outside the door. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng turned to flee if he had been at his peak. He might have simply run, but now they had effectively blocked all avenues of escape. Wait, don't strike. It's me, he exclaimed, seeing the attacks descend upon him. Chu Shixiang, Lu Linglong finally recognized him. What are you doing here? Nangong Yinran seethed with rage, coldly retorting, You lecherous scoundrel. To think the esteemed nascent soul elder of the Tai Xiandao sect would stoop so low. Chu Feng, feeling embarrassed, stammered, If I say I came looking for my junior sister, would you believe me? I truly didn't mean to intrude. I had no idea you were bathing. Nangong Yinran scoffed. Then tell me, how did you manage to enter Linglong Peak without announcement and sneak into Linglong's room? Do you dare claim you were not peeping, that you were not a shameless rogue? Chu Feng replied, Yinran, that is not quite fair, that I didn't sneak in. I walked in openly. Did Linglong not inform you that she and I are planning to become partners in cultivation? What? You're cultivating together. Nangong Yinran exclaimed in disbelief. Linglong, is this true? You've never shown interest in any man for centuries, and now you've set your sights on him? At this moment, Lu Linglong's face flushed crimson. After 4 months of contemplation, she indeed had the notion of dual cultivation with Chu Feng. The heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion song she had only skimmed the surface of was profoundly intricate and had greatly aided her. Furthermore, she understood that in cultivation, a partner was essential, and there was none more intimate than a partner in dual cultivation, that if one were to consider the entirety of the Tai Xin Dao sect, or even Jinzhou, the number of people suitable for dual cultivation with her was limited. If not for his impending demise, Chu Feng would undoubtedly be the most fitting candidate. However, on the contrary, if he could extend his lifespan and truly recover through cultivation, he might still be a viable option. Having thoughts was one thing, but being directly questioned was another matter. Just as she was about to object, Chu Feng quickly interjected, "You saw for yourself. I am indeed Linglong's partner in dual cultivation, and my presence here is completely justified." Seeing that Lu Linglong did not oppose, Nangong Yinran's expression became increasingly unnatural, failing to realize that it was not Lu Linglong's lack of objection, but rather Chu Feng's cunning maneuvering that had left her no time to respond. The main reason was Lu Linglong's earlier words, which clearly indicated a sense of partnership. With a cold snort, Nangong Yinran declared, "Fine, even if you and Linglong are partners, I am still here, and you are clearly being a rogue. How do you explain this?" Naturally, he offered no explanation. Chu Feng shrugged and replied, "First, this is Linglong Peak. I came to find Linglong. Second, I had no idea you were here. It was a complete misunderstanding. Third, there is a veil between us. I couldn't see clearly at all. Of course, if she believed he had seen her bathing and wanted him to take responsibility, he would have no objection to that I am willing to take responsibility. We can become partners right now. Get lost." Nangong Yinran seethed in fury. "You want to embrace both me and Linglong?" "Wrong." Chu Feng shook his head. "Not just the two of you. With Qinxue, that makes 3 partners. What do you say? Consider it. Consider it for the ghosts." Nangong Yinran retorted angrily. "Linglong, what kind of idea do you have to even think of becoming partners with this scoundrel?" Lu Linglong shook her head. "Yinran, don't speak recklessly. I have not decided to become partners with him. Not yet." Nangong Yinran realized suddenly that "You're deceiving me. I didn't see it before, but you're actually a liar." In a swift motion, Chu Feng stepped forward to Lu Linglong and said, "Linglong, do you not understand my heart? By becoming partners, we can cultivate the heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion song together." Upon hearing the name of the technique, Nangong Yinran asked, "What kind of cultivation method is that?" Chu Feng replied, "It's an immortal grade dual cultivation technique, the AN immortal grade technique." "Are you certain?" Nangong Yinran gasped in astonishment. As a member of the Nangong family and a nascent soul cultivator, she had only practiced nascent soul level techniques. The AN immortal grade technique surpassed that of even the most powerful emperors. "Quick, show me." Nangong Yinran could hardly contain her excitement as she spoke. Chu Feng shook his head and replied, "That won't do. This can only be practiced with my Dao partner. The heaven and earth yin-yang great sorrow technique can enhance a person's magical power, soul strength, aptitude, and bloodline through dual cultivation. Just like you, born with the ice soul divine body, with an awakening degree of 30, you have yet to fully awaken and activate your divine body. However, through practicing the heaven and earth yin-yang great sorrow technique, you can completely awaken your ice soul divine body. At that point, you will be able to wield the power of ice, significantly boosting your combat prowess by hundreds of times. This is the essence of a celestial level technique. Truly remarkable." Chu Feng's words stirred something within Nangong Yinran. Although the Nangong family is renowned as the foremost family in Sword State, their strength pales in comparison to the 3 great Dao sections. Even their most powerful inheritance techniques are merely at the nascent soul level. Who wouldn't desire to continue breaking through, perhaps even reaching the transformation God, integration, or great ascension stages? Yet the conditions have never permitted it. Now an opportunity lay before her. Nangong Yinran made a firm decision in her heart, gritting her teeth as she said, "Chu Feng, esteemed immortal, how about I become your Dao partner?" Ding, ding, ding. "Host, you have truly exceeded my expectations. You have managed to conquer a great ascension celestial being, with your conquest value reaching 60 points. Asa reward. Your fortune value is doubled, granting you 620,000 fortune points. Additionally, you are awarded the Celestial Grade Sword, the Burning Heaven Sword, and your cultivation will be restored to that of when you were 500 years old. At 500 years, your cultivation will reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Furthermore, due to your practice of the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Sorrow Technique and the Grand Celestial Art, when you open the Heavenly Gate with a single sword, your combat power will surpass that of your peak period. You will receive a Peak Transformation God Combat Power Experience card, lasting 10 minutes. Excellent. This is splendid. Chu Feng could not help but exclaim with joy. He is at the late stage of the nascent soul. How far is he from breaking into the mid-stage of Transformation God? At the peak state of 500 years, let us not forget that winning over Nangong Yinran also means dealing with Lu Linglong. However, he pondered whether he had become too focused on completing his task of pursuing women. You must believe me. I, Chu Feng, genuinely care for them. Cultivating with Shun Xinxue is limited, as her cultivation is too low. Even the benefits from practicing the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Sorrow Technique are minimal. But Nangong Yinran and Lu Linglong are different. Chapter 19. The Need for the Red Pearl, Celestial Grass. Lu Linglong's mood soured instantly. She had been Chu Feng's Tao partner, but now it seemed she had become someone else's. Do you even have any shame? Yet, even if she wanted to voice this, the words would not come out. Nangong Yinran seemed to sense Lu Linglong's feelings and smiled as she approached her, taking her hand. Linglong, how about we practice the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Sorrow Technique together? Lu Linglong's face flushed as she turned to look at Chu Feng, but he beamed with joy, saying, the more people who cultivate the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Sorrow Technique, the better the results. Junior sister, Yinran, I will now impart this technique to you both. Study it diligently. With that, Chu Feng decided to strike while the iron was hot. The system prompted him. Nangong Yinran had been successfully conquered, and the conquest value reached 60, while Lu Linglong did not receive a system prompt, indicating she was not yet fully at ease with him. When he had forcefully taken Shun Xinxue, even with a conquest value of only 10 points, he still received a system prompt to deal with Lu Linglong. Temptation would be the way to go, namely through the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Sorrow Technique. Coercion now seemed unnecessary, and Nangong Yinran would undoubtedly serve as the perfect catalyst, perhaps allowing him to conquer Lu Linglong through her. As the two women received the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Sorrow Technique, they were instantly astounded that it was indeed a marvelous celestial-level technique. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully conquering the Fortune Girl, Lu Linglong. Conquest value, 10 points. You receive 300,000 fortune points, along with the following rewards. Reward 1. Celestial Grade Divine Ability, the 99 Palm of Dragon Descent. Reward 2. 500 years of magical power. Reward 3. 1 Bloodline Enhancement Pill. Chu Feng was so ecstatic he nearly jumped up that he had truly conquered her. Though it was only 10 points, it signified that Lu Linglong did not reject the notion of dual cultivation with him. Previously, he had forcefully taken Shun Xinxue, but Nangong Yinran had proactively expressed her desire to dual cultivate. Now, Lu Linglong was merely intrigued that Lu Linglong said, Chu Xixiao, I can become your Tao partner and cultivate together. But you must fulfill one condition. Speak, he replied, willing to do anything for his happiness. Did I ask it just one condition? I would agree to 10. Lu Linglong stated, I want the Red Pearl Celestial Grass. Chu Feng was aware that the Red Pearl Celestial Grass existed within the Taishan secret realm, but they had yet to gain entry into it. The Red Pearl Celestial Grass could only be harvested by someone who has not lost their virginity. There was none outside, either. The Taishan secret realm opens once every 500 years. This time, 3 individuals from the Taishan Dao sect were qualified, with Lin Xie being one of them, but she lost her qualification after Chu Feng had taken her. Now only 2 remained, both of whom were male. The Red Pearl Celestial Grass is a nascent soul-level spiritual herb capable of refining the Red Pearl Pill, which would help Lu Linglong elevate her cultivation to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. A thought crossed Chu Feng's mind as he prepared to check the fortune marketplace for a purchase. To his surprise, it was indeed available. Red Pearl Celestial Grass, 2 million fortune points. Red Pearl Pill, 3 million fortune points. Looking at his own fortune points, he had just over 1 million. He glanced at other nascent soul-level spiritual herbs and pills, which were only worth tens of thousands of fortune points. This was outrageous. Chu Feng immediately summoned the system. Little system, are you out of your mind? You dare sell the red pearl pill at such a high price? Look at the other nascent soul-level spiritual herbs, which are only worth tens of thousands. Why does this red pearl pill cost 3 million? And the red pearl celestial grass is a staggering 2 million. Are you treating me as a cash cow? Feeling insulted, the system retorted, Host, you cannot slander this system. Do you understand the value of the red pearl celestial grass? It is not to be taken lightly, although it is not a high-level herb. It lacks the necessary age. Once it reaches 1,000 years, it will be a transformation God-level spiritual herb. After 10,000 years, it will reach the level of an integration realm spiritual herb. And after 100,000 years, it will attain the level of a great ascension realm spiritual herb. Furthermore, the red pearl pill not only elevates cultivation, but also has a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening an ancient bloodline. Just as Chu Feng was grappling with his dilemma, Nangong Yinran spoke up, I happen to know of a place where the red pearl celestial grass is likely to be found, Lu Linglong quickly asked. Yinran, do you know the whereabouts of the red pearl celestial grass? Nangong Yinran nodded, taking out a palm-sized beast-hide scroll and placing it on the table. The scroll instantly expanded, covering the entire surface. This is a map of a secret realm, Lu Linglong exclaimed in shock. Secret realms are like small worlds, created by ancient powers using supreme abilities to open a secret realm. One must at least reach the heavenly sovereign realm. Sword State is one of the 9 states of the East Wilderness. A battle a myriad of years ago caused a significant decline in the cultivation level of the entire Sword State. Even the Taishan Dao sect nearly faced extinction, with their inheritance nearly lost. The strongest techniques left were merely a few transformation God-level methods, and the most powerful amongst them only reached the transformation God realm. The Taishan secret realm is also a relic of long ago. Now Nangong Yinran is presenting a map of such a secret realm. Nangong Yinran nodded and said, I came to the Taishan Dao sect to seek you out. Intending to enter this secret realm together, I accidentally purchased this map at an auction. In addition to this map, there is also the location of the secret realm. This particular secret realm was once owned by the Tsangshan Dao sect, which was exterminated a millennium ago to open the secret realm. 2 nascent soul ancestors must work together, and no one has entered it in 1,000 years, which undoubtedly poses great danger. However, according to the map, the red pearl celestial grass is located within the Tsangshan secret realm. Interestingly, the Taishan Dao sect possesses a map of the Taishan secret realm, detailing the spiritual herbs, materials, demonic beasts, and treasures left behind by the sect's powerful predecessors. Those with fate may claim them. This map dates back a millennium. Who knows what dangers lurk within the Tsangshan secret realm after all this time? Whether any remnants of the Tsangshan Dao sect's treasures still exist is uncertain. Lin Xia, in her quest to enter the Taishan secret realm, even went so far as to divorce Chu Feng. Little did she know that a secret realm was now at their doorstep. One can only imagine how she would feel. After a brief discussion, the 3 set out. Chu Feng was equally intrigued by the Tsangshan secret realm, which had not been opened in a millennium. At this moment, he successfully absorbed the rewards from this endeavor, his cultivation advancing smoothly to the peak of the nascent soul realm. However, he was still a step away from breaking through to the transformation God realm. The initial transformation from mortal to divine has stumped countless cultivators. Chu Feng, having entered the late stage of the nascent soul realm at over 500 years old, spent over 400 years without successfully advancing to the transformation God realm. Of course, despite not reaching the transformation God realm, the 400 years of cultivation had provided him with insights into the breakthrough process. Moreover, the fortune marketplace contained pills that could assist in breaking through to the transformation God realm. Chapter 20. The Sword Spirit transforms into a demon. Transforming Spirit Pill. 1 million fortune points. With sufficient fortune value, it can be said that one has nearly resolved the issue of lifespan. When the time comes for one's lifespan to be completely exhausted, a single transformation spirit pill would suffice to enter the transcendence realm, granting a lifespan of up to 3,000 years. However, Chu Feng did not rush to make a purchase. The most pressing matter was to venture into the Tsangshan secret realm. Tsangshan, one of the 5 major mountain ranges in the Jianzhou region, was split in 2 by a single sword strike during a battle a millennium ago, leaving a colossal rift in the heavens. still permeated by a potent sword intent. It is precisely due to the presence of this sword intent that the vegetation atop Songshan has withered. The spiritual energy has dissipated, rendering it entirely unsuitable for cultivation. Nevertheless, numerous sword cultivators have traveled great distances to Songshan to comprehend this formidable sword intent. Chu Feng had visited several times, and it was through this sword intent that he managed to cultivate the Tai Xian sword cannon to its pinnacle. Upon their arrival, Chu Feng and his companions were initially concerned that the secret realm might have been decimated by this unparalleled sword intent. However, upon entering the secret realm, their worries were alleviated. At that moment, Chu Feng could not help but recall the system's prompt upon arriving at Songshan, which indicated the existence of the supreme sword intent left by the Transcendent Sovereign. This sword strike had annihilated the entire Songshan Dao sect, severing the very vitality of the mountain range. Even within the secret realm, one could vaguely sense the pervasive sword intent, which was strangely alluring. Possessing the innate sword path of one sword opens the heavenly gate. Chu Feng was instantaneously captivated by the multitude of sword intents within the secret realm. The sword intent atop Songshan, enduring for millennia, was gradually waning, while that within the secret realm was being continuously gathered and strengthened. This indicated that the sword intent was absorbing the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth within the secret realm, and once it absorbed enough, it could potentially take form and become a sword spirit. Lu Linglong and Nangong Yinran similarly recognized this fact. Exchanging glances, they urged, "We must leave quickly. The secret realm is perilous that if we delay further, we may find it impossible to escape." Just as the three were about to abandon their exploration of the secret realm, the sword intent had other plans. Having come this far, it was unwilling to let them depart. The sword intent instantaneously transformed into a celestial sword radiating a blue glow, blocking their path, its presence overwhelming as if the very void were pierced by its might. With a grave expression, Chu Feng declared, "This sword intent seeks to kill us, intending to absorb our flesh and blood to take form. If the sword spirit absorbs the blood of beasts, it will manifest as a beast. If it absorbs human essence, it will take on a human form." Clearly, at this moment, the sword intent had already transformed into a sword spirit, merely awaiting the consumption of human blood to fully embody itself. Host, flee! A sword demon of the Transcendent Sovereign's caliber has been detected, harboring murderous intent and seeking to devour your flesh and soul. It is relentless. If you can run, do so. Kneeling in surrender will be of no use. The system responded, "Wait, system. The sword demon is a child of fortune. Detecting a child of fortune sword demon. If the host suppresses and kills it, fortune rewards will be granted. Child of fortune, sword demon. Transformation time, 1,000 years. Cultivation level, early Transcendent Sovereign. Naturally gifted sword body, with clarity of sword heart, making any sword technique effortless. Mastery is achieved with minimal effort, able to exert 120 of the power of each sword technique. Such perverse aptitude. No wonder it has manifested as a sword demon from the sword intent. According to the system's nature, this sword demon was likely a future entity, meaning it would take form this very year. It awaited only the consumption of human blood. Chu Feng even suspected that the beast skin scroll acquired by Nangong Yinran was a ploy by this sword spirit, deliberately cast to lure the Yuan Ing ancestors into the secret realm. However, based on the information he previously gleaned about Nangong Yinran, it was evident that she was unharmed. Of course, this was not the time for such considerations. The immediate priority was to resolve the crisis at hand. Unaware of the true strength of the sword spirit, Chu Feng decided to take the initiative and test the prowess of this sword spirit, but he did not deploy the one sword opens the heavenly gate technique immediately. Instead, he utilized the Wuji sword cannon. The Wuji sword cannon was the culmination of his 1,000 years of cultivation, an amalgamation of countless sword paths. Its strength was such that in Jianzhou, the mastery of the Wuji sword could rank among the top 3. Yet in comparison to his one sword opens the heavenly gate, it paled in significance. The powerful sword intent surged forth instantly. Rather than feeling fear in response to Chu Feng's unleashed supreme sword intent, the sword spirit was instead filled with excitement. That a chorus of sword cries erupted as the sword intent erupted forth. Launching an assault on Chu Feng, the sword spirit took action. Chu Feng's earlier concerns vanished without a trace. He was well aware of the sword spirit's strength, which was at the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, lesser than that of a transcendent sovereign, leaving him undaunted. Nangong Yinran was oblivious to the fact that Chu Feng's lifespan was but a few months. She merely understood that with his lifespan waning, he was nearing the end of his journey. Although there existed the great sorrow of the yin and yang of heaven and earth, his strength was likely diminished. Lu Linglong, however, was acutely aware of Chu Feng's condition. The power he exhibited now completely overturned her understanding. Could it be that the great sorrow of the yin and yang of heaven and earth was truly that miraculous? Lu Linglong's heart wavered once more at this moment. Chu Feng remained unaware that his actions were causing Lu Linglong's heart to tremble yet again. The sword spirit's intent was a manifestation of the sword intent left behind by that transcendent sovereign. Unstoppable and filled with destructive intent, as if it sought to annihilate all life. The aura emanating from it caused even Chu Feng to feel a shiver of trepidation, confronting the sword spirit. He understood it was the perfect opportunity to hone his own sword intent. Initially, he wielded the Wuji sword intent, gradually merging it with the sword intent of one sword opens the heavenly gate. Admittedly, he was somewhat inferior while employing the Wuji sword intent against the sword spirit, but once he integrated the one sword opens the heavenly gate sword intent, he no longer feared this sword spirit. Here, it should be noted that this refers solely to sword intent. In terms of overall strength, Chu Feng was even slightly stronger than the sword spirit, the sword intent of one sword opens the heavenly gate melded further into his technique. Chu Feng began to gain the upper hand. The sword spirit, once rampant and wreaking havoc, was now evidently intimidated by Chu Feng's formidable prowess. The sword intent retreated in an instant, attempting to flee. With a cold smirk, Chu Feng remarked, "Earlier, when we sought to depart, you obstructed us. Now that you wish to escape, it shall not be so easy." This was a child of fortune. Killing it would yield fortune rewards. Not to mention the system's accolades. Extending his hand, the burning heaven sword materialized in Chu Feng's grasp, and with a single strike, he cleaved downwards. The complete version of one sword opens the heavenly gate. Imbued with immense sword intent, struck the sword spirit with devastating force that a sharp crack echoed as the sword spirit shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 21. Entering the Transcendence realm indeed, it was not so easily vanquished. Scattering in flight, the sword spirits sought to escape. Without receiving any system prompt, Chu Feng did not believe that he had slain the sword spirit. Lifting his hand, he unleashed a palm strike, the celestial level divine ability. 99 dragons subduing palms. With a single strike, countless golden dragons erupted from his palm. The term 99 did not denote a limit. It merely represented the first layer of the 99 dragons subduing palms. The system rewards were bound to be exceptional. These golden dragons surged towards the fleeing sword intent, devouring it as if it were the most delectable of morsels, leaving not a single strand of sword intent to escape. At long last, the melodious chime of the system's prompt resounded. "Host, you are truly remarkable. How many times has this been? It is astonishing. You are my idol, and my admiration for you is as boundless as the waters of the Yellow River." "Stop," Chu Feng interrupted the system's rambling. "Spare me the pleasantries. Quickly relay the rewards. You are absolutely right. I increasingly realize that choosing you as my master was one of the wisest decisions I ever made. The rewards will arrive shortly. Reward 1. The host receives 1,000 years of cultivation. Reward 2. An opportunity to comprehend the Transcendence realm. Reward 3. One card of extraordinary comprehension, valid for 24 hours. That is all." Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Well, better than nothing. With the obstruction of the sword spirit removed, locating the Jiangzhu immortal herb would be significantly easier. Who could have anticipated that every powerful entity within the entire secret realm had been eradicated by the sword spirit, leaving not a single one behind? As for the so-called inheritance and treasures, it was a pity that not a single one had been encountered. Chu Feng even suspected that when the Tsongshan Dao sect was annihilated, the secret realm may have been thoroughly plundered. Upon returning to the Taishan Dao sect, Chu Feng had yet to propose forming a partnership when Lu Linglong promptly dismissed him, claiming she needed to concoct Jiangzhu pills and then cultivate. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, inquiring, "Why not cultivate the great sorrow of the yin and yang of heaven and earth? It would be much easier for you to break through to the later stage of Yuaning." "No need." Lu Linglong showed no mercy and directly refused, leaving Chu Feng utterly disheartened. Upon returning to Gushin, Chu Feng took hold of Shin Qianxue and began to toil, as if he intended to release all the pent-up frustration within him. After exerting himself thoroughly, delivering business worth several hundred billion, his mood finally began to improve, that as he gazed at Shin Qianxue, who lay limp in his embrace. A wave of guilt washed over him. Channeling his magical energy into her, he spoke with tenderness. Qianxue, it's entirely my fault for being so coarse. Are you all right? Shin Qianxue shook her head and replied, Husband, I can endure it. Besides, it is my duty. This time, it's because I failed to win over Linglong Xianxian that I am troubled. Chu Feng remarked. You are aware of this? He continued. Yes, Shin Qianxue responded with a smile, that in fact, I wish for you to find a few sisters for me. You are simply too formidable. That man does not appreciate being told he is strong, and Chu Feng was no exception. In the practice chamber, Chu Feng began to assess the gains from this endeavor. 500 years of cultivation suddenly propelled his realm to the peak of the Yuaning stage, while a millennium of energy remained uneaten. The crux of his progress lay in his comprehension of the transformation into the godhood realm. Coupling it with 1,000 years of energy was entirely sufficient for him to break through to the godhood realm at this moment. He had 4 months left to live, thus entering the godhood realm was paramount. Time passed swiftly, and soon a month had elapsed. Chu Feng's cultivation officially stepped into the godhood realm. Upon entering, he underwent a transformative change. Previously, although the system's rewards had restored his physical condition and appearance to that of a 30-year-old. His cultivation had not yet recovered, leaving him appearing aged with white hair and dull skin in the eyes of others. Now, having stepped into the godhood realm, he could finally regain his youthful visage. As one of the 5 great Yuaning elders, his breakthrough in cultivation elevated his status significantly. The Grand Elder held a position comparable to that of the Sect Master, and becoming the supreme Grand Elder of the Godhood realm meant surpassing the Sect Master, possessing the authority to dictate the Sect Master's fate. Previously, when Xiang Yutian encountered him, they were equals. Now, Xiang Yutian would have to regard him with respect, truly reflecting the saying, once you disregarded me, now I am beyond your reach. Moreover, this millennium of cultivation did not merely elevate Chu Feng to the initial stage of the godhood realm. It propelled him directly into the mid-stage. The transformation into godhood first involved refining the Yuan Ying within to the Yuan Shen stage. The Yuan Shen is divided into 3 stages: Yin Shen, Yang Shen, and Yuan Shen. At this moment, Chu Feng had condensed the power of Yin Shen and activated the bloodline power within him. Thanks to a bloodline enhancement pill, his bloodline was refined to the level of a royal bloodline. Opening the system panel, he saw, name, Chu Feng, cultivation, mid-stage godhood, age, 999 years, 3,000 years, aptitude, limitless sacred body, awakened 30. Limitless bloodline, royal bloodline, cultivation art, celestial level cultivation art, Depin Tian Xianju, magical treasures, celestial level magical treasure, burning heaven sword, divine techniques, celestial level divine technique, dragon subduing 99 palms, celestial level divine technique. 1 sword opens the heavenly gate. Finally, there was a remarkable experience card with a validity of 24 hours. All system-rewarded techniques, whether dragon subduing 99 palms or 1 sword opens the heavenly gate, were merely at the entry level. Not to mention the Depin Tian Xianju he purchased from the Fortune Mall. With a total of 3,000 characters, corresponding to the 3,000 Great Paths, it was truly deserving of the title of the strongest cultivation art in all realms. Although he had acquired 500 characters from the Fortune Mall, capable of forming a coherent entity, it remained profoundly intricate that as Chu Feng pondered over it, he had only grasped the faintest hints of its depth. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed the vastness and profundity of this cultivation art, leaving him with a feeling of profound ignorance. This time, he intended to utilize the remarkable experience card to thoroughly comprehend it. Just as Chu Feng was engrossed in his closed-door cultivation, an unexpected guest arrived at the Shen family in Four Seasons City. Ever since Chu Feng led a group to annihilate the Zhao family, the Shen family had risen to prominence. Furthermore, upon learning that Shen family head Shenchong had a remarkable daughter who had become the consort of a Yuan Ying ancestor from the Tai Xiandao sect, the Shen family's status had soared, drawing congratulations and abundant resources from various factions within 1,000 miles. However, Today, a powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the Shin family, causing even the livestock to kneel in submission. Chapter 22. The false heiress who was the head of the Shin family. A mysterious and powerful voice resonated through the void. The members of the Shin family were already terrified beyond measure. Upon hearing the inquiry from this formidable presence, they all turned their gazes toward Shin Chong. Summoning all his strength, Shin Chong raised his head and spoke. I am Shin Chong, the head of the Shin family. My daughter Shin Xue is the Dao companion of the Tai Xian Dao sect's Yuaning Grand Elder. That I do not care who you are, but please do not mistake yourself. Humph! That a cold snort echoed from the void. Is the Tai Xian Dao sect really that formidable? I do not hold it in high regard. Shin Chong, I ask you, 18 years ago, did your Shin family adopt a little girl wearing a Qilin jade pendant around her neck? Shin Chong seemed to realize something, his face paling. Who exactly are you? Seek death, did I ask you these questions? The voice from the void suddenly emitted a cold snort, and a powerful aura erupted. Pressing down upon Shin Chong, he had just managed to lift his head before being forced down to the ground by this overwhelming force, as if a mountain had fallen upon him, rendering him immobile. Yes, there was a little girl. Her name is Shun Xue, and she is the Dao companion of the Tai Xian Dao sect's Yuaning Grand Elder. The oppressive force from the void vanished in an instant. The members of the Shin family felt a weight lift from their bodies, and then a jade vial descended from the void. The voice followed. This is an increase Yuan pill, as a token of appreciation for your care of the young lady over the years. Receiving the vial and sensing the departure of the powerful entity from the void, Shin Chong let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, it seems I have gambled correctly this time. The other party truly harbors no ill intentions. Could it be that this powerful being is a relative of that little beggar? It seems they come from an extraordinary background. The original Qilin jade pendant was indeed with Xue. If Xue were to assume the identity of that little beggar, she could become the legitimate daughter of this powerful family. No, I must write to Xue and explain everything. At Tai Xian Dao sect in Gushan. While Xue was in the midst of her cultivation, she unexpectedly received a letter from her father, Shin Chong. Upon reading its contents, her brow furrowed. She took out the Qilin jade pendant from her possession. This pendant was a simple gift from her father on her 5th birthday, and she had never noticed any extraordinary qualities about it, that it was merely cherished because it was a gift from her father. Coupled with the vivid Qilin carving, which she carried with her at all times. Little did she know, this pendant belonged to someone else. The little beggar was someone she remembered encountering on the street. He had taken her in out of pity, but he disappeared after just a month. She had paid little attention to it and had not inquired further. Now, a powerful family sought the little beggar, and her father asked her to impersonate him. Had it been before she became the Dao companion of Chu Feng, Shin Xinshu, it might have willingly masqueraded as the false heiress for her future and cultivation. However, now there was no need for such a ruse. Forget it. It's best not to offend these powerful families that I should inform my father. With this thought in mind, just as Shin Xinshu was about to reply, the void trembled, and a figure emerged from it. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, looked remarkably similar in age to Chu Feng. Of course, one's external appearance held little meaning for cultivators. What mattered most was his sudden appearance here. Knowing this was the Tai Xian Dao sect, that as soon as the old man materialized before Shin Xinshu, his gaze fell upon the Qilin jade pendant in her hand. His eyes lighting up, with a wave of his hand, the pendant flew from Shin Xinshu's grasp into his. Holding the Qilin jade pendant, the old man was overwhelmed with excitement. Mou Qilin, this truly belongs to my Jiang family. You must be. Shin Xinshu immediately understood the situation. This elder was likely the powerful figure mentioned in her father's letter, searching for the little beggar who had lost this jade pendant, the true owner of the Qilin jade pendant. She promptly shook her head and said, esteemed elder, this jade pendant. However, before Shin Xinshu could finish her sentence, the once excited elder's expression drastically changed, and a chilling murderous intent erupted from him as he demanded. How did this Mou Qilin jade pendant come to be in your possession? What is your name? Junior Shin Xinshu, she replied. The elder's murderous intent intensified. You are Shin Xinshu. Shin Chong dares to deceive me, attempting to have you impersonate my family's young lady. Seeking death. My family's young lady possesses the bloodline of the Jiang family. How could you, an outsider, easily impersonate her? Shin Xinshu, I implore you. Where is my lady, the true master of the ink, Jade Qilin? Ultimately, Shun Qinxue only possesses the cultivation of the ninth layer of qi refinement, and the elder's strength is an overwhelming force against her. Beneath his formidable aura, her complexion turned ashen as she shook her head and replied, "Senior, this jade pendant was a gift from my father for my 5th birthday. I truly do not know who the real master is." The elder, filled with fury, retorted, "The ink jade Qilin has always been worn by my lady. Unless she is dead, the fact that this ink jade Qilin has appeared in your possession implies that you have caused her demise. I shall slay you now as a burial companion for my lady, and then go on to annihilate the entire Shin family in the Four-Season City." Instantly, a powerful force of magic surged towards Shin Qinxue, threatening to strike her down, that am I to meet my end. "My beloved, I had hoped to accompany you for a longer while, but now I must depart before you." Before the elder, Shin Qinxue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to an ant that could be crushed at will. Just as the elder was about to deliver the fatal blow, Chu Feng arrived at a fierce and agile sword intent surged forth towards the elder. Having entered the spirit transformation realm and achieved the power of the primordial spirit, his original spiritual awareness had transformed into divine consciousness. The elder's presence could be concealed from others, but not from Chu Feng. In the early stage of spirit transformation, this was the elder's cultivation level. Unless he hid deep within the small plane of the Tai Xiandao sect, the elder could indeed come and go as he pleased within it. Upon detecting the elder's presence on the isolated mountain, Chu Feng immediately became alert, realizing that the elder was about to harm his beloved Shin Qinxue. How could Chu Feng stand idly by? The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Knowing that while he could eliminate this woman attempting to impersonate his lady, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries in the process. Most importantly, this sword intent made him acutely aware that the newcomer was at least his equal in strength. Gritting his teeth, the elder reluctantly retreated, abandoning his assault on Shin Qinxue. With one strike, Chu Feng forced the elder back, then appeared before Shin Qinxue, shielding her behind him, and inquired, "Qinxue, are you unharmed?" Shin Qinxue felt a warmth in her heart. Shaking her head as she replied, "I am fine, my beloved. It is just that this senior does not understand why he suddenly sought to take my life." Chapter 23. The Eastern Wilderness Imperial Clan. Chu Feng regarded the elder, whose name was Jiang Tai, with a cold glare. This time, the system showed no response. Not being the child of destiny, it did not go mad upon seeing information from a millennium later. Chu Feng questioned, "Might I ask why you wish to kill my companion?" "Because she deserves to die," Jiang Tai scoffed. "How dare she impersonate the young lady of the Jiang family, coveting our resources and status, and even stealing my lady's ink jade Qilin jade pendant? It is very likely that my lady perished at her hands. Does she not deserve death?" Chu Feng retorted icily, "To kill the companion of Chu Feng. Have you sought my permission? This is the Tai Xiandao sect. To invade my territory is to court death. Since you are here, you need not leave." Chu Feng cared not for the elder's identity or intentions. Had he not arrived in time, Shin Qinxue would indeed have perished at his hands. With a single stroke, Chu Feng unleashed a sword strike towards Jiang Tai. Jiang Tai's face paled as he barked, "Do you dare lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? A mere Dao sect of the Tai Xian. With your spirit transformation cultivation, do you not fear the annihilation of your entire clan?" Chu Feng coldly replied, "You speak too much. You are but a dead man. Why should I concern myself with knowing who you are?" Jiang Tai's anger flared. Coming from the Jiang family, he could not believe he was being belittled by a mere spirit transformation cultivator from a small Dao sect. He decided to teach him a lesson, retaliating with a palm strike towards Chu Feng, an empty-handed seal, one of the Jiang family's ultimate techniques, capable of disregarding barriers in the void. With a single palm, it could shake the very fabric of space, and countless enemies had perished beneath its might. As Jiang Tai made his move, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. What had initially been a simple application of the Wuji sword classic now required the invocation of the sword to open the heavenly gate. Suddenly, the sword intent transformed, and Jiang Tai's void hand seal crumbled. The overwhelming sword intent struck him fiercely in the chest, sending him flying like a mere scarecrow, but he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vitality waning, and with a face full of disbelief, he gasped, "Who on earth are you? How can you be so powerful?" Chu Feng coldly replied, "You know far too little, and besides, I owe you no explanations. Now you may die." With a flick of his hand, a sword intent shot forth, Jiang Tai, taken aback, never expected Chu Feng would truly act. As death loomed, he cried out in terror, "I am a member of the Jiang family, the Eastern Wilderness Imperial Clan. If you kill me, the Jiang family will not let you go." Chu Feng showed no signs of hesitation. The next moment, Jiang Tai's body was pierced through, blood spraying forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Watching Jiang Tai's demise, Sun Qinxue was filled with concern, saying, "My beloved, what shall we do?" Just now, he spoke of the Jiang family and the Eastern Wilderness Imperial Clan. Chu Feng nodded, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I know a thing or two about the Jiang family. Furthermore, although he bears the Jiang surname, he is not a direct descendant of the Jiang lineage that if you do not mention it, and I do not mention it, who would know he was slain by me? The Eastern Wilderness Imperial Clan, the descendants of emperors, are families born from those who achieved immortality. Their physical constitution cannot be inherited, but if the parents possess excellent aptitude, there is a significant chance of awakening a powerful constitution. The bloodline, however, can be inherited, albeit gradually weakening with each successive generation. Therefore, the Eastern Wilderness Imperial Clan places great importance on strong bloodlines, and upon learning of stray Jiang bloodlines, they would promptly seek them out. Truly, the Jiang family is an imperial clan, and they possess numerous treasures. Moreover, their fortune value reached 80,000. Only those with values exceeding 100,000 are considered children of destiny. However, just as Chu Feng killed Jiang Tai, in the void, a woman clad in green was greatly astonished, realizing that within this small Tai Xian Dao sect, there exists a natural sacred body. Sadly, she was not a member of the Jiang family. This time, the search for the Jiang family member was not solely conducted by Jiang Tai. Nevertheless, since Sun Qinxue had attempted to impersonate a member of the Jiang family, her sacred body qualification provided her with a chance to enter the Jiang family. A thought formed in the mind of the woman in green that as for Chu Feng's slaying of Jiang Tai, she had no intention of seeking revenge to those of imperial bloodlines. Individuals like Jiang Tai were akin to cannon fodder. If they could bring benefits, they were valued. If not, their deaths meant little. The value of Sun Qinxue far surpassed that of Jiang Tai. Chu Feng departed. The woman in green appeared before Sun Qinxue. Having witnessed the earlier incident with Jiang Tai, Sun Qinxue was startled by the woman's sudden appearance, her expression filled with caution. The woman in green smiled sweetly and said, "Are you afraid of me?" Sun Qinxue nodded, responding, "Anyone who can appear here without a sound is certainly not simple. You are also a member of the Jiang clan." The woman in green nodded, "My name is Jiang Yan. Rest assured, I do not come to kill you, nor will I harm your husband, that I am here to offer you a fortuitous opportunity, since you intend to impersonate a member of the Jiang family to enter. I can provide you with a chance to join the Jiang family." Sun Qinxue shook her head, "Senior, you may be mistaken. I have never intended to enter the Jiang family. That my father did scheme for me to impersonate a Jiang family member to gain entry. But I know that in a family as large as the Jiang family, identity can be faked, but bloodline cannot. I am simply not qualified to enter the Jiang family. That it was all just a misunderstanding. And furthermore, I already have a beloved." The woman in green scoffed, "Do you not fear that I would kill both you and your husband?" Sun Qinxue's expression shifted instantly, filled with fear and anxiety. Though Chu Feng had slain Jiang Tai, she remained concerned about the strength of the woman in green. The woman continued, "If you accompany me to the Jiang family, I can spare your husband. Otherwise, not only he, but your entire Shin family shall face annihilation." Sun Qinxue bit her lip and said, "I can go with you to the Jiang family, but I have one condition." The woman in green coldly retorted, "Do you think you have the right to negotiate terms?" Sun Qinxue found herself momentarily at a loss for words, but in an instant, she spoke, "I can accompany you, but I wish to write a letter to inform my husband of my whereabouts." "Very well." The woman in green replied dismissively, you truly believe your husband will come looking for you? The moment you step into the Jiang family, you will be in two entirely different worlds." Chu Feng was cultivating the grand immortal technique, and even though the scripture was merely 500 words long, it remained inscrutable to the azure-clad woman, in her eyes. Chu Feng was nothing more than an individual of ordinary talent. Had she known he possessed a sacred body, she might have reconsidered her assessment before uttering such words. Sun Qinxue departed, leaving behind a letter, and followed the azure-clad woman away. Chapter 24. The Temptation of the Hahuan Fruit on Linglong Peak. Lu Linglong, having acquired the Jiangzhu immortal herb, eagerly commenced the alchemical process for the Jiangzhu elixir. She had made extensive preparations for this endeavor. However, when the actual crafting of the elixir began, complications arose. The Jiangzhu elixir could assist in elevating one's cultivation at the nascent soul stage, being one of the most esteemed elixirs for that realm. The alchemical process was exceedingly intricate, and even a nascent soul alchemist could not guarantee a successful outcome. A tempestuous energy enveloped Linglong Peak as Chu Feng stepped into the divine transformation realm. His spiritual awareness evolved into divine consciousness, rendering him nearly omniscient within the Tai Xiandao sect. Should he choose to be so, even the alchemical furnace threatened to explode. Sensing the anomaly, Chu Feng rushed to Lu Linglong's side at that moment. Lu Linglong was flushed, sweat beading her brow, her visage contorted in agony, revealing the torment she was enduring. Chu Feng's heart ached as he realized that Lu Linglong was suffering the consequences of a failed alchemical attempt. Alchemy was no trivial matter. Failure could lead to an explosive furnace or, worse, damage to one's soul, potentially leading to madness and the loss of all cultivation. Lu Linglong was perilously close to such a fate. Without delay, Chu Feng approached Lu Linglong and channeled his magical energy to subdue the turbulent forces within her, quickly repressing the imminent explosion of the elixir. Fortunately, having just broken through to the divine transformation realm, he was able to manage the situation. Otherwise, he would have been unable to contain the Jiangzhu elixir. As the elixir's volatility was subdued and Lu Linglong's internal turmoil calmed, Chu Feng overlooked a critical detail. The crafting of the Jiangzhu elixir involved the Hahuan fruit, which would ignite primal desires within a person, inducing an unbearable heat that could only be quelled through intimate relations that, if not properly addressed, one could even perish in the flames of desire. In an instant, a white mist enveloped both Chu Feng and Lu Linglong. Chu Feng, initially intent on examining the Jiangzhu elixir, suddenly felt a surge of passionate desire igniting within him that he realized the gravity of the situation and cursed under his breath. Having lived for a millennium, Chu Feng had sought breakthroughs in various fields, including weapon forging, alchemy, talismans, and formations. He was well versed in all of them. In terms of alchemy, his skills were commendable that he hastily activated his powers to expel the effects of the Hahuan fruit. However, while he could drive away the drug's potency, the desires it invoked were not so easily dismissed, regardless of his cultivation level or magical prowess. Moreover, Lu Linglong, too, was being driven by these primal urges. Drawing closer to him, her heated form tantalizingly close, and Chu Feng found himself utterly captivated. It felt akin to a dilemma. Should he embrace his basest instincts or strive for nobility in the throes of the drug's influence? Lu Linglong lost all sense of self. For Chu Feng, was there even a choice to be made? Better to be a beast than a gentleman. Apologies, junior sister, he declared as he lunged towards Lu Linglong. She responded immediately, and thus, within the confines of the alchemical chamber, the two became entwined, each displaying their utmost prowess. They were determined to explore the depths of this dark, primal wilderness and to understand the true extent of each other's capabilities. The night passed in fervor, and under Chu Feng's guidance, their cultivation of the yin-yang great compassion technique did not falter, especially during their first time, which yielded the most profound results. Chu Feng reaped tremendous benefits. His bloodline strength, originally a low-tier royal-grade limitless bloodline, ascended to a high-tier royal-grade limitless bloodline. His spiritual strength and divine consciousness also saw enhancements. It is worth noting that the divine transformation realm revolves around cultivating one's divine consciousness. The stronger the consciousness, the faster the cultivation. Their techniques interwove, feeding back into one another, allowing Lu Linglong to inadvertently breach the boundaries of her cultivation, advancing to the late nascent soul stage. Yet, just as they were caught in their fervor, Nangong Yenran happened upon the scene, intending to see how Lu Linglong fared in her alchemical pursuits, only to witness this unfolding drama that a wave of frustration washed over her. Lu Linglong, I took you for a sister. Yet you betray me in secret. I shall sever ties with you for a day. If you do not appease me, I shall not forgive you. Truly, men are all scoundrels. A night had passed, and while Lu Linglong's cultivation advanced, she appeared invigorated, showing no signs of the previous night's tumult. She turned to find Chu Feng beside her, and memories of the previous evening flooded back, causing her face to flush crimson with a whirlwind of emotions. Glancing at the tattered remnants of her attire, she contemplated just how wild that night had been. She had anticipated a successful crafting of the Jiangsu elixir, only to find her alchemical skills somewhat lacking. She was aware that one of the primary ingredients for the Jiangsu elixir was the Hahuan fruit, and she had inadvertently fallen victim to its effects. Although she had entertained thoughts of dual cultivation with Chu Feng, she had not anticipated it would unfold so recklessly within the confines of the alchemical chamber. That moment, Lu Linglong wore an expression of disbelief. She had aimed to create the Jiangsu elixir to break through to the late nascent soul stage. Yet through an error in her alchemical practice, she had unexpectedly succeeded. Could it be? Suddenly, she recalled Chu Feng's mention of the yin-yang great compassion technique and promptly attempted to channel her energy. Indeed, a unique force surged within her, which she recognized as the essence of the yin-yang great compassion technique. How astonishing it was that this dual cultivation technique was truly so miraculous. You're awake. Chu Feng's voice broke her reverie, as she glanced at him. A sudden determination seemed to solidify within her, and she took the initiative, pressing forward to assert her dominance over him. Having already crossed that line, she fully embraced the moment. With one experience under her belt, she sought to accumulate many more. Chu Feng stood momentarily stunned. What are you planning to do? Lu Linglong replied, of course, we're cultivating. Spare me the chatter. Hurry up, that weren't you the one who wanted to cultivate with me? What? Are you afraid now? Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Woman, do you realize you were playing with fire? Last night, you were under the influence of the drug. And that's why I spared you. Yet, you dare to provoke me. Today, I shall show you my true prowess. And thus, an inevitable confrontation ensued. Neither yielding to the other, Lu Linglong soon found herself paying the price for her impulsiveness. After half a day, she collapsed in exhaustion, unable to move even a fingered. In contrast, Chu Feng was invigorated. Laughing heartily, woman, I trust you now understand my capabilities. Chapter 25. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Linglong scoffed. This time, I was unprepared, allowing you to win. Next time, I will surely suppress you. Very well. I await your challenge. Chu Feng replied with a grin. This was a classic case of a novice with insatiable desires. The benefits of cultivating the yin-yang great compassion technique were self-evident. Most importantly, he had finally subdued Lu Linglong to that moment. The system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your conquest level with Lu Linglong has reached 90 points, earning you 280,000 fortune points. Achieving 90 points in one fell swoop explained her drastic change in attitude. Wait, your strength and your appearance. Previously, Lu Linglong had not paid much attention to Chu Feng's looks. He had always presented himself as an elderly man. Yet now, he appeared to be in his 30s, and she had only just realized this, as if his current visage was a matter of course. This left her feeling bewildered. Most importantly, Chu Feng's strength remained unfathomable to her. She knew he should be at the late nascent soul stage, and now that she had reached that same level, she still could not perceive his true cultivation. You two have finally finished, came a cheerful voice as Nangong Yinran entered the room. Yinran, what brings you here? Lu Linglong's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly sought clothing, only to find her garments had been reduced to tatters. Apologies, Yinran, could you fetch me a garment? She implored. Nangong Yinran approached, appraising her from head to toe. Linglong, your assets are indeed impressive. I never noticed before. As she spoke, she reached out, prompting Lu Linglong to swiftly swat her hand away, exclaiming, You rogue! Haven't you seen enough? Perhaps I have, Nangong Yinran replied playfully. Then let me have a look at Brother Chu Feng. Brother Chu Feng, may I see? To your astonishment, you managed to make Linglong cry out so loudly that as she spoke, she cast a glance towards Chu Feng, who smiled and replied, Since Yinran wishes to observe, let her watch closely. I, your senior brother, am quite formidable, and Linglong possesses the most authoritative voice. Lu Linglong huffed indignantly and retorted, If you keep spouting nonsense, do you believe I want to resort to castration? Chu Feng immediately tensed up, awkwardly chuckling. Oh no, please refrain. She is your treasured one, and harm must not come to her. I shall take my leave. With that, he hastily donned a celestial garment, and after taking a few steps, he paused to say, Should you miss me, do remember to seek me out. I am always at your beck and call. Upon returning to Gushin, Chufeng's expression shifted dramatically, for within his divine sense he could not detect the presence of Shin Qianxue. Yet, that was not the most pressing matter. He swiftly expanded his divine sense and discovered that not only was there no trace of Shun Qianxue at Gushin, but the entire Taishin Dao sect was devoid of her presence. Had she departed from the Taishin Dao sect? Beep, beep, beep. Warning to the host. The presence of a tribulation-level celestial being has been detected, and it harbors hostility towards the host. Tribulation-level celestial being. The sword demon? Chufeng was taken aback. How could a tribulation-level celestial being appear at the Taishin Dao sect? Or was the system malfunctioning again, retrieving information from the future, the tribulation-level celestial being from a millennium hence? In the next moment, Chufeng realized he was correct. The system indeed provided a hint regarding the aura of the Daughter of Fortune. The Daughter of Fortune must pertain to information from a millennium later. Soon, Chufeng discovered a letter on the table, left by Shin Qianxue, linked to the Jiang Imperial clan. Chufeng's expression changed. This implied that the Jiang clan member had been present when he killed Jiang Tai, witnessing the entire process without any intention to intervene, and had also taken Shin Qianxue away. This indicated that he recognized Shin Qianxue possessed the holy body of beauty. Chufeng had some understanding of the Jiang clan. Such imperial families were often driven solely by interests, devoid of familial affection. Previously, Jiang Tai had mistakenly assumed that Shin Qianxue was impersonating a member of the Jiang clan. Now that she had been taken away, Chufeng did not believe the other party was blind to the truth. It only suggested that they coveted Shin Qianxue's holy body of beauty. Jiang Imperial clan, you had better not harm Qianxue. Otherwise, I shall undoubtedly annihilate your Jiang clan. 3 years swiftly passed. During these 3 years, ever since Chufeng began dual cultivating with Lu Linglong, he frequently visited her. Their bond was akin to glue, greatly benefiting Chufeng. And the same could be said for Lu Linglong. The only vexation was that, since that day, Nangong Yinran had inexplicably returned, and she had been gone for 3 years. For mortals, 3 years is an eternity. Yet for cultivators, it is but a fleeting moment. Through dual cultivation, Chufeng's bloodline had reached the peak of the king level, and the awakening degree of his Wujie holy body had attained 35%. With the enhancement of his holy body's awakening, Chufeng distinctly sensed an acceleration in his cultivation speed, where 1 day's progress could equate to several days of prior efforts. Cultivating the nascent soul is arduous, and the transformation stage is even more challenging. Moreover, while it is possible to find companions for discussions during the nascent soul stage, it is nearly impossible to find anyone at the transformation stage. One day, as Chufeng practiced as usual, a sect official arrived at his Gushin. Disciple Xiao Yi pays respects to the Grand Elder. Xiao Yi, a disciple of Xiang Yutian, possessed golden core cultivation and was the next candidate for the sect leader. Chufeng had only met him once before. Although he held a poor impression of Xiang Yutian, he thought well of Xiao Yi. Chufeng inquired, "Speak, what brings you here?" Xiao Yi replied, "The disciple is here by the command of my master, to invite the Grand Elder to preside over the sect's 5-yearly disciple recruitment ceremony." The disciple recruitment ceremony? Chufeng's heart turned cold with a smirk. It seemed that with less than a month remaining until his 1000th birthday, Xiang Yutian believed his lifespan was nearing its end. The invitation to preside over the so-called ceremony was merely a test to ascertain whether he truly had little time left. Ordinarily, Chufeng would have outright refused. But as the words formed on his lips, he altered his decision and said, "Tell your master that I shall attend." The Taishin Dao sect, being one of the 3 great sects of Jianzhou and the most formidable force in the region, had countless individuals eager to join, with throngs of people gathered at its gates, over 10,000 at a glance. The sect had its own set of trials for recruitment. However, the essence remained unchanged. The first challenge was the aptitude assessment, categorizing individuals into ordinary body, spirit body, king body, divine body, and holy body. Those possessing a spirit body or exceptional ordinary body could pass the first trial. However, passing this initial hurdle did not guarantee one's qualification as a disciple of the Taishin Dao sect. That would be a grave misconception, for this was merely the beginning. The second trial was the temperament assessment, which was also the most challenging. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with obstacles. A test of will against the heavens, the earth, and humanity, requiring one to overcome all barriers to embark on the path of cultivation. If one's temperament is lacking, Entering the path of cultivation may lead to premature demise. It is better not to attempt at all. The Taishan Dao sect, as one of the most powerful forces in Jianzhou, sought only elites, not a refuse collection station for any kind of disciple. Naturally, those who could pass both the aptitude and temperament assessments could enter the sect and become outer disciples, embarking on the path of cultivation, with the potential to ascend to immortality. Chu Feng had traversed this path, diligently cultivating to achieve his current level of prowess. The next trial was the fortune assessment, which was essentially an evaluation of one's luck. Those with abundant fortune could directly enter the inner sect, while those with lesser luck would remain as outer disciples. Chu Feng had previously passed the fortune assessment to become an inner disciple. Opportunities and luck are also integral components of cultivation. Sometimes, they may even determine one's future when aptitude and temperament are adequate. At the mountain gate, there stood a staircase to the heavens, symbolizing the ascent to greatness that consisted of 49 steps. Those who could ascend the first 6 steps and step onto the 7th were considered barely qualified, possessing an exceptional ordinary body. Ascending the 8th step indicated a spirit body. The 15th step signified a king body. The 21st step represented a divine body. And the 36th step indicated a holy body. Chu Feng had been a holy body, the Wujie holy body, and had even stepped onto the 42nd step, causing a sensation, exempting him from both the temperament and fortune assessments to become an inner disciple. With a command from the sect's managing disciple, the assessments officially commenced, and countless individuals began to ascend the staircase in batches. The staircase exerted immense pressure, serving as a test for the soul, body, and internal mana. With each step taken, the pressure intensified that Chu Feng's presence immediately stirred a commotion, as the disciple responsible for the entrance assessment happened to recognize him and promptly approached to pay his respects. Disciple greets the immortal sovereign, a nascent soul immortal sovereign. Not only did this disciple oversee the recruitment, but even those participating in the assessment were startled by the presence of the immortal sovereign at the disciple recruitment ceremony. I must perform exceptionally. Should I be accepted as a disciple by the immortal sovereign, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens in a single leap. Countless individuals harbored the thought of the disciple recruitment ceremony. With the celestial master descending, that it may well be a first in the annals of the Taishan Dao Zong's history. Xiang Yutian, merely wishing to probe Chu Feng, sent Xiao Yi to investigate. Little did he know that Chu Feng would readily agree to attend the ceremony. Amidst the throngs, a young man clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light, exuding confidence from every pore. His name was Fang Yun, born of a humble horse attendant from the governor's mansion of the Deqian dynasty, one associated with the governor's mansion. He was not devoid of knowledge regarding the path of cultivation. In his quest to alter his fate and escape the life of a mere horse attendant, Fang Yun began to practice in secret. Recently, he stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter, a foundation-building rogue cultivator. On the brink of death and seeking to seize his body, was instead overpowered by Fang Yun's indomitable will. In the process, he seized the rogue's soul and acquired a forbidden technique, the method of yin collection and yang supplementation, which allowed him to absorb the cultivation of capable women at the cost of their lives. Following this acquisition, Fang Yun indeed managed to absorb the essence of several female cultivators, elevating his own prowess from novice to the 6th layer of qi refinement. However, these women were of little cultivation, merely at the threshold of their training. Upon hearing of the Taishan Dao Zong's recruitment of disciples, his heart stirred, and he conceived the desire to join their ranks. The Taishan Dao Zong, one of the 3 most formidable Dao sects in Jianzhou, boasted many female practitioners, not only skilled but also breathtakingly beautiful, especially upon learning that the Taishan Dao Zong was home to a female nascent soul celestial master. Revered as the sect's most exquisite beauty, he mused that if he could absorb her essence, it could lead him to the realm of nascent soul. With such aspirations, he approached the Taishan Dao Zong, his heart racing at the sight of the enchanting women vying for membership. However, as the true assessment commenced, he was engulfed in dismay at the first trial. He barely managed to take the 7th step, revealing himself as merely a subpar mortal physique. The sole consolation was that he had, at least, managed to pass the trial. Now, he only needed to succeed in the temperament evaluation to officially join the Taishan Dao Zong. Just as Fang Yun descended the heavenly ladder, a stir erupted within the crowd. Look, someone has ascended beyond the 22nd step. The 22nd step denoted divine physique. Discovering a divine physique meant one could bypass the subsequent assessments and directly join the Tai Xian Dao zone. Moreover, this was the first instance of such a physique appearing at this recruitment ceremony. Despite the attendance of tens of thousands, less than 1% would be accepted into the Tai Xian Dao zone. And divine physiques were exceedingly rare, especially in a female cultivator. Fang Yun's gaze pierced through the crowd toward the heavenly ladder, his eyes igniting with a startling brilliance, clad in a flowing purple gown. Her long hair cascading elegantly. Her beauty rivaled that of a celestial maiden. As she stepped onto the 22nd rung, a radiant light enveloped her, causing many before her to pale in comparison, utterly captivated. She is mine, that if I can absorb her essence, her divine physique will become my own, that he chuckled to himself, feeling that this time he had indeed made the right decision in coming to the Tai Xian Dao zone. The extraordinary presence of this woman also stirred Chu Feng's interest. How intriguing that it seems I have encountered another woman of fortune. Beep, beep, beep. Detection of a woman of fortune. This individual is remarkable. Host is advised to pursue her promptly. A woman of fortune. If memory served, neither Lu Linglong, nor Xin Xinxue, nor Nangong Yinji had been marked as extraordinary in his previous encounters. System. Do you have her profile? Chu Feng inquired. Affirmative. Woman of fortune. Wan Xiao. Current status. Contemporary saintess of the Eastern Wilderness Heavenly Demon Sacred Land. Cultivation at the late stage of Great Ascension. Currently pursued and heavily wounded. Her powers sealed. This is the optimal moment for the host to take action. Age. 1,423 years. For a moment, Chu Feng was taken aback that if the Eastern Wilderness Imperial Clan was formidable, the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land was even more so. In the Eastern Wilderness, the Tai Xian Dao zone was merely a second-rate sect. While the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land stood atop the entire Eastern Wilderness hierarchy. Chapter 27. Unsimple Identity. The crux of the matter was that Chu Feng was uncertain whether the system's information on Wan Xiao was current or from a millennium hence. From his perspective, Wan Xiao appeared to be a novice cultivator, which could only imply two possibilities. Either she had cultivated a secretive technique to conceal her true level, or her cultivation surpassed his. However, given the system's tendencies, Chu Feng was more inclined to favor the former. That as he perused Wan Xiao's information, he sensed another distinct gaze upon him. Following this gaze, he soon discerned Fang Yun's presence. Beep, beep, beep. Detection of a son of fortune. Name, Fang Yun, cultivation. 6th layer of Qi refinement. Fortunate encounter. Recently acquired a fragment of a rogue emperor's technique, the evil dragon scripture, which allows him to absorb the powers of female cultivators through Yin collection. Just moments ago, Fang Yun fixated on Wan Xiao, attempting to absorb her essence. His intention in joining the Tai Xian Dao zone was to prey upon its female practitioners. This technique is exceedingly vile. And once a female cultivator falls victim, she would willingly succumb to his absorption until death. The rogue Celestial Lord of your had ascended from a mere mortal to the realm of Celestial Lord through this very method, having ensnared countless female cultivators until he finally provoked the wrath of a great emperor, leading to his demise. His cultivation technique has since vanished from existence. That as time passed, remnants of this technique emerged, giving rise to numerous rogue cultivators, most of whom met their end. Yet, Fang Yun was different. As a son of fortune, should he harness this technique without restraint, he could potentially attain the realm of emperor. This insidious system rated him highly. It seemed that Fang Yun could not be allowed to remain. Yet, he was a being deserving of death. The sole complication was that this was the Tai Xian Dao zone, and direct action would be unwise unless he could find a way to incriminate him. This challenge did not daunt Chu Feng. With his spiritual sense expanded, should Fang Yun dare to act in the Tai Xian Dao zone, extinguishing him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The assessments continued. Wan Xiao did not disappoint, progressing to the 25th step, qualifying as a mid-tier divine physique. However, Chu Feng discerned that she was likely holding back. Otherwise, with such a divine physique, how could she claim the title of Heavenly Demon Saintess? The evaluations persisted throughout an entire day. Out of the over 50,000 participants, fewer than 500 remained at the end. Fang Yun was among them. Although he was merely a subpar mortal physique, his temperament and fortune were commendable, allowing him to become an outer disciple. Only 3 individuals ascended directly to inner disciple status, with Wan Xiao being one of them. The other 2, boasting top-tier royal physiques, were named Chun-Li and Wei Qing. Logically, one would expect Fang Yun to be eclipsed by the crowd, yet upon entering the outer sect, he could not contain himself. The Taishan Daozong boasted nearly 100,000 disciples, with 90% being outer disciples, while inner disciples constituted merely 30%, and female disciples were abundant. Fang Yun, emboldened by the miraculous nature of the evil dragon scripture, began to flirt with the women, quickly amassing a retinue of admirers, incessantly calling him brother. This brought him immense joy, as he felt as though he were a fish in water. Unfortunately, to Fang Yun, these women were all of mediocre talent and held no allure for him. Even with the application of the evil dragon scripture, the essence he could extract from them would be negligible, compelling him to refrain from targeting any female cultivator. As 6 months slipped by, Fang Yun began to doubt whether he had come to the right place. Was this truly the Taishan Daozong? There was not a single disciple with satisfactory talent. Yet this was not entirely the case. There was one exception: Wan Xiao, the very target of Fang Yun's ambitions, that a divine physique. Indeed, upon her testing, Wan Xiao's divine physique attracted the attention of a golden core elder seeking to recruit her. But she had declined. She had initially entered the Tai Xian Dao Zone to evade her enemies and recuperate from her injuries, considering it merely a second-rate sect unworthy of her regard. Thus, she ultimately only became an inner disciple. This presented Fang Yun with an opportunity, but he frequently ventured to the inner sect, attempting to catch Wan Xiao's attention, hoping to successfully claim her. The evil dragon scripture was indeed extraordinary, but its effectiveness depended on the target. While it might seem wondrous to others, Wan Xiao regarded it with disdain. Wan Xiao, what a coincidence! You are also here to watch the sunrise. In pursuit of Wan Wan, Fang Yun exerted considerable effort, knowing that she would ascend to Yunxia Mountain each day at dawn to cultivate and harness the power of the clouds. Thus, he spent the entire night awake, awaiting her arrival at Yunxia Peak. His perseverance bore fruit, and indeed he managed to wait for Wan Wan, who promptly ran over with an eager demeanor. However, Wan Wan took a step back, her face contorted with disdain as she remarked, "Please keep your distance." Furthermore, the evil dragon technique is not something to be trifled with, that if word were to leak, what do you think would happen? You would become a pariah, hunted by all, perhaps even meeting a fate worse than death. Fang Yun was utterly flustered and quickly asked, "What do you mean by that? I know nothing of the evil dragon technique. That if you, Miss Wan Wan, have no fondness for me, I shall take my leave." With that, he hastily retreated, stumbling as he fled the scene. Having absorbed the memories from a previous practitioner of the dark arts, Fang Yun was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this technique and the disdain with which the cultivation community regarded it. Discovery would result in merciless extermination. As he watched Fang Yun's retreating figure, Wan Wan smirked coldly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "Fang Yun, consider this a warning. Should you dare to approach again, it will be your end." Meanwhile, Fang Yun returned to his abode, regaining his composure, replaced by a profound resentment. Wan Wan, you are pushing me towards your demise, that I shall fulfill your wish. And when the time comes, I will claim your essence, your soul, your power, your divine form, your aptitude, and your bloodline will all belong to me. Just wait." Unbeknownst to him, he had entangled himself with a formidable being on Yunxia Peak after scaring Fang Yun away. Wan Wan suddenly seemed to sense something, whirling around to glance behind her. Her expression shifted as she inquired, "Who is there? Step forward." Clap, clap, clap. The intruder was none other than Chu Feng, who unexpectedly emerged, applauding as he spoke. "You truly are remarkable. That if I am not mistaken, during the disciple recruitment ceremony, you did not exert your full strength in the first challenge of the heavenly ladder. You held back. You must be the rarest of divine bodies." Chapter 28. An unusual apprenticeship. Wan Wan's countenance instantly changed, her eyes narrowing in vigilance as she clasped her hands behind her back, forming seals, clearly prepared for an immediate confrontation. However, Chu Feng merely shook his head. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, I come with the utmost goodwill." Wan Wan frowned. "Then I am keen to hear your proposition." Chu Feng smiled. "I am Chu Feng, one of the 5 great celestial lords of the Taishan Dao sect. However, I am not of the nascent soul stage, but rather in the mid-stage of the transformation stage. Seeing your extraordinary aptitude, I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you accept? upon hearing that Chu Feng was in the mid-transformation stage. Wanwan was taken aback that a practitioner of the transformation stage could indeed be considered a formidable force. Yet, when she heard that he wished to take her as his disciple, she couldn't help but laugh. Shaking her head, "I'm afraid I have no intention of seeking a master, so I appreciate your kind offer." Chu Feng was left speechless. "I ask it that you are unwilling, or do you believe I am unworthy of being your master?" Wanwan replied, "That is not my assertion." Chu Feng countered, "You must think carefully that in any sect, intrigue and rivalry are inevitable, and I believe you have experienced this firsthand. That be why taking me as your master, you would gain my protection, thus avoiding many troubles. Furthermore, I can promise you that should you choose to leave the Taishan Dao sect in the future, our master-disciple relationship will be nullified. How does that sound?" Wanwan furrowed her brows. "Do you know something?" Chu Feng responded, "It is not so much what I know, but rather what you wish for me to know. The daughter of fortune, her cultivation should be at the transformation stage. The information regarding cultivation realms previously provided by the system must be from a millennium hence. With a luck value of 900,000, she was the most fortunate individual he had encountered. To note, a luck value exceeding 100,000 signifies a child of fortune. Over 1 million signifies a fated child, and over 10 million marks a child of the world. Luck is not a fixed measure. Naturally, abundant luck indicates immense potential and a promising future. To conquer her would require a different approach than what he had employed with Shen Xinxue and Lu Linglong. The IT was not merely a matter of brute force. Emotional bonds could also serve as a means of conquest. Initially, Chu Feng thought his plan had faltered, as his reasoning seemed insufficient. Yet unexpectedly, Wanwan suddenly declared, "Very well, during my time at the Taishan Dao sect, I will become your disciple. However, as you stated, should I leave the sect in the future, our master-disciple relationship will be nullified." "Agreed," Chu Feng nodded. "Since you are my disciple, let us return to Gushin. There is no need for you to remain in the inner sect." "Okay," Wanwan acquiesced. Before long, the news of Wanwan becoming Chu Feng's disciple spread throughout the entire Taishan Dao sect, creating quite a stir. After all, he was a nascent soul celestial lord, wielding immense influence and status not only within the sect, but throughout the entirety of Jianzhou. Once she became a disciple of a celestial lord, her standing within the Taishan Dao sect would undergo a radical transformation, ascending from an ordinary disciple to a true inheritor. It became clear why Wanwan had rejected the offer to become a disciple of the Golden Core Elder. She had been biding her time, waiting for the opportunity to be taken under the wing of a nascent soul celestial lord. This was a prime example of waiting for the right moment. As she had the means to do so, one might wonder if divine body aptitude was simply handed over. Had they possessed such aptitude, they too would have sought the celestial lord as a master. However, the majority of the sect reacted with envy and resentment at Wanwan's elevation to the status of a celestial lord's disciple. Yet, one individual was the exception. Feng Yun at this moment. Feng Yun was utterly frenzied. The thought of the benefits that would accrue to him as a disciple of the celestial lord consumed him. At that point, what woman would be beyond his reach? Even Wanwan herself would inevitably become his. Entirely at his mercy. No. I too must become a disciple of the celestial lord, that if others can do it, so can I. A wild notion surged through Feng Yun's mind. Why should Wanwan be the only one to ascend as a disciple of the celestial lord? If she can, so can I. I possess the evil dragon technique. I can seize everything from those female cultivators, including their aptitude. In due time, I too shall become a divine body, a sacred body, with a firm resolve. Feng Yun made his way towards Gushin. Time sped by, and before long, a month had passed. After bringing Wanwan to Gushin, Chu Feng seemingly forgot about her. Vanishing without a trace, he understood that the more he did, the more counterproductive it would be. Perhaps it was better to let her bask in the sunlight for a while. However, on this particular day, a massive crowd descended upon Gushin, numbering nearly 10,000. Initially, Chu Feng had chosen the secluded Gushin as his haven, eschewing the renowned mountains and paradises after entering the nascent soul stage. Most of this throng had come merely to observe the spectacle. Just yesterday, Feng Yun had audaciously declared before everyone that he too wished to apprentice under the celestial lord, igniting a considerable uproar. How dare he even think himself worthy? The onlookers were not merely there to witness, but rather to relish the impending ridicule. Fong Yun, however, scoffed at their mockery. Little did they understand the trials he had endured over the past month to enhance his aptitude and bolster his chances. He had toiled relentlessly, finally transforming his constitution from an ordinary peak mortal body into a peak spiritual body. Most fortuitously, he had managed to awaken a thread of bloodline power, albeit the weakest spirit-level bloodline. Yet, combined with his efforts, it was comparable to a kingly body. This was his capital for seeking apprenticeship. Alas, being within the Taishan Dao sect, he could not overreach, he could only draw some essence, careful not to cause fatalities, lest he become the target of public scorn. Logically, he could wait longer, but the urgency gnawed at him. The fear that Wanwan might expose his practice of the evil dragon technique left him restless. The only solution was to become a disciple of the Celestial Lord, which would resolve all his troubles. Thus he arrived, accompanied by a throng of thousands. Kneeling before Gushin, Fong Yun bellowed, "Disciple Fong Yun seeks to become a disciple of the Celestial Lord. I implore the Celestial Lord to grant me this wish." The sound reverberated throughout the desolate mountain as Fong Yun, the son of destiny, made his appearance at the Taishan Dao sect. Naturally, Chu Feng took notice. After all, this was a matter of fortune, synonymous with various rewards. Over the past month, Fong Yun's actions had piqued Chu Feng's interest. He practiced the art of yin and yang, yet demonstrated remarkable restraint. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Had he truly resorted to draining the dead, Chu Feng would have intervened long ago. However, he refrained, for the matters of love and desire were based on mutual consent, and he found it difficult to intrude. Nevertheless, Fong Yun was indeed peculiar, audaciously bringing others to his solitary mountain to request to be accepted as a disciple. Chapter 29. Are you out of your mind? Did he believe this was the mundane world? If that were the case, it was time to teach him a lesson and suppress him in the process. As for the present moment, if he wished to kneel, let him do so. Time passed, and half a day slipped by without Chu Feng's appearance. The disciples below began to murmur, mostly in ridicule. This Fong Yun was truly overestimating himself, seeking to be a disciple of the immortal master, only to be met with indifference. How absurd! It was only due to Chu Feng's good temperament that he had not faced punishment from other immortal masters. At this moment, Fong Yun's expression shifted dramatically, filled with anxiety. Had he truly been rejected, this was more than just a blow to his pride. It could render him a laughingstock within the Taishan Dao sect. Damn it, why wasn't he appearing? As time continued to elapse, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Still, Chu Feng showed no inclination to appear, while Fong Yun remained kneeling. 3 days and nights had left his face thoroughly ground against the earth. And the crowd around him only grew in number. Ding! The host has suppressed the son of destiny, Fong Yun, earning 100,000 fortune points. Chu Feng felt quite satisfied that it seemed that 3 days and nights had reached their limit. If it continued, Fong Yun might leave in shame. That it was inconceivable that he would leave like this. With a single step, Chu Feng emerged outside the mountain gate, just as he had anticipated, after kneeling for 3 days and nights. Losing all dignity and enduring endless mockery, Fong Yun was on the brink of madness. His patience and resentment had reached their zenith, making him realize that Chu Feng would never accept him as a disciple, prompting thoughts of fleeing. Just as he prepared to rise, Chu Feng appeared. That it was indeed the immortal master Chu Feng. Did this mean he truly intended to accept Fong Yun as his disciple? Kneeling for 3 days and nights had apparently moved Chu Feng. Fong Yun was ready to kneel for 7 days and nights, or even a year, if that would secure his place as a disciple. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their discussions reverberating throughout the scene. Fong Yun, who had initially considered abandoning his quest for mentorship, was now filled with excitement as he repeatedly bowed, exclaiming, "Disciple Fong Yun humbly requests the immortal master to accept me as a disciple." Chu Feng emanated an aura of unyielding authority, a powerful pressure sweeping over the entire solitary mountain. The disciples present were left staggering under this immense force, some collapsing to the ground, immobilized. This was the might of a Yuanying immortal master, overwhelmingly strong. This was merely a fraction of the power Chu Feng could wield, yet it was still enough to leave Fong Yun prostrated, spitting blood. During this time, Fong Yun had enhanced his cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement through relentless practice, providing him with a sense of pride. The evil dragon technique was indeed extraordinary, and even Chu Feng felt a fleeting temptation upon witnessing Fang Yun's rapid progress. However, this momentary allure faded quickly. Despite its advantages, the evil dragon technique was riddled with flaws. The powers, bloodlines, and qualities obtained through absorption appeared to provide a significant boost, yet they were ultimately chaotic and unsatisfactory to Chu Feng. With a cold gaze, Chu Feng addressed Fang Yun. "So, you are Fang Yun. What qualifies you to be my disciple?" Fang Yun hastily replied, "Disciple possesses an exceptional spiritual body and supreme bloodline, with potential comparable to that of royalty. Furthermore, I have had unique opportunities since childhood, allowing me to cultivate at an extraordinary pace that in just half a year, I have reached the 8th level of Qi refinement and am qualified to take part in the intersect assessment. If accepted, I will ensure that I do not disappoint you, Immortal Master." Chu Feng scoffed dismissively, and the surrounding disciples erupted in laughter at Fang Yun's audacity that I thought he was something special. Yet with such qualifications, he dares to seek mentorship from the Immortal Master? I, Li Ji, am a born king body and still merely an intersect disciple. And I, Shui Yong, am also a born king body. Yet I remain just an intersect disciple. Chu Feng's voice turned cold. "You heard the murmurs around you, did you not? Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Fang Yun trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Immortal Master, those unworthy of being your disciples are mere waste. But I am different. I am a dragon among men, a chosen one destined to become a Yuanying Immortal Master. When that time comes, I will honor you and ensure your comfort in your old age." "Presumptuous!" Chu Feng snapped, retaliating with a swift strike that sent Fang Yun flying several dozen meters, his cultivation collapsing from the 8th level of Qi refinement to the 3rd. Fang Yun was left dazed, an overwhelming fury coursing through his mind. Chu Feng had actually struck him. Just wait. Once I, Fang Yun, achieve success in my cultivation, I will not spare you, I will reclaim today as humiliation tenfold. And all of your women shall become mine. I will drain them until they perish. Such vengeful intent could not escape Chu Feng's notice that as he contemplated how to deal with Fang Yun. An opportunity presented itself. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yun was suspended in the air like a mere dog, the surrounding air compressing around him, causing his bones to crack under the immense pressure. "Spare me, Immortal Master, spare me," Fang Yun pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. The onlooking disciples were momentarily stunned, their opinions divided. Yet the prevailing sentiment was one of derision. An Immortal Master must not be insulted. This Fang Yun is truly deranged, daring to seek death before the Immortal Master. He deserves his fate. Chu Feng snorted coldly. "You claim you will honor me in my old age, yet you insult me. I could kill you without consequence." Fang Yun finally grasped the gravity of his situation, that in the mundane world, speaking of honoring one in old age might be acceptable, but here in the Tai Xian Dao sect, the realm of cultivation, such words were akin to cursing an Immortal Master. It was no wonder Chu Feng had been so enraged. Although Fang Yun was indeed the son of destiny, having received an opportunity that could alter his life, he was ultimately of humble origins that he appeared cunning, yet his flaws were glaringly evident, much like this very moment. Fang Yun, on the verge of tears, realized that it was impossible for Chu Feng to accept him as a disciple. He might even lose his life. With a determined resolve, he shouted, "I refuse to accept this. Why should Qian Qian be able to become your disciple while I, Fang Yun, cannot?" Chapter 30. Seizing Qian Qian. Or perhaps by force. With a thud, Chu Feng hurled Fang Yun to the ground like refuse, disdain dripping from his words. "So, you are Fang Yun? Are you here to entertain me? Do I require a reason to accept disciples? Your arrogance and audacity have offended me. You shall pay the price." With a flick of his hand, a blade of intent shot forth, severing Fang Yun's troublesome root. A piercing scream erupted from Fang Yun, his agony echoing through the air. Yet the greater pain resided in his heart. He had lost his manhood. Without it, how could he cultivate the evil dragon technique? How could he seduce the entire cultivation world? How could he drain the powers, qualities, and bloodlines of others? He had not only rendered himself incapable, but had utterly destroyed his future. The disciples of the Dao sect were astounded, unable to fathom the severity of Chu Feng's actions. They had not anticipated he would go so far as to render Fang Yun a eunuch. Fear gripped them, and many fled in haste. Returning to the solitary mountain, the system chimed in, "Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the Son of Destiny, Feng Yun. You have earned 200,000 fortune points." Chu Feng inquired, "Since I have successfully suppressed Feng Yun, why have I only received fortune points and no additional rewards?" "Host, while you have suppressed Feng Yun, his identity as the Son of Destiny remains intact," the system responded. Alas, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. It is essential to understand that Feng Yun's meteoric rise is entirely attributed to the Evil Dragon Sutra, the prerequisite for mastering, which is the possession of a root of troubles. "Now that I have severed his root of troubles, can he still ascend?" The system reiterated, "Host, therein lies the formidable nature of the fated child. There are countless examples of striking a snake and failing to kill it, only to be bitten in return. That as long as the fated child draws breath, their fortune is exceedingly difficult to extinguish, and they often grow stronger through adversity." After having his root of troubles severed, Feng Yun has unexpectedly forged a new path, deriving the true essence of the sunflower from the Evil Dragon Sutra. Though his cultivation speed may not rival the Evil Dragon Sutra in appropriating the achievements of others, his power at the same realm has been greatly magnified. Truly, he is like an indomitable cockroach. However, it matters not. Next time, I shall strike him down decisively. That a month had passed, and Chu Feng finally beheld Wan, the celestial demon saintess, once more. Yet again, he could glean no information about her. The only source of insight was the erratic system, which provided information from a millennium hence. Upon Chu Feng's arrival, Wan displayed an unmistakable impatience, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Chu Feng replied, "No matter how you slice it, I am still your master. That I ask this how you greet me." Wan countered, "I never appointed you as my master." Chu Feng shook his head. "In that case, let us dissolve this master-disciple relationship. You may return to your inner sect." After a month of tranquility, Chu Feng believed Wan would make a choice. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Wan's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Intersect disciples had monthly task obligations, and for her, recovering from injuries and restoring her cultivation was far superior to her current circumstances. With a cold huff, she said, "May I ask, Master, what do you desire from your disciple? If there is nothing of importance, please take your leave." Chu Feng stated, "I have but one purpose in coming here, to share a story." At that moment, he abruptly altered his intention, a wild thought materializing in his mind. Take advantage of her weakness, claim her life. Severely injured 1,000 years hence, Wan must be barely over 400 years old. Her cultivation likely at the nascent soul or transformation stage, practicing the celestial demon's secret arts. Regrettably, his own supreme celestial immortal art was incomplete. Otherwise, he would not be unable to discern her cultivation level. When dealing with a fated daughter, one must either subdue or suppress. Previously, Chu Feng had intended to gradually win her over, but now he had changed his mind, opting for a more forceful approach. Akin to his dealings with Shun Qianxue, Wan frowned, "I have no interest in your story." Chu Feng shook his head. "Nay, you are indeed interested, for this tale is titled The Romance of Master and Disciple." Upon hearing this, Wan instantly realized something, a chill coursing through her, as she unleashed a formidable killing intent. "You dare to take me as your disciple? Clearly, you harbor ill intentions. You seek death." With that, Wan launched an attack against Chu Feng. In that very instant, her seal was lifted, and she struck at him with the power of an early transformation stage cultivator. Chu Feng chuckled, for this was merely a wounded early transformation cultivator. The celestial demon saintess had unwittingly walked into a trap. "That I beg your pardon," he thought, "but I cannot extend my sympathies." With a resounding crash, Chu Feng unleashed a palm strike, executing the dragon, subduing 99 palms. A golden dragon descending upon Wan to subdue her. Her attack disintegrated upon contact with the golden dragon, and Wan was sent hurtling backward, resembling a mere scarecrow, just as she was about to crash to the ground. Chu Feng dashed forward, catching her with a smile. "Be careful. Let go of me, you scoundrel." Wan's face turned pale as she raised her hand to strike Chu Feng. He swiftly activated a simple binding spell, rendering her immobile. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Chu Feng, should you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall not spare you. Do you know my identity?" Chu Feng nodded. "I am aware. You are the contemporary saintess of the celestial demon sect, known as Chun Wan. the premier holy site of the Devil's Path in the eastern wilderness. Indeed, just as Chu Feng contemplated taking action against Wan Wan, the system's alarm blared incessantly. Host, flee now. You have provoked the killing intent of a great ascension cultivator. If you do not escape, you shall perish here. As the system provided more information, it read, name, Qin Wan Wan, cultivation, great ascension. Age, 1,423 years, special qualities, innate demon fetal holy body, Eastern ancient divine blood. The contemporary saintess of the celestial demon sect, having entered the golden immortal palace, is gravely injured and pursued by her nemesis. Upon learning of the recruitment event held by the Tai Xian Dao sect, she sealed her cultivation and hid within, hoping to recuperate. Indeed, she was stronger than he, despite possessing a system. His supreme holy body could merely be considered an ordinary holy body, while her innate demon fetal holy body was of the highest caliber, complemented by a divine bloodline that he had only just awakened his bloodline, and through a bloodline enhancement pill, the strength of his bloodline had barely reached the royal level. Qin Wan Wan was taken aback that Chu Feng truly knew her information, her expression turning grave. Who are you? Did that wretched Miao Yi send you? A Miao Yi. Chu Feng committed this name to memory. Suspecting she might also be a fated daughter, he shook his head. I know not of any Miao Yi. You need only understand that I, Chu Feng, intend to have you. You dare. Qin Wan Wan ground her teeth. If you so much as lay a finger on me, I, Qin Wan Wan, swear that I shall castrate you and annihilate your entire Tai Xian Dao sect. Chapter 31. The first eunuch of the cultivation world, Chu Feng laughed heartily. Have you, the illustrious celestial demon saintess, never heard the saying, drink the wine of today, for tomorrow is of no concern? Right now, all I desire is you. Haha. Rest assured, I shall be gentle, and you will find it quite pleasurable. With that, he swept Qin Wan Wan into his arms and withdrew into the chamber. Qin Wan Wan's face turned pallid with fear as she struggled desperately, but under the binding spell's influence. She was utterly immobilized, resorting to a torrent of curses. Chu Feng, you scoundrel, beast, release me. At that moment, she could scarcely fathom that the revered celestial demon saintess was about to be sullied. Chu Feng feigned ignorance. Carrying her into the room, an inevitable battle commenced, with Chu Feng unleashing all his skills, pouring forth everything he knew. The rain poured heavily, enveloping the solitary mountain in a tempest. This torrential downpour lasted for an entire day and night. Only when Chu Feng was thoroughly satisfied did he conclude the confrontation. Reviewing the system rewards, he felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Congratulations, host. You have forcibly claimed the fated daughter, Qin Wan Wan, and engaged in dual cultivation with her, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of her fortune. Her status has escalated from fated daughter to destined daughter, with her fortune doubled. You have received 2 million fortune points and the following rewards. Reward 1, 1,000 years of cultivation. Reward 2, supreme divine skill, the unparalleled divine eye. Reward 3, a 10-minute Great Ascension experience card. Reward 4, a half-hour experience card of heaven-defying comprehension. Indeed, the correlation between effort and achievement was palpable. It could be said that forcibly claiming the celestial demon saintess, Qin Wan Wan, was the wisest decision Chu Feng had ever made to AT that moment. As Chu Feng reveled in his gains, Qin Wan Wan stirred awake. Yet, she did not rise, instead keeping her eyes tightly shut, filled with shock as she assessed her injuries. Ordinarily, she was well aware of her condition. To recover would require at least several years of effort. Yet now, astonishingly, a third of her injuries had healed, particularly due to the cultivation techniques Chu Feng had forcibly imparted. Under her practice, she had reaped significant benefits, which explained her lack of resistance to the celestial demon saintess. She naturally practiced the unparalleled techniques of the celestial demon sect, the celestial demon great method. The first rule of this method was to remain intact. Should she lose her purity, her cultivation would drastically diminish. Yet, she found herself not only unscathed, but even experiencing a modicum of advancement. What kind of technique was this? Its level and efficacy were likely unmatched by even the celestial demon's sex heritage. Most importantly, it seemed capable of fully compensating for the adverse effects of losing purity in the celestial demon great method. AT that moment, Chu Feng, having received his rewards, noticed that Qin Wan Wan had awakened. A smile crept onto his face as he abruptly turned over. Chen Wanwan gasped, "What do you think you're doing? You beast! I am your disciple, and you dare to act in such a manner? Are you even human?" Chu Feng snorted, "You will soon discover whether I am human or not. Last night, I wonder who was screaming so loudly. Moreover, the cultivation technique I imparted to you. What do you think? It is called the Great Yin Yang Compassion Song, an immortal grade technique. Shall we engage in some more practice? I assure you, you will benefit immensely." "Absolutely not." Chen Wanwan hurriedly declined, for Chu Feng would not indulge her. He resolutely initiated the battle once more that a woman should never be coddled. There exists no challenge that cannot be resolved amidst the clamor of gunfire and the chaos of war, that if one round is insufficient, then two shall suffice. If two are still lacking, let it be three. There will inevitably be a confrontation that will thoroughly subdue her. Furthermore, with the system at his disposal, Chu Feng could distinctly perceive that Chen Wanwan's conquest value had reached 30, surpassing even the conquest value he achieved with Shen Qianxue. After a considerable duration, Chu Feng finally rose with satisfaction, for under the relentless barrage, Chen Wanwan had utterly capitulated. Her conquest value soared to 50. Accompanied by numerous verbal commitments to AT this moment, Chen Wanwan was so fatigued that even moving a finger was an arduous task. Truly, no woman was capable of combat. How lonely it is to be invincible. Next time, he must devise a plan to find several more contenders. Whether it be Shen Qianxue, Lu Linglong, or Chen Wanwan, none stood as a match for him. Meanwhile, as Chu Feng unleashed his fury, Fang Yun found himself in dire straits. Offending the Yuaning immortal lord, he had the audacity to suggest providing Chu Feng with a comfortable retirement. Was he not cursing the immortal lord's demise? Chu Feng's retaliation was indeed ruthless. He had the man castrated, reducing him to a eunuch within the realm of cultivation. However, one could argue that he deserved such a fate. Upon his return to the outer sect, the overseers showed him no mercy, dispatching him to the most arduous and unsavory tasks, mining in the depths of dark, damp caverns, rife with tainted spiritual energy, entirely unsuitable for cultivation. This was the punishment for errant disciples, condemned to the mines as retribution. Fang Yun was cast into the mine even before his injuries had healed. The unending humiliation drove him to the brink of madness. His rage against Chu Feng reached a crescendo. "You have ruined me, and I shall see you dead. Do not think your status as an immortal lord makes you exceptional. I, Fang Yun, will also ascend to the rank of Yuan, immortal lord." After venting his fury, Fang Yun sank to the ground, deflated, murmuring to himself, "It's over. Utterly over. I have become a eunuch. How can I possibly cultivate the evil dragon technique and attain the status of Yuan, immortal lord? Chu Feng, may you suffer a wretched fate." Once a self-proclaimed prodigy, now reduced to a laughingstock, he let out a bitter laugh. Just then, as he lamented his plight, a supervising disciple wielding a soul whip struck him harshly. Daring to slack off, "Are you seeking death? Up, back to mining." The soul whip inflicted pain not merely upon the body, but also upon the soul, causing significant damage with each strike, a punishment the errant disciples dreaded most. Fang Yun scrambled to his feet, enduring the pain as he pleaded, "Do not strike. I shall return to mining at once." Yet, despite his words, his eyes brimmed with hatred at that moment. He vowed revenge, declaring, "I will kill you all. Everyone must die." In the midst of his internal outcry, he unwittingly began to channel the evil dragon technique. The supervising disciple, observing Fang Yun's retreating figure, scoffed internally, "To dare offend the immortal lord. Merely castrating you is a tremendous act of mercy. Once you enter the mine, I shall see how you fare." Chapter 32. The best way to resolve a misunderstanding. Chu Feng, you truly live a carefree life. As Chu Feng exited his quarters, preparing to savor the rewards bestowed by the system, a familiar, yet furious voice pierced the air. Upon turning, he was taken aback to see Lu Linglong had arrived unbeknownst to him. Elation surged within him as he stepped forward. Grasping her hand, Linglong, "My dear junior sister, did you not touch me?" Lu Linglong forcefully shoved him away, her fury palpable. "Tell me, is Chen Wanwan your disciple?" Previously, Shen Qianxue could be overlooked as she was his partner, but now, he had even laid hands on his own disciple. "Are you still human?" Chu Feng was acutely aware of the implications of her words, that if he failed to clarify the situation today, their relationship would likely encounter a crisis, perhaps even reaching an impasse. Most crucially, within Lu Linglong's eyes, the bond between master and disciple represented a significant moral breach. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable to her that he hastily responded, "Junior sister, allow me to explain." "Speak, I am eager to hear your explanation," Lu Linglong retorted coldly. Hearing that she was willing to listen, Chu Feng's heart lightened considerably. With a deep breath, he ventured, "Junior sister, would you believe me if I claimed that Qin Wanwan is not my disciple?" Lu Linglong, seething, replied, "If she is not your disciple, then why did you bring her back to the solitary mountain? The entire Tai Xian Dao sect is in an uproar, and you even went so far as to castrate a man named Feng Yun." Chu Feng insisted, "Junior sister, I assure you, Qin Wanwan is truly not my disciple. Would you believe me if I said I lack the qualifications to be her master? Qin Wanwan is at the initial stage of the transformation god realm, the current holy maiden of the heavenly demon sacred land, heavily injured and pursued by enemies. She sought refuge in our Tai Xian Dao sect to recuperate that Lu Linglong, now even more enraged, shot back. Chu Feng, if you are to fabricate a story, at least concoct a more credible one. Chu Feng countered. If you do not believe me, I can provide proof that Lu Linglong huffed. I shall see how you intend to provide this proof. Chu Feng's method was simple. He would bring Lu Linglong to confront Qin Wanwan directly. Upon hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, Qin Wanwan's lips curled into a sly smile as she shook her head. "I am not his disciple, immortal lord. Please do not be misled by falsehoods that I am merely an ordinary inner disciple who has been in the sect for a month. How could I possibly be the holy maiden of the heavenly demon? Immortal lord, you must advocate for me. It was he who sought to take me as his disciple, and I was overjoyed. Who could have imagined that he was not sincere and merely coveted my beauty? When I refused him, he resorted to force that as she spoke, tears streamed down her face, creating an image of profound victimhood that heightened Lu Linglong's fury to its zenith. Chu Feng, what further explanations do you have?" It was then that Chu Feng realized he had fallen into Qin Wanwan's trap. He was left speechless. The crux of the matter was that, aside from her true identity, everything else seemed genuine. As he struggled for an explanation, he noticed Qin Wanwan offering him a strange smile while being comforted by Lu Linglong. Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng sensed something amiss, that he knew Lu Linglong's character well. She was aloof and distant, unlikely to extend compassion based on a few words from Qin Wanwan. This reminded him of Shen Qianxue, whose every action captivated men, compelling them to adore her and willingly sacrifice themselves. This was not even Shen Qianxue at her full potential. Had she fully awakened her holy body, every male in the Tai Xian Dao sect, save for him, would be under her sway. Reflecting on Qin Wanwan's identity as the holy maiden of the heavenly demon, he realized that the heavenly demon sacred land's holy maidens were historically known as enchantresses, seducing all. She was enacting revenge for his forceful advances. At this juncture, how could he explain himself? The essence of the matter was that there was no feasible explanation. Thus, rather than attempt to articulate a justification, he opted for silence. With a decisive gesture, he closed the door. Lu Linglong immediately sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "Chu Feng, what are you doing?" With an air of authority, Chu Feng declared, "Did you not seek an explanation? Allow me to provide it now. Release me. Do not approach. We are not afraid of you." Lu Linglong seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, that if you dare to harm me, we shall not let you off lightly. Without hesitation, Chu Feng unleashed his formidable powers, employing the 108 divine abilities of the heavenly gang and earthly fiends in a relentless barrage, demonstrating his overwhelming prowess as he subdued both women. Half an hour later, Chu Feng remained invigorated and brimming with confidence, while the two women lay thoroughly defeated. Qin Wanwan, still recuperating, was at a considerable disadvantage against Chu Feng. "You are inhuman," Lu Linglong cursed. Chu Feng replied, "Surely, you must now believe my words. And you, Qin Wanwan, how cunning to ensnare me. Truly befitting of the holy maiden of the heavenly demon." At that moment, under the boundless and cunning tactics of Chu Feng, Qin Wanwan had already made her intentions clear. That Lu Linglong was utterly taken aback. It was astonishing to discover that Qin Wanwan was indeed the heavenly demon saintess at the early stage of the transformation realm. It is important to note that the heavenly demon sacred land is a paramount force in the Eastern Wilderness, the Eastern Wilderness, where the Sword State is situated at the farthest end. The Tai Shin Dao sect, albeit one of the three great powers of the Sword State, is merely a second-tier force in the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness, holding no more significance to the heavenly demon sacred land than that of an ant. Very well. You two may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave, he stated. Channeling the great compassionate verse of yin and yang, he faced two adversaries at once. Chu Feng could distinctly feel that the benefits he had gained were indeed doubled. Coupled with the rewards obtained from conquering Qinhuanhuan, he was eager to assimilate them thoroughly. Most significantly, the stage should now belong to the two women. While he appeared to be in a position of dual affection, he was, in fact, beset on all sides that, as the saying goes, two women make a play. This conquest of Qinhuanhuan, the woman of fate, and her elevation to the status of the destined maiden, had brought him considerable rewards as well. His gains were not insignificant. The Wujigat Eye, a celestial-level divine ability, a millennium of cultivation, and 200,000 fortune points were just in time for him to purchase another 500-character portion of the Grand Celestial Scripture. The first 500 characters cost 500,000 fortune points, while this next 500 characters astonishingly amounted to 2 million, that the subsequent 5,000 characters escalated to a staggering 60 million. Chu Feng could only muster a little over 3 million fortune points, that is the 500 characters of Scripture manifested in his mind, intertwining and merging with the previous 500 characters. He experienced a newfound understanding of the Grand Celestial Scripture. His cultivation became increasingly efficient, and the magical power within him grew ever more formidable. Chapter 33. Imprisoned in the meantime, Chu Feng promptly chose to accept the system's reward of 1,000 years of cultivation. A formidable surge of magical energy rushed into his being. The scripture of the 1,000 characters Grand Celestial Scripture began to operate frantically, gradually elevating his cultivation level. Initially, he had reached the mid-transformation realm thanks to the system's rewards. But now, through the great compassionate verse of yin and yang and the 500-character Grand Celestial Scripture, his cultivation foundation was incredibly solid. Thus, breaking through to the late transformation realm became a breeze. And he soon found himself at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The 1,000 years of cultivation was finally digested, with the efficacy of the 1,000 characters Grand Celestial Scripture playing an indispensable role. What if he could obtain the complete 3,000 characters of Scripture? It is no wonder that the Grand Celestial Scripture could forge Sun Wukong. One could argue that, despite Sun Wukong's innate brilliance as a stone monkey endowed with extraordinary talents, capable of great divine feats and causing turmoil in the heavenly palace, the foundation laid by the Grand Celestial Scripture was also crucial to his success in the myriad realms, among countless celestial grade techniques. The Grand Celestial Scripture ranks among the top 10 that the system's offerings are of unparalleled quality. Otherwise, it would not have recommended the Grand Celestial Scripture. Lastly, there was the Wujigat Eye, which Chu Feng had long desired to cultivate. Looking up to the heavens, observing all living beings, peering down into the 9 underworlds, and piercing through the void to reach the essence of his heart. Every system reward and divine technique allowed for immediate entry into the practice. However, mere entry was insufficient. Coincidentally, he possessed a card for transcendent comprehension that he immediately took it out. Previously, he had obtained a card for transcendent comprehension, which had greatly benefited him, particularly in his understanding of the one sword opens the heavenly gate, allowing him to directly achieve mastery. With this transcendent comprehension, the first technique he sought to master was the Wujigat Eye. What once seemed intricate and elusive now appeared magnified, leading to rapid mastery and advancement from minor to major accomplishments. Time was still on his side, with 10 minutes remaining. Alas, it was not enough to achieve perfect mastery of the Wujigat Eye. Thus, he turned his focus to the 99 dragon subduing palms, with a single strike. He could transform into 99 golden dragons, each equivalent to a full force blow. 99 strikes amounted to a total of 99 full force attacks. Celestial level techniques are certainly not simple. This was merely the entry stage. Upon achieving minor success, a single strike could unleash 198 golden dragons, equivalent to 198 full force strikes. Moreover, the magical power consumed was identical to that of the attacks transformed from 99 golden dragons. This was the greatest benefit of advancing in realms. In the divine state, one of the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness, within the imperial clan of the Jiang family, Shin Qinxue was seated in a tranquil and comfortable residence, adorned with an ancient aesthetic, suffused with rich spiritual energy. Ever since she arrived with Jiang Yin, she had not stepped outside, remaining confined to this room, and had not even encountered Jiang Yin. Little did she realize that she was likely imprisoned. During her journey here, she had discreetly gathered information and learned of Jiang Yan's intentions. Although she was told she would be welcomed into the imperial Jiang family and groomed with great care, the underlying aim was to marry her off to a scion of the Jiang family. She recognized that she possessed a natural sacred body. Though not entirely inheritable like a bloodline, there remained a slim chance of passing it down. This thought filled her with dread as she recalled her husband. She had gradually come to comprehend the might of the imperial family during her time here. Outside the courtyard where she resided, there was an old man who slept all day, appearing ordinary, yet possessing the cultivation of the transformation realm. This was merely a servant. The number of experts within the entire imperial family was incalculable. Could it be that she was truly destined to marry a scion of the Jiang family? No, she resolutely vowed not to betray her husband. Shin Qinshu made a silent determination. If the Jiang family truly compelled her to marry one of their own, she would die before them, refusing to allow her purity to be tarnished. For her husband was none other than Chu Feng. At that moment, the door swung open, and Shin Qinshu immediately became alert, turning her gaze towards the entrance where Jiang Yin, whom she had not seen for many days, entered with a beaming smile. Miss Shin Qinshu stood up promptly. Jiang Yin, clad in white, with a natural visage, barefoot and treading upon the void, left behind a trail of blooming white lotuses with each step. A manifestation of grace and a faint aura of pressure emanated from her. With a smile, she said, "When I arrived, I mentioned that we would refer to each other as sisters. From now on, you may simply call me Sister Yin." Sister Yin, Shin Qinshu complied as per Jiang Yan's instruction. Jiang Yin appeared quite pleased, stating, "Qinshu, I have come this time primarily to apologize. Recently, I have been exceedingly busy." "Have you adjusted well in the Jiang family? It's manageable," Shin Qinshu replied, her heart heavy with bitterness. With a firm resolve, she added, "Sister Yin, I miss my husband. May I return to see him?" Jiang Yan's expression immediately shifted, a cold snort escaping her lips. "Did I not make it clear? Once you join the Jiang family, you become one of us. How could a member of the Jiang family marry a mere second-tier sect disciple? So, forget about your previous husband. Since you have called me Sister Yin, I, Jiang Yin, will certainly not mistreat you. Once your cultivation rises a bit, I shall personally select an exemplary scion from the Jiang family for you." But Shin Qinshu's complexion turned ashen. Though she had harbored doubts about Jiang Yin's intentions and had deduced some truths, hearing these words directly from Jiang Yin filled her with terror. The thought of death loomed ominously in her mind, and it became clear that she was indeed being coerced into joining the Jiang family, reduced to a mere vessel for reproduction, with hopes of her offspring inheriting her sacred body. Jiang Yin interrupted Shin Qinshu, coldly asserting, "There is no but. It is settled. Once your cultivation breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, I will arrange a husband for you. Furthermore, here are the resources that the Jiang family has provided for you. Cultivate diligently." With a wave of her hand, a jade vial, a storage bag, and a jade slip appeared before Shin Qinshu. The vial contained spirit pills to assist in cultivating the qi refinement stage, classified as high-grade elixirs. The storage bag held over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, while the jade slip recorded a technique named the Everlasting Youth Scripture, which surpassed the technique Shin Qinshu had been practicing. Had this been within the Tai Xian Dao sect, Shin Qinshu would have been elated. Yet at this moment, she felt an overwhelming fear, dreading that her cultivation might elevate, forcing her into marriage with a Jiang family scion. "Husband, Qinshu misses you." Tears streamed down Shin Qinshu's cheeks uncontrollably. After leaving the courtyard, Jiang Yin approached the old man who had been sleeping at the door. The old man, now fully alert, stood respectfully by her side. Jiang Yin inquired, "Has there been any unusual behavior from Shin Qinshu since her arrival?" Chapter 34. Becoming a master within the esteemed Taoist sect of Taishan, Chu Feng found himself both tormented and elated, gaining insight into the true nature of a sorceress. Ever since he had dominantly conquered Qin Wanwan, she had wholly surrendered, revealing her true, enchanting self. confronted with the memory of her previous defeat to Chu Feng. A tempest of indignation surged within her, compelling her to reclaim her honor. Yet, each attempt ended in dismal failure, of course. As the celestial sorceress of the heavenly demon sect, Qin Wanwan possessed wisdom far surpassing that of Chu Feng. Having lived for over a millennium, Chu Feng belatedly recognized that the secrets of the world he knew were but a mere fraction of the vast knowledge that lay beyond. Most crucially, the benefits he derived from Qin Wanwan, through their extensive sparring, significantly aided her recovery from her injuries, restoring her vitality to a considerable degree. Wanwan, he remarked to the outside world, "You are undeniably my disciple. Come, call me master so I may relish the sound but on this day." Chu Feng, suddenly intrigued, posed the request. Qin Wanwan, far from angered, smiled and replied, "If you are indeed my master, should you not impart some divine spells to your disciple?" Initially, Qin Wanwan had regarded herself as the celestial sorceress, dismissing the meager inheritance of Taishan Taoism as beneath her. However, as she trained in the profound art of the yin-yang of heaven and earth, her perception shifted. The more she learned, the more she marveled at the enigmatic nature of the man before her. His inner power surpassed even her own formidable abilities, had she known that Chu Feng's cultivation was merely a fragment of a larger whole. Consisting of a mere 1,000 characters from a 3,000-character scripture, she would have been all the more astonished. Chu Feng chuckled. "That is not an issue. How about I teach you a celestial-level divine spell? However, I have one condition. Can we enact a 3-channel policy? Get lost." Throughout, only Shun Qinshu had granted Chu Feng his heart's desire. Despite Qin Wanwan's fierce demeanor, she steadfastly refused to allow Chu Feng to activate the advanced mode. This stipulation vexed her greatly, prompting her to glare at him with intensity, in a state of exasperation. Chu Feng offered, "Fine then, that I possess a sword technique and a palm technique. Which would you prefer to cultivate?" He then proceeded to share with her his sword technique, Heaven's Gate, and the palm technique, 99 Dragon Strikes. Qin Wanwan embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Husband, you are truly wonderful to me." Chu Feng smiled. "You are now my wife." Qin Wanwan, "If I do not treat you well, who will? These mere celestial-level techniques are trivial. Moreover, I have gained far more from you. Congratulations, host. Qin Wanwan's conquest value has reached 90, granting you an influx of 3 million fortune points." "Ah." Chu Feng was taken aback. "Did I recall that Qin Wanwan's total fortune value was merely 1.2 million, wasn't it?" "Host, Qin Wanwan is now the daughter of destiny. When her conquest value increases, the fortune value experiences a tenfold surge. If the host can achieve a complete conquest of a daughter of destiny, further rewards await. The system seems to understand me well. Husband, in light of your deep affection for me, I can grant your wish." Qin Wanwan suddenly declared. "Really?" Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What are we waiting for? Let us retire to our chamber." Qin Wanwan immediately shook her head. "Not now. Wait until nightfall." "Very well," Chu Feng conceded. "Allow me to instruct you on how to cultivate Heaven's Gate." Ultimately, Qin Wanwan chose to pursue the sword technique at this juncture. Chu Feng had already mastered Heaven's Gate, finding it exceedingly simple to guide Qin Wanwan through the intricacies of the technique, to his surprise. He discovered that she was also a swordsmanship prodigy. The Heavenly Demon Sect, a premier force in the eastern wilderness, was renowned for its myriad divine techniques. Qin Wanwan practiced an unparalleled sword art known as the Supreme Tai Sword Dao. As she described it, this technique was the supreme art of the Tai Celestial Gate, but after offending their sect, it had been appropriated as part of the Heavenly Demon Sect's legacy. Among the various celestial sects, while they appear to be on equal footing, there were indeed hierarchies. Celestial sects surpassed Taoist sects, and sacred grounds eclipsed celestial sects that be classified as a celestial sect. One must possess the foundational strength of at least a great ascension expert. Conversely, a sacred ground required the capabilities of a transcendent heavenly monarch that in Qin Wanwan's estimation, annihilating the Tai Celestial Gate was as effortless as crushing an ant. The Tai Sword Dao was indeed remarkable, particularly the final stroke, Tai Splitting Light Sword, which could instantaneously transform into countless celestial swords to vanquish foes. Before acquiring Heaven's Gate, Chu Feng had dedicated nearly a millennium to cultivating the Wuji sword cannon. A supreme sword art born of his own efforts. Upon mastering Heaven's Gate, he seamlessly integrated it into the Wuji sword cannon, elevating his prowess to an unparalleled level. Nevertheless, Heaven's Gate, as a formidable celestial technique, though powerful, offered limited enhancement to his Wuji Sword Dao. With the addition of the Tai Yi Sword Dao, Chu Feng opted not to practice it directly, but rather to gradually assimilate it into his Wuji Sword Dao. A month swiftly elapsed, during which Chu Feng solidified his cultivation while advancing his Wuji Sword Dao to its pinnacle. Simultaneously, Chen Wanwan also progressed. She had entered the threshold of Heaven's Gate, and though her injuries had not fully healed, she had recovered significantly. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mine, Fang Yun, due to his own ignorance and arrogance, had become the subject of ridicule after being exiled to toil within the dark confines. The disciples within the mine, themselves guilty of transgressions, had been condemned to labor. Days spent in the mine were filled with hardship. The chaotic spiritual energy and perpetual darkness, combined with the pervasive dust from the mine ores, caused irreversible damage to their bodies. Fang Yun endured the most grueling labor, incessantly subjected to the lash of the soul whip, his heart brimming with murderous intent and fury. Since the first instance of punishment, he had unconsciously activated the evil dragon art, engulfed in a searing sensation, yearning to unleash his wrath upon anyone in sight. That it was fortunate that Chu Feng had severed the root of his troubles. Otherwise, the depths of his depravity might have led to unspeakable actions. Each day, he found himself either enduring the lash or on the verge of being lashed anew. With each strike, his soul suffered damage. And after a month, it had become a tapestry of agony, teetering on the brink of collapse. One fateful day, after a particularly savage beating, an anomaly occurred within his evil dragon art. The dark thoughts dissipated. The flames within him extinguished, and a peculiar force began to surge within his being. Chapter 35. Fang Yun remains a chosen one. This burgeoning power swiftly coalesced around Fang Yun, forming a colossal vortex. Despite the chaotic spiritual energy surrounding him, it all converged towards him, flooding into his body, cleansing it, and transforming into a bizarre crimson hue. The most terrifying aspect of this was that beneath this red energy, Fang Yun's visage contorted grotesquely, his eyes glowing crimson, a torrent of fervent energy erupting from within him. Previously, Chu Feng had severed Fang Yun's root of troubles, crippling most of his cultivation, reducing him from the 8th level of qi refinement to the 3rd. Yet now, he began to regain his strength, advancing from the 4th level of qi refinement to the 5th, all the way back to the 8th level, showing no signs of stagnation, but rather a relentless drive to break through. As he prepared to push through once more, a thunderous roar reverberated through the mine. The spiritual energy erupted violently, sparking chaos throughout the mine, as the previously tumultuous energies surged towards Fang Yun's dwelling, flooding into him. Even the miners and supervising disciples felt their own powers spiraling out of control, as if they were desperate to escape their bodies. What is happening? Has the spiritual energy in the mine revolted? Even the power within me seeks to break free. Everyone trembled in fear, desperately channeling their energies to regain control, that we must investigate the cause of this chaos. Yet none realized that the root of this turmoil was Fang Yun himself, who laughed maniacally, embodying madness. Chu Feng, and all of you, did you ever expect that I, Fang Yun, would return? You thought you could defeat me by rendering me a eunuch? I am invincible, the chosen one. My spirit only grows stronger in battle. And I shall soon exact my revenge. If I do not break through now, when will I? As Fang Yun fervently operated the evil dragon technique, his powers finally broke through, allowing him to step into the Foundation establishment realm. In this realm, one could live for 200 years and attain the status of a core disciple, leading to a monumental shift in identity and standing. Is this the might of the Foundation establishment realm? Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Fang Yun's confidence soared. After enduring relentless torment from the soul whip for over a month, his soul was left in tatters. This breakthrough in cultivation was marred by the fact that his soul's injuries remained unhealed, driving him into a state of utter madness and causing him to lose himself completely. Furthermore, the evil dragon technique would henceforth be renamed the true meaning of the sunflower. Now, my foremost intention is revenge. Although Chu Feng, a Yuanying celestial venerable, is beyond my current reach, I will not let the overseer disciples who have tormented me go unpunished. If I do not avenge this grudge, I am unworthy to call myself a son. You all shall perish. With Fong Yun's cultivation breakthrough, the previously tumultuous spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly calmed, and the magical powers within everyone else settled as well. They were now able to investigate what had just occurred. Lu Yong, as the overseer of the mine and a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, immediately issued orders. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Understood. Countless overseer disciples sprang into action to probe the cause of the earlier spiritual disturbance. However, Fong Yun interjected, "There is no need, for I already know the reason." That moment he strode forward. Lu Yong furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Fong Yun, it seems your injuries have nearly healed. The whipping you received earlier was too lenient." Fong Yun smirked. "Since you believe it was too lenient, why not give me another beating? If I were to be killed in the process, no one would discover the truth behind the spiritual turmoil." Lu Yong inquired, "Do you truly know what happened?" Fong Yun nodded. "Indeed, the spiritual disturbance was caused by me." Lu Yong clearly did not believe Fong Yun, sneering, "Do not spread your lies here. Even if I were to slay you in this mine, it would be in vain." Fong Yun's previously jovial demeanor instantly solidified, and a wave of murderous intent erupted from him as he bellowed at Lu Yong, "If you wish to kill me, come, but first I shall take your life." In an instant, Fong Yun resembled a madman as he launched himself at Lu Yong. Caught off guard, Lu Yong swiftly summoned a celestial sword, ready to strike Fong Yun down. Just as the sword was about to connect, Fong Yun transformed into a crimson mist and vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind Lu Yong and initiated his assault. Lu Yong, astounded, did not dare to underestimate Fong Yun and immediately unleashed the Taishan sword technique against him. It must be said that the Taishan sword technique is the preferred choice of every Foundation establishment disciple and is among the most formidable sword techniques of the Taishan Dao sect. With one wielding a powerful sword and the other employing a bizarre technique, neither could gain the upper hand for a time. Not only Lu Yong, but the surrounding disciples also stood in disbelief. If memory served, Fong Yun had only reached the third level of qi refinement, yet he was now battling Lu Yong to such an extent. This was evidently the strength of the Foundation establishment realm. How could this be? Could it be that the recent spiritual upheaval was genuinely his doing? Or was it possible that the person before them was not Fong Yun at all, but someone who had usurped his identity? However, the immediate priority was to subdue Fong Yun. Lu Yong's sword intent surged, becoming increasingly ferocious. Yet to his horror, he realized that Fong Yun had grown even more powerful, gradually acclimating to his true meaning of the sunflower. Fong Yun began to develop various techniques. The first principle of the true meaning of the sunflower is speed, followed by unpredictability. Transforming into a blood mist, he could slip into the void, evading most attacks while simultaneously draining the magical powers of his adversaries. In the prolonged battle, Lu Yong could distinctly feel his magical energy depleting at an alarming rate, tenfold compared to regular combat, leading him to exhaustion and significantly diminishing his technique's power. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Yun struck Lu Yong, sending him flying. Fong Yun's madness intensified as he cackled. "Didn't you want to kill me? Very well. I shall grant you that wish. I want to see whether you will kill me or I shall end your life." "You shall perish." Before Lu Yong could react, he felt as if engulfed in flames, his visage grotesque and his demise tragic. "Next, it will be your turn. You shall all perish." Fong Yun laughed maniacally as he charged at the other overseer disciples. These overseers were no match for Fong Yun, who had merely been at the qi refinement level. Thus, a massacre ensued in the span of mere moments. Every disciple present lay lifeless, blood soaking the ground, their corpses disfigured. Gazing at the sea of bodies, Fong Yun descended deeper into madness, casting his gaze upon the punished disciples that if they were to die, they might as well do so in an orderly fashion. Soon, the entire mine was devoid of life. As he departed, he collapsed the mine, creating a tremendous racket that inevitably attracted the attention of the Taishan Dao sect. Though Fong Yun had succumbed to madness, he understood that he could not linger here. With a flash of his form, he vanished from the sight and soon arrived beneath Lonely Mountain. Looking up towards the mountain, an unprecedented madness flickered across his face, and he emitted a laugh reminiscent of a devil. "Chu Feng, you are a Yuanying celestial venerable, yet Wan is not. Why should she be your disciple and not I? I shall kill her." I shall kill her. Fang Yun transformed into a wisp of blood-red mist and sped towards Lonely Mountain. The massacre within the mine was a grave matter, unprecedented within the Taixindao sect. The news quickly spread throughout the sect, prompting sect master Xiang Yutian to take it seriously and personally inspect the scene. That an unfamiliar aura, replete with evil and heat, seemed to incinerate everything, leaving the mine in ruins. With even the bodies of the deceased nowhere to be found. How could he investigate? Xiang Yutian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of a nearby disciple, "Can we ascertain who is responsible?" The disciple hesitated. "Sect master, the perpetrator is exceedingly ruthless. All within the mine have been slaughtered and buried beneath the rubble, leaving us with no means to investigate. However, I have heard that Elder Chu Feng is proficient in a technique called past reappearance, which may reveal the identity of the culprit. Summon Chu Feng." Xiang Yutian's brow furrowed deeply. His previous actions had effectively antagonized Chu Feng, and now he found himself in need of assistance. This was utterly humiliating. Akin to rubbing his face in the dirt that no, absolutely not. Xiang Yutian shook his head decisively. "Enough of this matter for now, that I grant you 3 days to uncover the identity of the assailant. If you fail, you shall face the consequences per sect regulations." Watching Xiang Yutian's retreating figure, Zhao Shana felt an overwhelming urge to curse. 3 days. The entire mine has collapsed. How do you expect me to investigate? If only we could summon Elder Chu Feng, we could easily determine the culprit, but you refuse to. Is it true what they say about the discord between the sect master and Elder Chu Feng? Sighing, he resolved, "Alas, you are the sect master while I am merely a disciple. It seems I must swallow my pride and seek Elder Chu Feng's assistance." Upon the summit of Lonely Mountain, Chu Feng sensed Fang Yun's presence the moment he appeared. Moreover, he detected the strange energies emanating from him. The system registered the information. The child of fortune, Fang Yun, has regained opportunities, his cultivation elevated to the early foundation establishment stage, and his soul has undergone mutation, transforming through the evil dragon technique into the true meaning of the sunflower, achieving a major level technique. Truly an indestructible cockroach. As the child of fortune, he grows stronger with every battle. Having just been suppressed, he has risen again in such a short time. Now, he appears at Lonely Mountain. Could it be for revenge? Just him at the early foundation establishment stage. Is he out of his mind? Wait, forget I said that. With a sweep of his consciousness, Chu Feng quickly pinpointed Fang Yun's location. Lonely Mountain, though small, was also vast. Due to the depletion of Chu Feng's lifespan, he had not maintained it well, but the lush vegetation thrived thanks to the abundant spiritual energy, making it difficult to find a hiding figure. This moment, Fang Yun was behind a massive rock, holding down a spirit beast's head and voraciously drinking its blood. Fang Yun himself was bewildered, wondering how it had come to this. Just moments ago, he infiltrated the solitary mountain, poised to stealthily enter the abode of Chu Feng. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat surged forth once more, his body feeling as though it were ablaze. Racked with agony, that moment, a spirit beast darted past him. For reasons unknown, it was as if a voice echoed within his mind, urging him to absorb the essence of the spirit beast's blood to alleviate the internal heat and simultaneously gain power from it. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Though taken aback, he swiftly dismissed the thought, for he could distinctly sense the enhancement of his own strength. Was it not merely a matter of bloodsucking? He could accept that. Chu Feng's heart brimmed with emotion, reflecting on how Fang Yun indulged in raw flesh and blood. If the evil dragon technique belonged to the path of darkness, then he had completely descended into wickedness. Given this, his existence was rendered unnecessary. It was time for a complete reckoning. Just as Chu Feng prepared to act, Zhao Shana arrived outside the 3 gates, respectfully stating, "Disciple Zhao Shana pays his respects to the Grand Elder." "I beseech your grace." Chu Feng furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "You are fortunate. It seems I can only grant you a temporary reprieve." That he then turned and said, "Granted." "Thank you, Grand Elder," Zhao Shanha exclaimed joyfully, promptly ascending the mountain. Soon, he encountered Chu Feng and immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Disciple Zhao Shana pays his respects to the Grand Elder." Chu Feng gestured for him to speak. "State your purpose for seeking me." Zhao Shana proceeded to recount the circumstances within the mind to Chu Feng. "Disciple has heard that the Grand Elder is practicing a divine ability from the past, Hence I wish to request your investigation into who is responsible for destroying our mind and slaughtering our Taoist sect disciples. As for who was to blame, Chu Feng was all too aware. It was none other than Fang Yun that he replied directly. Do you recall the outer sect disciple who sought to apprentice under me over a month ago? Zhao Shanhe responded, the individual you refer to is indeed Fang Yun, the first eunuch in the realm of cultivation. The implication was clear. The one responsible for the destruction of the mind was he. A mere outer sect disciple. Chu Feng shook his head. There is nothing impossible about it. He is the son of destiny, and he currently resides atop my solitary mountain. You will understand upon seeing him. As he spoke, Chu Feng's consciousness swept across the area, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. How did he end up at the blood abyss? Zhao Shanhe was equally astonished. Grand Elder, are you saying the blood abyss has broken its seal? The blood abyss, tainted by a drop of corrupt blood that fell from the heavens millions of years ago, harbors immense evil power. Should it seep out, chaos would ensue, engulfing the world in blood and reducing all to mere soulless creatures. Akin to zombies. Chapter 37. The beauty in the painting Chu Feng paid no heed to any further explanations. In an instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing at the edge of the blood abyss. The abyss, located behind the solitary mountain, had existed for millions of years. When the Tai Xian Dao sect was established, a significant reason for selecting this location was to suppress the blood abyss. Outside the abyss lay seals set by supreme emperors, not to mention Fang Yun, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Even Chu Feng at the peak of the transformation stage would find it impossible to enter the blood abyss. However, what seemed impossible soon transformed into reality. Upon arriving at the blood abyss, Chu Feng immediately employed the technique of retrospective time reversal that a vision unfolded before him, revealing the moment Fang Yun leapt into the blood abyss. Having undergone a mutation in his cultivation method, Fang Yun had cultivated the true essence of the sunflower and achieved a breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. Against Chu Feng, he posed no threat. Yet he could still deal with Chun Wan. It was time to collect some interest. Thus, he infiltrated the solitary mountain, indulging in the consumption of the spirit beast's blood when a voice filled with temptation caressed his ears. Following the source of the sound, he arrived at the blood abyss. Upon beholding it, he felt not fear but immense excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped in. Fang Yun not only avoided being tainted by the endless corrupt blood, becoming a soulless being, but a powerful force surged within him. His recently attained cultivation unexpectedly underwent another breakthrough, reaching mid-foundation establishment. Ha! Fang Yun exclaimed joyously. I, Fang Yun, am indeed a dragon among men, an unparalleled prodigy. Chu Feng, Chen Wanwan, and all within the Tai Xian Dao sect, did you ever expect that I, Fang Yun, would encounter such an opportunity? Just a few hundred years of cultivation ahead of me. Give me a few hundred years, and I shall surpass all of you, claiming your very souls. Power, I crave power. All power shall be mine. After a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, Fang Yun's excitement finally began to subside. He disregarded the sensation of power within and began to explore his surroundings. The ancient blood abyss was awash in crimson, resembling an ocean of blood with its intricate twists and turns. After taking but a few steps, he stumbled upon a stone door. His heart leaped with joy. He hurriedly opened the door, revealing a palace adorned with extraordinary opulence, ancient charm, and an air of mystery that a thick veil of blood-red mist enveloped the entire palace. Yet this was not the most significant aspect. In the center of the palace lay a coffin, blood-red in hue, bound by 9 black iron chains that a mere glance at the coffin stirred within Fang Yun an overwhelming urge to weep, compelling him to approach it. Grasping the iron chains with both hands, he attempted to shatter them. However, no matter how forcefully he tried, the chains remained immovable. In his moment of helplessness, a blood-red longsword materialized from the void before him. Seizing the sword, Fang Yun struck fiercely at the chains, shattering them with a series of resounding clangs. The coffin plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. The deafening sound jolted Fang Yun from his daze, causing him to shudder with fear as he gazed at the coffin before him. The blood-red longsword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground as he turned to flee the palace. Yet, just as he did, the coffin erupted with a tremendous roar, its lid flying open, that a figure clad in red emerged from within, revealing an enchanting beauty, radiating an aura of coldness and malevolence with every movement. If Chun Wanwan was a witch, then this woman was the embodiment of a devil. The woman in red soared into the air, her eyes snapping open as they fixed upon Fong Yun. With a mere wave of her hand, Fong Yun, like a kite tethered by a string, was drawn toward her, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. I do not wish to die. Fear not, you are not yet destined for death." Just as despair enveloped Fong Yun, a mocking voice echoed behind him, followed by a sharp pain in his cheek, leaving him suspended in mid-air. That it was only then that he could see clearly. He had been seized by the throat, and the one doing so was none other than Chu Feng, the very person he loathed, who had severed his ties to the world, rendering him a eunuch. As for the red-clad specter, there was no such entity. There were no chains binding a coffin. Instead, within the grand hall hung a painting of an exquisite woman in her in essence. Everything that had transpired was merely an illusion conjured by his mind. Before he could process this revelation, Chu Feng's voice resounded once more. "However, you shall now face your demise." Before he could finish, Chu Feng snapped his neck, killing him on the spot. The son of destiny. He could cultivate and reap rewards, yet he could not descend into wickedness. This moment, Fong Yun had become a fiend, practicing the sunflower's true essence, consuming the blood of living beings, and now feasting upon the blood of spirit beasts. However, this did not preclude him from eventually consuming the blood of the living. What a farcical notion of being the son of destiny. He was no stranger to taking lives. Ding Host has slain the son of destiny. Fong Yun, earning 800,000 fortune points and the following rewards. Reward 1. Bestowed with the celestial grade divine ability, art of transforming rainbows. Reward 2. 1 soul gold pearl. Reward 3. 1 longevity pill. Regarding this matter, Chu Feng harbors a distinct aversion towards the rewards offered. The only commendable aspect is the technique of transforming into a rainbow. Regrettably, this technique originally belonged to the supreme divine powers of the Jinwu lineage, capable of traversing 300,000 kilometers in an instant, although it has been evolved by others. Naturally, it cannot be compared to the prowess of 300,000, yet the ability to cover thousands of miles in a blink is still attainable. This implies that should he successfully cultivate this supreme divine technique, traversing the entirety of Jinzhou would require no more than the span of a tea-break. As for the soul golden pearl, it enhances one's soul strength, which could assist him in breaking through to the combined stage. The lifespan pill extends one's longevity by a century. If Chu Feng had not yet ascended to the transformation realm and faced the depletion of his lifespan, this lifespan pill would be akin to a timely boon. However, currently at the pinnacle of the transformation realm with a lifespan of 3,000 years, it scarcely qualifies as an enhancement. Of course, this is not the time for Chu Feng to ponder such matters, for he has far more pressing concerns at hand, namely, the painting before him. Fong Yun had entered the ancient blood cave, and Chu Feng had pursued him, initially feeling helpless, only to discover that the system had a means to bring him inside. Upon entering the blood cave, Chu Feng swiftly encountered a grand palace, where he found Fong Yun, like a madman, bellowing loudly that he seized him by the throat, unaware that this very action would pull Fong Yun back from his hallucination. Alas, it was a matter of life and death. Only the hands determining his demise remained uncertain. Chapter 38. Who is Yun Yang? This is troubling. Such a peculiar soul seduction. Chu Feng, being at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and having cultivated the great sadness of heaven and earth, experienced a significant enhancement of his soul. Thus, when the painting once again attempted to ensnare him in a soul seduction, he sensed it immediately. This was an endeavor to draw him into an illusion. Alarmed, Chu Feng hurriedly attempted to resist. But evidently, even with his fortified soul at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, he could not withstand this soul allure. Just as his soul was on the verge of succumbing to the illusion, he suddenly recalled the reward for slaying Fong Yun, the soul golden pearl. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The elixir coursed through him like a warm current, reaching deep into his soul, allowing it to react instantaneously and forcefully extricate itself from the illusion. Realizing the danger posed by the painting before him, he promptly turned to leave. Once outside the blood cave, he let out a sigh of relief, silently exclaiming how perilous the situation had been. That painting of the beautiful woman was exceedingly strange, prompting Chu Feng to recall a rumor. The red-clad woman depicted within the painting was a spirit. A spirit is one who, upon death, unwilling to accept their demise, employs supreme powers to seal themselves within a painting, thus continuing to exist in an alternate form. To become a spirit, one must at the very least attain the transformation realm. The nascent soul must reach the transformation realm to exist independently within their physical body. That it is crucial to note that this is indeed the blood cave. What could this painting be doing here? Most astonishing to Chu Feng was Feng Yun, who, initially seeking vengeance upon him, had instead stumbled upon the ancient blood cave and entered it. Chu Feng felt a strong sense that Feng Yun's every action was being manipulated by the alluring beauty within the painting. The child of fortune, although controlled, was a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Regardless, with his current cultivation, he could not provoke the beauty within the painting. He resolved to distance himself from her. Whatever her identity may be, upon returning to his abode, Chu Feng did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, he took the time to recuperate and gather his strength. Yet, the moment he closed his eyes, he found himself slipping into sleep. He could not ascertain how long he had slept, but suddenly he awoke with a start, only to discover a red-clad beauty nestled in his arms, her exquisite visage and fair skin breathtakingly enchanting. The red-clad beauty, realizing Chu Feng had awakened, beamed at him and said, "Husband, you are awake. What did you call me, husband?" Chu Feng felt utterly bewildered. The red-clad beauty lowered her gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented. "Husband, have you forgotten your concubine? You are my husband, and I am your wife." Chu Feng hurriedly consoled her. "Do not cry, my dear, I have not forgotten. By the way, how should I address you?" The red-clad beauty smiled and replied, "It seems you truly have forgotten your concubine. My name is Yun Yang." "Yun Yang," Chu Feng repeated, pondering. Yun Yang then leaned close to his ear and blew gently, causing Chu Feng to tremble all over, losing any semblance of composure. After all, she was his wife. How could he take it lightly? A fierce battle ensued. This time, Chu Feng was dismayed to find that his once proud combat prowess encountered a worthy opponent. The two engaged in a fierce contest, neither yielding an inch. Yun Yang surprisingly kept pace with his rhythm, countering him blow for blow. Ultimately, it was only when Chu Feng resorted to the ultimate techniques he had acquired from his teachers in his past life that he managed to overcome her. As the night passed, when Chu Feng awoke from his slumber, he discovered that Yun Yang had already risen. The previous night's battle had left him utterly captivated. Throughout his experiences, whether facing Shen Qianxue or Lu Linglong, their combat abilities always fell slightly short, preventing him from fully indulging, as their fervor often risked injury. However, Yun Yang was different. She allowed him to truly unleash himself. As he saw Yun Yang preparing to depart, he couldn't bear to let her go and reached out to grasp her. Yet he grasped at nothing, as if she were but a figment of his imagination, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yun Yang, unfazed, remarked, "You performed admirably last night. I rather enjoyed it. This is a reward for you, that if you serve me well in the future, I shall not treat you poorly." As she spoke, she produced a seal-like treasure and tossed it towards Chu Feng, who caught it in his hand. The instant he grasped this seal, he felt as if he were plummeting from a sheer cliff, his heart racing with alarm. That he immediately channeled his powers, propelling himself upright from the bed like a spring. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Feng's expression dramatically shifted. Could it be that he had just been within an illusion? Yet, that could not be the case. What then was this seal in his hand? At that moment, he recalled how the red-clad beauty he had battled last night bore an uncanny resemblance to the red-clad woman he had encountered within the blood cave. Had it all been a dream? Or had it truly transpired? If it were merely a dream, what then was the nature of this seal? Tongyu. The seal bore two characters. Most importantly, he felt an inexplicable soreness throughout his body, as though he had been crushed by a massive stone, clearly the result of overexertion. If all of this were indeed real, Chu Feng dared not imagine the implications. Clutching the seal, he promptly began inspecting it to refine a magical artifact within the realm of cultivation. There are two orthodox methods. One is the nurturing method, wherein one nourishes it with spiritual energy and soothes the soul, allowing for gradual refinement. This method, while slow, results in the artifact unleashing at least 70 to 80% of its power once successfully refined. The second is the blood refinement method, which employs one's essence blood as a catalyst to forcibly refine the artifact. This method is swift, yet the refined artifact can only unleash 4 to 5% of its potential. At this moment, Chu Feng had no time for slow nurturing. He could only resort to the blood refinement method. Biting his fingertip, a drop of blood fell upon the seal, which was instantly absorbed, causing the seal to levitate in the air, emanating waves of dark energy that surged towards Chu Feng, that he did not shy away, but allowed the dark energy to envelop him, in the next instant. He absorbed a flood of information regarding the seal, to his astonishment. This seal was a divine artifact of the celestial monarch, with its primary function being to communicate with the ethereal realm, enabling interaction with spirits and ghosts, albeit at their most rudimentary state. Even the most basic of spirits could rival one at the transformation realm. System, what is the true nature of yin-yang? When in doubt, consult the system. Chu Feng immediately summoned the system. The previous night, the system had exhibited no response, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Host, who is yin-yang? The system queried. You do not know? Chu Feng's composure shattered, his heart filling with dread. This meant that he had been ensnared in an illusion, and the system had been entirely unaware, rendering it incapable of countering yin-yang's arrival. Chapter 39. Entangled with the Spirit. However, recalling the previous night's exquisite experience, Chu Feng found himself somewhat accepting of yin-yang. Yet he harbored concerns regarding the impact of their encounter on himself, that if nothing were amiss. That would be fortunate, but the key issue remained. She was a spirit. Spirits feast upon human souls. Would she grow tired of him and subsequently consume his soul? No, he must devise a strategy to confront this spirit. Chu Feng promptly rose and made his way to the library, hoping to unearth methods for dealing with spirits from the numerous texts. Alas, after extensive searching, he found nothing of U.S. Night fell. The prospect of yin-yang potentially reappearing that evening caused his mood to shift uneasily, though he had yet to discern what he was truly lacking. However, on this day, he felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue. One must understand that with his cultivation breakthrough, successfully stepping into the realm of transformation, achieving a lifespan of 3,000 years, and restoring his vitality to its peak, it was inconceivable for him to experience such weariness. Not even for a cultivator. Let alone an ordinary person, that a thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but recall Qinhuan Quan. The heavenly demon's sacred land, being the most formidable power in the eastern wasteland, might possess knowledge regarding spirits and deities. Upon finding Qinhuan Quan, she did not engage in cultivating with him, but instead, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "Have you encountered any deities recently? And did she even share your bed?" Chu Feng was instantly unsettled. Querying, "How do you know?" Qinhuan Quan replied, "Have you felt any soreness in your waist and back, a pervasive weakness, and an overwhelming desire to sleep?" Chu Feng nodded, "Indeed." Qinhuan Quan continued, "That is precisely it. Originally seeking counsel on how to confront the deities, there was nothing to conceal, so he recounted the existence of the ancient blood cave and the tale of the beauty in the painting, Yin-Yang, to Qinhuan Quan. Qinhuan Quan expressed her astonishment. "I never imagined that your Tai Xin Dao sect would possess an entrance to a blood cave. The ancient blood cave, formed from the tainted blood of the heavenly Tao, is among the most malevolent entities in existence, birthing countless evils. That it is astonishing that someone would willingly place themselves within such a cave. If I am not mistaken, the entrance to your sect's blood cave must merely be a branch of the main cave. Hence, it is not overly concerning. However, you currently face two predicaments. Point 2. What is the other one? Besides yin-yang, what else could there be?" Qinhuan Quan replied sternly, "Fang Yun. Being killed within the blood cave does not equate to true death. Instead, one is resurrected by the cave, becoming a creature of the blood sea, and their power significantly increases." Chu Feng felt a wave of speechlessness. It truly was a creature that could not be easily vanquished. "System, I ask you, is it true that Fang Yun has not died? In times of uncertainty, one seeks the system." Host, strictly speaking, Fang Yun has indeed died, yet he has not truly perished. Such nonsensical riddles. Dead is dead, and alive is alive. Can you not be more straightforward? Chu Feng responded impatiently. "Understood, host. Fang Yun is not dead. He has been reborn, resurrected by the blood cave, and has become a creature of the blood sea. He remains a child of fate, albeit a new child of fate. Currently, he is in a state of rebirth, with his past memories mostly lost, yet his hatred towards you persists. Impressive. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. This Feng Yun is not merely a child of fate. He is clearly a son of destiny. Having been killed once, he still lives. However, it doesn't matter. If necessary, I shall kill him again, gaining fortune and system rewards in the process. I relish the thought. Qin Wanquan appeared quite taken aback. Some individuals have indeed proven to be incorrigibly infatuated, willing to gamble their lives for a woman. As night descended, and the deities approached. It would not simply be a matter of sore wastes and fatigue. Some individuals might very well find themselves bedridden. Chu Feng quickly realized that Qin Wanquan misunderstood him, and he hastily said, "Do not misinterpret. That is not what I meant. That my laughter earlier had nothing to do with yin yang. Wanquan, do you know how to deal with yin yang, the deity in question?" "I do not know." Qin Wanquan shook her head. Regardless, some individuals treat their lives with utter disregard. Chu Feng sighed. "There truly is no way." Qin Wanquan stated, "The only method is to combat the intrusion of the deity's power with formidable spiritual strength. You mentioned that the essence of this deity is a painting. To resolve this, the best course of action would be to destroy that painting. However, that may prove exceedingly difficult, since the deity resides within the painting. It possesses the deity's power, and as long as you approach it, the deity will inevitably launch an attack against you. Previously, you were easily drawn into illusions. This deity possesses at least the cultivation level of a great ascendant, so you could never match him, let alone destroy the painting. The second method, though it addresses only the symptoms, is to enhance your own soul power. Ideally, you should cultivate a powerful soul secret technique. Thus, the deity would be unable to draw you into illusions, allowing you to break free from its entanglement. The soul secret technique was precisely what Chu Feng lacked. Although the Great Yin and Yang Great Sadness verse could gradually enhance soul strength, it was a slow process and did not address the root issue. Meanwhile, the complete version of the Great Immortal Technique could elevate soul cultivation, yet he currently possessed only 1,000 characters of the scripture. Chu Feng inquired, "Do you have any formidable soul secret techniques?" Qin Wanquan shook her head. "I do not." Chu Feng's expression fell instantly. Qin Wanquan continued, "For now, you should consume nutritious food to bolster your strength, hoping to endure a few more days." Just as Chu Feng feared the arrival of nightfall, within the blood cave, Feng Yun had indeed resurrected. Shaking his head, he wore a bewildered expression. "Did I not die? Is it possible that I have come back to life? How did I die? Who killed me?" "Ah, I recall, it was Chu Feng who killed me, and he even severed my root of troubles. He is actually regrown. Does this not imply that I can forego consuming fresh blood and begin cultivating the evil dragon technique anew? I, Feng Yun, am truly an unparalleled prodigy. Destiny is with me. Chu Feng, prepare yourself, for I shall seek your demise." Moreover, it seems my cultivation has once again ascended to the late stage of foundation establishment. Not only that, but Feng Yun also failed to notice that his previously ravaged soul was now mended. Of course, while his soul had been repaired, it now bore additional aspects. He was no longer the original him. Yet, the most pressing matter was to escape this place. With that thought in mind, Feng Yun turned and chose to depart. As night descended, Chu Feng remained in a state of heightened tension, not daring to close his eyes for fear of being drawn into an illusion, allowing Yin Yang an opportunity to strike. However, how could he avoid sleep? Just as the moon crested the treetops, Chu Feng's head drooped, and he once again fell into slumber. Chapter 40. A late revenge. When he opened his eyes, he found himself ensnared within an illusion. Soft and fragrant, Yin Yang remained as beautiful as ever, donned in a flowing red gown, swirling a lock of hair in circles on his chest. Upon noticing Chu Feng's awakening, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Husband, you are awake." Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. He immediately rolled over, gazing at Yin Yang with wariness, and declared, "Do not come any closer." Yin Yang's demeanor shifted instantly, adopting a pitiful expression as she sorrowfully replied, "Husband, what are you doing? Do you no longer want me, or have I done something wrong to anger you?" Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng stated, "Yin Yang, you are a deity, are you not? Do not deceive me. I am aware of everything now. There is a painting within the blood cave, and the beauty within it must be you. Yun-yang nodded. Husband, you know everything. Please allow me to explain. I did not intend to deceive you. Very well, then. I wish to hear how you plan to explain this. You are a deity, and I am but a human. If I recall correctly, deities draw upon the souls of living beings, absorbing their soul power. Do you understand that after our battle last night, I am now left with soreness in my waist and legs, a pervasive fatigue, and my soul is damaged? If I continue to remain with you, I fear I shall struggle to rise from bed come morning. Yin-yang fell silent, quietly murmuring, Since you so despise me, I shall take my leave now and will never bother you again. As she spoke, Yin-yang began to depart. Wait. Chu Feng interjected. You may leave, but it can wait until tomorrow. Now that you are here, why not engage in a negotiation worth billions? Very well, I shall heed your words. Husband, Yin-yang acquiesced. The day's night passed. The following day, Chu Feng awoke to find his legs trembling, his eye sockets sunken, and he bore the telltale signs of dark circles. This time it would likely take half a year of recovery. Delighted, yet physically depleted, his soul's flame had weakened considerably. Nevertheless, all was worthwhile. That as Chu Feng exited the courtyard to bask in the sun and circulate his energy in preparation for restoration, Chen Wanquan suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Chu Feng's state, her expression darkened, and with a cold snort, she remarked, Indeed, some individuals would risk their lives for a woman. Scoundrel, despicable, stop. Chu Feng quickly retorted, I was forced into this. Yin-yang stated that she would no longer seek me out, yet insisted I accompany her for one night. What choice did I have? In her illusion, I was no different from an ant. Chen Wanquan frowned. This makes no sense. Being targeted by a deity typically leads to death, especially considering your frail physique and soul. She would not spare you, and if she truly lets you off the hook, then the methods I prepared would be rendered useless. Indeed, they would be. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. But what methods could possibly intimidate a deity? Chen Wanquan scoffed. Since they are of no use, I see no reason to inform you. How audacious, how presumptuous! With a sudden clap of his thigh, Chu Feng exclaimed. Do you truly believe that my spirit has been diminished, my vitality depleted, leaving me powerless against you? Chen Wanjun retorted disdainfully. It is not merely my belief. The truth is, you indeed have no means to contend with me. If you are unconvinced, very well, let us engage in a duel of 300 rounds. Chu Feng, rendered speechless, conceded, Consider this your victory. However, do not rejoice prematurely. Once I have regained my strength, you shall witness my true prowess. Thus, a month swiftly elapsed, and at last, Chu Feng's body had recovered. Reborn anew, that on the very night he regained his vitality, he seized Chen Wanjun and soundly thrashed her until she begged for mercy. Notably, throughout this month, Yin-yang had not sought him out at all. Yet on this day, Zhao Shana came to pay a visit. Great Elder, do you still recall the destruction of the mine and the slaying of disciples? According to your account, the perpetrator is a disciple named Feng Yun, who mistakenly entered the ancient blood pit and has since been eliminated by you. Chu Feng frowned. Could it be that he has not perished and has resurfaced once more? Zhao Shana nodded. Indeed, Feng Yun has reappeared. Previously, as he was thought dead, the disciples reported his misdeeds to the sect leader and ceased further inquiries. Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly return alive just half a day ago? Chu Feng dismissed the matter. To destroy a mine and murder sect disciples, according to sect rules, he ought to have his soul extracted and be cast into the abyss of punishment, never to attain rebirth. He possesses quite a bit of audacity to dare return. Zhao Shana added, if he had returned alone, the disciples would have apprehended him long ago. The crux is that he was brought back by the Supreme Elder. Moreover, it seems he has become the favored consort of the Supreme Elder. Lu Rushi, did at this? Chu Feng's expression turned icy. Within the Tai Xian Dao sect, there are 3 Supreme Elders of the Transformation Spirit Realm, and Lu Rushi is one among them, notably the only female among the trio. However, Lu Rushi, having lived for over 2,000 years, now appears as an old crone, with a visage resembling that of a woman in her 50s or 60s, which caused Chu Feng to begrudgingly admire Feng Yun for having the audacity to pursue her. Just then, a voice echoed from outside Gu Mountain, Disciple Xiao Yi, at the behest of the Supreme Elder. Request the Great Elder's presence at the Hall of Punishment. The Hall of Punishment is where disciples are penalized. Any disciple entering it faces varying degrees of punishment. To find oneself summoned to the Hall of Punishment signifies a confrontation with one's own fate. A flash of murderous intent erupted from Chu Feng. Was this all for Feng Yuan? In a mysterious courtyard within the Tai Xian Dao sect, Feng Yuan, clad in white, had been reborn from the blood pit. His previous injuries fully healed, and under the transformation of the blood pit, he had become exceedingly handsome, enhanced by the wondrous effects of the evil dragon technique, which would captivate any woman who beheld him. Yet, at that moment, Feng Yuan was tightly embracing an elderly man with a head full of white hair, whose skin was shriveled and wrinkled, gritting his teeth as he implored, "Sister Lu, you must stand up for me." The Lu addressed by Feng Yuan was none other than Lu Rushi, one of the three supreme elders of the transformation spirit realm. That Chu Feng, relying on his status as the great elder, actually dared to threaten my life and obliterated my source of troubles. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would have perished entirely and would likely never have encountered you. Sister Lu, Lu Rushi seethed with anger. That Chu Feng possesses audacity beyond measure. A man nearing death dares to abuse his authority as a great elder to bully the weak. I was unaware of his transgressions until now. And rest assured, I shall not let him off lightly. Rest easy. I have already notified Xiang Yutian to open the Hall of Punishment and deliver due retribution. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, even if he does not perish, I shall ensure he is cast into the frozen abyss, where he shall never escape with his dwindling lifespan. Feng Yuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Sister Lu, you are too kind. I cannot express my gratitude enough." Chapter 41. The reopening of the Hall of Punishment. The reopening of the Hall of Punishment was a significant event for the Tai Xian Dao sect. Soon, the news spread throughout the sect, igniting fervent discussions among countless disciples. Who will be punished this time? No one knows, but it seems the Supreme Elder is overseeing the reopening. The individual to be punished must have a considerable status. Perhaps a Golden Core Elder. Punishing a Golden Core Elder would not warrant the attention of the Supreme Elders. Are you suggesting that the individual being punished might very well be a Yuaniing Elder? Most likely. The already bustling Tai Xian Dao sect descended into chaos, as countless disciples gathered outside the Hall of Punishment, eager to uncover the details. Inside the hall, in order to punish Chu Feng, Lu Rushi had indeed put forth considerable effort. That, of course, the primary motivation was that Feng Yuan had catered to her whims, venting her frustrations on behalf of her little man, while simultaneously bringing a smile to his face. It was a simple task that as one of the three supreme elders of the transformation spirit realm tasked with punishing a Yuaniing elder, the commotion generated was unimaginable. The three supreme ancestors, alongside four other Yuaniing elders, sect leader Xiang Yutian, and a dozen Golden Core elders were all present. Among them was Xiang Yutian, who had previously sought to curry favor with Chu Feng. As Lu Rushi and Feng Yuan arrived fashionably late. The gathered crowd furrowed their brows, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. Feng Yuan, a mere late-stage foundation establishment disciple, was attending such a high-level meeting for the first time, clinging to Lu Rushi's arm with exhilaration, constantly murmuring, "Sister Lu, they're the powerful figures of our Tai Xian Dao sect that I never imagined I, Feng Yuan, would have the honor of participating in such a meeting." Lu Rushi scoffed, "As long as you serve me well, I shall frequently bring you along to such gatherings." Feng Yuan beamed. "Thank you, Sister Lu. You are too generous." "Sister Lu, do you think I could become an elder of the Tai Xian Dao sect? I fear that even if Chu Feng is punished this time, once he emerges, he may retaliate against me as a mere core disciple. He could easily crush me as one would an ant. If I were an elder, he would think twice before attempting anything against me." Lu Rushi nodded. "What you say bears merit. Ordinarily, only those of the Golden Core realm can hold the position of elder. But with my backing, you shall secure that position. Should anyone object, let them come to me for a discussion." "Thank you, Sister Lu," Feng Yuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I will surely serve you well." Lu Rushi smiled. "Let us test the waters tonight." Feng Yuan's expression changed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Considering the rewards of his efforts, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall abide by Sister Lu's wishes." Lu Rushi, this is the Hall of Punishment. Even in the midst of affection, one must be mindful of their surroundings. As the elderly and the youthful brazenly flaunted their affection, Their words were indeed quite ear-piercing, drawing the attention and disapproval of many. However, as they were supreme elders, no one dared voice their objections. Finally, the two other Yuaniing elders grew incensed, their gazes sharp as daggers point. One of them, named Yi Zishan, like Lu Rushi, was one of the three supreme elders of the transformation spirit realm. Unfazed by Yi Zishan's reprimand, Lu Rushi dismissed him with a wave. Do not concern yourself with him. His name is Yi Zishan, a mid-stage transformation spirit, his cultivation inferior to mine. And the middle-aged man beside him is named Zhao Ping, an early-stage transformation spirit, his cultivation also significantly lacking compared to mine. Not let them trouble you. As for the others, they are all Yuaniing realm, akin to Chu Feng, the five great elders, Lu Linglong, Cui Yong, Nangong Wentian, and Lin San. This one here, Xiang Yutian, is the leader of our Tai Xindao sect. Should you have any concerns, you may approach him. Xiang Yutian acknowledged Fang Yun with a slight nod. This time, as Lu Rushi sought to deal with Chu Feng, Xiang Yutian was fully supportive. Previously, as sect leader, he and Chu Feng had maintained an understanding, allowing each other to coexist peacefully. However, with Chu Feng aging and his vitality waning, Xiang Yutian's perspective had shifted. Once inclined to reprimand Chu Feng, he had been rebuffed, leaving him frustrated. To his dismay, Chu Feng had somehow extended his lifespan and regained some strength, rendering Xiang Yutian temporarily powerless against him. Yet the swift retribution from a mere core disciple was unexpected. Fang Yun's name rang a bell, but Xiang Yutian brushed aside his thoughts, focusing solely on the prospect of dealing with Chu Feng. Xiang Yutian quickly dismissed the matter, smiling at Fang Yun, since the Supreme Elder supports your ascension to Elder of the Tai Xindao sect. I, as the sect leader, have no objections. That Yi Zishan, witnessing the indifference of the assembly towards him, was infuriated. However, Lu Rushi was indeed correct. He was not her match and could only snort in frustration. Enough, Lu Rushi. State your purpose for gathering us all here. You must realize that this is the hall of punishment, not a venue for flirting. Lu Rushi shot Yi Zishan a cold glance and replied, Patience. Those we await have yet to arrive. There is no need for haste. When the time comes, you shall understand the purpose of our gathering. The Yi Zishan inquired. Very well. We shall wait. It goes without saying that everyone is aware that the one they are waiting for is Chu Feng. Indeed, it is as if Cao Cao has arrived, just as he has mentioned. That moment, Chu Feng made his entrance into the hall of punishment, emanating an aura of icy coldness that he strode in with confidence. His gaze piercing as it swept across the assembly. With a wave of his hand, he greeted, I, Chu Feng, pay my respects to the esteemed elders, the Grand Elder, and the sect master. My junior sister is also present. As Chu Feng's gaze fell upon Lu Linglong, a smile broke out across his face, and he sauntered over with a genial demeanor. Impudent! Lu Rushi exclaimed furiously. Chu Feng, do you not acknowledge your transgressions? With a look of astonishment, Chu Feng retorted, Transgressions? Surely you jest. Lu Rushi, do enlighten me. What sins have I committed to provoke such ire? What did you just call me? Lu Rushi's expression shifted dramatically as she fixed her gaze on Chu Feng, while the others present shared looks of disbelief. How audacious for a grand elder of the nascent soul to directly address an ancestor of the transformation stage. Such a breach could lead to death, whether intentional or in jest. Yet, there were exceptions, such as Yi Zishan, who wore a look of malicious glee. Chu Feng enunciated each word deliberately. Lu Rushi, do tell, is your name not Lu Rushi? Or have I erred in my address? Perhaps I should call you something else? Or are you merely indulging in the company of a pretty boy? Chu Feng harbored no kindness towards Lu Rushi, particularly upon learning that she had taken Fang Yun under her wing. It was for a few words from Fang Yun that she had reopened the hall of punishment to chastise him. Had he still been at the level of a nascent soul, he might have endured it, but now he stood at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Chu Feng, you are outrageous. How dare you speak to the Grand Elder in such a manner? Do you seek death? I advise you to kneel and apologize at once, or the Grand Elder's wrath will leave you without a grave. Fang Yun had long sought vengeance against Chu Feng, and with this opportunity laid before him, he could not let it slip away that he stepped forward, berating, kneel and apologize. This was not a gesture of concern for Chu Feng. It was a blatant provocation. For a dignified, nascent soul immortal to kneel before so many was more than mere disgrace. Despite his words, his expression was already laden with schadenfreude. Chu Feng scoffed. Kneel and apologize? I see no need for that I merely wish to ask the Grand Elder one question. What crime have I? Chu Feng, committed? Lu Rushi seethed. You dare question your guilt? Very well. I shall enlighten you. Chu Feng, you take advantage of your status as a nascent soul ancestor to bully disciples that do you not confess your crimes. Pray tell, which disciple have I bullied? Point them out, and I shall see. Chu Feng interrupted Lu Rushi dismissively. Naturally, it is he, Feng Yun, a core disciple of our Taishan Dao sect. Do you dare claim you have not bullied him? I have investigated thoroughly. You are utterly deranged, having severed his root of troubles. Were it not for his fortuitous encounter leading to its regrowth, he would now be utterly crippled. Feng Yun, you are the aggrieved party. Step forward and confirm whether my words ring true. Fear not, for Lu Rushi shall advocate for you today. Feng Yun, playing his part, stepped forward in a theatrical display of tears and snot, painting Chu Feng as a villain of unspeakable atrocities. Even the onlookers could not help but frown at the scene. Lu Rushi, radiating an aura of chilling malice, fixed her gaze on Chu Feng and stated icily, Chu Feng, what more do you have to say? As a nascent soul ancestor, to bully disciples is a grave crime. Your punishment is well-deserved, that do you not confess? Chu Feng coldly replied, Are you finished? If so, it is my turn to speak. Very well, I shall see what you have to say. Lu Rushi replied. Chu Feng pointed at Feng Yun and declared, Are you aware why I severed his root of troubles? Firstly, he provoked my Iranian outer disciple with mediocre talent who has barely entered the sect dare to claim he would take me as his master. When I refused, he knelt at the mountain's foot and refused to rise, even asserting that he would take care of me in my old age, that not a curse upon my life. But you cannot castrate me. Feng Yun shrieked, his face contorted with rage. Chu Feng retorted dismissively, and there is a second reason. Feng Yun, I ask you, since your initiation into the sect, have you not seduced women and engaged in dual cultivation? Feng Yun faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes before he quickly regained composure. Upon reflection, he realized that since joining the Taishan Dao sect, he had not fully unleashed the evil dragon technique. Although he had engaged in yin-yang practices, he had refrained from causing any fatalities. That he quickly replied, Even so, it is but a matter of mutual affection. What wrong is there in that? Leaving others aside, you, Chu Feng, have aged and yet married a woman who has only been in the sect for a year. Chu Feng coldly remarked, Mutual affection, indeed, but what of your practice of the evil dragon technique? Evil dragon technique. At the mention of these words, the countenance of all present shifted dramatically. Everyone understood the implications of the evil dragon technique, a method that devours women, the most feared technique among all. It is a practice that all men desire, yet simultaneously wish to obliterate. Once one embarks on the path of the evil dragon technique, all women become mere playthings, subjected to torment until death. Those who learn of anyone practicing the evil dragon technique are met with merciless execution. Feng Yun was acutely aware of this and quickly shook his head, turning to Lu Rushi, Sister Lu. He speaks falsely. I have never practiced the evil dragon technique. You must uphold justice for me. Lu Rushi gently patted Feng Yun's shoulder, assuring him, Do not worry. Sister Lu will ensure your innocence is upheld. No one shall slander you. Feng Yun nodded emphatically, stating, I knew Sister Lu would look out for me. Witnessing their exchange, Chu Feng could hardly contain his revulsion and shivered, exclaiming, You too should be mindful of your surroundings. This is quite nauseating. I dare anyone to challenge me. Lu Rushi erupted with overwhelming murderous intent. Chu Feng coldly scoffed, I do not know if anyone dares, but I do know that we are here to accuse Feng Yun of practicing the evil dragon technique. Very well, Lu Rushi replied. Since you claim Feng Yun practices the evil dragon technique, do you have any evidence? Without evidence, you are merely slandering him, and your crimes will only compound. Chu Feng smiled. Is it not evidence you seek? Allow me to demonstrate. All it requires is a surge of my energy into him, and it will undoubtedly awaken the evil dragon technique within him. With that, Chu Feng lunged towards Feng Yun. Feng Yun was struck with terror. Should his practice of the evil dragon technique be revealed, it would mean certain death. He swiftly retreated behind Lu Rushi, exclaiming, Sister Lu, his demand for evidence is clearly a ruse to kill me. You cannot let him approach. Lu Rushi glared at Chu Feng, admonishing, Chu Feng, do you intend to stubbornly resist? Not only have you bullied disciples and harmed your fellow sect members, but as a nascent soul grand elder, your attitude towards me warrants punishment. Initially, I had hoped you would admit your faults, and I would be lenient. However, since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, that I hereby announce that Chu Feng shall be cast into the ice prison. He shall remain there until he reflects upon his transgressions, and only then shall he be released, that I trust no one present has any objections. I object. Chu Feng interjected, to impose baseless accusations is a travesty. Lu Rushi, you are correct on one point. Taking advantage of your status as a transformation stage ancestor to bully disciples and harm fellow sect members indeed deserves punishment. The DOU all recall the recent destruction of the mine and the slaughter of hundreds of disciples. The mastermind behind it is none other than Feng Yun. Humph. Chu Feng, do you still claim you did not frame Feng Yun? Lu Rushi coldly replied. Feng Yun is but a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly annihilate hundreds of disciples? You could have simply confessed, but now you shall not blame me for my lack of leniency, she declared. Lu Rushi suddenly launched an attack against Chu Feng. Her powerful strike aimed to obliterate him. Chu Feng had long desired to retaliate and was merely waiting for this moment. You wish to fight. Very well, I shall oblige. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Chu Feng, and he counterattacked Lu Rushi. Chapter 43. I will prove it to you. Chu Feng had long been eager to take action against Lu Rushi, who, for the sake of a male companion, had twisted the truth and sought to end his life. Did she truly believe herself untouchable, or had she simply grown tired of living? Very well, he would grant her wish, with the dragon subduing 99 palms. A single strike of golden dragon energy would suffice to suppress Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi, being at the late stage of transformation, indeed had reasons to be arrogant, which is why she disregarded Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping. Acting as if she were above them, as Chu Feng made his move, he stunned everyone present. Your primordial spirit power. You have broken through to the transformation stage. Lu Rushi suddenly exclaimed, the transformation realm. The true stabilizing force of the Tai Xiandao sect. Even the sect master, Xiang Yutian, must show respect to his disciples. That if I were to punish a Yuaning immortal, I, Lu Rushi, could effortlessly reopen the Hall of Justice to carry it out. However, when it comes to punishing an ancestor of the transformation realm, I truly lack the qualifications. It is no wonder that, despite your withered lifespan and frail body, you have suddenly rejuvenated, maintaining your cultivation. It appears you have broken through to the initial stage of the transformation realm. But what of the transformation realm? Merely the initial stage. If you dare to bully my Feng Yun, you will surely pay the price. In Lu Rushi's eyes, even if Chu Feng has entered the transformation realm, he remains at the initial stage and is certainly not her opponent. Furthermore, should the ancestor of the transformation realm emerge, she would take great pleasure in teaching him a lesson, reminding him who the true leader of the Tai Xiandao sect is. Even if he becomes the ancestor of the transformation realm, he will still have to heed her words. Lu Rushi's words are law. Even Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping dare not defy her actions. Yet in the next moment, Lu Rushi's expression changed dramatically. Facing the golden dragon conjured by Chu Feng, her every attack crumbled like paper, collapsing in an instant. She was sent flying like a mere scarecrow, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. How can this be? Why is your strength so formidable? You have just broken through to the transformation realm. Chu Feng shook his head and replied, does my strength truly matter? What is significant is that here I, Chu Feng, wish to ask Elder Lu a question. May I now present evidence to demonstrate what kind of person Feng Yun truly is before you? You are indeed quite indulgent towards your male companion, allowing him to act with such impunity that he even dares to threaten my life. What gives you the audacity? Lu Rushi, with your strength, I could crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Do you believe this? Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Chu Feng, sweeping toward Lu Rushi like a tempest. In that moment, Lu Rushi appeared as a solitary boat on the vast ocean, at risk of being capsized at any moment. She had no room for resistance. The level of power cultivated from the great celestial immortal technique far surpassed that of her peers, and combined with the enhancement of the yin-yang great compassion verse, Chu Feng now resembled an endless ocean, boundless and unfathomable. Lu Rushi was insignificant in his eyes. Since she sought her own demise, he would grant her that wish. The overwhelming aura struck terror into the hearts of all present. Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping exchanged glances, recognizing the shock and disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. That Liu Linglong, however, was filled with delight, while Xiang Yutian's heart was heavy with bitterness that he had thought Chu Feng was on the brink of death, that his lifespan had expired, and that he was merely hanging on by a thread, only to discover he had broken through to the transformation realm. And not just any transformation realm, but one that easily suppressed even elder Lu Rushi. Chu Feng's gaze swept across the crowd. Realizing his intention to intimidate had been achieved, he coldly scoffed, "I trust there are no objections to my words from anyone present." No one expected Elder Chu Feng to be an ancestor of the transformation realm, thus making him the fourth supreme elder of the Tai Xiandao sect. Xiang Yutian bitterly observed. Chu Feng shot a cold glance at Xiang Yutian and said, "Very well, let us continue discussing Feng Yun." Lu Rushi, did you not wish for me to prove whether Feng Yun has cultivated the evil dragon technique? I shall demonstrate it to you now. Furthermore, I can responsibly inform you that Feng Yun, at this moment, is not even human but belongs to the category of blood sea beings. From the moment Chu Feng laid eyes on Feng Yun, the system had already provided a prompt. Detected the Sun of Fortune. Feng Yun, a blood sea being, transformed by the blood hole, restored to vigor. He retains the essence of the sunflower true meaning and can once again cultivate the evil dragon technique, far surpassing others of his rank in combat prowess. Due to the transformation, his soul has become increasingly malevolent, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. Fortune value: 900,000 points. This is the essence of becoming a destined child. Therefore, he must die, and swiftly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Feng pointed toward Feng Yun. Upon revealing his true strength, none among the gathered dared to intervene, not even Lu Rushi, although she held Feng Yun in high regard. Even pampering him, she understood the gravity of the situation. She could not gamble that Chu Feng would not kill her that moment. Chu Feng loomed over her like a sword poised to fall. As Chu Feng pointed, Feng Yun's entire form underwent a tremendous transformation. Countless red threads emerged upon his skin, writhing like worms within him. Feng Yun let out a wretched howl, his face contorted in agony, as if he were being torn apart. He could not even produce a sound, writhing on the ground in a manner that was utterly unsettling. This process continued for a full incense stick's duration. Feng Yun once again transformed, his limbs elongated and thickened. Claws extended, wings sprouted from his back, and his head enlarged, revealing rows of sharp teeth, as if he were about to rend flesh apart. Before long, a blood sea being appeared before everyone, emitting a horrific and cruel laughter. "Chu Feng, I will kill you. You shall pay for this." Feng Yun, now more accurately referred to as a blood sea being, unleashed a furious roar and lunged toward Chu Feng. Lu Rushi's face turned ashen. Everyone gasped in shock that it truly is a blood sea being, a blood sea monster that feeds on human essence. Kill him. Transformed into a blood sea being, Feng Yun's combat power surged, escalating from the late Foundation establishment stage to a level equivalent to the transformation realm. Chapter 44. Now everything is under my control. Indeed, he must be eliminated. Chu Feng swung his sword downward. Heaven-burning sword, a single stroke to open the heavenly gate. The formidable sword intent instantly cleaved through the blood sea being. Feng Yun, the sword intent surged forth, unfaltering, soaring into the sky, enveloping the entire Tai Xiandao sect, casting a shadow that felt apocalyptic, pressing upon every heart present. What overwhelming strength! If Chu Feng's earlier display of power had already astonished the crowd, this sword strike plunged them into despair, especially Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping, who mournfully realized that had they been subjected to this sword, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Lu Rushi was terrified. Her face ashen that no, everything is wrong. My beloved is, in fact, a monster, a blood sea being transformed by the blood hole. Thus, his cultivation of the evil dragon technique is genuine. The evil dragon technique, which absorbs yin to supplement yang. No wonder she had felt fatigued in recent days, believing it to be due to excessive indulgence. It seems she had been drained. The moment Chu Feng struck down Feng Yun, the system chimed in, "Congratulations, host, for once again eliminating the Sun of Fortune. Blood sea being Feng Yun. You have gained 5 million fortune points. Rewards are as follows. Reward 1. The forging method for the growth type Celestial Sword, Blood Sea Demon Sword. Reward 2. Celestial level Soul Secret Technique. Netherworld Visualization Method. Reward 3. 2,000 years of mana. What generous rewards! Fong Yun, it would be best if you could be resurrected once more. The Invincible Cockroach. This marks the second time he has been eliminated. Each time yielding more bountiful rewards. Of course, closing the system. Chu Feng surveyed the crowd and declared, at the peak of the transformation realm, I believe I am entitled to become the supreme elder of the Tai Xiandao sect. Am I not? Indeed that no one expected Elder Chu Feng to have surpassed them. Wai Zishan nodded in agreement. Chu Feng turned his gaze toward Xiang Yutian and asked, what is the sect master's stance? Shouldn't I be given an explanation? This is the second time. After all, did you truly believe I was on the verge of death? Confusion swept through the crowd. What did this have to do with Xiang Yutian? The sect master trembled in fear, quickly saying, Supreme Elder, I, Xiang Yutian, have been blind to your greatness and have offended you. I implore the Supreme Elder to consider my position as sect master and spare me this once. I, Xiang Yutian, am willing to offer compensation to the Supreme Elder. Chu Feng replied, compensation? I am curious to see what you can offer. Did I recall that the sect master possesses an ancient blood crystal? I want that. The Blood Sea Demon Sword possesses 3 of the most precious refining materials, among which the ancient blood crystal stands as one of the finest. This exceptional refining material was inadvertently acquired by Xiang Yutian, who originally intended to use it to upgrade his innate magical treasure. However, having obtained it not long ago, he now faces the painful decision of parting with it. Immediately, he produced the ancient blood crystal from his possession. Even Lu Rushi, Yi Zishan, and Zhao Ping found themselves tempted by it. Had it not been for their identities, they would have approached Xiang Yutian to claim it for themselves. Now, however, it rightfully belonged to Chu Feng. Upon receiving the ancient blood crystal, Chu Feng remarked, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, I would not hesitate to ensure your eternal disappearance. Thank you, Elder Taishang, Xiang Yutian responded, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Chu Feng's final gaze fell upon Lu Rushi, who suddenly blushed, her eyes filled with shyness as she said, Chu Feng, I acknowledge my wrongdoing this time, that I was misled by Fong Yun's sweet words. I realize my mistake now. If you could forgive me, I am confident in my charm, and, being at the transformation stage, well-versed in dual cultivation, I could join you in this practice. Ugh. Chu Feng was taken aback by Lu Rushi's unexpected declaration, nearly retching at the sheer audacity of her words. Get lost. Look at yourself in the mirror. What a ghastly sight. You resemble a ghost. Only someone like Fong Yun, a blood-whole creature, could find you appealing. If I were to engage in dual cultivation, it would be with someone like my junior sister Linglong, the most beautiful in the Tai Xiandao sect. You call me ugly, Lu Rushi shrieked, completely forgetting Chu Feng's formidable nature and the fear it instilled. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought. He could kill her, but he could not demean her appearance. Chu Feng scoffed. Am I mistaken? If you're not ugly, then who is? Not satisfied, are you? Go take a good look at yourself. Not only are you ugly, but your hideousness is utterly shocking, enough to make anyone want to vomit. Now, get lost. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Chu Feng realized the gravity of his reaction, his anger surging. Oh, you thought to entrap me. You wish to cast me into the ice prison? Very well. I hereby declare that you, Lu Rushi, shall be cast into the ice prison. I trust none here will object. None. Lu Rushi absolutely deserves to be cast into the ice prison. Who would dare voice dissent? Setting aside Lu Rushi's past misdeeds, her tyrannical and unreasonable behavior, this time she was utterly beguiled by a blood-whole creature, reopening the punishment hall to punish Chu Feng. Had Chu Feng been an ordinary disciple, it might have been excusable, but with the mention of the iron board, it was indeed well-deserved. At Linglong Peak. After the punishment hall had concluded, Chu Feng followed Lu Linglong to her quarters. This scene was familiar to Chu Feng, no longer surprising. Even the disciples of Linglong Peak smiled knowingly, fully aware of Chu Feng's intentions, for she was their masteress partner. Though, Yinran is here too. Chu Feng's spirit sword. Engaging alone would be dull. With an additional companion, the dynamics would change entirely. As it turns out, Nangong Yinran had previously initiated the idea of becoming partners with him. and her conquest value was a staggering 90 upon arrival. As for Lu Linglong, they had battled nearly 100 times, maintaining a conquest value of 89 to now. Upon realizing his formidable strength had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, even 3 Elder Taishangs were unable to restrain him. The value had finally soared to 9 too. IT was unfortunate that with such a high conquest value, they had not properly competed until now that she was present. Chu Feng could not let this opportunity slip by. How about we find a place to spar? I've been eager to do so for quite some time. Nangong Yinran smiled and replied, Husband, don't rush. Linglong is still here. Chu Feng grinned, Of course, it shall be all 3 of us. Could it be that Linglong hasn't informed you that my combat prowess is quite formidable? You may not be able to handle me alone. Nangong Yinran's eyes sparkled. Does that mean I must engage in a serious battle? Linglong, may I borrow a place? Lu Linglong rolled her eyes and said, No way. If you want to fight, find your own place. Don't mooch off mine. Nangong Yinran laughed as she approached Lu Linglong. Embracing her, Linglong, we are the best of friends. Chapter 45. Seeking a divorce document, just as Lu Linglong was about to respond, Chu Feng strode over and swept her into his arms, saying, Oh, you dare refuse? Watch as I properly deal with you. The battle raged on for a day and a night, and ultimately, Chu Feng triumphed over the 2 women, with the enhancement of the great sadness of heaven and earth. All 3 of them greatly benefited, especially Nangong Yinran, who experienced a remarkable first in her life. As she absorbed the fruits of her efforts, she was utterly astonished and embraced Chu Feng, exclaiming, Husband, you possess such profound techniques. Why didn't you come to find me sooner? Had I known, I would never have let you go. Chu Feng smiled. It's never too late to cultivate now. Indeed, Nangong Yinran responded, Thus I have made a significant decision. I shall not leave. That's what I seek. Chu Feng laughed heartily. Time swiftly passed, and a month flew by. During this time, Chu Feng resided at Linglong Peak. Naturally, while engaging in dual cultivation, he did not remain idle. He also claimed his rewards, accumulating 2,000 years of power, propelling his cultivation from the pinnacle of the transformation stage to the mid-stage of the integration realm. His previous peak cultivation within the Taishan Dao sect had set him apart, unmatched by others. Now, having reached the integration realm, he could reign supreme even within the entire Jinzhou. However, despite this, in the grand scheme of the East Wasteland, such prowess was insignificant. The Dao sect, a second-tier sect, hardly warranted acknowledgement. That it was no wonder Qin Wanwan looked down upon the Taishan Dao sect. The bounty for slaying Fang Yun was indeed substantial. The Blood Sea Demon Sword is a treasure with immense growth potential. With the existence of the celestial grade treasure, the Burning Heaven Sword, Chu Feng was not in a rush to refine it. Moreover, the various materials required for its crafting were not easily obtainable. The ancient blood crystal was merely the least conspicuous among them. There were also the Tiny Divine Stone and Hell Source Stone, the whereabouts of which he had yet to ascertain. One day, while engrossed in his cultivation, Chu Feng was interrupted by a disciple's report that someone wished to see him, and that the sect master, Xiang Yutian, was in attendance. Chu Feng furrowed his brow and stated, If they wish to meet, let them come in person. Do they not understand this basic decorum? The disciple opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, silently retreating. Within the Taishan Grand Hall, a middle-aged man occupied the highest seat, typically reserved for the sect leader during meetings. Xiang Yutian, the sect master of the Taishan Dao sect, stood nervously in the hall, fearful of incurring the wrath of the man before him. Please wait a moment. I have sent someone to summon our elders. They will arrive shortly, Do. The middle-aged man remarked. If I recall correctly, only those at the transformation stage may serve as elders in your Taishan Dao sect. Yet here stands Chu Feng, at the transformation stage as well. Upon his arrival, he had believed Chu Feng to be at the nascent soul level. However, what did it matter if he was at the transformation stage? He did not regard it highly. With a cold snort, he continued, I grant you the time of an incense stick, that if they do not arrive, do not blame me for losing my temper. At that point, it will not be something your Taishan Dao sect can withstand. Xiang Yutian quickly nodded. Yes, please wait a moment. At that moment, the disciple who had gone to notify Chu Feng returned. Xiang Yutian hurriedly inquired, Have the elders arrived? The disciple reported anxiously, Sect Master, the elder said that whoever wishes to see him must come to him in person, that he wants me to go see him. The middle-aged man's formidable aura erupted, sweeping through the hall, overwhelming the disciple who had come to report. The disciple was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Xiang Yutian staggered back several steps, his blood surging, nearly spitting out blood himself. At this moment, he felt a profound bitterness. Just as he was about to apologize, the middle-aged man stood and declared, "I want to see what qualifications Chu Feng possesses to warrant my presence. Lead the way, da." Xiang Yutian initially thought the middle-aged man would unleash his anger upon him, fearing for his life. Yet he did not expect the man to seek trouble with Chu Feng, that a sigh of relief washed over him. Completely overlooking the dreadfulness of Chu Feng and any potential retribution, throwing him under the bus instead, that I shall take you there at once to Linglong Peak. Chu Feng felt an immediate surge of crisis as the middle-aged man appeared before him. Utilizing the infinite divine eye in conjunction with the system, he quickly discerned the identity of the man before him. Fu Wantian, at the peak of the integration realm, a representative from the Jiang family, whose purpose was to intimidate the host and compel him to draft a divorce document to sever ties with Xin Qianxue, thereby facilitating her marriage to a Jiang family scion. Goodness, this is an attempt to seize my woman. In the realm of the late stage of fusion, such an existence could indeed annihilate the Tai Xian Dao sect. Fortunately, Fang Yin was resurrected by Blood Cave and was once again slain by his own hand, earning a reward of 2,000 years of power, allowing his cultivation to soar to the mid-fusion stage. Otherwise, he might not have been a match that AS for now. Chu Feng is curious to see what he intends to do. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, "You are Chu Feng." "Indeed, that is I," Chu Feng replied. "You are the one who wishes to see me." Hailing from the imperial clan of the Jiang family, the Fu Wantian was momentarily taken aback. Frowning as he said, "You know me that I do not," Chu Feng retorted. "You have come seeking a divorce letter from me. Taking others' paths leaves them with nowhere to go." Chu Feng's words undoubtedly filled Fu Wantian with astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "Very well. Since you are aware, it will be much easier to be wise and obediently draft the divorce letter." Chu Feng shook his head. "What if I refuse to write it?" Boom! A fierce aura erupted from the middle-aged man, filled with murderous intent and rage. His gaze burned like fire. If Chu Feng dared to decline, it would mean death. Not only would you perish, but the entire Tai Xian Dao sect would face annihilation as well. Chu Feng immediately laughed. "Very well. I shall see how you intend to destroy my Tai Xian Dao sect and slay me. The Jiang family of the Eastern Wilderness, yet you bear the surname Fu. It seems you are merely a dog raised by the Jiang family, that if you wish to snatch away my woman, at the very least, it should be a direct descendant of the Jiang family who speaks to me. Your worthiness is questionable." "You know my name?" Fu Wangtian's brow furrowed. "Could it be that someone from the Jiang family has tipped you off?" "Regardless of who informed you, your fate remains unchanged," he replied that as he spoke. Fu Wangtian waved his hand, and the sky was suddenly filled with countless fireballs, dense and overwhelming, rushing towards Chu Feng. This was no ordinary flame. It was the Haori Divine Fire, one of the 33 divine fires of the myriad realms. Controlled by the Jiang family, Fu Wantian had earned this reward for great merit within the Jiang family. Chapter 46. Haori Divine Fire. The scorching flames burned everything in their path. Fu Wantian unleashed the Haori Divine Fire with the intent to kill Chu Feng in one fell swoop. His purpose was simple. If Chu Feng complied and wrote the divorce letter, he might spare him for now, that if he remained obstinate, then death would be his only outcome. That as the fire descended, Chu Feng not only showed no fear, but was filled with disdain. Fu Wantian, you should not have come. Indeed, your Jiang family is immensely powerful, and I, Chu Feng, am currently no match for it, but that does not include you. If you wish to kill me, you are far from capable. That I am in the late stage of fusion. Chu Feng raised his hand and unleashed the dragon descending palm. However, this time it was not a single golden dragon, but over 100. Charging towards Fu Wantian and the Haori Divine Fire in an assault, that as the golden dragons passed, the Haori Divine Fire was extinguished entirely, and the dragons continued their relentless assault upon Fu Wantian. Witnessing his Haori Divine Fire being snuffed out, Fu Wangtian's expression changed dramatically. He was suddenly thrown into a state of disorder. Barely having time to react before the golden dragon struck, that he hurriedly swung his fist to counter the golden dragons. The Haori Divine Fire was one of the 33 divine fires of the universe, and the martial arts he employed were the divine level Shinong 3 fists of the Jiang family. though it consisted of only 3 punches. Its might was formidable. With a single punch, over 10 golden dragons were obliterated. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This set of martial arts was impressive. However, he wondered how it compared to his own dragon descending palm. It was likely that it would not hold a candle to it. After all, his dragon descending palm was an immortal-level supreme skill, cultivated to perfection. With a single palm, hundreds of golden dragons surged forth. The Shinong 3 fists were both his strength and his downfall. Ultimately, there were only 3 punches. After 3 strikes, nearly 100 golden dragons slammed into Fu Wangtian, sending him flying like a straw man. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared at Chu Feng, saying, "How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" "I am," without allowing him to finish. Chu Feng flashed forward, delivering a kick and scolding. "What need is there for words? Do I require a reason to kill you? I care not who you are, even if you are merely a subordinate of the Jiang family. If I capture a direct descendant of the Jiang family, I will kill them without hesitation." With a resounding thud, Chu Feng's palm struck Fu Wangtian's chest, shattering his heart and ending his life on the spot. Nearby, Xiang Yutian was already terrified, his soul nearly fleeing his body. This was a member of the Eastern Wilderness Imperial clan, and crushing them was as easy as squashing an ant. Should the Jiang family learn of this, and that their kin was slain within the Taishan Dao sect, the sect would face annihilation. As the sect leader, he would be the first to bear the brunt. "Master Elder, you have killed him." Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. "Did I kill anyone? I am unaware. Remember, this person has never set foot in my Taishan Dao sect." "But," Xiang Yutian forced a smile. Chu Feng interrupted, "Do you wish to die? Or do you desire the destruction of the Taishan Dao sect?" "The elder is correct." Xiang Yutian shivered, immediately agreeing. Suddenly, Xiang Yutian seemed to recall something, looking at Chu Feng with disbelief. "Elder, your strength," if he recalled correctly. Fu Wangtian was a formidable being at the fusion level, yet he was killed effortlessly by Chu Feng, as if squashing an ant. This completely shattered his understanding. Chu Feng scoffed, "Just a fusion-level being." Xiang Yutian departed in shock. Only then did Chu Feng inspect his spoils. The treasures of a fusion-level expert were undoubtedly substantial. Indeed, it was a rare and bountiful harvest, countless spirit stones and treasures. Moreover, as he dealt with Fu Wangtian's corpse, he discovered it had turned to ash, yet a lingering flame remained. Realization dawned upon him. This flame was likely the one Fu Wangtian had wielded in battle. With a wave of his hand, the flame flew into his grasp. However, just as Chu Feng was about to seize control of the flame, it bolted from his hand like a startled deer. Fleeing in panic that he could not allow the flame to escape his grasp, Chu Feng immediately pursued, but he evidently underestimated the Haori divine fire. In the myriad realms, the 33 divine fires were all birthed by heaven and earth, possessing incredible powers, each with the might of a celestial being. Of course, once refined, their power would diminish. Just as Fu Wangtian had demonstrated, the Haori divine fire he wielded was merely stronger than an average fusion-level fire. Nonetheless, the benefits of refining these divine fires were not without merit. Those who succeeded would one day ascend to immortality, evolving into celestial flames, or even taking on human forms. Yet, who would willingly be refined, controlled, or manipulated? After finally regaining freedom following the death of its previous master, it had no desire to be refined again. If it did not flee now, when would it? With astonishing speed, it darted out of the Taishan Dao sect. Had it been before, Chu Feng might not have been able to catch up with the Haori divine fire. However, having received a system reward, he now possessed the flying rainbow technique, enabling him to swiftly close the distance. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he caught up with the Haori divine fire, reclaiming it in his grasp. The Haori divine fire attempted to break free. But this time, Chu Feng was prepared. He would not allow it to escape so easily. With his magical energy in full force, he gripped it tightly in his palm, regardless of how the Haori divine fire struggled. It could not escape. In a fierce tug-of-war, Chu Feng's patience wore thin, that he coldly declared, "Haori divine fire, I am aware you possess a form of consciousness and a degree of intelligence. You now face 2 choices. Either submit to me and be refined, ensuring your evolution into a celestial flame alongside my ascension to immortality, or I shall utterly destroy you this very moment. What I, Chu Feng, cannot possess, no one else shall have. Chapter 47. The Son of Artificial Fortune Indeed. The threat posed by Chu Feng had instilled a sense of fear in the Haori divine fire. Initially, it had struggled desperately to break free from Chu Feng's control, but in an instant, it became docile, even displaying a semblance of affection as it gently rubbed against the palm of his hand, resembling a puppy eager to please its master. Well done for recognizing the situation, Chu Feng thought as he successfully refined the Haori divine fire. Thus, he embraced the heavenly earth divine fire with a smile, acknowledging Fu Wantian as a veritable harbinger of wealth. Within Fu Wantian's storage bag lay tens of millions of spiritual stones and an array of treasures, all of which were of the Yuan in level and above, with numerous items from the integration realm as well. Among them was the famed Bayan flower, a precious item of the tribulation realm. Often referred to as a sacred medicine, legends speak of it growing along the path of the Yellow Springs, capable of enhancing the strength of one's soul. With the soul secret technique known as the underworld visualization law acquired by Chu Feng, the assistance of the Bayan flower would soon enable him to reach the minor success realm. Yun Yang contemplated drawing him into an illusion. Regaining his composure, Chu Feng suddenly realized how far he had strayed in pursuit of the Haori divine fire. He found himself in the Qinling Mountains. As he surveyed his surroundings, he quickly identified his location. Remarkably, it had been over 200 years since he last visited the Qinling. The Qinling Mountains were several 100,000 miles away from the Taishan Dao sect. Characterized by towering peaks and treacherous terrain, yet rich in resources. Beyond the Qinling lay Qinzhou, one of the 9 provinces of the eastern wilderness, which boasted far greater strength than Jianzhou. It was precisely due to the Qinling's barrier that Jianzhou remained a secluded corner, disconnected from other forces. Otherwise, how could the Taishan Dao sect claim dominance over Jianzhou? If memory served, the Nangong family, to which Yanran belonged, resided in the vicinity of the Qinling. Nangong Yanran had accompanied him for a month before departing 3 days ago, apparently for the family's triannual grand competition. Why not go and take a look? In the next moment, Chu Feng descended upon the city of the Nangong family, the foremost family in Jianzhou. The Nangong family was indeed a top-tier power. The family grand competition was a rare event, prompting nearly all disciples to return home, along with countless cultivators eager to witness the grand contest. The competition was divided into 3 tiers. The first for those under 35, the second for those under 100, and the third, the most crucial, for those under 300. The first tier primarily consisted of contests among those at the Qi refinement stage, while the second tier featured disciples of the Foundation establishment realm. The third tier was reserved for battles among those at the Golden Core stage. The Nangong family boasted 5 Golden Core cultivators. The contests were mainly for sparring, serving 2 purposes: to showcase the martial prowess of the Nangong family as the leading family in Jianzhou, and to allow the family's disciples to gain a clearer understanding of their cultivation techniques and magical powers. The family competition even attracted numerous individuals from the 3 major Dao sects. As Chu Feng glanced around, he spotted several familiar faces. However, the strongest combatant of the Nangong family, Nangong Yanran, was merely at the early Yuaning stage, and the attendees were primarily of the Golden Core realm. Chu Feng chose not to disturb Nangong Yanran and casually found a seat. The Nangong family would not let go of the opportunity to profit from the grand competition. Tickets to watch the event were priced at 1,000 spiritual stones each, with premium boxes costing tens of thousands. To accommodate the crowd, the Nangong family constructed a grandstand for 50,000 spectators, reminiscent of a modern football stadium. Upon entering the competition arena, Chu Feng was taken aback. "May I ask how to address you?" A young man seated beside him inquired. "I am Zhao Dong, from the Patian Sword sect." He introduced himself, possessing a Foundation establishment cultivation. This moment, Chu Feng appeared to be in his 30s. His aura contained so well that even a mere Foundation establishment cultivator would perceive him as an ordinary person. Even a transformation stage cultivator would be none the wiser. Initially, Chu Feng paid little heed, offering a slight nod. However, in the next moment, he was genuinely astonished. Zhao Dong possessed a fortune value of 90,000 points. A Foundation establishment cultivator with such a fortune value was indeed extraordinary. Achieving a fortune of 100,000 points would mark him as a true son of fortune, a protagonist archetype, while 90,000 still placed him among supporting characters. Most notably, individuals with such fortune often became friends, brothers, or sisters of a son of fortune. This meant Zhao Dong might cross paths with a true son of fortune. The prospect of subduing and conquering a son or daughter of fortune to reap rewards stirred Chu Feng's interest. The Pétion sword sect, a sect primarily focused on swordsmanship, stood just below the three major Dao sects in terms of power. The sect's founder, a peak Yuaning cultivator, had once been beyond Chu Feng's reach before he acquired his system. Remarkably, he had a prior acquaintance with this old ancestor, having explored a secret realm together. Acknowledging Zhao Dong's enthusiasm, Chu Feng inquired, "Is your ancestor, Zhao Tian, still alive?" Zhao Tian was indeed the name of the founder of the Pétion sword sect, a century younger than Chu Feng. Should he fail to break through within 100 years, he would inevitably succumb to the ravages of time. However, having reached such an age, his body had begun to deteriorate, and barring a miraculous encounter, further breakthroughs were virtually impossible. The transition from Yuaning to transformation stage was a formidable challenge, with countless cultivators stymied at this juncture. Upon hearing Chu Feng mention the name of his ancestor, Zhao Dong's expression shifted instantly, brows furrowing as a tumult of thoughts raced through his mind that a notion arose. Could this individual before him be an extraordinary old monster? Not daring to underestimate him, he quickly probed, "Do you know my grandfather, senior?" "Zhao Tian is your grandfather?" Chu Feng responded, taken aback that if I recall correctly, Zhao Tian has only one granddaughter. "You must be the little chubby one." As he spoke, Chu Feng cast a peak-level perception technique, suddenly breaking into a smile that it turned out that the Zhao Dong before him was actually a young woman, aptly named Zhao Dong. Little Chubby was evidently her childhood nickname. She appeared utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Senior, you know me?" Chu Feng nodded. "In fact, I have held you before. It seems you have cultivated the Qianquan breath-holding technique quite well." This technique was an unnamed cultivation method discovered by Zhao Tian, capable of concealing one's cultivation level. Chu Feng had coveted it at the time, yet this young girl had been unwilling to impart it as expected the moment Chu Feng mentioned Zhao Dongdong's name. The system chimed in, ding, detected the daughter of fortune, Zhao Dongdong. Fortune value, 120,000 points. Zhao Dongdong is the third among the top 10 beauties of Jianzhou, possessing peak foundation establishment cultivation. Originally, her fortune value was that of a supporting character, but upon encountering the host, her fortune has increased, elevating her to the status of a daughter of fortune. Chu Feng was taken aback by this revelation. Chapter 48. Han Feng with the system. "May I ask how to address you, senior?" Zhao Dongdong inquired. Chu Feng shook his head. "I am Chu Feng." Zhao Dongdong exclaimed with excitement. "You are Grandpa Chu Feng?" "Grandpa?" Chu Feng felt a sudden headache. It would have been fine under normal circumstances, but now that she had become a daughter of fortune, he intended to subdue her. Being called Grandpa was quite inconvenient. With a serious countenance, he replied, "Do you truly think it appropriate to call me Grandpa when I look this young? Call me Elder Brother, Chu Feng Elder Brother, da." Zhao Dongdong shook her head. "That won't do. If I call you Chu Feng Elder Brother and my grandpa finds out, I would be in for a scolding." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. "Forget about your grandpa. He is just an old, stubborn man. We can each mind our own business. Besides, given my current strength, your grandpa wouldn't dare oppose me." "Very well then, Chu Feng Elder Brother." Addressing a Yuaning old ancestor as Elder Brother thrilled Zhao Dongdong immensely. "Chu Feng Elder Brother, I did not expect you to attend this grand competition of the Nangong family. The Nangong family is no ordinary clan, especially Nangong Yanran, who is not only hailed as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness, but is also a Yuaning old ancestor. One could say the current stature of the Nangong family is all thanks to her." Chu Feng smiled. "Weren't you curious why I appeared in the Nangong family?" "Right," Zhao Dongdong quickly recalled. Chu Feng stated. "That's because Nangong Yanran is my woman." Zhao Dongdong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Chu Feng Elder Brother, is what you say true? Nangong Yanran is really your woman?" "Indeed," Chu Feng affirmed with a nod. "And you, ranked third among the top 10 beauties of the eastern wilderness, would you consider becoming my woman?" Zhao Dongdong stood up in shock, her face flushed. Had she not been seated in the arena at that moment, she might have turned to flee. She quickly shook her head. "Chu Feng Elder Brother, I am a boy." Chu Feng smiled. "Is that so? I distinctly remember little Chubby was a girl. After more than 100 years, could you have transformed into a boy?" Zhao Dongdong. "No, Zhao Dongdong exclaimed in a rush. Chu Feng, elder brother, the truth is I already have someone I like. Who is it? Chu Feng's expression shifted suddenly, a cold snort escaping him. Dare to compete with me for a woman? You seek death. Zedongdong was momentarily rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the revelation that Chu Feng, who was of the same age as her grandfather, and perhaps even older, would desire her to be his woman and would utter such words. Initially, her claim of having someone she liked was merely a strategic ruse. What was she to do now? If the Yuaning ancestor truly intended to possess her, she felt utterly powerless to resist. Just as Zedongdong was engulfed in despair, a figure appeared before her, causing her heart to leap with joy as she waved at a man in the distance. Han Feng, is that you? Han Feng, upon spotting Zedongdong, was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with delight as he approached her with a beaming smile that he had long harbored feelings for Zedongdong, yet she had always treated him with indifference. Now, she was the one initiating contact. Little did anyone know that Han Feng was actually a time traveler from Blue Star, equipped with a system known as the Elite Pursuit of Women system. This system promised bountiful rewards for each beautiful woman he successfully courted, and Zedongdong had been identified as a target of the highest caliber. According to the system's classification, women were ranked from F to SSS in 9 tiers, with the rewards increasing in correlation with the beauty's rank. In Han Feng's system, Zedongdong was classified as an S-level beauty. Over the span of his 30 years since crossing over, he had only encountered A-level beauties. Naturally, this had limited his cultivation to the peak of the foundation establishment stage that if he could win Zedongdong's heart, he could potentially gain rewards of at least the level of a transcendent emperor. As he joyfully approached her, the system within him underwent another transformation. Zedongdong was classified as an S-level beauty. What? Double S-level? In that moment, Han Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His heart swelling with excitement to the point where breathing became a challenge, but he understood the implications of this revelation. It guaranteed him at least one treasure of the immortal emperor level, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, elixirs, and more. There was no doubt about it. He had to win Zedongdong's affection. Zedongdong, you are mine, he declared. Just as Han Feng gleefully approached, however, Chu Feng's system also chimed in with an alert. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting a transcendent emperor approaching, this individual possesses a system and is the arch-nemesis of the host, the fated child, Han Feng. Please prepare accordingly. What does this mean? Chu Feng was momentarily bewildered. Could it be that he had unwittingly entered the role of the destined antagonist? The fated child of this narrative had appeared. Chu Feng, being a transcendent emperor, was skeptical, as the system's readings were based on information from a millennium in the future, and he activated the infinite divine eye to peer into the past and saw a young man approaching, his face illuminated by a bright smile. Han Feng, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, age 48, that this man was the fated child, complicating matters considerably, especially since his luck value was an astounding 5 million. While dispatching the fated child would be straightforward, eliminating the destined child would present a formidable challenge. Any attempt to do so would invite retaliation from fate itself. The only way to bring a destined child down from grace was to suppress them repeatedly until they fell from their lofty position, thus allowing for an easy defeat. To reduce a destined child to mere luck would require 5 such suppressions. On the 6th, they could be slain. Zedongdong, upon witnessing Han Feng's radiant smile, felt her body stiffen momentarily. However, recalling Chu Feng's earlier words, she gritted her teeth and declared, Chu Feng, this is my fiancé, Han Feng. Fiancé? Han Feng was overjoyed. After 3 long years of pursuing Zedongdong, she had finally admitted her feelings. Dongdong, do you truly wish to be my partner? Rest assured I, Han Feng, vow to treat you well. Yet, Han Feng's joy was short-lived as he soon became engulfed in frustration. The system informed him that Zedongdong's affection for him remained a mere 30. He knew that a score of 60 was considered passing. 30 indicated nothing more than the status of ordinary friends. That he promptly inquired of his system, which revealed that Zedongdong's intentions to become his partner were insincere and merely a tactic to deal with the current situation. Han Feng felt a surge of frustration, but swiftly transformed it into a cunning resolve. If I must serve as a shield, then I shall make sure to consummate our bond, leaving her no choice but to be with me. You Han Feng, is it? I offer you 2 choices, Chu Feng stated coolly, sizing him up. First, you sever all ties with Zedong and never speak to her again. Second, I will take your life, thereby nullifying any claims you have to her. Zedong gasped in shock. Chu Feng, how could you say such a thing? Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically as the implications of Zedong using him as a shield became clear. How dare anyone attempt to take his woman and present him with such options? Anger ignited within him as he shook his head defiantly. I choose neither. Chu Feng chuckled. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? Dong, did you not inform this boy of my identity? Han Feng turned his gaze towards Zedong, who looked apologetic. Han Feng, I am sorry that I didn't mean to involve you. Chu Feng is known to me. He is a grand elder of the Tai Xiandao sect. A Yuan-ing immortal that if he truly wishes to harm you, you stand no chance. You should leave and forget everything I said. Han Feng was taken aback, his mind racing as he called out to his system. What is happening? The other party is a Yuan-ing immortal. Why didn't you warn me earlier? What should he do now? He could choose to sever ties and flee, knowing he would lose Zedong forever. But he was unwilling to accept that fate. She was an SS-level beauty. Capturing her would guarantee him treasures of the immortal Emperor level. For 30 years since his arrival, he had not encountered a single S-level beauty, let alone an SS level 1. Chu Feng smirked. You have 3 seconds to decide. Fail to choose, and I will make the choice for you. 1.2. Wait. As Chu Feng was about to call out 3, Han Feng panicked and exclaimed, I will leave, but I, Han Feng, will return. With that, he dashed into the crowd, disappearing from the competition grounds with a speed that left Chu Feng astonished. Fortunately, the throng of people provided cover. Otherwise, he might have been forced to act. Yet it wasn't without reward. Han Feng's retreat counted as a suppression, earning Chu Feng 100,000 luck points, multiplied by 10 due to it being the first suppression, granting him a total of 1 million luck points. Turning to Zedong, Chu Feng said, Now you see, your fiancé is gone. Join me, and I promise you shall not regret today's choice. After all, fate has brought us together in this family tournament, and our union is not merely a matter of choice, but rather a decree of the heavens. The vastness of heaven and earth pales in comparison to the will of the Almighty. Zedong flustered, bit her lip and replied, Please give me some time to think. That of course, Chu Feng replied, thinking to himself that as a formidable cultivator, he need not seek permission to claim the heart of a woman. He would simply take it by force. Meanwhile, Han Feng, having distanced himself, felt a bitter pang of misfortune, just as he was on the verge of pursuing an SS-level beauty. Chu Feng had intervened. The reality that he was up against a Yuan-ing immortal weighed heavily on him. System, come forth and explain. Is there truly no way to defeat Chu Feng and reclaim Zedong? He lamented that I refuse to accept this. If I can win her heart, I shall be rewarded with treasures of the immortal Emperor level. Host, your immediate priority should be to enhance your cultivation and pursue higher-tier beauties. Only then can you contend with Chu Feng. Look at yourself. After 30 years, you have only courted 3 B-grade or higher beauties. This is not due to my lack of assistance, but rather your own shortcomings. Otherwise, how could you find yourself helpless in the face of an SS-level beauty? At the moment when Han Feng was engulfed in frustration, the family competition officially commenced. Nangong Yinran, as the cornerstone of the Nangong family, naturally made her grand entrance before the crowd. The instant Nangong Yinran appeared, Han Feng's system activated once more. Host detected cis-level beauty, Nangong Yinran, head of the Nangong family. Detected cis-level beauty, Lu Linglong, elder of the Yuan-ing sect of Tai Xiandao. 2 SS-level beauties. Han Feng was nearly driven to madness, hastily scanning his surroundings. System, where are they? Quickly show me, system. Host, I apologize, but they are both in a private room, which is protected by a powerful array. Your cultivation is too low to perceive what transpires within. However, you may wait outside the competition arena. Perhaps you might catch a glimpse of the 2 ladies. Yet I must advise you, both beauties are Yuan-ing immortal sovereigns, far beyond your reach at present. Damn it. Han Feng was beside himself with frustration. Ultimately, everything came down to strength. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was inquiring of his own system. System, explain to me, you just said Han Feng has a system as well. Is his system superior, or is yours the more formidable one? Naturally mine. My level far surpasses his. He is inconsequential, while I can crush him in every aspect. Satisfied, Chu Feng nodded and cast his gaze around. Easily locating Han Feng, who was currently venting his frustrations, evidently filled with vexation and resentment that Ling Long is here too. Chu Feng smiled slightly. Inside the private room, Nangong Yinran and Lu Linglong were engaged in lively conversation. Linglong, thank you for coming this time. Lu Linglong shook her head, saying, we are no longer merely sisters. It is far more than that now. Indeed, I relish hearing that. Nangong Yinran replied with satisfaction. That scoundrel is truly fortunate to have won the affections of both of us. Indeed, Lu Linglong concurred. However, Yinran, you are mistaken. Upon first meeting that scoundrel, you expressed a desire to become his Dao partner. What merits does he possess? He is simply infuriating to behold. This remark was evidently made by Lu Linglong. Nangong Yinran, with a contented expression, responded, do you not find him impressive? What makes him so impressive? Lu Linglong pouted. Nangong Yinran smiled. You have yet to experience his prowess firsthand, that I can assure you. Neither of us stands a chance against him. Is that not impressive enough? Chapter 50. Blinding Eyes. The grand competition officially began. The first phase was limited to disciples under 35 years of age in the Qi refinement stage. Chu Feng was not initially interested in the competition. He had come to seek Nangong Yinran. However, at this moment, Zhao Dongdong was at his side, and he began to flirt with her. Zhao Dongdong's heart was tumultuous. Gifted since childhood, she possessed a divine physique, unparalleled beauty, and countless admirers, especially after reaching adulthood. Moreover, as the granddaughter of a peak Yuanying immortal sovereign, she could easily be regarded as a fairy. Such a background had cultivated a sense of pride, confidence, and nobility within her, leading her to regard any man with disdain. Yet today, she found herself aggressively courted, leaving her with no choice but to respond. Turning to see Chu Feng smiling at her only intensified her internal turmoil. Chu Feng, brother. Chu Feng nodded. You have my proposal that no, I haven tea. I need to think it over. Zhao Dongdong quickly shook her head. Chu Feng casually remarked, take your time to consider. Regardless of your decision, you are destined to be my Dao partner. That is an unalterable truth. How can you be so unreasonable? Zhao Dongdong exclaimed, flustered. Chu Feng shook his head. I am not being unreasonable. I have given you ample time to contemplate, despite the outcome being the same. If you agree, I shall promptly approach Zhao Tian to propose marriage. I am certain he will consent. Zhao Dongdong, now fuming, turned away, choosing to ignore Chu Feng. As Chu Feng continued to flirt with Zhao Dongdong. Nangong Yinran and Lu Linglong in the private room took note of him. Its him. He actually came here and is flirting with a young lady. Lu Linglong was most incensed. Nangong Yinran laughed. What's wrong? Are you suggesting he has few young ladies to charm, or are we not included among those he has flirted with? Humph. Lu Linglong huffed. We shall deal with him after the competition concludes. Yinran, let us join forces and thoroughly drain him. Yes, let us completely exhaust him. Nangong Yinran responded with a smile. The scene of Chu Feng flirting with Zhao Dongdong was also observed by Han Feng from a distance. His eyes practically ablaze with fury, that if glares could kill, he would have slain Chu Feng countless times over. Of course, such murderous intent could not escape Chu Feng's notice. He had originally intended to teach this brat a lesson. Had it not been for the competition, he would have acted on it immediately. It was a simple matter to suppress him, reducing him from the son of destiny to a mere child of fortune, and then eliminate him. What an easy task it would be, akin to harvesting chives, with one crop following another. The rewards for slaying a child of fortune were bountiful, and Chu Feng could only imagine the rewards for eliminating a son of destiny. Initially, he planned to wait until the competition concluded to find an opportunity to deal with him, but now he was being met with such a glare. What does this mean? Are you seeking death in such an inappropriate manner? Very well, I shall oblige. Chu Feng immediately stood up and strode towards Han Feng. That moment. Han Feng was evidently oblivious to the impending confrontation, as he soon refocused on his target, a beauty of A rank. It was worth noting that the highest rank beauty he had encountered thus far was merely A rank. This lady was named Xia Ziwei, a core disciple of the Xuanqing Dao sect, rumored to be under the tutelage of a late-stage Golden Core elder. With the assistance of various humorous anecdotes from his past life, Han Feng managed to elicit laughter from Xia Ziwei, especially as her favorability towards him soared. Temporarily distracted from his frustration over being targeted by Chu Feng, he relished the moment. Just as he was getting into the groove of his banner, Chu Feng appeared, startling him into a shiver. What do you want? Han Feng stammered that I have already severed ties with Zhao Dongdong. This is the Nangong family's grand competition. Do you really intend to resort to violence? Slap. Chu Feng delivered a resounding slap, causing Han Feng to scream in agony as half of his face swelled instantly. A trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. With eyes filled with resentment, Han Feng glared at Chu Feng, who merely chuckled. Han Feng, I didn't realize you had managed to charm yet another flower. Young lady, I advise you to step aside. This is a matter between me and Han Feng, which does not concern you. Did you not force my hand against you as well? Xia Ziwei, incensed, retorted. Oh really? If you have the guts. Strike me. Do you even know who I am? Who are you? Chu Feng scoffed. Xia Ziwei declared, listen carefully. I am Xia Ziwei from the Xuanxing Dao sect, disciple of Lin Tianxue, a late-stage Golden Core elder. Begone. Chu Feng's icy gaze pierced through her. Even your master would not dare to speak to me like that. You are merely seeking death by stepping forward. Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. As he spoke, Chu Feng waved his hand, rendering Xia Ziwei immobile. A wave of terror washed over her, inducing a sense of impending doom that nearly shattered her composure. Han Feng, in utter panic, instinctively retreated 2 steps. Turning to flee into the crowd, his voice raised in alarm. Yet in the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a pitch-black void, unable to see a hand in front of his face, his cries echoing eerily through the darkness. Overwhelmed by fear, he felt as if he could scarcely breathe, as Chu Feng emerged from the shadows like a demon, coldly remarking, just moments ago, you were filled with hatred and sought my life. Han Feng hastily shook his head. No, I absolutely did not. You cannot kill me. You, a Yuanning immortal sovereign, would lose face by slaying a mere Foundation establishment disciple. Chu Feng dismissed him with a wave. Who said I intended to kill you? The Son of Destiny is not so easily eliminated. However, you had the audacity to cast a hateful glare my way, so I shall simply remove your eyes. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, its intent slicing through the air and directly piercing Han Feng's eye. Han Feng emitted a horrific scream. My eyes. Blood trickled down from the eyes, and at the very moment when Chu Feng's eyes were pierced, he fell from the abyss of darkness. Yet, it was merely a descent from one shadowy realm into another. As she appeared on the battlefield, everyone witnessed the scene with stark clarity. Blood flowed freely, and her eyes were grievously wounded. However, Chu Feng seemed as if he had never left Zhao Dongdong's side. The unfolding spectacle forced the duel to a halt as onlookers rushed to ascertain the situation. Just as Han Feng was about to curse Chu Feng, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. You may curse me, but dare utter a single word, and I shall sever your tongue. Terrified, Han Feng swallowed his words and stumbled out of the arena. Chapter 51. Han Feng's madness. The host had executed the first suppression of the destined child, diminishing his fortune by 1 million points. Yes, it was the initial reduction. A tenfold critical hit ensued, granting him 10 million fortune points. Moreover, he was rewarded with a divine artifact of the immortal Emperor realm, the Golden Crow Wings, which, when paired with the art of transformation, could enhance speed by 300. As for Han Feng, his fortune had dwindled to a mere 3 million. Wait, didn't I previously threaten him and suppress his fortune once? How can this still be considered the first time? Chu Feng inquired. The prior instance does not count. That Tio truly suppressed the fortune of a destined child. 2 conditions must be met. You must be the great villain of destiny and inflict severe harm upon the destined child, such as blinding him, came the reply. How regretful it is that my initial lesson was too lenient. Even the system could not bear to witness it. The duel resumed, with Han Feng stumbling away, now blind, having left the city of the Nangong family. Fortunately, he still possessed spiritual awareness. After an indeterminate flight, chaos erupted within his internal energy, and injuries flared up, causing him to spew blood and collapse to the ground. Unconscious, upon awakening, he slowly opened his eyes to a pitch-black void, memories flooding back into his consciousness. Chu Feng, it was you who blinded my eyes, stole my woman. I shall not let you go unpunished. Just then, the door creaked open, and footsteps approached, followed by a melodious voice. You're awake. Don't move. Your eyes are injured. That I in this unfamiliar environment. Be careful not to harm yourself. Beep, beep, beeped out at that moment. Han Feng's system chimed in. S-rank beauty detected. Please pursue her at once. Han Feng's composure shattered. The first time he encountered Zhao Dongdong, she was merely an S-rank beauty. Now, she had ascended to SS rank, revealing to him that a woman's rank could indeed elevate. Although he was uncertain of the criteria for Zhao Dongdong's elevation, the woman before him, within his spiritual awareness, appeared as an ordinary person, not a practitioner. This implied that one need not be a cultivator to achieve S rank. If she embarked on the path of cultivation, her rank might rise even further. However, at this moment, the grudge of being blinded and the humiliation he endured were unquenchable. All of it stemmed from Chu Feng. He yearned for vengeance, to annihilate Chu Feng. With the beauty before him, rather than pursue her step by step, he understood a profound truth. When a woman perceives your strength and you demonstrate a hint of authority, once or twice, and with repeated efforts, her heart will gradually warm to you that if you assert dominance and subsequently take responsibility, women will inevitably be swayed. There exists a way of life that entails yielding to circumstances, and another that embodies helplessness. Han Feng suddenly chuckled, sprang to his feet, and addressed the beauty before him. I am Han Feng, a cultivator and immortal. The woman incredulously responded, You are an immortal? Han Feng, slightly taken aback, nodded. Indeed, I am an immortal. Now, I wish for you to be my woman. Are you willing? Aye. Before she could respond, Han Feng swept her into his arms and laid her upon the bed, intent on advancing his desires. The woman, alarmed, struggled to push him away, pleading, Please, immortal, I am already married. I have a husband, that I beg you, spare me. Han Feng showed no signs of relent that an S-rank beauty was a prize he must possess. The law of the jungle dictated that he, an immortal, would claim her. A mere mortal, he tore her clothing as he prepared to proceed further when suddenly, the door burst open that a man wielding a curved blade bellowed, You beast! Release my wife! The interruption ignited a fury within Han Feng. Despite his blindness, his cultivation remained intact, and his spiritual awareness was unscathed. With a wave of his hand, a formidable force erupted, sending the man careening like a rag doll against the wall, resulting in his immediate demise. With the obstacle eliminated, Han Feng lunged towards the woman once more that a fragrant incense had barely burned when Han Feng felt disheartened. Affection points. -20 that this was after forceful intimacy. Before, it had plummeted to -50. His system was designed for pursuing women, requiring a minimum affection score of 60 to obtain rewards. Truly, the narratives of novels could lead to ruin. Yet, the tale also suggested that if one attempt fails, a second must follow. He believed he could persuade her. With billions in transactions daily, he was confident he could make her yield. Scanning the weeping beauty with his spiritual awareness, he charged at her once more. The Nangong family's grand contest was nearing its conclusion. Chu Feng had decisively dealt with Han Feng, which inadvertently provided him with some insights. The various anecdotes from his past life on Blue Star could be utilized effectively. Zhao Dongdong had never encountered such tales before. Evidently, they had proven effective, granting Chu Feng genuine conquest points and fortune rewards, though he had yet to fully secure her affection. Thus the rewards remained unclaimed. As the contest concluded, Zhao Dongdong declared, I wish to return. Chu Feng nodded. Very well. You may go back that in a few days I shall personally visit your Breaking Heaven Sword sect to propose to your grandfather. It is settled that a proposal? Zhao Dongdong was taken aback, her panic evident as she shook her head. No way. I have not yet agreed to be with you. Chu Feng, with an air of dominance, retorted, You have no right to oppose. Zhao Dongdong exclaimed, How can you be so overbearing? Regardless, I shall not relent. That my grandfather dotes on me most. I will return and inform him to refuse your proposal. Chu Feng chuckled. Ask your grandfather if he dares to refuse my proposal. And if he learns of my affection for you, wishing to become Dao companions, do you think he would not personally escort you to my Tai Xian Dao sect? Having become the esteemed elder of Tai Xian Dao sect, suppressing Lu Rushi and even punishing her, such matters were hardly secrets among the upper echelons of the sect, including Zhao Tian. Reaching the transformation stage, Zhao Tian had exerted all efforts to break through. Yet now the opportunity lay before him. How could he not be moved? How can you not believe? Chu Feng smiled. Zhao Dongdong gritted her teeth. I refuse to believe. Chu Feng replied, You will understand once you return. Since you are now considered my woman, I will not treat you unfairly. Take this, it will aid in your protection. Saying so, Chu Feng produced a celestial sword, named Sunblade, a Yuan Ing level sword, a spoils of war from before, now deemed trivial to him. Yet for Zhao Dongdong, it was a treasure of immense value. Are you truly giving this to me? She asked in astonishment. Chu Feng nodded. Why, do you not want it? Of course I do. Why would I refuse? This is a Yuan Ing level celestial sword, she exclaimed, snatching it eagerly. Chapter 52. The first turn of the 9 transformation mysteries in the resplendent and opulent estate nestled in the back mountains of the Nangong family. Chu Feng lounged amidst a throng of beauties, with Nangong Yinran on his left and Lu Linglong on his right, indulging in wine and fruit, living a life akin to that of a celestial being. Having decisively dealt with Han Feng, he had sent Zhao Dongdong away and proactively sought out Nangong Yinran and Lu Linglong. Initially, the two women had not received Chu Feng warmly. How could they? They were indignant, but after a fierce battle, they were completely subdued. That being said, women are women. Their words were laced with palpable jealousy. Husband, is Zhao Dongdong beautiful? Does it even need to be asked? She ranks third among the top 10 beauties of Sword State. Only behind the two of you, Chu Feng replied hastily. Indeed, just third. Naturally, she cannot compare to you both, who are first and second, he continued, eager to placate them. Speaking of which, the heavens have truly favored me to have encountered both of you. I have resolved to cherish you for this lifetime. Liu Linglong playfully stuffed a piece of fruit into Chu Feng's mouth, asking, What of Chen Wanwan? You haven't forgotten her, have you? And what about Xin Xinxue? Now there's Zhao Dongdong. I see you are quite the lover. Scoundrel, a lecherous one, she teased. Chu Feng exclaimed in indignation, What I am doing is not an act of indulgence, but rather a demonstration of responsibility. It is not my desire to see any of you suffer disappointment, hence I am willing to sacrifice my own interests for the greater good. Would you truly wish to part ways with me? Upon hearing him being called fat, Lu Linglong pinched his waist sharply. Meanwhile, Nangong Yinran couldn't contain her laughter, joining in on the teasing by pinching him on the other side. Ouch! Chu Feng gasped in pain. Why do you women pinch so hard? It makes no sense. While I may not be made of steel or iron, it shouldn't hurt so much to be lightly pinched. He mused that he must acquire a body-refining technique. And if only he could obtain the 9 turns profound art or the 8-9 profound art, it would be splendid. That he inquired about the cost in the luck merchant. How much luck value is needed for these 2 techniques? The system replied, Host, you cannot afford them. Chu Feng retorted with irritation, How can you know that without showing me the prices? Hurry up and reveal them. The system continued, The 8-9 profound art requires 500 billion luck value, while the 9 turns profound art demands 550 billion. That he sighed, Forget it, let us pretend I didn't ask. Are there any body-refining techniques suitable for me at this stage? The system responded, I am currently searching for suitable techniques for the host. There are 3 options. First, the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Technique, a body-refining method at the Immortal Emperor level. Second, the 9 Heavens Divine Demon Technique, also an Immortal Emperor technique. Third, you may purchase the first level of the 9 turns profound art. Is there really any need for deliberation? Naturally, it is the first level of the 9 turns profound art, he declared. The price is 12 million luck value. It was not long until he could purchase the next segment of the Grand Celestial Scripture. But now he found himself back at square one. However, it was not a loss for Chu Feng. After all, this was the 9 turns profound art. He couldn't even begin to fathom how powerful the complete version must be. Unfortunately, the 9 turns profound art could only be purchased from the luck merchant and was not a reward from the system. It required his own cultivation. Once I successfully cultivate the first turn of the 9 turns profound art, I shall see how you will dare to pinch me. My lord, are you planning to propose to the Breaking Sky Sword sect? Nangong Yinran inquired. Chu Feng nodded. Of course, my greatest virtue is my integrity. What integrity? It seems more like lust, Lu Linglong retorted in anger. There isn't a single good man among you. However, if you were to propose, gifts must be prepared, she added. Zhao Tian, that old rascal, is over 800 years old and at the peak of the Yuaning stage. Without extraordinary fortune, he will never advance to the transformation stage in this lifetime. That if I can make this old fool's dreams come true, not only will he be willing to marry his granddaughter to me, but he would also be eager to rise to prominence himself. They had known each other for some time and could be considered among the few friends of the original host. So it was reasonable to lend him a hand. Chu Feng glanced at his luck value. 2.52 million points. System. Do you have any means to assist someone at the peak of the Yuan-Ing stage in advancing to the transformation stage? The Great Transformation Pill can aid someone at the peak of the Yuan-Ing stage in advancing to the transformation stage, priced at 2 million luck value. That's quite expensive, Chufeng thought, unwilling to part with it. Just then, the system displayed another pill. The Three Suns Connecting Spirit Pill can assist someone at the peak of the Yuan-Ing stage in advancing to the transformation stage, priced at 200,000 luck value. However, the drawback is that once one enters the transformation stage, their cultivation will be inferior to that of an ordinary transformation stage cultivator, though this can be compensated through further training. That will suffice. Chufeng smiled as he departed from the Nangong family, heading straight for the Breaking Sky Sword sect. However, leaving the Nangong family was not so simple. Lu Linglong and Nangong Yinran were both jealous and seething with anger, wishing to thoroughly exhaust Chufeng. Their fervor made him chuckle wryly. In the end, Chufeng remained lively, while the two women were left exhausted and unable to move. Are you hiding something about the great Yin-Yang Sorrow assignment? Why do you always emerge victorious, especially when we are working together? He shrugged and replied, What can I say? My brother is formidable. Can you really blame anyone? Even if I were concealing something, I could not hide the fact that it is the great Yin-Yang Sorrow assignment. My victories are due to my exceptional talent. Besides, bringing Zhao Dongdong back is precisely to relieve you of some of your burdens. Get lost. Roll as far away as you can. I never want to see you again. Very well. I shall heed the commands of the two ladies and take my leave. Chufeng quickly grabbed his clothes and dashed off. Fuming, Nangong Yinran and Lu Linglong ground their teeth in frustration. Had they not been utterly drained, they would have undoubtedly stopped him. Yinran, what do you think we should do? Lu Linglong asked. Nangong Yinran smiled. What? Have you developed feelings for him? I recall someone saying that you were only in it for physical pleasure, not emotions. Did I say that? I don't remember, Lu Linglong replied. That it couldn't have been you, right? At that moment, Chufeng was pleasantly surprised to discover that Nangong Yinran's conquest value was at 92 points, while Lu Linglong's was at 96 points. What an unexpected turn of events. I must strive harder to surpass the 100 mark. At that point, there will be rewards from the system. That it seems I am indeed on the right path. The Child of Fortune eliminates opponents directly, while the Daughter of Fortune is claimed for oneself. Despite appearing strong with the cultivation at the mid-stage of the combine, he knew he still fell short. He was about to face the Jiang family, and after killing Fu Wangtian, he was certain that the Jiang family would not remain idle for Shinxinxue. Chufeng found himself utterly powerless to save her. The Jiang family, an imperial clan, was not something he could currently infiltrate. The only consolation was that Shinxinxue had not turned her back on him. Rather, her conquest value continually rose to 98 points, a testament to the depth of her sorrow and despair. With the system's assistance, once the conquest value exceeds 90 points, it signifies unwavering loyalty and a heart that will not falter. The Jiang family could only resort to coercion, but such an approach would only yield Shinxinxue's lifeless body. Thus, their only option was to instill disappointment in her or bring about her demise. Fu Wangtian, a mid-stage combine cultivator, possessed one of the 33 divine fires from the myriad realms, the Haori divine fire, suggesting a rather extraordinary background. This time, Chufeng's suspicions were confirmed. Fu Wangtian's father was one of the two transcendent heavenly lords among the Jiang family's guests. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the Haori divine fire? Only to now fall into Chufeng's hands? In the Jiang family, a stone chamber slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s emerging. His gaze was sharp, and he wore an expression of joy. His name was Fu Yuanshan, the father of Fu Wangtian, who had just emerged from a decade-long seclusion, experiencing a minor cultivation increase, which naturally brought him delight. I am not far from breaking through to the mid-stage of the transcendence, Fu Yuanshan remarked with satisfaction. However, the next moment his divine sense swept through, and his brow furrowed as he inquired, Where's my son, Wangtin? His voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Soon a servant approached, kneeling before Fu Yuanshan. His face filled with sorrow as he reported, Heavenly Lord, the young master's soul lamp has extinguished. What? Wangtian's soul lamp has gone out. The extinguishing of the soul lamp signified death. Each Jiang family member and their guests would have a fragment of their soul crafted into a soul lamp, allowing them to ascertain the life or death of its owner. The soul lamps were kept in the soul lamp hall, monitored by dedicated personnel. Once the soul lamp extinguished, it indicated the owner's death. And the Jiang family would be informed immediately that Fu Yuanshan rushed to the soul lamp hall and saw that Fu Wangtian's soul lamp had indeed gone out, that my son is dead. Who dares to kill my Fu Yuanshan's son? His furious roar reverberated throughout the courtyard and even the entire Jiang family. And no matter who it is, I shall make them pay dearly for my son's demise. You have 1 incense sticks time to inform me of the identity of my son's killer. Time passed swiftly, and the news he received was frustratingly vague. How could I not know how my son died? What use are you to me? The messenger was immediately reduced to ashes by Fu Yuanshan's wrath. The intelligence indicated that Fu Wangtian had encountered Jiang Yin before leaving the Jiang family, but what he did thereafter remained a mystery. Jiang Yin, the current saintess of the Jiang family, despite Fu Yuanshan being a transcendence heavenly lord, his status did not surpass that of Jiang Yin. Thus, he had no choice but to seek her out personally, hoping to uncover what his son had been up to. Why must one perish in the outside world? Only to discover that Jiang Yin is nowhere to be found at the Jiang family home. On the opposite side of the Jiang estate, Shen Xinxue, despite her profound reluctance to cultivate, has found the resources of the Jiang family simply too enticing. Even without actively pursuing cultivation, her prowess has soared rapidly. In just a few months, she has reached the 10th level of Qi practice, poised to solidify her foundation and choose to break through to the foundation establishment stage. In recent days, several young men have occasionally appeared in her courtyard, expressing their concern for her well-being and engaging in casual conversation. Initially, Shen Xinxue found their presence curious, but upon Jiang Yan's arrival, the reason became clear. These young men were all suitors vying for her hand. Jiang Yin directly inquired Xinxue, "Do you have any affections for the sons of the Jiang family? If you fancy someone, I shall arrange your marriage to him." Shen Xinxue's expression shifted dramatically as she shook her head, responding, "Sister Yin, I cannot betray my husband." Jiang Yin scoffed, "Xinxue, there is wisdom in knowing one's circumstances. Do not force my hand. You may not betray Chu Feng, but are you aware that he has long since betrayed you? He enjoys the company of many women, not just you that I am aware." Shen Xinxue replied, "That my husband is a paragon among men, an ancestor of the Tai Xian Dao sect. I am but an ordinary girl, a mere willow among the reeds, yet I find contentment in following my husband. Furthermore, the Jiang family desires nothing more than to reduce me to a mere tool for childbearing, hoping to have descendants inherit my beauty. That am I wrong?" Jiang Yan's expression shifted instantaneously. "You know this? Who informed you?" Shen Xinxue shook her head. "No one told me that it's so difficult to comprehend. Moreover, if they wish for me to bear many children, I suspect my future husband will not be just one." At this point, Jiang Yin had evidently abandoned any pretense of concealment and coldly stated, "Since you are already aware, this simplifies matters. You are correct. To ensure you bear many children, I shall find you 5 partners who will take turns sharing your bed until you conceive. Of course, if you comply, the Jiang family will not neglect you. That in the future, we may not guarantee your ascension to the transformation realm, but reaching the nascent soul stage is certainly within reach. We can provide for you and your family. However, should you refuse, your family shall perish, and so shall Chu Feng." Shen Xinxue replied with unwavering determination, "If any harm befalls my family or my husband, what the Jiang family will receive is not me, but a cold corpse. That I speak with conviction. According to the Chu Feng system, a millennium hence, in a humble place like the Tai Xian Dao sect, she could achieve the transformation realm and even become the sect leader. This is not a matter of mere threats. Yielding to such intimidation only emboldens the adversary, with the only tragic outcome falling upon oneself. The more forceful one is, the less likely others will dare to provoke them." Jiang Yin did not react with anger to Shen Xinxue's words. Instead, she smiled. "What a pity you are not a child of the Jiang family. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly become a pillar of our clan. Xinxue, do not force my hand. That I can still converse with you amicably. That if you truly refuse, the Jiang family possesses methods to deal with you, such as turning you into a puppet, one that knows only how to bear children. You dare?" Shen Xinxue's face turned pale. Jiang Yin scoffed, "Do you doubt my resolve?" However, Jiang Yin refrained from mentioning that should she truly be transformed into a puppet, the offspring produced would likely be adversely affected. A last resort indeed, as for the present, You have been reluctant to part with Chu Feng, have you not? Then I shall have Chu Feng personally annul your marriage. Chapter 54. A proposal at the door at the Breaking Heaven Sword sect. Zhao Dongdong made her way straight to her grandfather Zhao Tian's residence, eager to inquire about Chu Feng. Zhao Tian, intrigued, asked, "What is it? Have you encountered that scoundrel Chu Feng? Did you inform him of our relation? Given my association with him, he ought to present you with a token of goodwill." Zhao Dongdong shook her head. "No, I did not meet him." Zhao Tian replied, "Well, if you did not meet him, then so be it. The last time I saw that rascal was over a century ago. Unfortunately, he was already over 800 years old. His strength waning and his body deteriorating at this rate. His lifespan is nearing its end. Alas, yet another old friend is about to leave this world." Zhao Dongdong felt a twinge of confusion. The Chu Feng she had encountered seemed vastly different from her grandfather's description. The Chu Feng she met was full of vitality, youthful and handsome, exuding an astonishing aura, entirely at odds with her grandfather's portrayal of a decrepit man nearing the end of his days. While it is true that cultivators can maintain their youth and longevity, remaining in their prime, such as at the nascent soul stage, where one may live for 1,000 years and retain a youthful appearance until the age of 800, beyond that, their bodies and looks inevitably begin to fade. Since this old scoundrel is still alive, I might as well pay him a visit, Zhao Tian suggested. Dongdong, accompany your grandfather. We shall extort him for a hefty sum. When meeting a junior, he must offer a proper gift. Zhao Dongdong shook her head. "Grandfather, I think I shall refrain from going." Zhao Tian inquired, "Are you certain?" "Yes." Zhao Dongdong firmly nodded. "Very well, if you choose not to go. Then so be it." Zhao Dongdong's thoughts swirled, and after much deliberation, she resolved to share her experiences in the Nangong family with her grandfather. "Grandfather, during my visit to the Nangong family for their grand competition, I encountered someone." Zhao Tian's eyes instantly lit up. "What? My granddaughter has found someone she fancies. Pray, tell me who it is. I shall personally propose on your behalf, inviting him to become your husband, that is the granddaughter of a peak nascent soul cultivator. How could she possibly marry outside her family? It was only fitting that she take a husband." Zhao Dongdong replied, "His name is Chu Feng, and he intends to propose marriage. He claims to know you, grandfather, and that he hails from the Tai Xin Dao sect, though his appearance differs from what you described." Zhao Tian quickly asked, "In what way does he differ?" Zhao Dongdong responded, "He appears to be in his 20s, strikingly handsome, and shows no signs of being on the brink of death. Could it be that he is a fraud, not the Chu Feng you spoke of?" Zhao Tian furrowed his brow. That rascal Chu Feng is nearing the end of his lifespan. Unable to break through to the transformation realm, it is indeed possible you have encountered an impostor. How audacious of him to deceive the granddaughter of Zhao Tian. He is courting death, Zhao Dongdong countered. "But grandfather, what if this Chu Feng is indeed genuine?" "Indeed." Zhao Tian's anger only intensified. "You old rascal. Winter, she is your junior. Given our connection, she would call you grandfather. You intend to marry her? You must be nearly 1,000 years old while she is still in her youth. This is an egregious case of an old bull courting tender grass." Chu Feng merely shrugged. "As cultivators, we do not concern ourselves with mundane distinctions of age or status. All is determined by strength. Moreover, having broken through to the transformation realm, I possess a lifespan of 3,000 years. That I am but 1,000 years old, with ample time ahead." "That may be so." Zhao Tian shook his head. "But given our acquaintance, should you marry my granddaughter, how shall we interact in the future? Would you have me call you grandfather?" "If that were the case, I might consider it," Zhao Tian chuckled. "But being called grandfather by you, Chu Feng, would be quite the badge of honor." Chu Feng retorted, "We are each our own. Moreover, I have long since achieved the nascent soul stage, placing me above you in cultivation, according to the customs of the cultivation world. Should you meet me, ought you not to address me as senior?" Zhao Tian was instantly filled with rage, while Chu Feng scoffed dismissively, saying, "What do you mean? I ask you, do you wish to break through to the transformation realm?" Zhao Tian, taken aback, replied, "Do you have a method?" Chu Feng responded, "Indeed, even with your life force waning, you can still break through. Quickly tell me how to achieve this transformation." Chu Feng pointed at Zhao Dongdong and then cleared his throat. Zhao Tian immediately understood, chuckling, "Isn't it simply a matter of marrying my granddaughter?" "I agree. You see, that's the method of breakthrough." Zhao Dongdong, however, was in a state of panic, exclaiming, "Grandfather, how can you force me to marry him and become his partner?" Zhao Tian urged Dongdong, "Look at how splendid Chu Feng is, an esteemed elder of the transformation realm. Handsome in appearance, moreover, marrying him would grant you his assistance, propelling your cultivation to new heights. Who knows, perhaps one day you could reach the Yuan Ing immortal sovereign level, or even attain the realm of the transformation ancestor, just like your grandfather. Well then, it's decided. You shall choose a date for your wedding and become partners." Zhao Dongdong protested, "Grandfather, you don't understand that he already has several partners. Do you really want your granddaughter to share him with others?" Zhao Tian waved his hand dismissively. "What of it? He is a distinguished elder of the transformation realm. What does it matter if he has multiple partners? In my prime, I had more than a dozen myself." Chu Feng smiled. "Dongdong, I have told you. You belong to me. Look, even your grandfather agrees." Zhao Dongdong's face paled with anger as she gritted her teeth, saying, "I do not agree. You should abandon this notion." Chapter 55. The eyes have been restored with his father well. Chang Feng came to pay his respects. Just then, a man's voice sounded from outside. Zhao Tian remarked, "Just in time. Your father has arrived. He was just telling me that he also has 5 partners." Soon, a middle-aged man in his 30s entered, clad in a blue robe, with a smile that exuded an air of superiority. This man was Zhao Dongdong's father, Zhao Changfeng. Following him was a young man, a familiar face. Han Feng. Done on that day, Han Feng had been injured by Chu Feng, rendering him blind, and was saved by a woman of S-rank beauty. In a fit of madness, Han Feng had forcefully claimed her and killed her husband, employing brutal methods that asked the woman harbored deep resentment. Han Feng imprisoned her, subjecting her to daily torment until she ultimately succumbed to despair and took her own life. After her death, Han Feng discovered that he met the system's requirements for pursuing women. The system rewarded him handsomely with 3 boons. The first was a pair of plum blossom eyes, a divine sight that, while inferior to Chu Feng's limitless divine eyes, still belonged to the realm of celestial emperors. These eyes could pierce through illusions and reveal truths, particularly effective in exposing flaws in formations and constraints. The second reward was a comprehensive tome on the celestial path of formation, elevating him to the status of a master in this discipline with the aid of his plum blossom eyes. The third reward was a vial of elixir known as the Shepherd God Pill, a transformation realm-grade potion capable of enhancing one's spiritual essence, significantly benefiting those below the transformation realm, and even assisting Yuan-ing cultivators in breaking through to that level. This sparked an idea in his mind. Zhao Dongdong, an S-rank beauty, had yielded such substantial rewards. What might he gain if he could win over an SS-rank beauty? Even if he was domineering and a Yuan-ing immortal sovereign, he could still take the initiative, proposing to her and winning over her family that he had heard that Zhao Dongdong's grandfather, the founder of the Breaking Heavensword sect, was at the peak of the Yuan-ing stage. If he presented the Shepherd God Pill when proposing, could he succeed? With this thought, he arrived at the Breaking Heavensword sect and quickly impressed Zhao Changfeng, allowing him to be introduced to Zhao Tian. Now, all he needed was Zhao Tian's consent, and even if Zhao Dongdong was reluctant, she would have to marry him. At that point, the rewards for winning an SS-rank beauty would be within reach, and he would gain a powerful ally. However, upon meeting Zhao Tian, Han Feng also encountered Chu Feng. Before he could greet anyone, he was struck with fear, his face paling as he involuntarily took a step back. Zhao Changfeng, oblivious to the tension, seized Han Feng's hand and said, "Dongdong is here as well. Perfect. I am here to introduce you to a prospective husband. This is Han Feng, a prodigy with innate divine potential. I have taken him as my disciple, so you two should grow closer. Furthermore, Han Feng intends to propose to your grandfather." "What? Propose? I refuse." Zhao Dongdong exploded in anger. "I will not marry him." "Grandfather, look." Zhao Tian nodded, directing his gaze toward Han Feng. At this moment, Han Feng was too terrified to speak, filled with regret at encountering Chu Feng yet again. But as Zhao Tian's gaze fell upon him, a thought suddenly struck him. This was the Breaking Heavensword sect, and he was in the presence of the sect's ancestor. If he could secure the support of the Breaking Heaven ancestor, what was there to fear? Instantly, Han Feng's composure returned. Taking a deep breath, he avoided looking at Chu Feng and addressed Zhao Tian. "Disciple Han Feng pays respects to the ancestor. I have come to propose to you. Here is my betrothal gift, a Shepherd God Pill. capable of enhancing your spiritual essence and increasing your chances of breaking through to the transformation realm. Zhao Tian ignored Han Feng and turned his gaze to Chu Feng, asking, "Old boy, what do you think? A good beating and then throw him out of the Breaking Heaven Sword sect would suffice." "Very well, let it be so." Zhao Tian nodded, turning to Zhao Changfeng and chiding, "What are you still standing there for? Did you not hear?" Zhao Changfeng was momentarily stunned, perplexed. "Father, you just said to throw Han Feng out. You must understand that Han Feng possesses the Shepherd God Pill, which would greatly aid your cultivation." "And who is this fellow?" Zhao Tian retorted. "How dare you be so presumptuous? This man is Chu Feng, the esteemed ancestor of the Tai Xian Dao sect." "Chu Feng, the master?" Zhao Changfeng was utterly astonished. As if a realization dawned upon him. His voice trembled. Could it be that Master Chu Feng has broken through to the transformation realm? He's at the transformation realm. Han Feng's face went pale. The shadow of death looming over him, panic flooding his mind. How could this happen? Was he truly to die here today? Zhao Tian coldly snorted. "Moreover, I have already decided to have Dong Dong marry this old fellow Chu Feng. You dare to bring someone to plead for you? I would gladly slap you for being such an unfilial son." Only then did Zhao Changfeng realize his misstep, wishing he could slap himself. He turned to Chu Feng, saying, "Master Chu Feng, I was in the wrong." Chu Feng waved his hand and looked at Han Feng with a hint of amusement. "What a coincidence that we meet again so soon. And judging by your appearance, your eyes seem to have recovered. Shall I blind them once more, so you think twice before attempting to steal my woman?" Han Feng pleaded desperately. "Master Chu Feng, you cannot kill me. I have already joined the Breaking Heaven Sword sect. I am a disciple of the sect. If you were to kill me, the sect master and the ancestor would surely take action." "Sect master. Ancestor, save me." Han Feng suddenly knelt before Zhao Changfeng, crawling toward him. Zhao Changfeng coldly huffed, kicking Han Feng away, saying, "Han Feng, I was deceived by your flowery words, thinking your potential was decent enough to take you into the Breaking Heaven Sword sect. Little did I know you would covet my daughter and audaciously offend Master Chu Feng. Now, as the sect master of the Breaking Heaven Sword sect, I hereby declare you expelled from the sect." Expelled from the Breaking Heaven Sword sect. Han Feng suddenly shed his previous fear and began to laugh maniacally, his gaze fixed menacingly on Chu Feng. Chapter 56. The reward from Zhao Dongdong. "Come on. If you have the capability, kill me." Han Feng shouted defiantly, "That as long as I live, I, Han Feng, will surely repay this grudge tenfold." Chu Feng dismissed him with scorn. "Very well, I shall await your vengeance." That as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng waved his hand, and two beams of white light shot directly into Han Feng's eyes. Having just regained his sight and acquired the plum blossom eyes, Han Feng's eyes instantly transformed into two black voids, blood staining his entire cheek. The last time, Chu Feng merely blinded him. This time, he had crushed his eyes completely. Chu Feng realized that Han Feng truly was the destined child, the indestructible cockroach, seemingly having received some divine ocular reward. With his eyeballs crushed, one could only wonder what other divine eyes he could possibly acquire. The intense pain caused Han Feng to scream in agony, his head tilting as he fainted, before he could react. Chu Feng waved his hand once more, effortlessly retrieving the storage pouch from his person. Truly a treasure boy, the heavenly tribulation level array technique was indeed a godsend. This was the divine shepherd pill, which enhances the power of the primordial spirit. Unfortunately, it holds little value for me, but it would greatly benefit that old fool Zhao Tian, enabling him to completely negate the side effects of his breakthrough to the transformation god realm when combined with his San-Yang fusion pill. However, having married his granddaughter, a few pills are hardly a concern. Ding! Congratulations to the host for once again suppressing the destined child Han Feng, earning 2 million fortune points. The destined child Han Feng has 3 million fortune points remaining. The unconscious Han Feng was discarded like refuse, thrown out of the Broken Sky Sword sect. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Dong Dong, are you now willing to marry me and cultivate together, becoming my Dao partner? One must seize the moment when the iron is hot. A proposal must be timely to at this moment." Taking advantage of Zhao Dongdong's dazed state, he immediately proposed. Zhao Dongdong's cheeks flushed, her expression bashful, as she replied, "I will follow my grandfather's wishes." Chu Feng was instantly elated and turned to Zhao Tian, saying, "Old fool, you have no objections, do you?" Zhao Tian was momentarily speechless, feeling a void in his heart. After all, he cherished this granddaughter above all else, and now she was to be wed, and to his old friend no less. How could he possibly bear it? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he chuckled very well. I consent. However, if you marry my granddaughter, shouldn't you call me grandfather? Come, let me hear you say it. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, retorting, Old fool, are you looking for a beating? I am no longer in the nascent soul stage. If I hit you, do you really think you can stand against me? Besides, do you even wish to break through to the transformation god realm? Zhao Tian's joyful demeanor immediately shifted, leaving him feeling quite vexed. With an annoyed huff, he replied, If you don't want to call, then don't. What is so great about it? Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering Zhao Dongdong, gaining 50 points of conquest value, earning a fortune reward of 200,000 points, and triggering a critical hit, receiving an additional 10 million points, along with the following rewards. Reward 1, 2,000 years of mana. Reward 2, elevation of bloodline by 1 level. Reward 3, 1 experience pill for cultivation techniques. Reward 4, a 10-minute trial card for the heavenly tribulation level experience. What splendid treasures! At this moment, Chu Feng, possessing the boundless holy body, had a bloodline merely at the king level. Just 1 level higher would elevate it to the divine level, and both the boundless divine eye and the underworld visualization technique could benefit from this enhancement. Moreover, the 2,000 years of cultivation should allow him to elevate his prowess yet again. Opening his attribute panel, he saw, name, Chu Feng, lifespan, 1,000 to 3,000 years, cultivation, mid-stage integration, qualification, boundless holy body, boundless divine blood, cultivation technique, great grade celestial art, celestial level technique, incomplete, with a full text of 3,000 characters, of which 1,000 characters have been acquired. Divine abilities, dragon subduing palm, 1 sword opens the heavenly gate, underworld visualization technique, boundless divine eye, and more. As for the other lower level information, it was omitted. Excitedly, Chu Feng turned and said, My dear wife, let us return to the Tai Xian Dao sect. Dong. Zhao Dongdong nodded. Ha! Wonderful! Chu Feng exclaimed as he lifted Zhao Dongdong into his arms. Her initially bashful cheeks turned crimson, and she hastily pinched his arm, saying, Put me down, there are people watching. Women, why do they always like to pinch? Previously, Chu Feng had suffered greatly from this, having specially purchased the first turn of the 9 transformations mysterious art from the Fortune Mall to forge his body. Such strength was hardly a challenge. Yet Chu Feng still pretended to be in pain, quickly sealing Zhao Dongdong's mouth and looking towards Zhao Tian and Zhao Changfeng, saying, Is there someone here? Who is it? I can't see anyone. The two instantly understood, turning away, with Zhao Tian yawning and saying, Oh dear, how did I start to feel drowsy? I must take a nap. With that, he vanished as if oil had been applied to his feet. Zhao Changfeng glanced around and immediately spotted the unconscious Han Feng, his eyes lighting up with anger as he exclaimed, Where did this trash come from? Ruining the aesthetics here. I must deal with him. With that, he grabbed one of Han Feng's feet and swiftly departed the scene. Chu Feng smiled and asked, My dear wife, are there still people here? Zhao Dongdong glared fiercely and replied, You're being dishonest. How could they betray me, their own granddaughter? What kind of grandfather and father do I have? Chu Feng smiled and said, You speak the truth. Perhaps we should disown this grandfather and fathered this moment. Although Zhao Tian had physically left, his spiritual awareness remained, and such tricks could only deceive Zhao Dongdong that it could never escape Chu Feng's notice. His words nearly broke Zhao Tian's defenses, prompting him to quickly withdraw his spiritual awareness with a bitter smile. Lamenting, after raising my granddaughter for so many years, she has just slipped away like that. Fortunately, he wasn't completely empty-handed, looking at the Sanyang fusion pill and the divine shepherd pill in his hand. His reluctance vanished, replaced by an unwavering determination. Whether he could break through to the transformation god realm rested on this occasion. Zhao Dongdong quickly shook her head, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? With his divine sense, Chu Feng naturally noticed Zhao Tian's awkward expression, prompting him to laugh heartily. All right, I'm just joking. Let us go home. Tai Xian Dao sect. Employing the flying rainbow technique, they returned in the span of a single tea session. This left Zhao Dongdong astounded, her jaw dropping. Husband, you're incredible. This speed is astonishing. The Broken Sky Sword sect was a staggering distance of 108,000 miles from the Taishiandao sect, and at her pace. Even without resting, it would take at least a day and night. Chu Feng smiled and said, "This is a celestial-level divine ability, the flying rainbow technique that if you like I can teach it to you. It only takes a T session to AT this moment, with this technique, unless facing a heavenly tribulation-level expert who could tear through the void. No one could match his speed. Even if they couldn't win. If he wished to escape, no one could stop him." Chapter 57. A severe beating. Some people still knew how to return. Just as he returned to the lonely mountain, he fortuitously encountered Chen Wanwan. Especially upon seeing Chu Feng accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Even the best of tempers instantly soured for Chen Wanwan, who began to mock Chu Feng coldly. Chu Feng immediately stiffened, feeling awkward and eager to explain. Only to feel a lightness in his hand, and it turned out Chen Wanwan had pulled Zhao Dongdong away, whispering to her. Before long, their laughter echoed, occasionally glancing over and even pointing, causing Chu Feng to itch with curiosity. He wanted to go over and see, but with just a few steps forward, he was instantly halted by the warning glares of the two women. With a wry smile, Chu Feng could only scratch his nose. After a while, Zhao Dongdong finally returned to his side, while Chen Wanwan smiled brightly, saying, "Master, not bad. You found a new mistress so quickly." Cough, cough, cough. Chu Feng lightly cleared his throat and replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I become your master? I assent at you who was my master." Chen Wanwan retorted. Without waiting for Chu Feng's reply, she continued, "All right, I want to disturb you and your mistress during your wedding night. But I must remind you to take it easy. It's her first time." Chu Feng replied, "You just wait. I'll deal with you later." "Deal with me? Do you not know that this esteemed one's injuries have already healed? I wonder who will deal with whom then." In an instant, an immense aura erupted from Chen Wanwan, revealing her cultivation at the late stage of transformation god. Through the practice of the great sadness of yin and yang, her injuries had healed significantly, allowing her to perform many techniques and divine abilities. Having been out for a month, Chu Feng's injuries had also fully healed, and he couldn't help but laugh. No wonder she dared to be so brazen before him. Thinking that her injuries had healed and her cultivation restored, she could act recklessly in front of him. She truly did not understand why flowers were so red. However, today was the day he secured Zhao Dongdong. "Husband, what Chen Wanwan said earlier is true," Zhao Dongdong suddenly asked Chu Feng, leaving him bewildered. "What did Wanwan tell you?" Zhao Dongdong replied, "She said that besides me, you have several other Dao partners, including Shen Qinxue, who is rumored to have joined the imperial clan Jiang family, and the esteemed Lu Linglong of the Taishin Dao sect, as well as Nangong Yinjin of the Nangong family. I never expected what you said was actually true. And lastly, there is Sister Wanwan, who is the holy maiden of the heavenly demon, that am I really so inferior compared to them?" Chu Feng hurriedly consoled. "Do not speak like that. How could you possibly be inferior to them? After all, you are merely over 100 years old. Can you really be compared to them? Once you have cultivated for the same duration as they have, you will undoubtedly not fall short. Moreover, my wife Chu Feng is certainly not inferior to anyone," that he continued. "Wait a moment. I shall impart to you a celestial-level technique, and you will understand." Zhao Dongdong's eyes widened in astonishment as Chu Feng pointed towards her. Instantly, a scripture appeared in her mind, the great compassionate verse of yin and yang. My lord, this is a dual cultivation technique." Chu Feng nodded. "In that case, my dear, let us not delay our cultivation." Zhao Dongdong shyly replied, "It is my first time. I ask you to be gentle." Soon after, a fierce battle unfolded. Chu Feng took on the role of an exquisite mentor, while Zhao Dongdong transformed into a diligent and eager student. Voraciously absorbing the knowledge imparted by Chu Feng, at first, she exhibited some resistance, but under the relentless encouragement from Chu Feng, she quickly succumbed, reduced to pleas for mercy. That as a student, one must acknowledge their mistakes and stand firm when receiving discipline. Mere cries for mercy were insufficient. Under the rigorous tutelage, Zhao Dongdong was soon reduced to tears, her eyes streaming as she sweat profusely, eventually collapsing under the intensity of the training. Chu Feng, realizing his error in being too harsh, channeled a stream of energy into Zhao Dongdong, gradually helping her adjust her breathing. Though her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, she still had a long way to go before reaching the golden core stage. However, this session of cultivation would enable her to take that critical step forward. When she awakened, she should be ready to break through. Emerging from the bedroom, he unexpectedly encountered Chen Wanwan. Chu Feng couldn't help but smile, teasing. Who would have thought that the illustrious holy maiden of the heavenly demon would eavesdrop? What have you overheard? Please do enlighten me. With a disdainful expression, Chen Wanwan retorted, Who was eavesdropping? I merely happened to pass by. Really, you didn't eavesdrop? Chu Feng replied with a smile. I shall give you another chance to articulate your thoughts. With a cold snort, Chen Wanwan declared, Even if I did listen, what of it? Do you think I am still the injured holy maiden you once forcibly dominated? Now, it would be but a simple task to suppress you with one hand. Are you certain you can suppress me with one hand? Chu Feng inquired with a grin. Unconvinced? Very well, let me demonstrate. With that, she swiftly struck at Chu Feng, her formidable power descending like a tempest, as though, in that moment, he were nothing more than an insignificant insect beneath her heel. For her, a mere ordinary being of the transformation realm could not possibly compare to the esteemed holy maiden of the heavenly demon. With her background in the heavenly demon sect, her strength was formidable, wielding techniques meant for transcending to the celestial level or even the emperor level. Her foundation was far beyond that of a common sect like the Tai Xiandao sect. It was not her arrogance. She believed that she alone could suppress the entire Tai Xiandao sect. With a single strike, she unleashed a transcendent technique, the heavenly demon hand, which, enhanced by the great compassionate verse of yin and yang, manifested an overwhelming aura that dwarfed her peers. Despite knowing of Chu Feng's extraordinary abilities, she still did not regard him as her equal. You foolish man. How many times have you forcibly taken advantage of me? You think I am easy to bully? Chu Feng, fully aware of Chen Wanwan's thoughts, simply chuckled in response to her attack. The deal you think I am a sickly cat just because I have not shown my true power. Wanwan, do you know why I was able to conquer you? Because I will always be your husband. With a swift motion, Chu Feng retaliated, unleashing a golden dragon with his technique, the dragon descending palm, a move he had mastered. The power of the golden dragon was far beyond what Chen Wanwan could withstand. How is your strength so formidable? She gasped, as her own attack shattered, her aura collapsing under the force of the golden dragon that lunged towards her. Just as she attempted to evade, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, enveloping her in an embrace. "Ah!" she exclaimed in shock. Now you see who truly suppresses whom. Chu Feng said with a smile that I in disbelief. Chen Wanwan exclaimed, How can you possibly be my match? Why is it impossible? Chu Feng replied confidently. You do not genuinely believe I am merely at the transformation realm, do you? With a haughty snort. She countered, If you are not at the transformation realm, then you must be at the integration realm. Congratulations, you are correct. I am indeed at the integration realm, so you must accept your fate. Did you not say I forcibly took advantage of you? I shall do so once more, and you dare to strike at me. You are certainly in need of a lesson. Bold Demonis, receive my staff. In the following moments, under Chu Feng's rigorous instruction, Chen Wanwan was thoroughly subdued. He wielded his staff, making her cry out in despair until she ultimately collapsed from exhaustion. Feeling refreshed after the encounter, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead before departing. Arriving at the training room, he began to assess his gains. With 2,000 years of cultivation energy absorbed, he was poised to elevate his own prowess significantly. The recent infusion of Zhao Dongdong's primordial yin energy had fortified his constitution, soul, bloodline, and magical power to varying degrees. The great compassionate verse of yin and yang, particularly the first-time primordial yin energy from a woman, proved exceptionally beneficial. Likewise, the reciprocal benefits derived from a woman's first experience were plentiful. In essence, while it appeared that both parties gained from the great compassionate verse of yin and yang, the male benefited the most. With a focus on yang and a supplement of yin, the cycle of vitality was unending. The sacred body also had levels of classification: ordinary, excellent, extraordinary, and transcendent, akin to inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. Chu Feng had previously possessed the Wuji sacred body, but it was merely of ordinary caliber and had only awakened to 30. With the cultivation of the great compassionate verse of yin and yang, it had now awakened to 50. That once fully awakened, it would manifest the sacred body's unique phenomenon, truly unleashing its might. Possessors of the sacred body exuded the aura of an emperor. Such beings were rare, yet not unheard of. However, those capable of awakening the sacred body were a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Otherwise, why do you think an emperor of the immortals emerges only once every 10,000 years? For instance, Shun Xinchue's radiant sacred body and Lu Linglong's seven-aperture Linglong sacred body had yet to achieve complete awakening. Furthermore, as Chu Feng cultivated the great compassionate verse of yin and yang, even his Wuji sacred body had risen from ordinary to excellent rank. The 2,000 years of cultivation energy was swiftly absorbed, and his prowess visibly increased. The 1,000-character De Pinton Xianju scripture emanated golden light, encircling him as time flowed, allowing for a seamless breakthrough to the late integration stage. But that was not the end, that he continued until reaching the pinnacle of integration, fully absorbing the 2,000 years of energy. A surge of formidable power erupted from him. Though he had not yet faced a true ascendant, he felt confident that he could contend with an average one. Of course, his abilities still had room for enhancement. Let us not forget the first turn of the 9 transformation profound art. This technique ranked among the top 10 across the myriad realms, capable of bestowing a 10-fold increase in strength, should he master it. Yet he was not merely contending with the need to cultivate the first turn of the 9 transformation profound art. He was also considering the visualization of the point one focused on enhancing the soul, while the other concentrated on strengthening the body. His previous encounter with the ghostly deity, Yin Yang, had made him acutely aware of the benefits of a powerful soul. Had she not been a benevolent spirit, he might have suffered soul consumption, leading to his eternal demise. However, thinking of Shun Xinchue's predicament gave him pause. After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to utilize an experience pill to enhance his cultivation of the first turn of the 9 transformation profound art. Looking at the fortune market, he noted that the experience pill was priced at 100 million fortune points. Just how many fortune-endowed women would he need to conquer, or how many fated sons of destiny would he have to defeat? Ding! Congratulations, host. The first turn of the 9 transformation profound art has reached perfection. Please continue to strive toward purchasing the second turn, priced at 50 million fortune points. 50 million. This feels like robbery. Upon contemplating the total price, Chu Feng fell into a profound silence. The first transformation granted him a remarkable divine ability: steel muscles and iron bones. Within the journey to the west, Yang Jian cultivated the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, while Sun Wukong practiced the 8-9 mysterious arts. Both methods share a similar level and efficacy. The 9 transformations of mysterious arts were created by the 3 pure ones based on the inheritance of Pengu and the physical training methods of the Witch Clan, while the 8-9 mysterious arts were developed by the Taoist of guidance, drawing from the Witch Clan's techniques and the Buddhist practices of body refinement. Each possesses its own unique merits that in an instant. Chu Feng distinctly felt his physical strength amplify by tens of thousands of times. Even the originally awakened 52 levels of the infinite sacred body surged directly to 80. Could it be that upon attaining the second transformation, he could fully awaken the infinite sacred body? At this moment, he felt confident that he could contend with the celestial being of the mid to late stages of the Great Ascension. The Imperial Clan, the Jiang family, would inevitably investigate the death of Fu Wantian, which would lead them back to him. But at that time, he would truly face his greatest trial, while Chu Feng reveled in his triumph. Another soul, Lin Xie, was engulfed in despair. Having been accepted as a disciple by Lu Linglong, she had envisioned entering the Taishan secret realm to acquire its inheritance and thus cultivate a nascent soul. However, due to Chu Feng's actions that shattered her purity, Lu Linglong's disdain cost her this opportunity. As her dreams crumbled, she chose to retreat into seclusion. Just 3 days prior, she emerged only to be confronted with devastating news. Chu Feng had broken through, transcending to the transformation realm and becoming a supreme elder of the Tai Xian Dao sect that just 1,000 years old. He now possessed a lifespan of 3,000 years. Ironically, she had once deemed him too old and frail to provide her with protection, decisively opting for divorce to apprentice under Lu Linglong, even renouncing any claim to his meager inheritance. Yet this was not the most crushing blow. The most devastating revelation was that her master, Lu Linglong, had become his dual cultivation partner. How absurd! The man she had discarded was now claimed by her own mentor. She felt a surge of unwillingness and regret. Chu Feng is my man, Lin Xia's man. No one can take him away, that we have been partners for over a century. He must still love me, and I will reclaim him. Chapter 59. Lin Xia's regret on the solitary mountain. Chu Feng emerged from seclusion. Invigorated and refreshed, his cultivation had seen tremendous advancement, and he had successfully reached the pinnacle of the first transformation of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. It was worth noting that he had just taken Zhao Dongdong's blood and hadn't yet consoled her before choosing to retreat, which was rather inconsiderate. He needed to make amends. However, upon his emergence, he encountered a person who stirred complex emotions within him. Lin Xia. Having been Chu Feng's partner for over a century, she knew him all too well. Arriving at the solitary mountain, she quickly discerned that he was in seclusion and chose to wait outside his door. Her patience bore fruit as she finally saw him emerge, and she greeted him with a beaming smile, softly saying, "Husband, you have emerged from seclusion. Congratulations on your breakthrough." Chu Feng furrowed his brow. "What brings you here?" His feelings towards Lin Xia were intricate, stemming from their long companionship and the intimate bond they once shared. However, her departure had left a lingering ache in his heart. Lin Xia replied, "Naturally, I came to see you, my husband." "Stop," Chu Feng interjected abruptly, "that we are divorced and I, Chu Feng, am old and frail, my days numbered. Being together with you would only be a burden. So, do refrain from calling me that." He continued, "What brings you to my solitary mountain? If there is nothing of significance, please take your leave, that my status has changed. This mountain is no place for a mere golden core elder like you to wander freely." Tears streamed down Lin Xia's face. "Husband, please don't send me away. I was deceived. It was Lu Linglong who promised me entry into the Tai Xian secret realm, but only if I became her disciple, which required me to leave you. That's why I chose to divorce you. Do you even realize that the Lu Linglong you speak of is now my partner?" Chu Feng retorted, "How dare you slander my partner in my presence? Lin Xia, from the moment you divorced me, we are no longer connected." He scoffed dismissively at the notion of her being a fated woman, that if she were truly fated, he might have been intrigued. But now, he felt nothing but indifference. "No, I will not leave." Lin Xia shook her head vehemently. "Husband, can't you forgive me for the sake of our over 100 years together? I swear, I truly understand my mistakes now. If you forgive me, I will do anything you ask. Every part of me belongs to you, that I could even be yours in every sense." Chu Feng grasped Lin Xia's chin and inquired, "Are you sincere in your words?" "Absolutely." She nodded fervently. "Begone," he coldly commanded. "The further you go, the better. I do not wish to see you. Do you not understand human language?" With a wave of his hand, Lin Xia felt herself swept away, soaring through the air until she landed heavily on the ground. When she finally regained her bearings, she realized she had returned to her residence on Linglong Peak. She stood there stunned. However, she refused to concede defeat. Her resolve only strengthened. "Husband, wait for me. I will not give up easily. You are mine, and you can only be mine." Lin Xia's appearance did not significantly affect Chu Feng. Soon, he cast her from his thoughts. When he encountered Zhao Dongdong, he found her engaged in a breakthrough. The dual cultivation had brought her immense benefits, pushing her to the brink of a breakthrough. Yet, transcending to the golden core realm was no simple feat. A moment's carelessness could lead to madness, resulting in severed meridians or even death. It was generally advised to be thoroughly prepared before attempting a breakthrough. However, contrary to expectations, the dual cultivation had compelled Zhao Dongdong to break through, and controlling her own power became exceedingly difficult. She had no choice but to take risks. As she initiated her breakthrough, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. Just as she felt the golden core beginning to coalesce within her, her internal energy suddenly erupted, swirling chaotically like a headless fly. This sent Zhao Dongdong into a panic. "No, am I to perish here?" She desperately tried to regain control, attempting to channel the erratic energy back into her dantian. Yet the more anxious she became, the less her energy obeyed her will. "Husband, come save me." At that moment, she was engulfed in regret, cursing her impatience. What was she to do now? As despair washed over her, a voice filled with reproach and concern sounded in her ears. "What foolishness is this? You dare to recklessly break through in my absence, unafraid of succumbing to madness." In an instant, a powerful force surged into her body, calming the tumultuous energy within her. The reverse flow of her dantian and meridians began to mend. and the warmth of safety enveloped Zhao Dongdong, nearly bringing her to tears. "Husband," Chu Feng reassured her, "fear not. I am here. Now, let me impart a technique to you. Cultivate according to this method to form your golden core." Chu Fu, being utterly generous towards his beloved, directly imparted the great immortal technique to him. Although it consists of merely 1,000 words, it rivals the scriptures of the immortal emperors. After all, what else could claim the title of the first immortal scripture of eternity? This technique, created by the Venerable Bodhi Patriarch, integrates the strengths of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. There are accounts suggesting that the Bodhi Patriarch is one of the 3 corpses of the Zhuan-Ti Taoist, while others assert he is among the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud's Palace, a being of quasi-saintly power. Regardless of the interpretation, it underscores the extraordinary nature of this cultivation method. The golden core is categorized into 12 grades. Initially, Chu Fu could only cultivate a 9th grade golden core, which was attributable to his possession of a sacred body, as the technique itself was somewhat lacking, with the true potential being only at the 8th grade. Fortunately, with the aid of the great Yin-Yang Compassion Verse, he could fortify his foundation, gradually solidifying the deficiencies inherent in his previous golden core and nascent soul. By training alongside several female cultivators, his golden core's strength reached the pinnacle of the 11th grade, while his nascent soul's strength ascended to the 10th grade. But of course, relying solely on the great Yin-Yang Compassion Verse was insufficient. The great immortal technique played a crucial role as well. Ultimately, time was too brief. Given a few more years to fortify these foundations, his potential and future would undoubtedly elevate, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. With the assistance of the 1,000-word scripture of the great immortal technique and Chu Fu's formidable magical power, Zhao Dongdong's subsequent cultivation progressed smoothly. Chapter 60. The Elder of Inner Demons with a 10th grade golden core. Chu Fu felt exceedingly satisfied. Although the golden core is divided into 12 grades, stepping into the 7th grade and advancing to the late stages of the golden core poses no challenge. Previously, with Chu Fu's assistance, Lin Xie could only achieve an 8th grade golden core. Those above the 9th grade could generally stabilize their entry into the nascent soul realm. Zhao Dongdong's immediate attainment of a 10th grade golden core was undoubtedly due to Chu Fu's support and the merits of the great immortal technique. Zhao Dongdong quickly realized the elevation of her golden core grade, her joy palpable. She sprang up like a sprite, leaping into Chu Fu's embrace, showering his cheek with kisses, exclaiming, "Husband, I have condensed a 10th grade golden core." "Thank you so much," Chu Fu, cradling Zhao Dongdong, comforted her. "Between us, there's no need for thanks. Though I aided you in condensing your golden core, it ultimately relies on your own capabilities. Therefore, it is you, my Dongdong, who is truly remarkable. With a 10th grade golden core, you will surely break through to the nascent soul realm in the future." Indeed, Zhao Dongdong replied gleefully that my grandfather only condensed a 9th grade golden core, while my father fared even worse, achieving merely an 8th grade golden core after 400 years of cultivation. Struggling to reach the late stages, that it seems unlikely he will break into the nascent soul realm. At this point, Zhao Dongdong's demeanor shifted noticeably. A 500-year lifespan of the golden core implies her father may not have the opportunity for a breakthrough. He will likely weaken with age and eventually pass away within a century. Chu Fu smiled, offering reassurance. "Perhaps your father has other opportunities. After all, breaking into the nascent soul realm could aid Zhao Tian in achieving the transformation into spirit realm, a trivial matter to be resolved at an appropriate time." Zhao Dongdong seemed to ponder something. "Husband, I initially thought it would take me at least 20 or 30 years to condense a golden core, yet after a single session of dual cultivation with you, I found myself on the verge of a breakthrough that I could barely contain my cultivation and was compelled to force a breakthrough. Had you not returned in time, I might have truly fallen into the abyss of chaos." Chu Fu, feeling pained, responded, "It was my oversight. I neglected the implications of my current cultivation, nearly resulting in a grave error. I apologize. Tell me what you desire, and I shall fulfill it." Zhao Dongdong gazed at Chu Fu with eager anticipation. "Why not we cultivate together?" "Of course," Chu Fu laughed heartily, lifting Zhao Dongdong into his arms. "Since my wife requests it, I shall oblige." "How? After a lesson with a stick, you still fail to recognize your mistakes. Let me show you how to educate you properly." Zhao Dongdong, feeling a bit shy, replied, "Husband, I beg for your mercy." "Why are you frightened?" I am not, Zhao Dongdong declared loudly. It's just you are too formidable. Chufu smiled, knowing I am formidable, yet you dare to provoke me. With that, Chufu strode into the bedroom, and soon the two were embroiled in a fierce contest. This being their second encounter, Chufu's movements were noticeably more vigorous. Initially, Zhao Dongdong attempted to maintain her defiance, but soon only cries for mercy remained. The tempestuous storm lasted an entire night, leaving traces of their battlefield scattered about. Deep within the Qinling Mountains, at the border where Jianzhou meets Qingzhou, lies the most perilous region of Jianzhou. Here, an old man and a young boy traverse the treacherous terrain. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that both were blind, their eyes darkened, clearly not born blind, but rendered so by another's hand. Despite the thickets brimming with thorns, they were unharmed, as though an invisible hand was parting the brambles that in what should have been a domain teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. They fled as if mice before a cat. Had Chufu been present, he would have recognized one of the blind figures, Han Feng. After Chufu had blinded him and seized his fortune, he cast Han Feng into the abyss beyond the Broken Sky Sword Sect. Yet it was only the second time. He remained the child of destiny and was soon rescued by another blind individual, the most powerful rogue cultivator in Jianzhou, the Elder of Inner Demons. A being of combined cultivation. Both were blind, and the Elder of Inner Demons had also been blinded by others. Despite losing his sight, he refused to succumb to despair. Instead, with unwavering determination, he forged the path of the mind. Using his spirit as his eyes, that he could observe everything around him through his spiritual vision and manipulate the hearts of men with his spiritual power. An exceedingly fearsome ability that in the cultivation circles of Jianzhou. A saying circulated, better to provoke the king of hell than the elder of inner demons. Incurring the wrath of the king of hell at least allows one to understand the manner of their demise, while provoking the elder could lead one to an oblivion so complete that they would remain unaware of their own downfall, becoming mere puppets in his grasp. That on that day, the elder of inner demons happened upon the abyss and encountered Han Feng, whose eyes were blinded and whose spirit resembled that of a dead dog. Seeing their shared plight, he took Han Feng as his disciple. One must admit, this was indeed a child of destiny. Unbeknownst to them how long they had traveled, they finally arrived at a precipice. The elder of inner demons declared, "Here we are, from this day forth. You shall reside here with me, cultivating the path of the mind. As for your vendetta, once you master the path, will you still worry about avenging it?" The Tai Dao sect may be one of the three most powerful forces in Jianzhou, but in my eyes, they are utterly insignificant. And as for your eyes, once you cultivate the eye of the mind, you will find their importance diminished. Han Feng respectfully replied, "Disciple thanks Master for the guidance." Yet despite his words, Han Feng's thoughts diverged that he was well aware of the elder of inner demons' reputation, a figure of immense power, wielding the path of the mind, feared across Jianzhou and even throughout the eastern wasteland. Though his eyes were blind, the path of the mind could compensate for this deficiency. Once he obtained the inheritance of the path, he had no intention of remaining in the depths of the Qinling Mountains. After all, he possessed a system, the pursuit of women's system. Every beautiful woman he won over would yield rewards. Zhao Dongdong, an SS-class beauty, Nangong Yanran, an SSS-class beauty, and Lu Linglong, another SSS-class beauty. These were all his. Once he captured their hearts, the rewards would be bountiful. That he lamented his previous foolishness, having thought that pursuing a woman merely required winning her affection. Through his experience with the peasant girl, he realized that employing gentle methods to woo them was far more effective. If that failed, then force was warranted until they capitulated entirely. Yet unbeknownst to Han Feng, the path of the mind held extraordinary capabilities. While it could not discern his possession of a system, it could nevertheless keenly perceive the innermost thoughts residing within him. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing this and instead felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding his decision to take this disciple. Chapter 61. One man, one serpent, suppressing Tai Xian atop the lonely mountain of the Tai Dao sect. Chufu's days were blissfully tranquil. He would often tease Zhao Dongdong and playfully bully Chen Wanwan. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Wanwan had not departed, and each encounter was marked by her provocations towards Chufu. He paid little heed to her identity, applying his stick education and exercising his authority until she, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon, begged for mercy. Observing her demeanor, he found it quite enjoyable. This was simply role-playing at its finest. Certainly, Chu Feng harbored an undeniable preference for her. Indeed, she was the heavenly demon saintess, a paragon of beauty with countless charms and transformations. She could embody grace and virtue, allure and seduction, or the icy demeanor of a frozen beauty. It was astonishing that one woman could possess such a myriad of presences that it is no wonder that in the novels of his past life, everyone adored the enchantress, especially one who mastered the dual cultivation technique, capable of bestowing upon Chu Feng an array of sensations in a single encounter. Except for the fact that her strength was inferior to his, she would frequently plead for mercy under his rigorous guidance. Just the other day, it was perplexing how Chen Wanwan managed to bring Zhao Dongdong over, conspiring to rebel together. Of course, with Chu Feng intervening, their rebellion was doomed to fail, as he swiftly crushed their ambitions, compelling them to yield. While Chu Feng reveled in this moment, an unexpected guest arrived at the Tai Xiandao sect. This time, the visitor came with a bold and unabashed demeanor on that day. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as a colossal azure dragon tore through the void, riding the tempest to appear before the Tai Xiandao sect. The overwhelming pressure it exuded left everyone gasping for breath. Disciples of lower cultivation found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move. Xiang Yutian, the sect master, was so frightened that his face turned ashen. While the three supreme elders dared not utter a word. Of course, Chu Feng was the exception. The moment this formidable presence manifested, he sensed it instantly, under the gaze of the Wujia divine eye. He was acutely aware of the dragoness' strength and aura. The azure-eyed dragon was at the early stage of the Great Ascension realm, and upon it stood a middle-aged man at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm. As the dragon and its master emerged, Chu Feng felt a powerful consciousness sweep across the area. Chen Wanwan's expression turned grave, her aura retracting instantaneously. Had it not been for Chu Feng's cultivation of the Wujia divine eye, he might have thought she had vanished entirely. Sensing his confusion, Chen Wanwan explained, "This man is named Murong Longcheng, a guest of the Jiang family, a mid-stage celestial of the Great Ascension realm, possessing an ancient dragon blood lineage. This azure-eyed dragon, an ancient beast, is likely his demonic pet. Together, they wield enough power to dominate the Great Ascension realm, unless a transcendent celestial intervenes. His presence here cannot possibly be for your sake." Chu Feng shook his head. "How could that be? I am but a humble cultivator at the transformation realm." Although he had reached the peak of the integration realm, lacking a proper concealment technique, he had cultivated the netherworld visualization method, the grand celestial technique, and the 9 revolutions mystical art, enabling him to instantaneously shroud his body, power, and soul, unless he chose to reveal himself or stood directly before Murong Longcheng. No one would discern his true cultivation level. As for Fu Wangtian, with his integration realm cultivation, he posed no threat to Chu Feng. Should this man become aware of Fu Wangtian's demise at Chu Feng's hands, it might necessitate the use of that Transcendence Celestial Experience card, thereafter casting him into a life of wandering, leaving him without a foothold in the entire eastern wilderness. Ultimately, his power remained insufficient. If a genuine Transcendent Celestial or an immortal Emperor were to appear, the Jiang family would be inconsequential to that moment. The sect master of Tai Xiandao emerged to respond. Murong Longcheng's voice resonated like a demonic god from the depths of the abyss, domineering and filled with dread. Xiang Yutian, drenched in sweat and trembling, stepped forward, saying, "I, Xiang Yutian, the sect master of Tai Xiandao, greet you, esteemed sir." With a wave of his hand, Murong Longcheng conjured an image before Xiang Yutian, revealing a likeness of Fu Wangtian. "Have you seen this person?" "No." Xiang Yutian quickly shook his head. "I, Xiang Yutian, swear I have never encountered this esteemed person." Murong Longcheng scoffed. "You Tai Xiandao sect, with merely a handful of transformation realm cultivators, lack the capacity to contend with Fu Wangtian, who possesses the blazing sun divine fired." As he spoke, he commanded the azure-eyed dragon to depart from above the Tai Xiandao sect. Chu Feng stood there in a daze, realizing this was contempt for their sect. Perhaps this was fortuitous. This crisis had been averted. Yet it served as a stark reminder that he should not be complacent merely because he had attained the pinnacle of supreme elder status at Tai Xiandao. Danger still lurked. Suddenly, Chen Wanwan laughed, breaking the tension. Fortunately, this Murong Longcheng is sufficiently arrogant and did not annihilate your Tai Xiandao sect. Were I in his position, I would prefer to err on the side of extermination rather than risk letting anyone I suspected live. My dear husband, remaining at Tai Xiandao is fraught with peril. Why not come with me to the heavenly demon's sacred land instead? You could become my male consort. As she spoke, she reached out, grasping Chu Feng's chin and tilting it downward. In response, Chu Feng promptly turned the tables, embracing Chen Wanwan. You dare propose I be your male consort? Are you looking for trouble, or do you believe I have been too lenient? Chen Wanwan suddenly bit down on Chu Feng's shoulder, exclaiming, This saintess is saving you. Do you understand? Dare you strike me? Do you believe I won't break you? Having cultivated the first turn of the 9 revolutions mystical art. Chu Feng felt nothing, yet he played along. Oh, so you bite like a dog, are you? Just wait and see how I deal with you. As the two engaged in their playful banter, the Tai Xiandao sect was in turmoil, overwhelmed by fear. The earlier display of dominance and terror had left an indelible mark on their psyche. The azure-eyed dragon, stretching hundreds of meters long, would have easily crushed their sect without a fight. Lu Rushi remained imprisoned in the ice prison, while Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping trembled uncontrollably. After centuries of cultivation, particularly as supreme elders of Tai Xiandao, they had always held power and influence, even deciding the succession of the sect master. Yet, faced with the recent events, they felt despair for the first time. From that moment on, a heavy burden pressed upon the hearts of every member of the Tai Xiandao sect. Some were ignited with ambition, aspiring to cultivate diligently until they could stand as Murong Longcheng did, while others were utterly crushed, their spirit broken, succumbing to despair. Naturally, among them was Chu Feng, who remained carefree, frolicking and engaging in dual cultivation. And on their solitary mountain, apart from a few individuals, an unexpected guest had arrived. Lin Xie. Chapter 62. Zhao Yan's childhood sweetheart Lin Xie had initially intended to remain at the solitary mountain, resolute in her belief that after over a century of affection, Chu Feng could not truly forget her. Moreover, from recent news, she learned that Chu Feng had broken through to the transformation realm and was regaining his former glory, becoming increasingly flirtatious, even raising 2 women on the mountain. His current master, Lu Linglong, and Nangong Yinyan from the Nangong family, both of whom he was cultivating with, convinced that her beauty was not inferior to theirs. Lin Xie believed she could achieve the same. Unfortunately, Chu Feng had long seen through her intentions and had altered the formation of the solitary mountain, preventing Lin Xie from stepping foot within. Yet, she refused to give up. If she could not enter the mountain, she would wait below, confident that one day she would win Chu Feng back and be accepted once more. On this day, Zhao Dongdong curiously inquired, and Chu Feng, without a hint of hesitation, recounted Lin Xie's situation to her. Initially, Zhao Dongdong was somewhat moved by Lin Xie's actions and contemplated persuading Chu Feng. However, recognizing Chu Feng's overwhelming strength, she realized that even with her and Chen Wanwan combined, they could not contend with him. Upon learning of Lin Xie's actions, she was filled with disdain, viewing her as a remnant of a bygone era. Eager for divorce, what a person! Now you regret it. It's too late. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. That if you wish to wait at the mountain's foot, so be it. In the Four-Season City, the Zhao family estate lay in utter ruin after its destruction at Chu Feng's hands, overrun with weeds, broken branches, and swarming with pests. In truth, after the Zhao family was annihilated, the Shen family could have easily claimed the estate, yet they chose to leave it desolate, intending to strike fear into all factions within Four-Season City, making it clear that the current dominion belonged to the Shen family. One day, before the dilapidated Zhao estate, an exquisitely beautiful woman appeared, poised and graceful, exuding an air of nobility with every move and word, captivating all who beheld her. As she surveyed the decayed estate before her, her initial excitement and anticipation evaporated, replaced by a profound anger and boundless murderous intent. Why has the Zhao family fallen? Who is responsible for their demise? And what of my brother Zhao Yan? Has he met with misfortune? A wave of terror washed over her, causing her heart to race with fear. Grabbing a passerby nearby, she coldly demanded, "Tell me, what has happened to the Zhao family? Who destroyed them? And where is my brother Zhao Yan?" The bystander was utterly terrified and was suddenly seized by the woman that an overwhelming intent to kill surged towards him, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder as he trembled uncontrollably and pleaded, "Fairy, spare my life. I know nothing. I am merely a passerby. Please do not kill me." The woman bellowed in rage, "I have asked you a question. If you do not answer, I shall take your life this very moment." The bystander, utterly petrified by her roar, lost all composure. The unmistakable stench of urine immediately prompted a look of disgust on the woman's face as she unceremoniously tossed him aside and turned her gaze towards others. However, before she could take further action, someone stepped forward and said, "Esteemed fairy, I am well informed about the situation. To recount the circumstances surrounding the Zhao family, one must begin with a broken engagement." This individual promptly relayed all he knew to the woman. In an instant, she erupted with an overwhelming fury. "Chu Feng of the Tai Xiandao sect, how cruel you are! Not only did you snatch away my brother Zhao Yan's fiancée, but you also took his life. I, Ji Linger, shall exact a bloody vengeance for my brother Zhao Yan." The woman's name was Ji Ling. If Chen Wanwan were present, she would surely deduce the identity of the woman before her, yet another member of a great imperial clan. During her childhood, Ji Linger accompanied her mother on a family visit when they were ambushed by formidable foes. To protect her, her mother entrusted her to a servant to flee, ultimately reaching the city of Four Seasons. However, the servant succumbed to severe injuries along the way. Just as Ji Linger found herself in despair, she encountered Zhao Yan, who took her home and treated her as a sister. Yet, despite being called a brother, he did not behave as one ought. Under the pretense of healing Ji Linger, he would sneak into her room at night, taking undue liberties that it was only when Ji Linger's family found her that he departed. A separation that lasted 3 long years. Now, having achieved remarkable progress in her cultivation, Ji Linger returned to see Zhao Yan and bring him back to her Ji family, only to discover the annihilation of the Zhao clan and the tragic demise of Zhao Yan. The individual who had imparted this information to Ji Linger was taken aback by her furious denunciation. Chu Feng is a grand elder of the Tai Xiandao sect and a Yuaning immortal. To insult him is to invite disaster upon oneself. He hastily interjected, "Esteemed fairy, I implore you to speak with caution. The esteemed Chu Feng cannot be casually insulted, should he hear of your words. Both our lives would be forfeit." Speaking of the Zhao family, they were one of the 2 prominent clans in the city of Four Seasons, now utterly destroyed. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. It's a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Regrettably, we lack the talent to avenge the Zhao family's grievances. "You are the Zhao family," Ji Linger suddenly inquired of the man. He shuddered, collapsing to his knees before her. "Miss Linger, I am Zhao Linji, a collateral descendant of the Zhao family. When Chu Feng obliterated the Zhao clan, I miraculously survived while away. That I have come in disguise to bid farewell to the Zhao family for the last time, before leaving the city of Four Seasons forever. I never expected to encounter you here, Miss Linger. Back when you were with the Zhao family, there were whispers of your extraordinary lineage that I know not if you can confront the Tai Xiandao sect for the Zhao family's revenge. But I kneel before you now, imploring you to avenge the souls of my fallen kin." Ji Linger gritted her teeth in determination. "Rest assured, those who kill shall always be slain. Chu Feng destroyed the Zhao family and took my brother Zhao Yan's life. I shall repay this enmity. Not only him, but the entire Tai Xiandao sect shall pay dearly for their sins." She vowed to obliterate them. Yet Ji Linger did not act impulsively. The imperial clan, though seemingly noble, is inherently ruthless. Everything is dictated by strength. Despite Ji Linger's extraordinary talent and a bloodline density of 40, qualifying her as possessing a divine bloodline, her cultivation level remained merely at the foundation establishment stage. Accompanied by her protector, she knew he would not intervene unless she faced imminent danger, that if she were to confront the Tai Xiandao sect directly, she would likely be denied entry, let alone vanquish Chu Feng and the sect. Unless they initiated hostilities against her, DS for Chapter 63, which discusses how to acquire greater fortune. During this period, Chu Feng has been exceptionally diligent, practicing daily. Recently, he was delighted by the return of Nangong Yinyan and Lu Linglong, who had stayed at the Nangong family for an extended duration. That evening, Chu Feng wielded his teaching stick and thoroughly chastised both women, forcing them to plead for mercy and recognize their transgressions before he released them. However, after being punished, The two women were unwilling to let the matter rest and insisted that Chu Feng hand over billions to appease them. After imparting the great celestial technique's 1,000-character scripture to Zhao Dongdong and witnessing its miraculous effects, he decided to share it with all the women. Regrettably, this scripture has an additional 2,000 characters yet to be acquired, intensifying Chu Feng's urgency. System, I inquire, what methods exist to amass significant fortune value? Kill, the system responded with clarity. Each individual possesses fortune. By eliminating them, one can seize their fortune. To kill. Individuals with fortune exceeding 100,000 are deemed fortune children. Those exceeding 5 million ascend to the level of destiny children. Above the destiny children lies the epic child. Observing his own fortune of merely over 10 million, Chu Feng realized the path ahead was daunting. Of course, the most effective means of obtaining fortune is to eliminate fortune children, as this not only grants fortune but also various rewards. Chu Feng could not help but reminisce about Feng Yun and Han Feng. Feng Yun, a fortune child, was akin to an indestructible cockroach, taking 3 attempts to finally kill him. Han Feng, a destiny child, could only be vanquished by knocking him from his destiny. Otherwise, any forceful attempt would invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The repercussions of the heavenly Tao were one thing, but the reality was that 5 suppressions were far more cost-effective. Each suppression would yield fortune value, and 5 suppressions to topple him from his destiny would result in even more generous rewards. There was a second method, achieving a conquest value of 100 over a fortune woman. Currently, among the women, the highest conquest value belongs to Xin Xue at 98, possessing the holy body of a charmer. She can manipulate the hearts of men. Logically, she is never short of suitors. Any man who gazes upon her is immediately drawn to her, compelled to obey her every command, even to the point of harming their own kin. Ironically, her deepest affections lie with her own feelings. Any conquest value exceeding 90 guarantees unwavering loyalty. The second highest is Nangong Yinyan, at 94 points, who was willingly conquered by him at first sight. The third is Zhao Dongdong, who pleasantly surprised Chu Feng by attaining 92 points, considering they had only been together for a few months. Xin Xue was currently beyond reach, being at the imperial family of the Jiang clan, and with his current lack of strength, he could not bring her back. The fourth is Lu Linglong, at 91 points. Throughout their time together, Lu Linglong had always been strong-willed, often criticizing him when he was with Xin Xue, even throwing sarcastic remarks during their shared cultivation sessions. Had it not been for his firm discipline, she would have caused considerable turmoil, yet despite this, she still achieved a conquest value of 91, which indeed astonished Chu Feng. Equally surprising was Chun Wanwan, with a conquest value of 90, a celestial demoness. She was born to be a formidable enchantress, yet she had succumbed to his influence. Notably, a conquest value above 90 ensures everlasting loyalty. It was no wonder she remained by his side after her recovery. As Chu Feng pondered these matters, Chun Wanwan appeared before him. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, with a smile. Chu Feng replied, "Naturally, I am thinking of you." Chun Wanwan laughed. "You can't even tell a convincing lie. To be honest, you truly ought to take me to the celestial demon Holy Land. You must know that the Jiang family is notoriously tyrannical. They would rather wrongfully execute 1,000 innocents than let one escape. Fortunately, we encountered Murong Longcheng, who disdainfully refrained from striking against the Tai Xiandao sect. Otherwise, the sect would have faced annihilation. Moreover, do you know the identity of the person you killed, Fu Wangtian? Fu Wangtian wields the primal sun divine fire, one among the 33 divine fires across the myriad realms. Thus, his background is certainly not ordinary. Inquire further, what other identities does he possess?" Chen Wanwan responded earnestly. "Fu Wangtian's father is Fu Yuanshan, one of the 2 visiting dignitaries of the Jiang family's imperial clan. Indeed, it is the celestial sovereign of tribulation. Fortunately, Fu Yuanshan did not leave any hidden machinations on Fu Wangtian. The demise of Fu Wangtian is known to only 3 individuals, himself, Chen Wanjiao, and Xiang Yutian. Xiang Yutian, however, dares not speak. To become the sect leader is no trivial matter, and he understands that if he reveals the identity of the murderer, Chu Feng is certain to perish. Yet under the lofty disdain of those imperial clans who regard human life as mere straw, the Tai Xiandao sect is bound to meet its end, with the sect leader being the first to bear the brunt. What Chu Feng remains unaware of is that Murong Longqing has departed. Meanwhile, Xiang Yutian is on the brink of madness. The death of Fu Wantian hangs over him like a sharpened sword, ready to descend at any moment. Should it fall, the sect would be destroyed, and lives lost. Xiang Yutian, who has devoted himself to the position of sect leader, finds himself ensnared. Had he known this day would come, he would have never aspired to such a title. Chu Feng had long been prepared for the support of Fu Wantian. But upon learning that this support was none other than a celestial sovereign of tribulation, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Could it be that he should slay Han Feng, disregarding any repercussions of heavenly retribution or fortuitous endowments? If he could seize the rewards, and perhaps even gain several millennia of power, he might indeed ascend to the great completion or even higher realms, unperturbed by the imperial clan of the Jiang family. After all, it was merely a retainer who had perished, not the sacred son or daughter of the Jiang family, such as Jiang Yan, that if he could conquer Jiang Yan, the rewards would surely be bounteous. As Chu Feng contemplated these matters, Qin Wanjiao inquired once more. What have you decided? Forget it, Chu Feng replied, shaking his head that it would be better for me to remain within the Tai Xiandao sect. After all, I am familiar with it, whereas the Celestial Demon Sacred Land is unlikely to be a benevolent place that I in the Celestial Demon Sacred Land. Death is likely a luxury. Their disciples are cultivated through methods akin to raising poison. Qin Wanjiao snorted dismissively. If you choose not to go, so be it. Good intentions are often misinterpreted. However, should Murong Longqing truly make a move against you, I, Qin Wanjiao, am not to be trifled with. Chu Feng, taken aback, asked. You do not intend to leave? Qin Wanjiao retorted with annoyance. Leave for what? My man is in peril. How could I abandon him? Remember this. You are mine. Only I have the right to end your life. No one else may touch you, not even by a hair's breadth. The do you understand? I understand, Chu Feng replied, a smile breaking forth that he had not anticipated that Qin Wanjiao, the celestial demon saintess, would possess such a domineering presence akin to that of a fierce female CEO. Do not laugh, Qin Wanjiao fumed. I am speaking of serious matters. Chapter 64. Another daughter of fortune. At that moment, beneath the solitary mountain, an anxious voice rang out. Disciple Xiang Zhizhu pays respects to the esteemed elder. What is it? Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Xiang Zhizhu stated. The Four Seasons City has sent a communication talisman, claiming that the fate of the entire Shen family rests in her hands. If the elder does not wish for the Shen family to be exterminated, you must go to the Four Seasons City alone. Who dares to threaten the esteemed elder? Disciple shall personally journey to the Four Seasons City and eliminate the one who dares to threaten the esteemed elder. Chu Feng's expression darkened. The Zhao family had not yet been entirely wiped out, and they were using the Shun family as leverage to draw him in. Did they not comprehend his identity and strength? It seems the Zhao family harbors secrets unknown to him. After all, how else could Zhao Yan have become the son of fortune? He addressed Xiang Zhizhu. No, since they wish to see me. How could I not go? You may leave now. Understood. Disciple takes his leave. Xiang Zhizhu responded. Watching Xiang Zhizhu depart, Chu Feng turned to Qin Wanjiao and asked, Are you interested in accompanying me on this outing? Of course, she replied eagerly. Then let us set off. What is the rush? Qin Wanjiao pressed him back down. If we are to go, there is no need to hurry. At the very least, I must be well fed first. Very well. Since you wish to eat, I shall indulge you, though I fear you may take advantage of the situation. Humph. Qin Wanjiao scoffed. I must inform you of some unfortunate news. My celestial demon Great Technique has advanced to the 15th layer. The celestial demon Great Technique, one of the most formidable legacies of the Celestial Demon Sacred Land, is said to have been created by the Celestial Demon Emperor, a cultivation method of the level of an immortal emperor, consisting of a total of 21 layers. The 13th and 14th layers correspond to the transformation realm, while the 15th layer pertains to the integration realm. Previously, Qin Wanjiao had been at the 14th layer, believing that breaking through to the 15th layer would require considerable time. Unexpectedly, she had achieved it with astonishing swiftness. This was indeed a momentous occasion, signifying that her path to the integration realm was now unobstructed. Most importantly, all of this was due to the dual cultivation of the heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion technique. Naturally, she seized every opportunity to drag Chu Feng into her dual cultivation endeavors without reservation. Pay your dues. They must all be submitted, Today, while I ride the wave of my breakthrough in the celestial demon great technique, if I do not drain you dry, I shall not be Chen Wanjiao. While the notion was splendid, it was unfortunate that she encountered Chu Feng, an extraordinary anomaly, far too formidable. Not just Chen Wanjiao, but even several of her kind would be unable to contend with him. Is it a battle? Then, let me show you what it means to wield a staff of authority, with the world at my command. Armed with a teaching staff, he imparted a thorough lesson to Chen Wanjiao until they both collapsed from exhaustion. Chu Feng smiled. Now do you recognize my prowess? Now, do you still have the energy to accompany me to the Four Seasons city? I do, Chen Wanjiao huffed, though I may have lost this time. I shall not easily concede that we shall battle again another day. Chu Feng shrugged. Very well, we shall meet again Four Seasons City in less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. Chu Feng had brought Chen Wanjiao to their destination. With the flying rainbow technique in his possession, Chu Feng executed it with increasing finesse that it was the first time Chen Wanjiao experienced his extraordinary speed, leaving her utterly astounded, her face a canvas of disbelief. Your speed is simply unfathomable. The flying rainbow technique, a celestial-level divine ability, can reach speeds of up to 300,000 kilometers in an instant. Of course, my current cultivation is too weak, but I can still manage to traverse 1,000 miles instantaneously. Another celestial-level divine ability, Chen Wanjiao remarked that I find myself increasingly unable to see through you. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. That's so. Very well. I shall learn. Chen Wanjiao nodded. It is worth noting that the Shun family estate remained vibrant and bustling, showing no signs of intimidation. When Chu Feng arrived at the Shin family, he initially suspected he had been deceived. It was only upon encountering Xinzhong that he realized the Shin family was indeed under threat. Before long, he faced the source of that threat, Ji Ling'er, clad in white, resembling a celestial maiden. Upon seeing Chu Feng and Chen Wanjiao before her, she displayed neither surprise nor fear, but rather a countenance filled with rage. Her voice like ice. You are Chu Feng, the one who annihilated the Zhao family and killed my brother Zhao Yin, a mere yuaning cultivator. As soon as he entered, Chu Feng had already scrutinized Ji Ling'er. And even the system chimed in. Beep beep. Host detected, daughter of Fortune Ji Ling'er, a heavenly prodigy. Cultivation. Early stage great completion. Age. 1,020 years. Imperial clan Ji family bloodline. Rank. Divine. Possesses a primordial spirit body. Fortune value. 990,000 points. Pinnacle of the daughter of Fortune. Ji Ling'er, the saintess of the Ji family, had a childhood bond with the son of Fortune, Zhao Yin. This time, though the system was still in a frenzy, it did not issue a warning, indicating that in the system's view, Chu Feng's battle prowess was on par with that of a great completion cultivator. Indeed, with a full array of celestial-level divine abilities and a supreme immortal artifact. The Burning Heaven Sword, he could contend with most great completion cultivators. Even against the likes of Murong Longsheng, the legendary dragon and serpent, he felt no fear. If he could not win, he could certainly escape. Even if he could not win, the difference in strength would not be significant. While Chu Feng was still contemplating how to handle Ji Ling'er, her words unexpectedly amused him. The system displayed, Ji Ling'er, great completion cultivator, but under the infinite divine eye, her true cultivation level was revealed to be merely late-stage foundation establishment. It was baffling how she could muster the audacity to address him, a mere yuaning cultivator, in such a manner. However, Chu Feng soon understood the source of Ji Ling'er's arrogance. Her protector, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, that moment, this protector was within a tavern in the Four Seasons city. A middle-aged man whom Chu Feng easily detected with his spiritual sense. With a smile, Chu Feng inquired, I wonder how you intend to deal with me, a humble yuaning cultivator? Ji Ling'er seethed. Naturally. I intend for you to perish. You killed my brother Zhao Yin. I shall have you torn asunder, flayed alive, leaving you with no resting place. In an instant, Chu Feng's expression turned cold, filled with disdain. Very well. I look forward to seeing how you plan to tear me apart and flay me alive. Beside him, Chen Wanjiao was also amused by Chu Feng's rather humorous remarks, and she retorted, Little girl, you truly have no fear of the wind causing you to trip over your own tongue. Your abilities are rather mediocre, yet your arrogance is quite pronounced. This how the esteemed Jiang family of the imperial clan has educated you? Ji Linger trembled with rage and exclaimed, "You?" Chu Feng interrupted Ji Linger dismissively. "Are you relying solely on that guardian behind you? Let him step forward." Chapter 65. Educating Ji Linger. Ji Linger paused momentarily, then gritted her teeth and said, "Chu Feng, since you are aware of my guardian's existence, do you not feel a twinge of fear?" Chu Feng, instantly irritable, replied, "You speak too much nonsense. Indeed, if you were not in danger, your protector would not intervene, which leaves me with no choice but to deal with you." Ji Linger was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. In Chu Feng's hands, she was akin to an ant. With ease, he grasped her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly, a potent aura of murderous intent radiating from him. She felt as though death was imminent, her breath stuttering, eyes glazing over, desperately using her last ounce of strength to cry out, "Uncle Han, save me." The cry quickly reached Han Wendong, who was enjoying drinks at a nearby tavern. "This is bad. Miss Linger is in danger." In an instant, Han Wendong vanished from the tavern, appearing before Ji Linger, where he found her gripped by Chu Feng, her life hanging by a thread. Furious, he bellowed, "You scoundrel, release my young mistress." A tremendous force erupted instantaneously, and a colossal hand emerged from the void, aiming directly at Chu Feng's face. Chu Feng, however, had been attuned to Han Wendong's presence, and upon his arrival, he immediately flung Ji Linger aside, retaliating with a palm strike directed at Han Wendong. "That I've been waiting for you. Step forward." Boom! The void trembled as Han Wendong's attack was swiftly shattered. Chu Feng unleashed the dragon-subduing palm, a strike that swept towards Han Wendong, sending him crashing to the ground like a mere child, blood spilling from his mouth. "Who are you?" Han Wendong asked, his face a mask of shock. At the same time, Ji Linger was utterly horrified, her complexion pale, disbelief etched across her features. She had witnessed Han Wendong's defeat, unable to withstand even a single blow. Chu Feng shook his head and said, "Does it matter who I am? What is significant is that you have been betrayed by the very person you sought to protect." With a single strike aimed at Han Wendong, Ji Linger's face paled further as she cried out, "Please, do not kill Uncle Han." Even Chen Wanjiao's expression turned uneasy as she remarked, "You wouldn't truly kill this man, would you?" Chu Feng flashed a faint smile at Chen Wanjiao, who instantly understood his intent, rolling her eyes in exasperation and muttering, "Rogue." Unfazed, Chu Feng turned back to Ji Linger, stating, "Oh, why should I spare him? Is it not because you have incessantly proclaimed your desire for vengeance against the Zhao family? For your brother Zhao Yin? Umph. Not only does he deserve death, but so do you. No." Ji Linger hastily responded, "As long as you spare Uncle Han, I will do anything you ask. Anything except avenging your brother Zhao Yin." Chu Feng insisted, causing Ji Linger to fall silent. He seized her, declaring, "If you want me to spare him, you must become my woman." "That is unacceptable," Ji Linger retorted. "How can you threaten me?" Chu Feng sneered. "Is it permissible for you to leverage the lives of the entire Shin family against me? Yet I cannot use your Uncle Han's life to threaten you. You truly are hypocritical." Han Wendong interjected. "Miss Linger, no. Even if I die, I cannot allow this scoundrel to tarnish your purity. Chu Feng, you are but a minor elder of the Dao sect. Although I may have underestimated you, do you know my identity? If you dare to harm even a hair on my head, our Ji family will not let you off easily. You should know that our Ji family, the Ji family, one of the 5 great imperial clans of the Tianyuan world, hailing from the central region. Unfortunately, this is the eastern wasteland, not your central region." Chen Wanjiao interrupted Han Wendong. Han Wendong laughed heartily. "Since you are aware of our status, how dare you threaten to kill me or harm my young mistress?" Chen Wanjiao waved her hand, conjuring a massive black skull in the void, disdainfully regarding Han Wendong. "Do you recognize this?" Han Wendong's eyes widened in panic. "That is the mark of the celestial demon. You are from the celestial demon Holy Land. But what of it? Our Miss Linger is a direct descendant of the Ji family." Yet in the next moment, Han Wendong's voice faltered, his expression one of sheer terror. "You are the celestial demon saintess. How is that possible? How could the celestial demon saintess appear in a mere Jianzhou, the eastern wasteland's 9 states? Jianzhou was the most remote, obstructed by the Qinling Mountains. Ji Linger had fled to Jianzhou precisely because she was being pursued, ultimately saved by the Zhao family. The celestial demon Holy Land's power rivaled that of the Ji family, and this was the eastern wasteland. Firmly within the territory of the celestial demon Holy Land, Although Ji Linger was indeed a direct descendant of the Ji family, he did not believe that the Ji family would provoke the celestial demon Holy Land for the sake of one direct descendant. Chu Feng interjected, "Enough of this pointless chatter." With a flick of his hand, he rendered Han Wendong unconscious. Turning to Ji Linger with a smile, he said, "Now your Uncle Han is at the mercy of your whims. You can either submit to me, or he dies, and then I will take you by force. Let me remind you, do not entertain thoughts of suicide, if you dare to take your own life. I will toss your corpse to the beggars on the roadside that a freshly deceased body, still warm, would surely pique the interest of those beggars. You are not human. You are a devil." That Ji Linger completely broke down. Her face ashen, her body trembling as she staggered backward. "Ha ha!" Chu Feng laughed heartily. "If you perceive me as a devil, then so be it that I am not merely a devil. I am the god of demons risen from hell." With that, he scooped Ji Linger into his arms. Her face was as pale as death, devoid of any will to resist. Chu Feng addressed Shen Zhong. "I shall borrow your room." Shen Zhong hurriedly replied, "I will prepare it for you, immortal lord." Within a lavish chamber, Chu Feng ruthlessly loosened all of Ji Linger's bindings, displaying no semblance of compassion. Ji Linger, pale and lifeless, resembled a corpse, allowing Chu Feng to act with impunity. Women, this was simple. When it came to dealing with women, Chu Feng had numerous methods. However, one must admit, such a scene held a certain allure. When he had dealt with Chen Wanjiao, he had similarly resorted to forceful education, employing various methods such as slapping and kicking. Initially, Chen Wanjiao had resisted vehemently, as a proud celestial demon saintess could hardly endure such treatment. Yet under Chu Feng's relentless instruction, she eventually capitulated, even descending into a frenzied state. As expected, Chu Feng had gleaned countless teachings from his previous life, employing various techniques that at first Ji Linger had been as unresponsive as a corpse, but eventually, she began to react, ultimately even cooperating willingly. Chapter 66. Overwhelming Suppression. Beep. Beep beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered Ji Linger, earning 10 conquest points. Additionally, you are rewarded with 500,000 fortune points. Due to your forceful conquest of Ji Linger, her fortune points have skyrocketed, achieving the status of the fated daughter, resulting in a critical strike of fortune points, granting you an additional 50 million fortune points, along with the following rewards. Reward 1. 3,000 years of cultivation. Reward 2. Celestial level divine ability. Heavenly Emperor S. Fortune Gaze. Reward 3. 1 innate Rin Water Peaches of Immortality from 3,000 years. Reward 4. A half-hour experience card for the Tribulation Heavenly Monarch. What bountiful rewards! One must invest to reap returns. Most notably, I have directly made Ji Linger the fated daughter. Indeed, previously, Shen Xinxue was the fated daughter, but merely a supporting character. Zhao Yan's death at my hands was because he had not yet matured. And Fang Yun was also a potential candidate for becoming a fated son in the future to Ji Linger, however, is undoubtedly the main character. The IT should be that once Ji Linger and Zhao Yan are together, the plot will unfold, their fortunes rising simultaneously, thus becoming the fated son and daughter. What surprised Chu Feng the most was the conquest points. 10 conquest points implied that Ji Linger had been moved after enduring my humiliating assault. Beast, you shall not die a good death. That as Chu Feng savored this nuance. Ji Ling slowly regained consciousness, her body racked with weakness and pain, especially the bruises and contusions covering her, making her instantly aware of what she had endured. She had been violated by a beast. Tears flowed unbidden, her heart bleeding. Brother Zhao Yan, I could not preserve my final line of defense. Linger has been sullied. Chu Feng scoffed. What a pity, but that Zhao Yan is already dead. To mourn for a corpse is to be a widow. I prefer to call it an unwed widow. You are utterly shameless. That Ji Linger trembled with rage as she exclaimed. Chu Feng shrugged and replied, Who has accused me of being shameless? Take a good look for yourself. Do I have any teeth? I just used this pair a moment ago. I will kill you, Ji Linger declared, a sharp pain piercing her chest as she furiously charged at Chu Feng. He laughed heartily, effortlessly seizing her wrists and pulling her into his embrace. Guiding her toward the high ground he had previously bidden, Ji Linger felt as though she had been struck by lightning, struggling desperately to break free. However, this only piqued Chu Feng's interest further, and with a sudden ferocity, he struck her across the face, sending her flying onto the bed, with a flick of his wrist. He bound her limbs, rendering her immobile. Do you know what a horse tamer is? They take pride in taming the fiercest steeds. To me, you are now a wild horse, and I am the tamer. How do you suggest I subdue such a spirited creature? As he spoke, a long whip appeared in Chu Feng's hand, and he lashed it toward Ji Ling. Each strike left a trail of blood upon her skin. Yet, one must concede that Ji Ling possessed a formidable bloodline. Her injuries healed rapidly. Nevertheless, the pain nearly drove her to madness. Days swiftly passed, and Chu Feng had completely subjugated Ji Ling under his disciplinary rod. Her conquest value escalated from an initial 10 points to a staggering 50 under Chu Feng's tutelage. She had ceased to mention Zhao Yin and fulfilled his every demand without reservation. Most importantly, reaching a conquest value of 50 signified that Ji Ling no longer harbored any murderous intent toward him, leaving only a profound sense of unwillingness in her heart. This was inconsequential. All Chu Feng required was her obedience. He did not neglect Ji Ling, imparting to her the profound teachings of the Yin Yang Great Compassion Sutra. Despite her brief period of cultivation, Ji Ling soon discovered the extraordinary nature of this practice. Surpassing any she had previously encountered, her magical power, physique, soul, and even her innate talent and bloodline were all enhanced. What kind of divine technique was this? Even the imperial legacy of her Ji family paled in comparison. The fact that Chu Feng had chosen to bestow it upon her stirred a touch of emotion within her heart. As for Han Wendong, his fate was far less fortunate. Having reached the divine transformation realm, he was directly sealed and imprisoned in a dungeon. How could Han Wendong, who had never experienced such treatment, not contemplate suicide? If word of this reached the Ji family, he would become their everlasting laughingstock. During this time, aside from conquering Ji Ling, he had fully absorbed the rewards bestowed upon him. First was the 3,000 years of cultivation, propelling him, already at the peak of the combined body stage, directly into the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. This was undoubtedly aided by the consumption of the 3,000-year-old innate Renwater peach, a rare innate spiritual root. It was said that it, like the primal chaos blue lotus, had endured tribulations and transformed into 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 bore tiny flowers and fruits, ripening every 3,000 years, granting immortality to those who consumed them. The next 1,200 bore fruit every 6,000 years, bestowing ascension and eternal life. The final 1,200 had purple veins and fine cores, ripening every 9,000 years, allowing those who consumed them to share longevity with the heavens and the earth. Though not truly immortal, Chu Feng underwent a transformation, achieving the third level of the infinite holy body, while his bloodline ascended to the sacred level. His combat strength surged by more than 100-fold. At this point, although his cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, he could confidently assert that unless confronted by a tribulation-level celestial sovereign, even formidable beings like Murong Longcheng would not stand a chance against him. Murong Longcheng, a singular entity commanding a dragon, ranked among the top 10 within the Great Ascension realm. This was the power inherent in his dragon blood lineage that if he were to master a true dragon, his strength would only increase further. One day, Chu Feng emerged from the room with Ji Ling, who appeared obedient. Chen Wanwan had been waiting with a smile, rushing over to grasp Ji Ling's hand. "Sister, why are you so stubborn? Otherwise, your husband wouldn't have to resort to force." To Ji Ling, feeling shameful, replied, "Sister, I understand my mistake. I had no idea of my husband's prowess. Sister, I actually want to ask you, is it that my husband is too strong? Or am I too weak? I am always exhausted by his antics." Chen Wanwan laughed. "Next time, we shall confront him together." Yes, that it was evident that Ji Ling was genuinely intimidated by Chu Feng's might. "Sister, are you truly the celestial demon saintess? Why doubt it?" Chen Wanwan smiled. "Can the celestial demon saintess not be conquered by her husband? The very fact that this is so only adds to his strength." Ji Ling's face flushed crimson as she turned to Chu Feng and asked, "Husband, may I request the release of Uncle Han?" Chapter 67. Seeking divorce from the sect. Soon after, Ji Ling finally encountered Han Wendong. However, he appeared markedly worse for wear, covered in bruises and utterly weakened, his cultivation sealed, resembling an ordinary person. After half a month without food or water, his body had reached its limits, though he would not perish. His suffering was palpable. Upon seeing Han Wendong in such a dire state, tears streamed down Ji Ling's face uncontrollably. "Uncle Han, Miss Ling, Han Wendong struggled to rise. The Ji Linger rushed forward to support him. Han Wendong said, "Miss Linger, why have you come? Has that demon troubled you?" "Has he?" Just as Han Wendong's voice faltered, a hand emerged from behind Ji Linger, wrapping around her waist possessively, exuding a sense of ownership as it provocatively glanced at Han Wendong. "I regret to inform you that Miss Linger is now my woman, Chu Feng." Han Wendong felt as though struck by lightning. His already frail body suffered another blow, and he violently coughed up blood. Raising his head to scream, almost maniacally, "No, impossible. How could a filthy creature from a small valley be worthy of Miss Ling? She is a prodigy of the Ji family. You dare insult me as a filthy creature?" Chu Feng's anger ignited, his formidable aura erupting to this moment. He was a mid-stage Great Ascension celestial being, a force whose strength surpassed that of anyone other than a tribulation-level celestial sovereign. Even the slightest release of his energy made Han Wendong feel as if he were a lone boat in a tempest. On the brink of destruction, It felt as though he had been struck hard in the chest, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood, his head spinning as he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. "Uncle Han." Ji Linger was on the verge of tears. "Husband, I plead with you to save Uncle Han." From Ji Linger, Han Wendong learned that 3 years prior, she had been located by the Ji family and brought back to her clan. Unfortunately, her mother was absent, and her father chose to ignore her, leaving her ostracized within the Ji family without any resources, let alone a protector. It was during this time that Han Wendong appeared. Willingly becoming her guardian, It was precisely due to Han Wendong's presence that Ji Ling had obtained the opportunities she deserved. Thus, it was only natural for her to care deeply for him. Chu Feng gently stroked Ji Ling's forehead and said, "Rise, for since it is your request, I shall naturally grant it." With a wave of his hand, a surge of magic energy flowed into Han Wendong's body. With this infusion, Han Wendong's weakened form was instantly revitalized, and he appeared noticeably more spirited. However, he looked at Chu Feng with lingering apprehension and said, "Miss Linger, how could you be so foolish?" Chu Feng coldly replied, "Han Wendong, is it? You now have but one choice. Given your past kindness to Linger, you may continue to accompany her as her guardian, but from this moment forth, you shall owe your loyalty solely to her. Which means you must sever ties with the Ji family, that if you refuse, I shall kill you on the spot to prevent you from bringing unnecessary trouble to Linger." Han Wendong forced a smile and said, "Rest assured, I, Han Wendong, am well aware of this. However, I must advise you, should you dare to harm Miss Linger, I swear that even if it leads to mutual destruction, I will make you pay the price." Chu Feng coldly scoffed, "Rest assured, I cherish my own woman." After resolving the affairs of the Four Seasons City, Chu Feng returned to the Tai Xian Dao sect with a few companions upon arrival. He directly handed over Han Wendong to Xiang Yutian. When Xiang Yutian learned that Han Wendong was a peak transformation god-level expert and intended to join the Tai Xian Dao sect, he was instantly astonished and overjoyed, promptly making arrangements for Han Wendong, including a place in the dojo, resources, and even unrestricted access to all the sect scriptures. Han Wendong was quite intrigued by the various texts of the Tai Xian Dao sect. He wished to uncover the depths of knowledge that had shaped someone as extraordinary as Chu Feng. Naturally, Chu Feng was oblivious to Han Wendong's intentions. Had he known, he would surely have been amused. Thinking how one could assume that the mere foundation of the Tai Xian Dao sect could have produced him days past. While Chu Feng devoted himself to training, he also diligently nurtured his relationships with his children. However, apart from Ji Linger, the conquest values of the other women remained stagnantly unchanged. It was understandable, as once the conquest value surpassed 90, further increases became exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Ji Linger's conquest value had smoothly reached 80 points. Yet upon reaching this threshold, it seemed to have hit a wall, unable to rise any further. This indicated that Ji Ling had fully relinquished her hatred towards him, yet lingering grievances remained. She likely still could not forget Zhao Yin. This Zhao Yin truly was a source of relentless trouble. Was he truly the destined child? Half a year had swiftly passed. One day, outside the solitary mountain, a woman knelt motionless. This sight reminded Chu Feng of Feng Yun from earlier. And such occurrences were not rare within the Tai Xian Dao sect. Many disciples, upon entering the sect, sought to gain favor from certain elders, leading to situations where they knelt for extended periods. However, during one of Chu Feng's casual scans with his consciousness, the system unexpectedly reacted, revealing the presence of a woman of fortune, Lin Manyu. Lin Manyu had originally been a disciple of the Tai Dao sect, who, 10 years prior, left due to love, marrying Li Wei, a disciple from the humble background of the De Qian dynasty. She had aided him in becoming a renowned marquis, yet after achieving this status, Li Wei took another wife. Lin Manyu sought to annul their marriage and approached the De Qian emperor for assistance, only to be rebuffed. Historically, only men could initiate divorces. How could a woman request separation? Unwilling to accept this, she returned to the Tai Dao sect. The De Qian dynasty was one of the 3 major dynasties under the Tai Dao sect, and many of its royal offspring had joined the sect. Furthermore, she had effectively severed ties with the De Qian dynasty, leaving her with no recourse. In her despair, she heard rumors about the elder Chu Feng and thus knelt at the mountain gate, praying for his aid. Her fortune value, 800,000 points. She possessed no special physique, mediocre talents, lacked unique bloodlines, and her cultivation was average, limited to the 10th level of Qi training. However, her appearance was commendable. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Under the scrutiny of his consciousness, he observed her clearly. Indeed, her looks were satisfactory, yet at most, she could only score in the low 80s, far inferior to Xin Qianxue and Chen Yuan. Moreover, despite his indulgence in various pleasures, she was, after all, a married woman. Such actions were beyond his consideration. Host suppressed those impure thoughts. Obtaining fortune does not necessitate killing. One can conquer or assist in fulfilling wishes to garner fortune rewards, the system interjected. Chu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but he quickly cleared his throat and said, "What nonsense are you speaking? Am I, Chu Feng, that kind of person? I merely worry about your reckless assertions. Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of defamation." "Very well, you may leave now. I will handle the matter myself." Lin Manyu had been in the Tai Dao sect for half a month, and her sole purpose was to seek a divorce. She had forsaken her cultivation and left the sect to support him, only to find that he had taken another as his wife, insisting she accept the concubine and ultimately causing her own demise. Only at the moment of her death did she realize that his new love was his childhood sweetheart, and she had been nothing more than a pawn in his ascent to power. For 10 years, he had feigned respect and affection towards her, all the while maintaining a relationship with his childhood sweetheart, even fathering children with her, to prevent Lin Manyu from bearing his child. He had secretly poisoned her after each encounter, leaving her blissfully ignorant, believing herself to be barren, harboring guilt towards him until her dying breath, when the truth finally dawned upon her. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon her, granting her a second chance, allowing her to return to the moment he brought home his concubine. This time, she was determined not to coddle them any longer. Unfortunately, she underestimated the situation. The De Qian emperor stood firmly by the side of that scoundrel, explaining why he had brought the wretched woman home at this juncture, ultimately leading to her demise. Thus, she had no choice but to return to the Tai Dao sect and seek assistance. Regrettably, she had only been an inner disciple, her voice too weak to garner any support from others at that moment. Despair enveloped her. Did I end this reincarnation? Must she still tread the same path? Desperation led her to plead for the help of Elder Chu Feng. Her last hope, a classic case of a desperate gamble. It was fortunate that she was the woman of fortune. Otherwise, Chu Feng would likely have paid her no mind. Disciple Lin Manyu pays respects to the ancestor. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Lin Manyu immediately knelt, tears streaming down her face as she recounted her plight, even revealing her rebirth, that I implore the ancestor to act on my behalf. I seek nothing but separation from that scoundrel and to reclaim my dignity. Chu Feng nodded. Rise. I shall accompany you, Dada. Lin Manyu was momentarily stunned, even doubting her own ears. She could hardly believe that the ancestor would personally accompany her. What? Are you unwilling? Chu Feng inquired. Instantly, Lin Manyu regained her composure and replied, Disciple is willing. I thank the ancestor profusely. Very well, let us depart, Chu Feng affirmed. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Yuan approached with Ji Linger in tow. Husband, we shall accompany you as well. Excellent. It is a perfect opportunity for an outing, Chu Feng agreed. Thus, the 4 of them vanished from the Tai Dao sect, heading towards the De Qian dynasty. The distance was similar to that of the Four-Seasons city, and within the span of a brief tea session, they arrived at the imperial capital of the De Qian dynasty, that moment. The marquee of Wei Wu's estate was adorned in a grand display of red. With lanterns hung high, drums beating, and firecrackers exploding, a scene of jubilant celebration. Today marked the day of Li Wei's marriage and the welcoming of his concubine. Half a month prior, Li Wei had learned of his wife's disappearance. Instead of searching for her, he was elated, hastily preparing for the wedding with his childhood sweetheart, Lu Ruyan. Logically, with his wife still alive, Lu Ruyan would only be his concubine. Yet Li Wei insisted on treating her as a legitimate wife. Defying all opposition, within the Marquis' residence, Li Wei's mother, boasting and imperious, chastised the servants. Listen well, that little harlot has left and will never return. Even if she does, she shall never regain her place in this home. From now on, Lu Ruyan is your lady of the house, and as for that wretched woman, it would be best if she perished outside. That Li Wei, clad in a red robe, approached and said, "Mother, lower your voice. Though I have long despised that wretched woman, we must still be discreet. The walls have ears." That Li Wei's mother scoffed. "Why lower my voice? If others hear, so be it. Let them know who truly holds sway in this household. That little harlot dares to abandon her home. I say we should simply divorce her to avoid the annoyance of seeing her again." Li Wei nodded. "Mother speaks wisely. However, there is no rush. I shall extract every last benefit from her before dealing with her. To me, there is no concept of divorce, only widowhood." Indeed, Li Wei's mother concurred. That little harlot should have been dealt with long ago. As she spoke, Li Wei's mother changed the subject. "If we dispose of that little harlot, can we not reclaim my grandchildren? The descendants of the Li family cannot remain scattered. They must return to their roots. Besides, as a noble marquis, you cannot be without heirs." That Li Wei nodded. "Rest assured, mother, it won't be long before Zihan and Xiaowei return to the Li family." "Good, good," Li Wei's mother exclaimed joyfully. "Go quickly and bring Lu Ruyan back to me." That Li Wei smiled. Son obeys. Within the imperial palace, Chu Feng sat confidently upon the dragon throne, which rightfully belonged to the emperor. Lin Manyu, Chen Wanyuan, and Ji Linger stood beside him. That in stark contrast, the imposing and authoritative Qian emperor knelt in the grand hall, drenched in sweat, his face a mask of terror. "Ancestor, spare me," he pleaded. Slap! The emperor realized he had misspoken and, in a fit of frustration, delivered a sharp slap to his own face, leaving a distinct 5-finger mark upon it. He continued, "I was unaware of the connection between Lin Manyu and you, ancestor. Had I known, I would have certainly advocated for her. I implore you, ancestor, to pardon me this once." Considering my ignorance that moment, the emperor was overwhelmed with sorrow. Previously, when Lin Manyu sought his support, he had rebuffed her, opting instead for Li Wei, though a scoundrel, possessed certain abilities. Otherwise, how could he have captured Lin Manyu's heart? Most importantly, he understood the art of compromise and was unwaveringly loyal to the emperor. Lin Manyu, although once an inner disciple of the Tai Xian Dao sect, was not unique. There were countless such figures. The Tai Xian Dao sect, one of the 3 great powers of Jianzhou, boasted tens of thousands of disciples, with over 30,000 within its inner circle. Moreover, she had voluntarily departed from the sect, as expected. In the span of a mere fortnight, no one had come forth to support her. Who could have anticipated the sudden intervention of Ancestor Chu Feng? Had he known this woman could summon Ancestor Chu Feng's aid, he would have surely sided with Lin Minyu. That it was too late for regrets now. He could only hope that Ancestor would grant him mercy, considering his status as the Emperor of Deqian. Chapter 69. The disruption of the wedding. The Grand Chancellor and left Prime Minister of the Deqian dynasty arrived to congratulate the newlywed Wei Wuho. The Duke of Celebration from the Deqian dynasty also came to extend his best wishes. The Crown Prince graced the occasion with his presence to congratulate Wei Wuho on his joyful nuptials. The second prince arrived next, followed by the 7th prince. The Wei Wuho's residence was a gathering of nobility. Nearly the entire court was present, and Wei Wuho basked in the joyous atmosphere, truly honoring Lu Ruyan. Given this spectacle, one might think a marriage was taking place. After all, Wei Wuho was the favored subject of the Deqian emperor. That a fortnight prior, Lin Manyu had sought the emperor's permission for a divorce, only to be denied, a fact that had quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. This moment, instead of ingratiating themselves, Li Wei's mother could hardly contain her glee, incessantly muttering, "My Lu Ruyan is truly exceptional. Just look at this grand event. How could he have ever married that wretched woman?" that harbinger of misfortune. Son, once that harbinger returns, we shall dispose of her, if she had only behaved properly and accepted Ruyan into the family. I could have welcomed my beloved grandson back. Yet she dared to speak of divorce, tarnishing our Wei Wu Ho's reputation. Li Wei nodded in agreement, stating, "Mother speaks wisely." However, today is the joyous occasion of welcoming Ruyan into our family. We shall discuss our matters later. Our guests have arrived, and we must attend to them. The ceremony was about to proceed. Now, let the bride and groom pay their respects to heaven and earth. With the first bow, they wished for a harmonious union and the blessing of children. With the second bow, they honored their parents, wishing for filial piety and peace. That the couple exchange vows. Hold on. A voice erupted from the crowd, causing a stir as everyone parted to make way for Lin Manyu, who strode in confidently, accompanied by Chu Feng, Ji Linger, and Chen Wanwan. The latter two concealed their true appearances, lest their extraordinary beauty incite chaos among the onlookers. Upon witnessing Lin Manyu's entrance, especially at such a moment to disrupt his wedding, Li Wei was instantly enraged, exclaiming, "Lin Manyu, where have you been these past days? Do you have any idea how frantically we searched for you?" Lin Manyu laughed in response. "Li Wei, are you truly certain that you sought me during my absence? I suspect otherwise. You must have been eager for me to vanish while you busied yourself with marrying Lu Ruyan." Li Wei retorted coldly, "Yes, I have indeed been preoccupied with marrying Ruyan, and so what? As Wei Wuho, why should I not have multiple wives? Look around the imperial capital. Who among the nobility does not have several consorts? Yet, when it comes to you, it becomes an issue. Ask those present. Who would object? Let me make this clear today, Lin Manyu, that I am set on marrying Ruyan, and whether you agree or not, you shall comply. If you insist on obstructing me, I will divorce you today." Li Wei's mother interjected, "Wretched woman, did you hear that? I have long wished for my son to cast you aside. You have presented yourself at the perfect moment. Li Wei, draft the divorce decree. From this day forth, sever all ties with this wretched woman." "Ah, divorce me." Lin Manyu burst into laughter. Li Wei, when your family fell on hard times and you were born to humble beginnings, it was I who upheld this household, taught you to cultivate, supported you in the military, and cared for your mother. What is more ludicrous is that your elevation to Wei Wuho was due to the slaying of the barbarian king. Yet, did you know that it was I who vanquished the barbarian king, enduring grievous injuries to save you and gifting you the glory? You are correct. Men having multiple wives is commonplace, that if you truly wish to take concubines, I would have nothing to say. However, you should not have deceived me, whispering sweet nothings, marrying me, while simultaneously cohabiting with Lu Ruyan and fathering 2 children, the eldest of whom is already 8 years old. Lin Manyu's words ignited murmurs among the crowd. Indeed, to deceive one's spouse while maintaining a mistress and even seeking to marry her was beyond reproach. It was no wonder Lin Manyu opposed it. I would too. This family truly lacked humanity. Who could have guessed that Wei Wuho harbored such a character? Moreover, had they not heard, the very reason Wei Wuho was granted his title was for slaying the barbarian king. Now it appeared that the slaying was Lin Manyu's doing, rendering his accolades false. To abandon one's wife for a mistress. What a scoundrel! As the crowd's chatter reached his ears, Li Wei's countenance paled, nearly driving him to madness. He bellowed, "Silence! What do you know? You dare believe this wretched woman's words? Lin Manyu, cease your nonsensical claims. The barbarian king was undoubtedly slain by me. What does it have to do with you? How dare you contest my merit? Have you no shame? Guards, take this madwoman away. Today is my joyous day with Ruyan. I shall spare you for now, but after the wedding, I will deal with you properly." As expected of Wei Wuho, his command was absolute, and none dared defy him, particularly the servants of the residence, who advanced towards Lin Manyu. "Madam, I am sorry. Let anyone dare." Before Chu Feng could speak, Ji Linger could no longer contain herself and leaped forward, positioning herself in front of Lin Manyu. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Who is this woman? They finally took notice of Chu Feng and his entourage. Ji Linger immediately approached Li Wei, raising her foot to deliver a kick. Hurling insults, "You scoundrel. You are utterly revolting. I want to smack you, go die." Li Wei was left shocked by Ji Linger's actions, utterly unresponsive, resembling a straw man as he was sent flying by the kick. This display left not only Chu Feng astonished, but also the entire gathering dumbfounded. "Seize that mad woman! How dare she strike me? I will have her torn to pieces. I am Wei Wu Ho, and you dare to lay a hand on me?" Linger scoffed. "Wei Wu Ho, I'm sorry, but that title will soon be stripped from you, and your entire family will face annihilation. You filthy harlot, how dare you insult the Wei Wu Ho household? I will kill you." Upon hearing Linger's words, Li Wei's mother erupted, charging forward like a lunatic, pointing at Linger and hurling curses. However, in the next moment, a powerful pressure erupted. Chu Feng had made his move. "To harm the woman who has insulted me, Chu Feng, shall perish." Chapter 70. The reckoning has finally arrived with a resounding crash. Li Wei's mother was instantly obliterated, her body exploding like a bomb, blood and flesh scattering everywhere, leaving her a mere bloodied figure. She did not die immediately. The immense pain caused her to convulse in agony, sending shockwaves of terror through the gathered crowd, who screamed and trembled in fear. Li Wei scrambled to his mother's side, desperately calling out, "Mother, what have you done? Please don't leave me. Hurry, summon the doctor. And you all, how dare you harm my mother? I will see you all dead. Lin Man Yu, this is what you wish for. You have harmed my mother. I will kill you." Li Wei roared in fury, charging towards Lin Man Yu with his fists raised. Over the years, Lin Man Yu had spared no effort in nurturing Li Wei. With her assistance, her own cultivation had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, rivaling his own prowess. In fact, to aid Li Wei, Lin Man Yu had even gifted him her sole foundational artifact. In comparison, at this moment, Li Wei was indeed stronger than Lin Man Yu. The reason Li Wei had not disposed of her was merely that he had not yet fully exploited her potential. He intended to marry Lu Rian first, recognize his children, and then torment her relentlessly until she was utterly drained, ultimately leading to her demise. In her past life, Lin Man Yu had endured all of this, and in this life, she had returned to the Tai Xiandao sect, hoping for its support. Unfortunately, when one strays from the right path, they must pay the price. One must tread their own path. How could she understand that the Tai Xiandao sect would not intervene on her behalf? Had it not been for her encounter with Chu Feng, she would have remained suppressed by Li Wei. Even if she were to be reborn countless times. 10 years ago, she had left the Tai Xiandao sect, devoted to being a wife and mother, even sacrificing her resources to enhance Li Wei's qualifications at the expense of her own potential. Now, it was far too late to return. Even in this new life, she found herself in the same predicament. However, the emergence of Chu Feng changed everything. As Li Wei prepared to strike, Linger would not indulge him. Scoundrels deserve their punishment. For reasons unknown, a surge of fury resided deep within her. At that moment, Li Wei became her outlet for rage. Linger, already at the late stage of foundational cultivation, found it as effortless to deal with Li Wei as squashing an ant. With a resounding slap, she struck Li Wei's face, sending him sprawling like a scarecrow, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his face a mask of terror, marked by a clear imprint of 5 fingers, swollen and bruised. It should be noted that his title as the Marquis of Waiwuhu was not solely due to his merits, but also his lifetime of cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement. He was likely to step into the foundational realm in the future, the Qin dynasty. Even the royal ancestors possessed foundational cultivation. At best, the Li Wei was still under 30 years of age. How many present could match him? Yet in Linger's hands, he was as insignificant as an ant. The crowd was filled with dread. It must be understood that among those present were the 2 esteemed advisors. Dukes and princes come to congratulate Li Wei on his marriage. They speculated about Linger's identity. To conceal her beauty, she had cast a minor spell, rendering her visage shrouded in mist, making it impossible for others to discern her appearance. Li Wei, trembling in fear, rose to his feet, fixing a desperate gaze on Linger, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you assist this wretched woman? I am the esteemed Marquis of Waiwuhu of the Qin dynasty. You should consider the consequences of opposing me. Marquis of Waiwu. You won't hold that title for long." Linger retorted disdainfully. Li Wei frowned, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Linger snorted coldly, turning away and commanding, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and come inside." At once, a squad of fully armored soldiers burst in, exuding a terrifying aura. The crowd was left in shock. The prince, incredulous, exclaimed, "Aren't those the Deqian immortal guards? A force only my father can mobilize? What are they doing here?" The presence of eunuch Wei further intensified the atmosphere. He was a eunuch close to the emperor, and while it seemed he had come to celebrate the Marquis's wedding, it appeared he had been summoned due to the earlier altercation involving Li Wei. Upon seeing eunuch Wei and the Deqian immortal guards arrive, Li Wei hastily pointed towards Lin Manyu and Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Eunuch Wei, you arrived just in time. They disrupted the wedding, harmed my mother, and assaulted me. The Marquis of Waiwu quickly commanded the Deqian immortal guards to arrest them." "Impudent!" Eunuch Wei coldly rebuked. Li Wei nodded vigorously. Addressing Lin Manyu and Chu Feng, "Lin Manyu, and you all, do you see? The Deqian immortal guards are the strongest force in our dynasty. All Qi refiners skilled in combat formations, over 100 of them. Even ordinary foundational cultivators would be no match for them. You are all doomed today." Just as Li Wei basked in his perceived triumph, eunuch Wei's icy voice rang out once more, "Li Wei, it is you who are being impudent. How dare you speak to the fairy in such a manner? Where are the Deqian immortal guards? Arrest Li Wei." The Deqian immortal guards sprang into action. Swift as lightning, fierce as a tempest, that Li Wei, still reeling from Jilian's slap, was caught off guard and swiftly subdued, pinned to the ground, bound with the immortal binding rope, rendering him immobile. Panic surged through Li Wei as he shouted, "Eunuch Wei, have you made a mistake? Why are you allowing them to seize me?" Lu Ruyan, concealed beneath a red veil and waiting for the wedding, lost her composure entirely. She tore off her veil and rushed towards Li Wei, yelling at the Deqian immortal guards, "Release the Marquis! What are you doing? How dare you lay hands on the Marquis?" The Deqian immortal guard showed her no mercy, knocking her to the ground. In that instant, Lu Ruyan was utterly subdued, trembling in fear, too terrified to utter a word. She had thought the Deqian immortal guards were there to support Li Wei, only to discover it was quite the opposite. The prince approached eunuch Wei, demanding, "Eunuch Wei, what is happening?" Eunuch Wei cast a calm glance at the prince and replied, "His Majesty has decreed that Li Wei is guilty of grave crimes, deserving of execution and the revocation of his title as Marquis of Waiwu. Li Wei, Lu Ruyan, his mother, his son, and his daughter shall be subjected to dismemberment, their souls scattered, their essence refined into the soul-refining banner, never to transcend again. Anyone associated with the Marquis shall be executed without mercy. Your Highness, you personally came to congratulate the Marquis. His Majesty has decreed that your title as prince is revoked, and several other princes are to be confined to the ancestral hall, awaiting their fate. As for the esteemed officials present, it would be prudent to seek forgiveness from His Majesty and accept his judgment." Chapter 71. The Birth of Spiritual Power. No. Why? Li Wei could scarcely believe his ears. Shouting, "Eunuch Wei, I am the Marquis of Waiwu, personally appointed by His Majesty. How could he annihilate my entire clan?" The prince and the other princes, along with the civil and military officials, turned pale with fear. The prince, enraged, demanded, "Eunuch Wei, I want to know the reason. Why would father treat me this way? Or is it that you are misrepresenting the emperor's decree out of personal vendetta? It is because of me." Chu Feng interjected before eunuch Wei could respond, unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped the room. Chu Feng, a mid-stage celestial being, emanated a presence so overwhelming that none present could withstand it. Everyone felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon them, causing them to collapse to the ground, trembling in terror, as if death itself had arrived. Some even coughed up blood. Even the Deqian immortal guards found themselves unable to stand. Eunuch Wei knelt on the ground, urgently calling out, "I implore you, celestial being, to retract your power." Only then did Chu Feng withdraw his imposing presence, his gaze sweeping the room as he calmly introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Feng, the Supreme Elder of the Tai Xian Dao sect. Today, I stand for Lin Manyu. That I wonder if anyone present has any objections." The crowd's minds erupted in chaos. The Supreme Elder of the Tai Xian Dao sect, the very name struck terror into their hearts. They realized that not only could he crush them with ease, but he could also obliterate the entire Deqian dynasty with a mere flick of his wrist. Fear, regret, and despair washed over them. Initially, some had harbored dissent upon hearing eunuch Wei's words. Now, however, such thoughts were entirely eliminated. After all, among them were the high-ranking officials, the two esteemed advisors, the prince and several other princes, all present to witness the emperor's punishment. The emperor would surely weigh the consequences. Yet upon realizing that the one intervening was the celestial being of the Tai Xiandao sect, they understood their fate was sealed. The dead Qian dynasty, which claimed to be a subordinate of the Tai Xiandao sect, was merely a pawn. Should the Tai Xiandao sect wish, annihilating the Qian dynasty would be as simple as squashing an ant. A single word from any Golden Core elder would compel the entire Qian dynasty to comply without daring to resist. And now, with the celestial being present, their plans to curry favor with Li Wei had backfired. Had Chu Feng not been there, they would have been ready to kill Li Wei. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Eunuch Wei, I entrust you with the matter of Li Wei and the entire Li family. Do not disappoint me. Otherwise, the existence of the Qian dynasty will be rendered unnecessary. Yes, yes, Eunuch Wei quickly responded, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, not daring to express any defiance. Not just him. Everyone present felt the weight of the moment, silenced by fear. Congratulations to the host for aiding the fated daughter Lin Manyu in avenging her grievances, thereby earning her gratitude and acquiring an impressive fortune of 800,000 in luck points. Along with the following rewards, 800,000 luck points may seem modest, yet the nature of the rewards remains uncertain. While the concept of luck does not particularly captivate Chu Feng, it is the rewards that he truly values. Reward 1. An additional 20 million luck points. Reward 2. A chance to draw a fortune opportunity card. Reward 3. A treasure of the emperor. The Yin Yang Jade Pendant. That concludes the rewards, which are indeed less significant than the suppression of the fated daughter or the elimination of the fated son. However, they are not insubstantial either. Upon conducting a system scan, it became evident that Lin Manyu's identity as the fated daughter had dissipated. System, what is the meaning of this? Lin Manyu's luck has vanished, and she is no longer the fated daughter. Chu Feng expressed in astonishment. Her luck level has been diminished, replied the system. Zhao Dongdong had previously been elevated to the status of a fated daughter by him. Now, Lin Manyu, who was inherently a fated daughter, had transformed into an ordinary woman. This transformation occurred because the host assisted Lin Manyu in avenging her grievances, granting her spiritual liberation, leaving her without further desires. Furthermore, previously, in aiding Li Wei in vanquishing the barbarian king, her foundation was destroyed, eliminating any possibility of cultivation, leading her to yearn solely for a mundane existence. As a result, her luck points were transferred to you, extinguishing her fate henceforth. I see. Chu Feng was further surprised to note that there was finally a response regarding his conquest value, with Ji Linga, 85 points. An increase of 5. That could this enhancement be attributed to the recent incident where he decisively defeated Li Wei, allowing her to attain emotional release. It was as though a door had previously been tightly shut. Although a crack appeared, it was insufficient for anyone to enter. Now, however, following this emotional outpouring, a small opening had emerged, allowing for a physical entrance, with only the head remaining. This journey to the Qian dynasty had proven worthwhile. Upon returning to the Tai Xiandao sect, Chu Feng swiftly resumed his previous routine. Daily cultivation and companionship with several women, steadily enhancing his cultivation level. Most significantly, with the acquisition of these 20 million luck points. He could finally purchase the subsequent scriptures of the great immortal technique, which comprised 1,000 characters, comparable to the scriptures of the immortal emperor. Thus, with the exchange of 500 characters, Chu Feng immediately commenced his cultivation. Although his cultivation realm did not elevate, he distinctly felt an enhancement in his potential, with his magical power growing more robust and refined, even his soul undergoing a subtle transformation. Additionally, he birthed a new form of power, the power of the mind. The path of cultivation fundamentally revolves around the enhancement of body, magical power, and soul, giving rise to 3 principal factions: the Body Refinement School, the Magical Power School, and the Soul School. Among the celestial beings, the Witch Clan follows the Body Refinement path, while the Immortals and the Buddha sect primarily adhere to the Magical Power path, with a slight inclination towards body refinement. Conversely, the underworld spirits and deities follow the soul path. As their physical forms have been destroyed, existing solely in a spiritual state, and thus the reconstruction of their bodies inherently follows the soul route. Beyond these 3 factions lies a lesser-known path. The Mind School, represented by Ho Yi, Furthermore, the Buddhist sect excels in the cultivation of the mind path, with figures such as Tathagata and Guanyin serving as notable representatives. The Zhejiao sect also possesses a lineage of the mind school, exemplified by the Duran Sutra. However, the cultivation of the mind path demands exceptionally rigorous qualifications that if the journey of cultivation is akin to traversing a treacherous path filled with obstacles, with only 1 in 10,000 achieving success, then those eligible to cultivate the mind path are equally rare among the ranks of cultivators. The Elder of Heart Demons exemplifies the cultivation of the mind path, while Han Feng, the Child of Destiny, also possesses the qualifications to pursue this path at this moment. Chu Feng similarly cultivated the power of the mind. The Great Immortal Technique, a synthesis of the essences of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, does not merely encompass these 3 teachings, but rather integrates all cultivation schools across the myriad realms, creating a comprehensive masterpiece. The first divine ability, derived from the power of the mind, is the eye of the mind, capable of perceiving the truth and unveiling that which eludes others. Upon developing the eye of the mind, Chu Feng discovered that when he operated the Great Immortal Technique in conjunction with the infinite divine eye, the 2 abilities could remarkably merge, significantly elevating their level. This was particularly due to the nascent stage of his eye of the mind, that he even contemplated the possibility of evolving both divine eyes into a transcendent level akin to the immortal eye. The eye of the mind was cultivated through the Great Immortal Technique, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes, likely influenced by this very technique. The infinite divine eye allows one to gaze upon the heavens and the depths of the underworld, perceiving past and future, grasping all information that I in contrast. The eye of the mind delves into the depths of all things, discerning the essence of good and evil, and perceiving fortunes with clarity across time. Chu Feng first decided to experiment with Ji Linger, and to his surprise, he could indeed sense her innermost thoughts that on several occasions. As soon as a particular emotion stirred within Ji Linger, Chu Feng was quick to react, leading her to believe he could hear her thoughts. Consequently, she began to avoid him, much to Chu Feng's vexation. However, he also realized that while the eye of the mind was indeed a formidable tool, his cultivation period was still brief, and with only 1,500 characters of the Great Immortal Technique at his disposal, it was effective only against Ji Linger. The results were far from sufficient when it came to Zhao Dongdong, let alone Lu Linglong, Nangong Yanran, and Chun Wanwan. What began as excitement felt akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over him. Yet, rather than succumbing to disappointment, Chu Feng found himself invigorated with motivation. 2 methods presented themselves. First, to acquire more luck points to purchase the remaining 1,500 characters from the luck shop. Second, to gradually cultivate the power of the mind. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the image of Han Feng flashed in his mind. Did his power of the mind ultimately lead to him? Contemplating him for the 3rd month, the Child of Destiny represents a wealth of luck and rewards. To subdue him twice in succession would allow for his elimination, marking the true moment of reaping the harvest. Meanwhile, within the imperial clan of the Jiang family, Xin Xinxue found herself increasingly troubled. A group of young men from the Jiang family, all under the age of 50, had arrived at her residence. Each possessed average cultivation qualifications, yet they were strikingly handsome and belonged to the direct lineage of the Jiang family, 12 in total. Upon seeing Xin Xinxue for the first time, they were instantly captivated, falling in love at first sight. All of them were ardent admirers, underestimating the might of the holy body of beauty. Previously, Jiang Yin had clearly informed Xin Xinxue that once she successfully established her foundation, she would be wed, ultimately relegating her to the role of a mere breeding tool for the Jiang family, hoping to produce offspring that might inherit her holy body. Now, the Jiang family youth showered her with resources and flattery, even resorting to physical confrontations to win her favor. Each day was a spectacle of martial conflicts, where even the slightest sneeze from Xin Xinxue would elicit immediate concern and the offering of various resources, with some willing to sacrifice their lives for a mere smile from her. Initially, Xin Xinxue contemplated resisting cultivation and delaying her fate, seeking ways to escape the Jiang family. However, she soon experienced a shift in perspective. Since these individuals were eager to play the role of sycophants, she resolved to make the most of the situation. Although these Jiang family youths possessed average qualifications and uncertain futures, they were still direct descendants. with parents holding high positions within the Jiang family and resources aplenty. Merely expressing a desire for resources would prompt them to willingly offer their assistance. At this moment, Xin Xinxue found herself on the brink of a breakthrough. Possessing over 30 foundation establishment pills, the instant she announced her intention to establish her foundation, the youths immediately presented her with the pills. Moreover, the cultivation technique she practiced underwent a transformation, as one of the Jiang family youths offered a heavenly-level cultivation technique known as the Wood Emperor Sutra. Her breakthrough proceeded smoothly. Although her time cultivating with Chu Feng was brief, she had nonetheless enhanced her qualifications, bones, bloodline, soul, and magical power. Achieving the foundation establishment was devoid of obstacles, and after consuming a single foundation establishment pill, she successfully broke through within 3 days. With her cultivation breakthrough, the awakening of her holy body of beauty intensified, granting her greater allure and control over these Jiang family youths, had it been before. Xin Xinxue would undoubtedly have sought to leave. However, her intentions had now shifted. Jiang Yin wished for her to marry into the Jiang family, did she not? Very well, let us allow Xin Xinxue to witness whether his beauty's sacred body is truly formidable, or if the commands of the Jiang family hold greater power. Are these Jiang heirs to heed her, or will they merely obey the orders of the Jiang clan? Meanwhile, Xin Xinxue's breakthrough was swiftly brought to Jiang Yan's attention. 12 Jiang clan offspring had been dispatched to Xin Xinxue's courtyard, just in time for the consummation, to contribute to the continuation of the Jiang lineage. However, Jiang Yin soon received news that filled her with fury. What? You say those scoundrels refused to consummate with Xin Xinxue, insisting that only with her consent would they agree. They do not wish to harm her. Ah, Xin Xinxue, I have underestimated the strength of your beauty's sacred body. The influence you wield over these rascals is astonishing. Were it not for the vast disparity in cultivation levels that complicates procreation, I would have long since surrendered you to those elders. Such a powerful sacred body must be inherited by my Jiang descendants. Once the inheritance is successful, our clan shall surely give rise to a female emperor. Bring me that elixir and ensure that Xin Xinxue and those scoundrels consume it in secret. Jiang Yin said, producing a jade vial and handing it to a nearby attendant. The attendant, puzzled, inquired, Holy Maiden, what is this? Jiang Yin coldly replied, Yin-Yang Harmony Powder. Furthermore, do you have any news regarding Chu Feng? The attendant reported. Yes, Holy Maiden. Chu Feng has achieved breakthrough to the transformation realm. Not long ago, when you instructed Fu Wangtian to compel Chu Feng to write a divorce decree, he met his demise. His father, Fu Yuanshan, is currently seeking the murderer and has dispatched Murong Longqing to investigate. But thus far, there has been no news that Fu Yuanshan possesses combined body cultivation. Who could have killed him? Could it be this Chu Feng? Jiang Yin scoffed. A transformation cultivator could hardly kill Fu Wangtian. The Tai Dao sect is merely a second-rate sect that I asked for the one who killed my Jiang clan's attendant, whoever it may be. Must perished, it would also be prudent to interrogate this Chu Feng. I have a feeling that Fu Wangtian's death is connected to him. Were it not for Xin Xinxue's life-threatening coercion, I would have already eliminated Chu Feng myself. Chapter 73. An early sense of impending crisis. Murong Longqing, accompanied by his dragon, after thorough investigation, ultimately traced Fu Wangtian's death back to the Tai Dao sect. However, the identity of the murderer remained elusive. To him, it was inconsequential who it was. Merely having a suspect sufficed. The Tai Dao sect, one of the 3 major powers in Jianzhou, was nothing more than an ant to the imperial Jiang family and to Murong Longqing himself. An ant, he mused, is allowed to live only as long as it serves a purpose. Otherwise, it is squashed without hesitation. That on this day, he came riding a dragon, intent on annihilating the entire Tai Dao sect. Yet upon arrival at the sect's entrance, he was sensed by Chu Feng that a dangerous aura stirred within Chu Feng, prompting him to remain vigilant. He had just fused the infinite divine eye with the eye of the mind. As his eyes opened, a blood-red light swiftly filled his vision. Death, bloodshed, and annihilation flashed repeatedly in his mind, as images of a lone figure and dragon wreaking havoc danced before him. The peril of extermination. Murong Longqing's approach did not go unnoticed by Qin Wanwan, who inquired, Husband, what is the matter? Chu Feng took a deep breath and relayed his perception to Qin Wanwan. Her eyes brightened. Husband, your intuition is likely accurate. Murong Longcheng may soon act against the Tai Xiandao sect. You must agree to accompany me to the heavenly demon's sacred land. Chu Feng shook his head. Merely a Murong Longcheng, he can be killed easily. He held some caution towards the Jiang family, but regarded Murong Longcheng, given his current strength, with disdain. Umph. Chen Wanwan retorted, Husband, you are being foolishly naive that I shall await the moment you come seeking my aid. Chu Feng chuckled. Ah, you wish to witness my misfortune? I fear you will be disappointed. Should I not be preoccupied with dealing with Murong Longcheng, I would certainly give you a sound spanking. Pfft. Chen Wanwan laughed. Let us have a match right now to see who is superior. Are you formidable, or am I? I am not afraid of you. Chu Feng's eyes flared with fire as he replied with a grin. Very well. If you are not afraid of me, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he scooped Chen Wanwan into his arms and strode toward their abode. However, after only a few steps, Chu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as another vision flickered through his mind. The sense of danger grew ever closer. Chen Wanwan sensed this as well and asked, Murong Longcheng is coming. Chu Feng nodded. Let us confront this Murong Longcheng, that if he intends to exterminate the Tai Xiandao sect, he shall meet his end. But it must be done without drawing attention that a streak of crimson light sliced through the sky. And in the next instant, Chu Feng found himself outside the Tai Xiandao sect. Coincidentally, Murong Longcheng arrived riding a green-scaled dragon that a torrential downpour accompanied him, shrouding the area in thick fog, and an oppressive aura rendered breathing difficult. Dragons summon the winds and rain. Though the green-scaled dragon is not a true dragon, it is still a formidable beast, especially one filled with murderous intent. Within the Dao sect, none sensed the impending doom. All remained blissfully unaware. Murong Longcheng frowned upon encountering Chu Feng's obstruction, scrutinizing him from head to toe before stating, You are from the Tai Xiandao sect. Indeed, Chu Feng affirmed, not perfect that my sole purpose in coming here is to annihilate the Tai Xiandao sect. Since you are one of its members, you may die. With that, he prepared to strike. Chu Feng hastily interjected, Hold on, I have something to say. Before you destroy the Tai Xiandao sect, could you enlighten me as to why you wish to annihilate us? Murong Longcheng scoffed. What reason is needed to crush an ant? As soon as he finished speaking, a torrent of overwhelming power surged toward Chu Feng. Murong Longcheng, a mid-stage celestial of the Great Ascension, along with his dragon, was more than capable of dominating the Great Ascension realm. In Dongwang, there exist 3 rankings. The heavenly ranking records those who have transcended, the earth ranking lists the Great Ascension Celestials. And the human ranking, known as the Potential Dragon ranking, showcases the prodigies of the major forces. Regrettably, no one from Jianzhou has ever made it onto these lists. Chen Wanwan, however, ranks 7th on the human ranking as the Heavenly Demon Saintess. And with her recent dual cultivation with Chu Feng, her status is likely to rise even further. Murong Longcheng, on the other hand, is the second-ranked entity on the Earth ranking. As Chu Feng faced Murong Longcheng's attack, he burst into laughter that we could have had a civil conversation, yet you seek to eradicate my Tai Xiandao sect. What a pity. You shall meet your demise instead. The burning heaven sword appeared in his hand, and with a single stroke, he cleaved towards Murong Longcheng. Seeing a mere lowly figure daring to retaliate, Murong Longcheng initially scoffed, but the next moment his derisive words caught in his throat, replaced by a grave expression. Ah, so Fu Wangtian truly met his end at your Tai Xiandao sect. You must be exterminated. Chu Feng taunted, To obliterate my Tai Xiandao sect, we shall see if you possess the strength to do so. With a single stroke, he opened the heavenly gates. This strike unleashed a cataclysmic force. Murong Longcheng's countenance shifted as he realized that his power, which he had just gathered, was instantly shattered, the sword intent undiminished as it barreled toward him. Just as the attack was about to strike him, the green-scaled dragon exhaled a torrent of dragon breath, dissipating the sword intent. Nevertheless, it still left Murong Longcheng greatly startled, staring intently at Chu Feng. He remarked, Who would have thought that within the modest second-rate sect of Jianzhou there lurks a great ascension celestial? And what is your name? He inquired. Do you understand the consequences of targeting my Jiang family? Chu Feng replied dismissively, Why waste words? A dead man need not know so much. Ha! Murong Longcheng erupted into laughter, raising a finger to Chu Feng. You're the first of you, me, Murong Longcheng, with such disdain. Chu Feng nodded. I doubt you will be the last, for if you perish, countless others will surely look down upon you. The illustrious Jiang family's attendant, second on the earth ranking, falling in Jinzhou. What a grand irony. Murong Longsheng was thoroughly enraged, urging his green-scaled dragon onward. It seems we have been belittled. With a roar, the green-scaled dragon bellowed, "Die!" Chapter 74. The azure-eyed Jiao with eyes gleaming with excitement. Chu Feng gazed at the azure-eyed Jiao and remarked, "The body of a Jiao dragon is a treasure in itself. As the saying goes, dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder, particularly the liver, which is not only delectable but also immensely beneficial for cultivation. Shall we prepare it steamed or braised? Perhaps roasting would also suffice. Yes, that shall be decided. That I have heard that a dragon pearl is beginning to coalesce within the Jiao dragon. This pearl embodies the essence of your kind, serving as both a magical artifact for combat and a material for alchemy. That it can even be consumed directly, granting the power of dragon breath. And the dragon meat, undoubtedly exquisite, reminds me, there should also be a dragon tendon within you, which would make for a splendid belt. Just what I need. That I shall devour you whole. Human." The azure-eyed Jiao was utterly enraged, hissing and baring its fangs as it lunged at Chu Feng. Unfazed, Chu Feng brandished the burning heaven sword, unleashing a formidable sword intent that erupted in an instant. The previous strike had merely been an appetizer. This strike was the true lethal sword of Chu Feng, possessing the bloodline of a dragon. Not only could he command the dragon race, but he could also share their strength and magical abilities. As Murong Longsheng made his move, he unleashed the left azure dragon obliteration technique, combined with the dragon breath of the azure-eyed Jiao. Overwhelming waves of energy surged towards Chu Feng. Yet, despite their might, they ultimately underestimated Chu Feng's ferocity to this moment. Although Chu Feng could not confidently claim he could defeat a tribulation transcendent, it was clear that a typical transcendent would find it challenging to best him. Murong Longsheng, nearing the level of a tribulation transcendent, was still merely close. In a true confrontation, he remained at a disadvantage. Moreover, Chu Feng's sword was of celestial caliber. With a single strike, he obliterated the combined assault of Murong Longsheng and the azure-eyed Jiao. The sword intent crashing down upon both the man and the beast. Murong Longsheng was pierced through the chest, while the azure-eyed Jiao was grievously wounded, bloodied and battered. Roaring in unbridled fury, the azure-eyed Jiao's face contorted into a fearsome visage, recklessly charging at Chu Feng. Murong Longsheng's face turned pale, his heart filled with shock. That last strike had made him feel the breath of death. He had been defeated, utterly and without the slightest chance to retaliate. He realized he was likely no match for the person before him, and a single thought consumed him. Retreat. He hastily attempted to control the Jiao dragon with his dragon bloodline, but the Jiao was now blinded by rage. First humiliated by Chu Feng, then severely injured, it could not bear such indignity. Reflecting on its Jiao dragon life, it had never endured such disgrace. That it vowed that unless it avenged this affront, it would not rest. "Master, stand aside. Let me slay this human." "Absolutely not," Murong Longsheng urged. But alas, Chu Feng had no intention of granting them this opportunity. The Jiao dragon's body and the guest of the Jiang clan, both must perish. He pondered how much fortune he would gain from slaying the two of them. Murong Longsheng could only turn to defend himself, yet his attacks crumbled in an instant. Chu Feng coldly scoffed. "You, the Jiao dragon, are a dragon, while you, Murong Longsheng, are a dragon rider. It seems I too can command a true dragon." With a swift motion, countless golden dragons erupted forth, manifesting as Chu Feng's dragon-subduing palm. Each strike unleashed a multitude of golden dragons, each capable of delivering blows comparable to 80 or 90% of Chu Feng's strength. These golden dragons, alive with their own sentience, surged forth toward the azure-eyed Jiao. Under relentless assault, the already wounded azure-eyed Jiao now bore even more wounds, blood flowing profusely. Witnessing this, Chu Feng felt a pang of sorrow. This was a top-tier great demon, the azure-eyed Jiao, brimming with treasures, including the blood cascading down. Such a waste in this world. No, I must slay the Jiao dragon first. Chu Feng immediately abandoned his pursuit of Murong Longsheng and charged directly towards the azure-eyed Jiao. With a sword strike that opened the gates of heaven and employing the flying rainbow technique, Chu Feng resembled a radiant rainbow, instantly piercing through the void to appear before the azure-eyed Jiao. Delivering a decisive blow, the sword intent surged forth, and the azure-eyed Jiao barely had time to react before its head was severed by Chu Feng's sword. Congratulations, host. You have slain the ancient beast of bloodline. The azure-eyed Jiao, and gained 2 million fortune points. This is your first kill of an ancient demon bloodline. You receive a tenfold critical strike bonus, totaling 20 million fortune points. The richness of this fortune was akin to that of a destined child. Of course, fortune was not the sole criterion for determining whether one was a child of destiny. It was merely one aspect, with fate also playing a significant role, just as with Han Feng. The rewards varied each time for a reason. Chu Feng's multiple humiliations and suppressions were not solely to seize fortune, but also to shatter the opponent's fate, preventing them from receiving the protection of the heavenly way and avoiding the backlash of divine retribution. Little Qing, as he witnessed the azure-eyed Jiao's demise, Murong Longcheng was consumed with grief, but he had realized that he could not hope to match Chu Feng. But now, he had changed his mind. He would exchange his life for Chu Feng's. The azure-eyed Jiao had accompanied him for over 1,000 years, sharing countless days and nights. Its bond was closer than that of his wives or children. They were as one. Now, it lay slain at the hands of this man. Knowing that they were no match for the adversary, he resolved that even in death, he must avenge the azure-eyed Jiao. Murong Longcheng formed seals with his hands, summoning a dragon pearl that radiated immense dragon power, encircling him before penetrating his body. The pearl then burrowed into his forehead, unleashing a formidable force from within. Irregular dragon scales erupted across his form, his body transforming rapidly, ultimately becoming a hybrid of human and dragon. This was the divine ability of the Dragon Master lineage, harnessing the power of the Dragon Pearl to cultivate the 9 transformations of the Dragon God, allowing him to metamorphose into a dragon and drastically amplify his strength. Poised to vanquish foes. Chapter 75. You have invoked catastrophe, however. While the 9 transformations of the Dragon God were potent, they bore significant drawbacks, specifically a brief period of weakness following their activation. Thus, for Murong Longcheng, it was a matter of striking decisively. Otherwise, he would meet his own demise. Chu Feng clearly sensed the immense pressure, especially upon witnessing Murong Longcheng's transformation, which tightened his heart. Yet he felt no inclination to retreat or fear. Instead, he could not help but laugh, his killing intent surging, as he charged towards Murong Longcheng with sword in hand. Utilizing the 9 transformations of the Dragon God and merging with the Dragon Pearl had indeed bolstered his combat prowess, particularly in terms of physical strength, which had multiplied several times over. Merely relying on his physical might, he could easily crush most formidable opponents. Unfortunately for Murong Longcheng, he was not among those fortunate few. Chu Feng had cultivated the first turn of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, granting him a physical form that far surpassed his peers. That he faced Murong Longcheng's relentless punches without a hint of trepidation, instead overpowering him in combat. Murong Longcheng had never endured such humiliation. Despite unleashing his ultimate trump card, the ancient Dragon Pearl, and transforming into a dragon, he still found himself outmatched. Who exactly was this person? What drove him to such madness was the fact that, even now, he remained oblivious to the opponent's name. Who are you? Murong Longcheng bellowed in rage, but before he could finish his question, Chu Feng's sword had already reached his face. The Tio Chu Feng. Murong Longcheng was merely a test of his mettle. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years and experienced countless battles, he found his recent rapid cultivation a bit overwhelming. After a brief moment, Chu Feng shook his head. What a pity. Murong Longcheng's assistance had proven to be of little value. That if that were the case, then he could be disposed of, with a single strike that opened the gates of heaven. Chu Feng pierced through Murong Longcheng's chest, blood gushing forth. The latter's attacks abruptly ceased, his form plummeting from the heavens like a kite with its strings severed. Congratulations, host. You have slain the great ascendant. Murong Longcheng and earned 800,000 fortune points. As Murong Longcheng ranks second on the leaderboard, you receive a 100-fold critical strike bonus, totaling 80 million fortune points. It was worth it. Haha. The value of the kill is immeasurable. For Chu Feng, the fortune points are hard to come by. The crux of the matter lies in the plethora of exquisite items available in the fortune marketplace, which are simply unaffordable. Now, however, having slain Murong Longcheng and the azure-eyed Xiong, he has directly acquired 100 million fortune points. Coupled with the previous tens of millions, he can now purchase the Grand Celestial Arts, the 1,000 character scripture for 50 million, and the 500 character scripture, which is fair and just. Apart from the first and second purchases, there are discounts on scriptures, as the initial 1,000 characters merely constitute the foundation of the grand celestial arts. The subsequent 2,000 characters are utterly beyond his means. Now, only 500 characters remain for him to gather the entirety of this grand celestial arts. Thereupon, Chu Feng commenced his endeavor of looting corpses, a task he had long mastered. Truly, the treasures of the great Ascension Celestial are numerous. And previously, Fu Wangtian had nothing comparable to offer, save for a single piece of Haori, divine fire. The Dragon Control Sutra was a pleasant surprise, inscribed on an ancient dragon skin scroll, as Chu Feng caressed the scroll. A beam of golden light instantaneously coursed through his fingers and into his mind that in that fleeting moment, he swiftly assimilated the information of the Dragon Control Sutra, which detailed various techniques, such as contracting true dragons, raising true dragons, transforming oneself into a dragon, and the 9 transformations of the dragon god. Most precious among them was the method to acquire the dragon control bloodline, by extracting the essence blood of a dragon and refining it within oneself. Supplemented with secret techniques, one could obtain the dragon control bloodline. While there may not be a true dragon available, there is indeed a prized azure-eyed Xiong among the flood dragons, which can undoubtedly yield the dragon control bloodline. Naturally, the higher the grade of the true dragon essence blood used for refinement, the greater the ability to command a higher grade true dragon. For Chu Feng, possessing the boundless sacred body and the boundless divine bloodline. Although the dragon control bloodline is precious, it ultimately depends on what essence blood he integrates to acquire it. As for the azure-eyed Xiong, perhaps it is best to leave it be. Of course. While he may have no use for it, others certainly would. After inventorying the treasures of Murong Longcheng, his attention turned to the azure-eyed Xiong. Qin Wanwan, who had been observing the battle from afar, was utterly astounded and exclaimed, "You actually killed Murong Longcheng." Chu Feng smiled and replied, "I believe I can forego my trip to the heavenly demon's sacred land now." Qin Wanwan's expression turned serious as she said, "No, you must come with me to the heavenly demon's sacred land immediately. Do you not understand?" Although Murong Longcheng was merely a guest in the Jiang family, his status was exceedingly high, even surpassing that of most legitimate sons of the Jiang family. Coupled with his dragon control bloodline, he ranked second, and the entire Jiang family is likely to go mad. The Jiang family, being an imperial clan, has always been domineering and ruthless. They would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let 100 escape. The entire Tai Xian Dao sect may face annihilation. Furthermore, Fu Wangtian's father, Fu Yuanshan, is a transcendent heavenly monarch. Chu Feng's face instantly turned grave. Is there a way to resolve this? Qin Wanwan said, "There is. And that is to return with me to the heavenly demon's sacred land. With your strength in slaying Murong Longcheng, you will surely have a place among the 5 wandering masters of our heavenly demon's sacred land. Do not underestimate the position of the 5 wandering masters. In our heavenly demon's sacred land, the highest authority is the Holy Master, followed by the 2 Holy Ones, then the 4 Dharma Kings. The 5 wandering masters and the 10 elders that become one of the 5 wandering masters. One must at least be comparable to those on the earth ranking. The 4 Dharma Kings must possess the combat prowess of a transcendent heavenly monarch." Chu Feng shook his head, saying, "Let us discuss this later. Perhaps there are other means." Qin Wanwan replied, "That means you must step into the realm of the transcendent heavenly monarch. The difficulty of becoming a transcendent heavenly monarch is something one only truly understands when they genuinely wish to break through. Countless great Ascension Celestials have been stuck at this step." Chu Feng resolutely stated, "Yet I wish to give it a try. What may be arduous for others might be effortless for me." "Very well. Let us return and feast upon this azure-eyed Xiong." Qin Wanwan's interest piqued as she declared, "Let it be known in advance. The eyes of the azure-eyed Xiong belong to me." "Not a problem." Chu Feng readily agreed that in the Jiang family mountains, upon the death of Murong Longcheng, the elder disciples guarding the soul lamp immediately sensed its extinguishment, particularly that of Murong Longcheng's soul lamp. The elder disciples were taken aback, and the entire soul palace erupted into chaos. "This is serious. Lord Murong's soul lamp has gone out." The news rapidly spread throughout the Jiang family, and countless powerful auras enveloped the entire Jiang estate. "Murong Longcheng is dead. Who is responsible? Is someone challenging our Jiang family? Has the Eastern Wilderness forgotten the existence of the descendants of the great emperor?" The death of Fu Wantian had barely created a ripple within the Jiang family. Yet the demise of Murong Longqing stirred the entire clan. Chapter 76. Deceiving the master to intervene, the holy master of the Jiang family, who is also Jiang Yan's father, as the patriarch, is naturally a transcendent heavenly monarch that he held Murong Longqing in high regard. Not only was Murong Longqing a guest of the Jiang family, but he was also the son-in-law of Jiang Haotian, whom he valued greatly. At merely over 2,000 years of age, having the dragon control bloodline, he had even kept an azure-eyed Qiong as a pet, destined to become one of the future leaders of the guests. In Jiang Haotian's eyes, Murong Longqing's significance even surpassed that of Fu Yuanshan, the transcendent heavenly monarch. Beside him knelt a woman in her 30s, exuding a mature charm, with a visibly pregnant belly, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "Father, you must avenge Longqing." The woman, named Jiang Yanai, was Jiang Haotian's eldest daughter and Murong Longqing's wife. Already in tears, gasping for breath, Jiang Haotian radiated a chilling aura of killing intent, but upon seeing his daughter in such distress, he comforted her. "Rise. Longqing is my son-in-law. A son-in-law is akin to a son. His death cannot go unpunished. I shall ensure justice is served, and whoever is responsible will face the most excruciating fate. Now that you are with child, it is paramount that you take care of yourself and do not harm the baby. Come forth. Investigate who killed Longqing and why he left our Jiang family." Patriarch, a subordinate, immediately reported the situation to Jiang Haotian. It was Chi Fu who dispatched Lord Murong to investigate the cause of his son's death. It is said his son perished in sword state. Fu Wantian Jiang Haotian immediately recalled his existence, that Fu Yuanshan even sought the Haori divine fire for his son from the family. He too is dead, that if that is the case, the Haori divine fire has now fallen into someone else's hands. How could such a significant matter go unreported to me? Very well, a mere sword state, the most insignificant among the 9 states of the eastern wilderness. Yet someone managed to slay Longqing. I am eager to see what exists in this sword state. Where is Jiang Rui, Saint Master? A middle-aged man stepped forward, evidently possessing cultivation at the late stage of great ascension. Jiang Haotian commanded, "You shall venture to sword state, but exercise utmost caution. Bring along the Haori cauldron." Since even Longqing fell in sword state, it is highly probable that a transcendent heavenly monarch lurks there. Find them for me. Understood. The Haori cauldron, a replica of the divine weapons of the imperial family, is a treasured artifact of transcendent heavenly monarch level. It is nurtured by the Jiang family, and its bloodline can unleash its full power, delivering a strike comparable to that of a transcendent heavenly monarch. Indeed, with the Haori cauldron in hand, Jiang Rui could contend with Fu Yuanshan. Such is the might of an imperial lineage, the imperial bloodline, though not as high in grade as many special bloodlines, such as the dragon control bloodline, possesses its own uniqueness. For instance, treasures like the Haori cauldron can only unleash their power in the hands of those possessing the imperial bloodline, just as the Jiang family bloodline can harness the formidable might of such artifacts. As Jiang Rui departed, deep within the Qinling Mountains, Han Feng, having cultivated for several months, not only restored his cultivation, but also ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, on the verge of forming his golden core. From henceforth, he could consume a single golden core, taking control of his fate. More importantly, under the guidance of the Heart Demon Elder, he successfully cultivated and mastered the power of the mind, unlocking the eye of the heart. However, as he advanced in his training, Han Feng grew increasingly restless for his system. The pursuit of women's system awarded him for every beauty he pursued. With such rewards at stake, who could remain indifferent to desires? I must leave Qinling. Only women can serve as my motivation for cultivation, and only they hold the hope of revenge against Chu Feng, that if I continue to cultivate methodically without them, how long will it take to avenge myself and eliminate him? He is already in the transformation realm, while I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. Resolute in his decision, Han Feng set aside all thoughts of cultivation, and this did not escape the notice of the Heart Demon Elder. With the combined cultivation of the Heart Demon Elder, he asked Han Feng directly, "You wish to leave?" Thud. Han Feng knelt before the Elder of the Heart Demon in silence. The Elder sighed and remarked, "I had hoped you would cultivate diligently under my guidance. Yet it seems you cannot calm your mind. Do you understand that the art of the soul requires tranquility in practice for progress to be made? If you wish to depart, You may do so, but you must provide me with a reason that I cannot refuse, not deceive me, since you have cultivated the eye of the soul. You should know that lies hold no sway over me. Han Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. The elder regarded him with a calm demeanor and continued, I am aware that you harbor a significant secret related to the system. Do not be alarmed. This insight comes from the depths of your soul and pertains to your pursuits in love. With the conversation reaching this point, Han Feng felt there was little left to conceal and promptly disclosed the details of his system to the elder. The elder was utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, I had no idea such opportunities existed in this world, where success in courting could yield rewards. Han Feng replied, Master, I seek your assistance in forcibly claiming a few women, subduing them, thus obtaining the system's rewards. To be forthright, I had previously forcibly claimed an S-rank beauty, which granted me a pair of celestial-level plum blossom eyes and a legacy of the Emperor's formation techniques. The elder was profoundly shaken by this revelation. The rewards of the Celestial Emperor, the divine arts, and the legacy of formations. He knew that his own self-created Heart Sutra was merely at the fusion stage. Han Feng understood that he could not hide anything from the elder. The power of the heart was adept at discerning human intentions, and when one's heart was sufficiently powerful, others had no secrets before them. If there were a weakness to this power, it was its formidable requirement for mastery, comparable to the existence of a sacred body, akin to a sacred-level bloodline, with odds of merely 1 in a billion. As the elder had lived for over 4,000 years, Han Feng was one of only 2 individuals he had encountered capable of cultivating the power of the heart. This illustrates the extraordinary conditions required for such an ability. Difficult. Exceedingly difficult. Thus, if concealment was futile, why not draw the elder into his ranks to assist him in pursuing women, fulfilling system tasks, and acquiring rewards? Han Feng continued, Master, previously I encountered an SS-rank beauty whom I wished to win over, only to provoke Chu Feng of the Tai Xiandao sect, resulting in the loss of my eyes and being cast into the Tianjin Gorge. Had I not met you, I would surely have perished. Chapter 77. The Flower Thief Rampant. If I could win Zhao Dongdong's affection, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. Celestial Emperor artifacts, elixirs, and supreme techniques within reach. Han Feng's excitement grew as he spoke. Moreover, there are Nangong Yinran and Lu Linglong, both of whom are actually SSS-rank beauties. Master, why not engage in a grand scheme to capture them all, allowing me to deal with them as I did with Yin Yang? Initially resistant, they would ultimately yield after my relentless persuasion, granting me unexpected rewards. Master, I see you have reached the fusion stage. It must be exceedingly difficult for you to advance further, that if we could obtain system rewards through this endeavor, not only the Great Ascension, but even the Heavenly Monarch could be within grasp. In this world, no one has shown me kindness. I have been an orphan since childhood, struggling to survive that I lost my eyes and my foundation. Had I not encountered you, I would have long since become dust. Your kindness has been akin to a rebirth for me, teaching me the way of the heart and restoring my cultivation. This favor is something I shall never forget. Master, let us venture forth together. It must be said, Han Feng's words genuinely stirred the elder's heart. His eloquence and conviction resonated deeply within the elder, who pondered the prospect of breaking through. Who would wish to remain in the fusion stage forever? Moreover, having lived for over 4,000 years with only a few centuries of life remaining, the thought of living so long often brought a desire for release. Yet, when faced with death, the fear in one's heart is an insurmountable barrier. Who among the living would willingly embrace death?